Game of the World Tree Chapter 573 to Chapter 616. The northwestern border of the Holy Mania Empire, Fort Colin. As a fortress built to resist the invasion of the orcs in the north, this military town had always been an important pass in the western part of the empire. It was connected to the snowy plains to the north and the Weimar River to the west. The number of troops stationed there had once reached 100,000, and they were all elites of the empire. However, the internal strife of the empire in recent decades had gradually depleted its national strength, and it was no longer able to support the maintenance of such a fortress in the bitter cold of the west. In addition, the relationship between the humans and the orcs had gradually eased in recent years, and the upper echelons of the empire had gradually lost interest in maintaining the garrison in Fort Colin, so it was gradually abandoned. Now, there were less than 5,000 troops left in this military town, and they were all old, weak, sick, and disabled. The city itself had also become a place for merchants and orcs to trade. This was all thanks to the small Weimar River pier in Fort Colin. However, Fort Colin's geographical location was too remote. Even though it had become a point of communication between the humans and the orcs, there was not much human activity here except during autumn, and it had always been in decline and desolation. Originally, it should have been like this. At this moment, at the western pier of Fort Colin, it was bustling with activity, with people coming and going. There was more than one merchant ship by the pier, and a large number of adventurers, bounty hunters, downtrodden nobles, and some well-dressed merchants gathered by the shore. It looked like a bustling commercial port. On the shore, a strong and powerful warrior was strolling by the river. Behind him was an orc follower, who was fully armed and had a fierce aura, with a respectful look. Beside him, there was an adventurer in tattered clothes, who was passionately talking about something. "Sir, I can tell that you have an extraordinary background just by looking at your clothes. Are you also here for the god's relic on the other side of the river?" he asked in an ingratiating manner. God's relic? The tall warrior's footsteps paused slightly, and he glanced at the adventurer. As if encouraged, the adventurer became even more excited. He chuckled and patted his chest. "To be honest, sir, I have been in Fort Colin for more than 3 months, and have entered the god's relic twice. As long as you can reward me with 10 gold pounds, I will tell you everything I know." The tall warrior did not comment. Instead, he glanced at the orcs behind him. The orc sneered as he glanced at the adventurer. He took out a gold coin worth 10 pounds and threw it over. The adventurer's eyes lit up, and he quickly put it away. "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, what do you want to know? Tell me about the inside of the ruins," the warrior said in a deep voice. The adventurer nodded. "My lord, speaking of this god's ruin, it's actually the divine kingdom of the world tree that fell 1,000 years ago. There are corpses all over the place, and many treasures of the dead are buried there. There are also many precious magical plants growing there. Many people who went in and came out have made a fortune." His eyebrows danced as he described. "Oh? However, I've heard that these ruins seem to have been designated as the territory of the elves. Anyone who enters these ruins is an enemy of the elves and the goddess of life." The tall warrior raised his eyebrows and said. The adventurer chuckled. "Heh, that's true, but so many people go in. How can the elves control them all? As for the true gods, we're weak beings. How can we be noticed by the gods? But when I went in, I met those crazy elves and even fought with them. Don't tell me, they are really fierce, and even more sinister than many adventurers. They're more cunning than the devils." "Crazy elves?" The tall warrior paused. Seeing that his employer was interested in this topic, the adventurer immediately started talking. "That's right. Crazy elves. Heh, my lord, you should have heard of the Underworld War 2 years ago? And the War of Faith between the elves and the orcs this spring. It's those elves. These elves are very special. When they fight, they are like lunatics. They are very contradictory and undisciplined, but they also seem to be very disciplined. They don't care about their lives and are very difficult to deal with. I heard that after they die, they seem to be able to sell their souls to the Grim Reaper to be resurrected. Isn't it scary?" "Yes, the efficiency of these elves is terrifying, my lord, do you know? Winterfell is the elven city near the ruins. 2 months. 2 months ago, there was nothing. They only used 2 months to build it. Moreover, it's protected by a divine spell barrier. It's not easy to defeat them. Isn't it scary? The warrior nodded and said, "It's scary. I heard that there are many of them. It's as though they appeared out of thin air in the elven forest." Yes. The adventurer nodded his head heavily. After nodding, he looked around and said in a low voice, "My lord, I heard that they appeared out of thin air." "My lord, you mentioned that there are a lot of elves, as if they appeared out of thin air. Then, do you know where these elves came from?" The tall warrior looked at the adventurer and said, "You said that. From what you're saying, you know?" "Heh. My lord. Other people don't know, but I know. I overheard it when I fought with the elves in the ruins," the adventurer said excitedly. Then he lowered his voice and said, "My lord, you don't know. My lord, you don't know. The reason why these elves appeared out of thin air is because they don't belong to our world." "Don't belong to our world?" The tall warrior squinted his eyes. "That's right." The adventurer nodded and said, "My lord, I heard from various sources." "My lord, this is what I found out from various sources. Combined with what I overheard, this is the truth. There's only one." After he finished speaking, he looked around and winked at the warrior. The warrior understood and gestured to the orc behind him. The orc snorted and threw a gold coin to the adventurer. The adventurer's face was full of joy as he hurriedly accepted it and said fawningly, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. My lord, you're very generous. Then I'll tell you everything I know." Then, he lowered his voice again. "My lord, I obtained this information from the underworld. There's a hidden half-plane in the elven forest. A half-plane where many elves live." "Half-plane?" The warrior was stunned for a moment. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. A look of understanding flashed across his face. It was just that the change in expression was too natural and a little strange. "Then? What does this have to do with the elves?" he asked. "It has a lot to do with it." The adventurer slapped his thigh. He cleared his throat and continued. "These humans. It's said that they're not ordinary humans. They have the blood of the elves. The elves in the elven forest are actually transformed from these humans." Hee, my lord, you might think that this sounds unimaginable, but it's true. Because the goddess of life has a powerful artifact called the Scepter of Life. Legend has it that the Scepter of Life can create life and purify blood. These elves' blood was purified by the Scepter of Life. It's because these elves are transformed from humans that their personalities are different from other elves. And, legend has it that the goddess of life is on good terms with the god of death. Because of this, these elves even have abilities similar to those of the undead. Don't you think it's scary? The adventurer was excited. When the warrior heard this, he seemed a little surprised. He said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. He said with a smile, "These things are a lot of secrets, right? How did you know?" "That's why it's exclusive. This is the truth that I discovered after risking my life and piecing together the information from various places," the adventurer said proudly. Hearing his words, the warrior sneered and finally shook his head. "Mr. Adventurer, this is the 5th time I've heard this exclusive secret from different people today." The adventurer's smile froze on his face. The warrior waved his hand, and the orc behind him snorted coldly. Scram. Frightened by the orc, the adventurer's expression changed and he hurriedly left. Only the tall warrior was left shaking his head. He walked to the pier and looked at the lush forest on the other side of the river with a calm gaze. After seeing him and the orc behind him, the eyes of a few well-dressed merchants lit up. They smiled and licked their faces, immediately crowded around him and said enthusiastically, "My lord, do you need a map of the northern part of the elven forest? This was drawn by the adventurers of our Chamber of Commerce who escaped death. It records in detail several entrances to the World Tree Kingdom." "My lord, don't listen to his nonsense. The entrances to the World Tree Kingdom are always changing, and there is no definite passage at all. However, our Chamber of Commerce has a magic tool that can detect the power of space. It only costs 500 gold coins to accurately find the location of the entrance to the World Tree Kingdom. My lord, I have a magic scroll that specializes in restraining evil elves. It only costs 300 gold coins, and no elves can get close to you. My lord, the merchants surrounded the tall warrior and were very enthusiastic. As businessmen, their foresight was very sharp. Although this warrior kept a low profile, they could recognize that the material of his equipment was definitely not ordinary. Not only that, this warrior was also able to have a powerful orc follower, which meant that he had a great background. An orc follower was not something that could be suppressed by just anyone, especially this orc follower with a powerful aura, and it was very likely to have reached the gold rank. And to have such a powerful follower, as long as one was not stupid, anyone would know that this warrior was definitely a rich man with great potential. As long as they catered to his interests, they would definitely be able to make a fortune. As for how to cater to his interests, to be able to come to Fort Colin at this time, other than the broken world tree that had fallen into the forest on the other side of the river, what else could it be? The merchants tried their best to introduce their goods, but the quiet warrior was not moved. And as these merchants became more and more enthusiastic, he even frowned a little impatiently. Humph, wretched goblin-like fellows, get lost. Noticing the slight change in the warrior's expression, the orc follower beside him roared angrily and scolded the merchants. At the same time, he also released his own aura, and pulled out a big red axe from his waist, and slashed it hard on the ground. That powerful aura was released, and not only the merchants, but even the surrounding adventurers' expressions changed. A red battle axe. He's the mad orc Hercules. Among the crowd, someone let out a cry of surprise. The mad orc Hercules, hearing this name, everyone's expression was stunned, and then filled with a layer of reverence. Hercules, that was one of the legendary champions of the Orc Alliance. Then, they all scattered and left. Soon, there was an empty space nearby. None of the merchants or even adventurers dared to stay nearby anymore. Seeing the suddenly deserted dock, the tall warrior looked helpless. He sighed and said, Hercules. So many years have passed, and you're still so irritable. The orc called Hercules shook his head slightly. It's these stupid mortals who are too noisy and have disturbed your holiness Otto's mood. Is that so? Actually, I think it's quite interesting to watch them haggle. It reminds me of the distant past. The tall warrior chuckled and said nonchalantly. But between his words, there was no mention of the impatience that flashed across his eyes when he was being pestered by the merchants just now. After a moment of silence, the tall warrior muttered to himself. Half-plane. Humans. Purified bloodline. Is this the reason for the rapid growth of the elves? But, why do I feel that something is not right? As he said that, he shook his head again. Unfortunately, these elves are under the personal protection of the goddess of life. Otherwise, I could catch an elf and pry out their secrets. No wonder His Holiness asked me to take a closer look. This goddess of life seems quite mysterious. With that, the tall warrior looked at the orc again. By the way, Hercules, how's the desert of death? Hearing the warrior's question, the orc's expression was a little unpleasant. Not good. I've sent believers to gather faith, but the effect is poor. Many orcs are even hostile to the preachers of our Lord. Hostile. The warrior was stunned, then sighed. It's understandable. After all, you were the ones who drove them out in the first place. Hercules was speechless. Seeing the orc's silence, the tall warrior patted him on the shoulder. Well, let's not think about this anymore. Let's go and meet the goddess of life first. It's been a long time since I came to the world of seekers. I've delayed it for too long this time. The orc's expression was solemn. Yes, Lord Otto's. Do we need to arrange a ship? From here to the hinterland of the elven forest. The elves seem to have built a harbor there called Grey Harbor. No need. The warrior shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. We'll go to the nearest elven city, as long as there's a temple there. Let's go to Winterfell. I'm curious about the city that was built in 2 months. Fort Colin and the northern part of the elven forest were separated by a river. Ever since the kingdom of the World Tree appeared, Fort Colin had many ferrymen, who relied on rowing boats to ferry ambitious adventurers to the other side of the river to earn some extra money. After the warrior Ottos decided to head to the elven forest, he and the orc Hercules followed the other adventurers onto a boat. Compared to the wide lower reaches, the upper reaches of the Weimar River was much narrower, and the ferry could make a round trip in less than 20 minutes. On this side of the river, there was a simple pier that seemed to have been built temporarily. On the pier, there were even more adventurers. These were people who were attracted by the ruins of the gods. There were people of various races, but most of them were humans. The abilities of these adventurers were uneven, but the weakest was at the level of dark iron. There were also many silver professionals that were rarely seen in the town. It was obvious that the attraction of the ruins of the gods was quite strong for adventurers. Not only that, these adventurers had even built a simple wooden stronghold on this side of the river. There were even tall walls and some patrolling mercenaries. After the boat in front reached the shore, there were immediately arrogant mercenaries who walked forward and collected gold pounds from the people on the boat. That's the werewolf mercenaries. They built this stronghold for the convenience of those who want to enter the ruins of the gods. But, all adventurers who enter this stronghold have to pay 5 gold pounds each as a protection fee. The boatman pulling the boat explained to his guests. Many of the new adventurers were in an uproar. 5 gold pounds, why don't they just rob? Someone could not help but ask. Perhaps for experienced adventurers, 5 gold pounds was not enough for them to squander in the casino once, but this price was already equivalent to half a year's income for a commoner family in the empire. There's no choice, this is the rule of the werewolf mercenaries. Everyone who enters the stronghold has to obey. They are the largest mercenary group in the north of the empire, and there are quite a few gold-level mercenaries. Unless you can show enough ability, otherwise, you can only listen to them. The boatman shook his head. Then let's not get off from here, let's change places. Someone said angrily. That's right. The other adventurers echoed. The boatman replied helplessly, Sirs, I advise everyone to obediently hand over the gold pounds. This is for everyone's own good. The adventurers were even angrier. What? Could it be that the werewolf mercenaries had become so arrogant? Isn't it just related to the northern region's selection? If we don't enter the stronghold, will the werewolf mercenaries force us? Exactly. Even if we don't enter their stronghold, we can still head to the god relic. The adventurers were furious, while the boatman sighed and explained, it is possible, but without the protection of the werewolf mercenaries' stronghold, you might not be able to escape the pursuit of the elves. The elves, pursuit? The adventurers looked at each other. That's right. Since everyone is here for the god's relic, then everyone should know which god this relic belonged to. That was the main god that the elves once served. So, these elves will never show mercy to adventurers who come to this area. The boatman said. Are the elves of the elven forest that scary? An adventurer asked in disbelief. The boatman nodded. Of course, you may not know, but the adventurers who often go to the god's relic have reached a consensus. In the relic and the forest, it is not scary to meet demons or high-level magical beasts, but if you meet elves, you have to be careful. If you meet elves and cannot kill them all at once, then you can only wait for their crazy pursuit. Everyone should have vaguely heard of the elves' origins, these fellows. When they hunt people down, they will not stop until they get their hands on them, they are very crazy. If you do not reach the stronghold in time unless you have the strength of a gold rank, you will definitely regret it. After hearing the boatman's words, the adventurers on the ship looked at each other, while the boatman pointed at the stronghold in front of them and continued, Hey, don't look at how well built this stronghold is, in fact, this is the 5th stronghold of the werewolf mercenaries. The first 4 were originally in the forest near the god's relic, but they were all destroyed by the elves in the end. Fortunately, the elves do not know the current location of this stronghold, and it is close to the river, so the werewolf mercenaries have many spare ships. If we are really besieged by the elves, it is convenient for us to retreat. After hearing this, the adventurers' expressions became more and more serious. Are the elves very strong? Someone asked with a serious expression. It is not a matter of whether they are strong or not, but, how should I put it, if you really meet them, you will know, they are a group of lunatics, the boatman said. All right, we have reached the shore, I wish you all success in obtaining the treasure in the god's relic. When the ship reached the shore, the mercenaries of the werewolf mercenaries walked up. The adventurers were in an uproar for a while, but in the end, they obediently paid the gold pounds one by one. They had no choice. They found that the mercenaries of the werewolf mercenaries who collected the gold pounds were all at the upper silver rank, and on their ship, there was not even one at the middle silver rank. At least, that was what most of the adventurers on the ship thought. The people on the ship disembarked one by one, and soon it was Otto's and Hercules' turn. When it was their turn to pay, the orc Hercules sneered and flashed his aura. The mercenary's expression changed. Fortunately, Hercules only flashed his aura for a while before keeping it. The mercenary stood respectfully at the side and didn't ask for payment. Instead, he allowed the two of them to disembark. Hercules laughed coldly and accompanied Otto's into the stronghold. The strong had special privileges wherever they went. There were more adventurers in the stronghold. The two of them even saw many merchant associations selling various materials for exploring the god's relic. The merchant associations came from all over the empire, but there were also merchants from other races and factions. Otto's even saw a dark dwarf stall with the name Amway Trading Firm or something. He didn't know why the underworld creatures would travel so far to trade here. Of course, the two of them only took a few glances and didn't pay attention to it. They were only passing by the stronghold, and their final destination was the nearby elven city, Winterfell. Hercules had obtained the map drawn by the Adventurers Guild from the black market, and the approximate location of Winterfell was marked on the map. The two of them only had to go there. As the two of them passed through the stronghold of the werewolf mercenaries, they were stopped by a hurried mercenary. "Sir, please wait a moment. Are you going to the god's relic?" It was a warrior clad in heavy armor. His strength had reached upper gold rank. "What's the matter?" Otto's didn't reply directly. The warrior hesitated for a while and performed a non-standard imperial etiquette. "I'm the deputy leader of the werewolf mercenaries, Hanses. Both of you should be advanced professionals, right? How should I address you?" "Otto's." Otto said. "Hey." Hercules laughed coldly and didn't reply. Hanses wasn't bothered by Hercules' attitude. In fact, the relationship between the orcs and humans wasn't good. He could tell that the two of them were led by this human warrior. When he heard the name Otto's, he raised his brow slightly. "Otto's? Good name. You have the same name as the founding god of war of the empire." When Otto's heard the words founding god of war of the empire, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and an imperceptible nostalgia flashed in his eyes. That was his identity when he was still immortal. In the distant past, he used to be one of the founding fathers of the Holy Mania Empire, but because of a conflict of beliefs, he finally gave up everything he had. Captain Hanses, who didn't know that his casual compliment had tickled Otto's, paused and continued, "Mr. Otto's, the advanced professionals can't enter the god's relic. Mr. Otto's, high-level professionals are unable to enter the divine ruins. If they really want to enter, their strength will be suppressed to below the gold level. If the two of you plan to go to the god's relic, I hope you'll reconsider. In the god's relic, advanced professionals are much more dangerous than middle and low-level professionals. Those crazy elves like to target advanced professionals who enter the relic. Many gold adventurers have died in the relic." Hearing his words, Otto's looked a little surprised. Hercules couldn't help but sneer. "Elves? They only have the advantage of the level suppression in the god's relic. If I really see them in the forest, I'd like to see how powerful they are." Captain Hans glanced at him, chuckled, and shook his head. "Don't underestimate those elves. Even if you meet them outside the relic, you have to be careful, let alone inside the relic. Do you know the legendary sacred swordsman, Sword? He's a legendary. But even so, he was injured in a conflict with the elves a while ago, and it was a serious injury. His whole body was severely burned by magic. He didn't enter the relic, but had a conflict with the elves outside the relic. Unfortunately, someone later asked the legendary sacred swordsman, Lord Sword, how the elves injured him, but he never said anything. He just angrily scolded the evil elves for being despicable and blasphemous, but looking at his injuries, I suspect that there are also legendary powerhouses among the elves, and they should be good at fire elemental magic or electric magic. Hans spread his hands. There are legendary powerhouses among the elves. Hearing this, Hercules' expression finally became a little more solemn. However, it was soon replaced by fanaticism. that's even better. Hee hee, I haven't fought an elf yet, he chuckled and touched the red axe on his back. Hans was slightly taken aback. However, when he glanced at the red battle axe on Hercules' back, a look of bewilderment flashed across his face. Before he could think further, he heard Otto say, "Thanks for the reminder." "Thank you for your reminder. We will pay attention to it." Then, he waved at Hercules and continued forward. Hans wanted to say something, but when he glanced at the red axe behind Hercules, he became more hesitant and finally gave up. It was not until the two had gone far that he turned and returned to the stronghold. As he walked, he muttered, "That axe. It's a little similar to the axe of Hercules, the legendary powerhouse of the Orc Alliance. No, it shouldn't be. It's said that Hercules is very proud and arrogant, and he especially looks down on humans. How could he be a human's follower?" Unless, halfway through his sentence, Captain Hans was slightly taken aback. He suddenly turned and looked in the direction that the two had left with a look of surprise. Otto's. God of War Otto's? One of the 8 oracles of the God of War. Could it be, this, can't be? After leaving the adventurer's stronghold, Otto's and Hercules quickly entered the hinterland of the elven forest according to the markings on the map. As they moved forward, there were fewer and fewer adventurers around them. After entering the area marked in red on the map, there was no one to be seen. The area marked in red referred to the area where the elves were active. I didn't expect the elves to become such a fearsome existence after not seeing them for a few 100 years. Otto shook his head. Hey, I'm getting more and more curious. Elves with legendary strength? I'd really like to test it out. Hercules sneered. Otto's looked helpless. But soon, he glanced at a certain spot beside him with a playful expression. There are no legendary elves, but there are many silver-level elves, and they seem to have followed us after we left the stronghold. It seems, the stronghold of the werewolf mercenaries isn't as secretive as they thought. Hercules looked in the same direction and sneered. They're really as cunning as humans, just like the legends say. It's a pity that, in front of absolute strength, all the schemes are nothing more than hilarious self-deceptions. Then, he snorted coldly. Elves, stop hiding. We've already found you. Having said that, Hercules took out the red axe from his back and slashed it at the ground. Accompanied by a loud bang, a terrifying crack extended from the ground to somewhere in the distance, causing a commotion and cursing. F***ck, why is it exposed? It's a tough one. I'm afraid it's a high-level elite monster. That's great. There'll be many rewards. Let's try it out first. Don't forget to share the coordinates with the group, okay? As soon as they finished speaking, there was a burst of battle cries. Under the surprised gazes of Otto's and Hercules, more than 10 elves in gorgeous armor suddenly emerged from the grass not far away, waving their weapons and yelling as they rushed toward them. They were like bandits who robbed the road. But the problem was that they were still weak. Even though Otto's had heard too many strange legends about the new generation of elves in the elven forest, when he saw these handsome and beautiful long-eared elves rushing over with ferocious and excited expressions, he couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. It couldn't be helped. This scene was too impactful for the creatures in the Seeker's world. The elegant, beautiful, kind, and peaceful image of the elves had long been ingrained in people's hearts, even though he was already mentally prepared. When he saw these fellows who looked like bandits blocking the way, Otto still had a strange expression on his face. In particular, some of the elves had painted their faces with oil paint, and their equipment was wrapped with many vines. They looked like savages in the deep mountains and forests. Even though Otto's could guess that they were dressed like this to make their figures blend better into the forest, once he realized that this was most likely a sneak attack, he couldn't help but take another look at the elves. These fellows, they really looked like human bandits. The elves rushed over quickly and cooperated very well. At the front were 3 silver-ranked elven warriors in heavy armor who specialized in defense. Behind them were a few elven hunters who specialized in ranger and assassin. And at the back, there were 4 or 5 spellcasters who were waving staffs. Judging from their attire, they should be druids and elven mages. There were a total of 18 elves, all of whom were silver-ranked. Otto's didn't believe that this wasn't an ambush in advance. After all, although the magic power in the Seeker's world had recovered, silver-ranked professionals weren't that common. At least, not yet. And from the known information, even the elves who were growing faster and faster didn't seem to have many silver-ranked professionals. These fellows definitely had their eyes on the two of them when they left the stronghold. They must have some spies in the stronghold, perhaps, those merchant guilds. Otto's heart skipped a beat. Of course, whether or not there were spies in the stronghold, Otto's didn't care. Those adventurers didn't have anything to do with him. It was just survival of the fittest. Fighting was the fate of all intelligent races. As a believer of the god of war, he firmly believed in this point. Otto's was very calm and didn't care about the elves who rushed up at all. However, Hercules, who had always been irritable, was different. He snorted coldly, waved his red axe, and chopped at the elves who rushed up. The power of a legendary master was terrifying. Even though Hercules had not exerted all his strength, the terrifying force had turned the three heavily armored elven warriors into minced meat. Even the equipment they were wearing was no longer recognizable. F***ck. Holy sh**t. The remaining elves were immediately stunned. He's too strong. Change to plan B. Among the elves, an elven mage with equipment that was much more luxurious than the others shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, the hands of a few elves immediately lit up. Several shining magic stones engraved with magic patterns appeared out of thin air and hung them on the body of an elven warrior. Then, they turned around and ran. They didn't stop until they were quite a distance away. Otto's raised his eyebrows. Although he was a demigod oracle, he had never studied the magical domain before or after he became a petitioner. Therefore, he did not notice anything fishy about these magic stones. But even so, a demigod's sensitivity towards energy still made him wary of these magic crystals. Hercules, be careful of those magic stones. He reminded. But it was too late. Hercules dashed forward even faster. Before Otto's could warn him, he had already rushed to the front of the elf. Then, Otto saw the elf with magic stones all over his body shouting, "Reimburse me for my equipment when we go back," while yelling at Hercules. The magic stones on his body suddenly shone brightly. Then, they exploded in an instant. With a loud bang, a huge fireball rose into the air, and the dazzling light drowned out everything. Chaotic mana fluctuations spread in all directions and even cut down all the trees in the vicinity. After the light faded, a huge crater appeared at the site of the explosion. Nothing could be found of the elf who had self-exploded. Only the orc Hercules was standing in the middle of the crater. He was a little embarrassed. His clothes were almost torn, and nearly half of the sparse hair on his head was burnt. His green face was even blackened by the smoke. There was still some confusion in his expression. Looking at Hercules, Otto's had a strange expression on his face. The magic stones that had just exploded were equivalent to a 7-circle spell, which was the lower gold level. If a normal gold-tier professional were to take such a blow, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Of course, Hercules was a legendary professional. Such a spell was not enough to hurt him, but it was enough to make him embarrassed. Otto's could not help but take another look at the elves. It was beyond his expectation that a group of silver elves could come up with such a powerful magic tool that could even make a legendary professional suffer. Previously, when he heard from Captain Hans that a legendary professional was seriously injured by the elves, he thought that there must be some elves who had surpassed the secular level. But now, it seemed that this might not be the case. If there were enough magic stones, and the legendary professionals were careless, some of them who were not strong enough or had just entered the legendary realm might be ambushed by the elves. They would not die, but they would be embarrassed for sure. The orc Hercules found that his favorite battle robe was almost torn to shreds. When he touched the hair on his head, half of it was burnt to mush. He immediately became angry. "Bastards, you deserve to die." With a roar, he raised his axe and chopped at the elves again. The rest of the elves were shocked. F***ck. He's fine? We're screwed, run. Not gold, he's definitely not gold. He's a legendary. A legendary. Another legendary. This is a big fish. Inform Brother Tomato. After saying that, they turned around and ran away without hesitation. They ran even faster than when they had rushed over. Die. Hercules roared angrily, chased after them, and chopped them into pieces one by one. The whole process was like chopping vegetables. Autos did not stop them. Even if they were going to meet the goddess of life this time. The fallen god of war Valur did not say anything. In his opinion, it was good to use these elves to warn the goddess of life. After all, he did not come with full kindness this time. In addition to informing the goddess of life to report to the pantheon earlier, he also wanted to take back the nature crown and the priesthood of Valur. Besides, if these elves could really be resurrected as the legends said, killing them would not be a big deal. Of course, he did not intend to meet the real body of the goddess of life. He knew that he was not a welcome guest this time. For a mythical being who dared to kill a true god, a mere demigod like him had to consider his own safety. It was the same for choosing to go to Winterfell. At most, he would meet the avatar of the goddess of life there. If something happened, he would still have time to escape. Speaking of which, it was quite contradictory. He was afraid that the goddess of life would attack him, but he also had to maintain the pride of the god of war pantheon. The orc Hercules was very fast. More than 10 elves were killed in a short while after he furiously chased after them. Autos noticed that the corpses of the elves disappeared quickly. He thought for a while and thought that there was an 80% chance that some mana was left in their bodies and they were teleported back. When Hercules returned to Otto's side, his face was still full of anger. Those D*MN long ears. My favorite robe was destroyed just like that. Don't be angry. When we go back, I'll report your contribution to the true god and ask him to give you a divine armor. Ottos consoled Hercules. Hercules was delighted. Thank you, Lord Ottos. Otto smiled. As long as you do things with sincerity. Everything is for the glory of the god of war. Everything is for the glory of the god of war. Hercules placed his right hand in front of his chest and said firmly. He took out spare clothes from his storage ring and changed into a new set of clothes. Then he followed Ottos to Winterfell, at the Winterfell garrison of the First Legion. As the guild that pursued combat experience, the First Legion's territory construction was much cruder than the other guilds. Even so, among the tens of thousands of gamers in the guild, there were a few capable gamers. Under their design, the First Legion's headquarters was quite grand. The guild headquarters was built like a castle, but it was not made of stone. Instead, it was made of animated wood. It looked like a huge tree that had grown into a castle. It was quite mystical. In the chairman's office of the guild headquarters, Fried Tomato was looking at the map of the elven forest on the wall. He was discussing something with a few higher-ups. The werewolf mercenaries' new stronghold is almost done. In a few days, we'll be able to harvest. I think we'll be able to obtain a lot of resources and gold pounds, a gamer said. A gamer said. Fried Tomato nodded. It's almost done. But I have to remind the Amway Merchant Guild to escape secretly. I don't want to owe Demacia a favor. While they were discussing the battle plan for the new stronghold, Fried Tomato suddenly frowned. What's the matter? The other gamers in the room asked. Hedgehog and the others sent a message saying that a big fish appeared at the adventurer's stronghold. It seems to be a legendary monster. Fried Tomato said. Legendary monster? The eyes of the other gamers lit up. Like many online games, in Elven Nation, the stronger the monster, the better the loot. To the players, adventurers were no different from wild monsters. Therefore, the players of the First Legion would often target some silver adventurers or even gold adventurers. Although they didn't succeed every time, they would obtain a lot of loot if they were successful, and the loot of a legendary adventurer would be even better. Previously, they relied on the god of darkness and shadows god statue bomb to trick a legendary adventurer. Although they didn't kill the legendary adventurer and suffered heavy losses, they obtained the legendary adventurer's storage ring. There was a lot of wealth inside. In an instant, the gamers made up for their losses. They even made a lot of money, and now, there was a new legendary adventurer. What's his class? A gamer asked. He's an orc. He should be a warrior. His equipment isn't very good and was destroyed by the magic rock bomb. But there's a red axe that's very powerful. It might be a divine weapon, Fried Tomato said as he looked at the message in the chat system. Divine weapon? The gamer's eyes lit up. Are we going to do it? They looked at Fried Tomato with excitement and anticipation. Stir-Fried Tomato thought for a while and chuckled. Let's do it, but this time, we have to learn from our previous experience. The power of the God of Darkness and Shadow statue is getting weaker and weaker. This time, let's use the secret weapon we got a few days ago. He said again. Secret weapon. The other high-level guild players were stunned for a moment, and then their expressions changed. Guild Master, are we really going to use that? It won't cause any trouble, right? Stir-Fried Tomatoes chuckled. Don't worry. This isn't the big guy from the temple. It shouldn't be as terrifying as last time, but it should be enough to deal with a legendary adventurer. Tell the others to gather more people and bring more magic rock bombs as cover. We're going to meet this legendary adventurer now. By the way, inform the guild members near the marked point and ask them to find a way to hold back the legendary adventurer. If they die, the guild will reimburse them for their resurrection tokens. Autos finally understood why the experienced adventurers said not to get too involved with these elves. It was because these elves were too persistent. It was as if Hercules had poked a hornet's nest. Not long after Hercules killed the dozen elves, another wave of elves emerged, howling as they charged at Hercules. However, after a few waves, these elves learned their lesson. They no longer attacked the two of them. Instead, they followed them from a distance. Autos was still fine and treated them as air. But the orc Hercules was quite annoyed by the elf stalking. So, naturally, he picked up his axe and hacked at the elves again. Another round of killing. Even though Hercules hacked at the elves again and again, the elves didn't give up. However, most of the elves that came later were of low levels, and many of them were naked. Looking at these naked elves, Autos was dumbfounded. These long ears, didn't they even know the most basic sense of shame? He really didn't know what was wrong with them. Until, the two of them met a team of more than 80 silver-ranked elves. Here they come again. Looking at the new elves emerging from the grass, Autos was a little impressed by their persistence. Obviously, they were no match for Hercules, but they kept risking their lives. They were indeed a group of crazy fellows. With Hercules' strength, these long-eared elves would lose no matter how many of them there were. But Autos could not understand why they kept attacking them. Did they think they were adventurers? Was it because they were angry at the adventurers for entering the Broken Kingdom? But it did not seem like it. As a demigod, Autos thought he could see through the thoughts of mortal life, but he could not see through these elves. It was understandable that these elves were fearless. After all, they were not afraid of death and could be resurrected. Although he did not know the price and hidden dangers of the resurrection of the elves, it at least gave them the courage to fight. But, what about other than that? Did they simply want to expel them? No, it did not seem like it. On the contrary, Autos felt that he saw some greed and excitement on the elves' faces. The former was like a hunter seeing the best prey, while the latter was like a megalosaurus seeing its favorite toy. This discovery made Autos feel more and more strange. He looked at Hercules, wondering what they had that made the elves so greedy. He really wanted to open up the elves' heads and see what they were thinking. Autos became more and more puzzled and curious about the elf's behavior, but Hercules gradually became excited. As an orc, he was an existence that liked to kill. No matter how strong or weak the target was, the continuous killing would make him more and more excited. The sound of bones breaking and the smell of blood, in particular, stimulated his bestial nature. Ha, weak fellows. Looking at the elves rushing up, he sneered in a low voice and continued to swing his axe at them. No elves could withstand one blow from him. Even if there were, it was Hercules who was playing with them. However, the 80 elves who rushed over were obviously different from the previous ones. They were much higher in level, and unlike their companions who were just stalling for time, they really cooperated to attack Hercules. These guys cooperated well, and there seemed to be someone commanding them. Obviously, their strength was far inferior to Hercules, but with each other's restraint, they managed to hold Hercules back. Although this was at the cost of their own lives, although Hercules could easily kill elves every second, and although Hercules used them as targets to vent his desire to kill, he did not fight with all his might. But at the very least, they had managed to pin him down. They waved their weapons and rushed at Hercules, throwing various skills at him with the help or cover of various spells. Of course, they were still no match for Hercules. Anyone who got close to the orc warrior would be cut in half in the next moment. However, even though their companions were dying one after another, the dozens of new elves still didn't retreat. They were not like the previous guys who fled when they saw that they could not defeat Hercules. Instead, they would die under Hercules' axe. They should be the elite forces of the elves. Hercules and Otto's had the same thought at the same time. Looking at these crazy guys, Otto's expression gradually changed. Hercules was a senior legendary professional, and he did not take these weak guys seriously. But the legendary was originally the high-end combat power in this world, and there was no comparison. Even though these elves were vulnerable in the face of Hercules, their combat prowess was far beyond that of their peers. How many elves like this were there? Thinking of this, Otto's expression gradually became serious. The war of the secular world was, after all, a war of the secular life. Perhaps the legendary could be the key to a battle, but in a war of faith involving the power of the true gods, it was often inconvenient for the supernatural forces to intervene. In many cases, the battle of the secular forces had already determined the outcome. The potential shown by these elves was indeed terrifying. Take the 80 elves as an example. If the one fighting with them was not Hercules, but a gold professional, they would have been beaten to death. No, if he was a gold-tier professional, he would have been killed in the first sneak attack. Thinking of these elves appearing in the elven forest for less than 5 years and their rapid rise, Otto's became more and more solemn. These elves were indeed worthy of the attention of the true gods. No wonder the gods were fighting over the scepter of life. It's indeed powerful to be able to create such a terrifying group of elves. Otto's thought to himself. After pondering for a while, he said to Hercules, "Hercules, stop fooling around. Hercules, stop fooling around. Exterminate them and hurry to Winterfell." Since he had achieved his goal of observing the combat power of the elves, there was no need to delay any further. As for revealing his identity here and making peace with these elves, Otto's had never considered that. When the elves attacked the two of them, they had to pay the price. Anyway, they seemed to be able to revive. Upon hearing Otto's words, Hercules nodded and sneered as he looked at the surrounding elves. The aura on his body suddenly became even more terrifying. The elves' expressions changed, and then there was a loud shout from among them. "The boss is enlarging. Don't delay any longer. Attack." Then, the hands of more than 20 elves lit up, and magic stones engraved with mana runes appeared. Humph, the same trick again. Looking at the magic stones, Hercules sneered. His body flashed, and he brandished the axe in his hand. Before the elves had time to activate the runes on the magic stones, he hacked the elves and the magic stones into 2 halves, speaking of which, although the explosive mana tools were powerful, as long as the runes on them were destroyed, they were merely magic stones that were infused with mana. If the magic stones couldn't be detonated, the mana in them would dissipate after being hacked into 2 halves. Perhaps the first magic stone attack by the elves was beyond Hercules' expectations, but it was no longer effective. His body flashed as he shuttled among the elves. Before the elves could react, he hacked all the elves who were holding up the magic stones to death. However, the elves didn't give up. "Quick, the small magic stones are useless. Use the big ones," someone among them shouted. After that, Hercules saw someone from the elves suddenly stand out, holding a package that was half the size of a man, and rushed toward him. His body was enchanted with a thick stack of enhancement spells, all of which were acceleration spells. At the same time, the other elves turned around and fled as fast as they could. "Ha, do you think I won't recognize you just because you put on the package?" Hercules sneered, and brandished the axe in his hand at the elf who was holding up the package. However, before he hacked at the other party, he heard a loud shout from the other party. "Those who believe in the Lord of Eternity are all fools. The Lord of Eternity is even more of a fool." Hearing this, Otto's and Hercules' expressions changed at the same time. Were these elves crazy? How dare they say such blasphemous words? Lunatics. Hercules snorted coldly, and increased the strength in his hands. Under his powerful chop, the elves who were rushing toward him were instantly hacked into minced meat, and then slowly disappeared like the corpses of the other elves. However, when he hacked at the package, Hercules vaguely felt that something wasn't quite right. It didn't feel like he was hacking a magic stone, but something else. The package was split in half, and the black bag that covered it fell off, revealing what was inside. It was a handsome humanoid sculpture that shone with a golden luster. It was wearing a gorgeous holy robe, and had a gentle smile on its face. However, its head had been cut off by Hercules, and it fell to the ground with a thud, rolling for a long time before coming to a stop. When they saw the sculpture, Hercules and Athos were stunned. It was the statue of the Lord of Eternity. Before they could say anything, shocking dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a lightning bolt that was more than 10 meters thick struck down. Rumble, a dazzling light flashed. The whole earth trembled. In the elven forest, a mushroom cloud that was hundreds of meters high rose. South of the Gloom Mountain Range, Mountaintop City. After some construction by the players, this fortress city made entirely of obsidian was finally completed. The construction team of the Mang Mang Committee once again gave full play to their construction talent, doing everything they could to decorate this fortress city that belonged to them. In the end, they even made it feel like a fantasy castle, and as a guild that was affiliated with her sock puppet, Eve would stroll around here as Wind from time to time. Of course. More importantly, she would take the opportunity to see how the elemental fairies were doing in the Gloom Mountain Range. And the results were pretty good. Although the extent was very small, when Eve came to the Gloom Mountain Range, she did feel that the chaotic magic here was gradually becoming regular. If this progress continued, perhaps the magic of the entire Gloom Mountain Range would stabilize and gradually recover its vitality without waiting for the plain passage to the world of Seekers to be completely opened. The name of the once Emerald Mountain might not be long before it reappeared. And while the elemental fairies were improving the ecological environment of the Gloom Mountain Range, Eve also vaguely felt that there seemed to be an inexplicable power on her, and even her recent understanding of the laws of nature had deepened. After thinking for a while, Eve understood what this was. This was the feedback of the power of the priesthood. Eve originally had a nature priesthood. As far as the priesthood of a true god was concerned, harmonizing magic and improving the ecology belonged to the category of a nature priesthood. After creating the elemental fairies to improve the magic environment of the Gloom Mountain Range, it was equivalent to her complying with the obligations of the priesthood, and naturally she would enjoy the law rewards that came with fulfilling the obligations of the priesthood. And at this time Eve also understood why many true gods were diligent in their own related priesthoods. When most true gods were apatheicized, they actually did not completely master a priesthood law. They were just recognized by the power of the law and became the symbol and ruler of the law. And after that, there were 3 ways to improve one's power. The first was to sublimate one's own law. This was the most basic way. For example, to upgrade the winter priesthood to a nature priesthood, thereby obtaining a stepping stone to a mid-level priesthood with great divine power. The second was to increase divine power. This was the simplest and most effective way. Among true gods of the same level, those with powerful divine power would usually have the upper hand. Whether it was the ancient gods absorbing energy from the outside world and transforming it into divine power, or the true gods relying on increasing the number of believers to provide the power of faith, their purpose was to obtain abundant divine power. The third was to strengthen his understanding and control of the power of laws. This wasn't just a prerequisite to elevating one's law of sovereigns. It was also a prerequisite for maximizing the amount of divine power required to unleash one's power. A true god who had a complete understanding and control of the power of laws that they controlled, even if they were limited by the level of the laws and couldn't advance to a more powerful divine power, would still be able to use divine power to the acme of perfection and achieve all sorts of unimaginable things. Of course, a truly powerful true god would definitely be in existence that achieved the pinnacle in all 3 aspects. If that's the case, my predecessor created the elves and repaired the collapsed world of Seekers after the Twilight Era. Apart from his own kind nature, it was also to deepen his understanding of the law of life and the law of nature. My predecessor was an ancient god himself, and he was also a world tree with the ability to absorb. With this ability, he didn't lack divine power. At the same time, the law of nature and the law of life that he controlled were the highest kind of law in the world of Seekers. There was almost no room for improvement. From this point of view, deepening his understanding of the law of life and the law of nature seemed to be the main way to increase his strength in his previous life. However, I'm more inclined to think that the control of the law itself was my predecessor's shortcoming. This seems to be a common problem for many ancient gods. They were born with power that they could use as they wished, but their understanding was a little lacking, so they had to make up for it from this aspect, or perhaps this was my predecessor's preparation for the next step. I've now advanced to mid-level divine power, but the evolution of my main body is still in its primary form. I wonder what form my predecessor, who was a great divine power, was in. However, I have a feeling that when my strength increases to great divine power, I should understand many things, including some deeper secrets of my main body. The world tree definitely had powers that she didn't know about. It was a pity that the inheritance of the world tree didn't contain this part of what should have been the most crucial part, so Eve could only rely on herself to explore. Just as Eve threw all the affairs of the kingdom of God to the fairy queen, Fennel, and leisurely strolled around the Gloom Mountains while thinking about her future development plans, she suddenly sensed a familiar and intense wave of divine power coming from the north of the elven forest. Eve raised her head subconsciously and looked towards the north. During this period, there would be waves of divine power coming from the north of the elven forest from time to time. However, Eve had long been used to it. This was because she was very familiar with that kind of power every time. It belonged to the god of darkness and shadows, Holder. And every time there was such a wave of divine power, Eve knew that another adventurer was unlucky. It was definitely someone who had been tricked by the players with the god statue bomb. Holder was also in a miserable state. The underground world was chaotic to begin with. For many underground races, as long as they had money, there was nothing they couldn't do. So, the players used gold pounds to easily find some daring fellows to help them steal or snatch the statues from the tribes that worshipped the god of darkness and shadows. As a result, Holder had almost become the god of tools for the players. However, after being fleeced so much by the players, this true god obviously couldn't take it anymore. Recently, his divine punishment had been getting weaker and weaker each time, and it felt like he was putting on an act. Moreover, if he sensed that the statues had fallen into the hands of the players in advance, he would detonate them in advance and directly send down an extremely powerful divine punishment, turning the daring players into ashes. However, the risk was high, but so was the power of the divine punishment. To the players, the attraction of the divine punishment bomb was far greater than the potential risk. Many were willing to use it even at the risk of being struck by lightning in advance. Especially in a sneak attack by the First Legion, they used 2 of Holder's statues and a 9th circle fire magic scroll obtained from the broken kingdom of God to trick a legend. However, this time, the fluctuation of divine power was much more intense than any of the previous times. Even the few times when Holder sensed that the statues had been stolen by the players and detonated them in advance and with greater power, the wave of divine power was not as strong as this. More importantly, this was not Holder's power. This is the power of the Eternal Lord? Near the former kingdom of God? In an instant, Eve's expression became serious. She had seen the power of the Eternal Lord once in Maple Leaf City. At that time, a mere incarnation of the Eternal Lord had directly crippled Holder, the Dragon of Despair, which was why she had picked up the scraps at the end. Having seen the power of the incarnation of the Eternal Lord, Eve knew that this was definitely a great enemy when her identity was exposed in the future. The Eternal Lord, Eterno, he himself was the most powerful existence among the gods who had besieged the former king 1,000 years ago, and also the true God who had organized the gods to besiege the world tree. However, the Eternal Lord should not have so much free time to pay attention to the elven forest. Whether it was in the legacy of the former king or Hela's description, he was a conceited fellow. As long as the throne and the Pantheon temple that symbolized the former king was still dilapidated, he would at most send his followers to investigate the elven forest. And he felt that the fluctuation of divine power just now was more like a divine punishment. Obviously, this time, the gamers were up to no good again. Is it a divine punishment from him? The gamers have stolen his statue? Aren't they too daring? Who is so unlucky? Such a strong power. I'm afraid even a demigod would be struck dumb. With this thought, Eve directly cast her consciousness over. The gamer's Winterfell had been built long ago, and the statue that Eve had blessed had already been settled in. Therefore, the northern part of the elven forest was in fact included in his belief network. With the help of the belief network, Eve quickly locked onto the location of the fluctuation of divine power after it had passed. and she used the game system to find the nearest gamer. Switching her vision to the gamer, Eve saw the scene of the divine punishment. It was a huge crater with a radius of a few hundred meters, and the surrounding trees were in a miserable state from the aftermath of the divine punishment. It was as if there had been a devastating hurricane and thunderstorm. Tens of gamers were lying not far from the crater, and they looked miserable. Almost half of them were on the verge of death. However, they looked very excited. Gosh! This power is like a cow riding a plane. It's awesome. The Eternal Overlord is awesome. A gamer whose leg had been blown off by the aftermath of the divine power said excitedly as he lifted his leg and took off the intact boots on his feet. It's indeed a divine punishment that blew up half of the city. Fortunately, the statue isn't big. Otherwise, we'd all be dead, a player with tattered equipment and bleeding profusely exclaimed in shock. Cough, 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 let's take a look, cough, cough, let's see what's going on with the rumor, a pale-faced gamer said impatiently as he spat out blood clots with broken internal organs. Eve was speechless. Regardless of the time, it was quite horrifying for the gamers to be so nonchalant even when they were on the verge of death. It was no wonder that the adventurers called them crazy elves. Anyone who saw this scene would be traumatized. However, Eve's heart skipped a beat when she heard the gamers' discussion. Legendary? They really did use the statue of the Eternal Overlord to trick a legendary. However, with this power, the person was probably long gone, right? With this thought in mind, Eve looked at the huge crater again. The mud in the huge crater was still emitting white smoke, and there was a red axe with faint cracks lying in the middle. It should be a divine weapon, but it had been somewhat damaged by the divine punishment. There was no sign of the legendary professional, but Eve, who was exceptionally sensitive to the power of the soul, detected some broken soul fragments. Because he had been struck by the divine punishment to the point where he had lost all consciousness and almost turned into the purest soul energy, he had lost the ability to return to the divine kingdom. In other words, the legendary professions that the players were talking about were already dead as could be. Who is it? It's so tragic. He really turned into ashes. Eve, who was watching the show, clicked her tongue in wonder. And the surviving gamers, after healing their wounds and prolonging their lives, quickly dragged their tattered bodies to the huge crater to look for their trophies. F***CK. There's only one axe left. And it seems to be cracked. After discovering that there was only one axe left in the huge crater, their faces suddenly fell. Isn't this legendary professional too weak? He can't even withstand the divine punishment? What a loss. What a loss this time, I knew it. We shouldn't have used the statue of the Eternal Overlord. We should have used the statue of the God of Darkness. At most, we could have used a few more. There's no other way. No one expected the divine punishment to be so powerful. The gamers' expressions were not very good. However, they quickly shifted their attention. Wait. I remember there was one more person? Where is that person? Could he have been struck to death as well? There was one more person. Eve was slightly stunned. She had only sensed the soul fragments of one person, so there should only be one unlucky legendary professional who had died. That meant, there were still survivors. Eve spread her consciousness out again, and then, as expected, found a figure lying on the ground nearby, and the gamers also quickly discovered it. Here. Hey, he's here. He's still alive, hiss. Isn't this too tragic? Why doesn't he have any blood? Eh? His blood is actually silver. This? Is there a bug in the official modeling? Why are his clothes like this? It was a warrior with a sturdy body. He was lying on the ground, still struggling to crawl away into the distance. He was really crawling away, he was dying, and there was still some horror in his expression. However, the state of his body was very strange. At least, for the gamers. Unlike the gamers who were affected by the aftermath, the clothes on his body were not torn, but there were cracks. And unlike the usual cracks, these cracks extended all the way to his body, looking as if his clothes were originally a part of his body. The cracks spread all over his body like a spider web, making him look like a vase that was about to break. There was no blood in those cracks, but a silver liquid, or blood. From time to time, he would twitch and spit out a mouthful of silver blood. That was because the residual power of the divine punishment was wreaking havoc in his body. This person was already crippled. The gamers surrounded him excitedly and began to take off his clothes. Although it was full of cracks, it was definitely not ordinary to be able to withstand the divine punishment, and if they could find storage equipment, it would be even better. However, after the gamers took action, they were surprised to find that the clothes on this person could not be removed. What's going on? Is there really a bug? Under the angry and humiliated gazes of the warriors, the gamers frowned and said. Eve was speechless. She knew why. This unlucky guy who was struck by the divine punishment was not a legendary professional, but a demigod, and he was most likely a demigod who had ascended from a petitioner. A demigod who had ascended from a petitioner had a weaker resistance to the divine punishment, and as a demigod in the form of energy, his body was originally made of energy. Of course, his clothes and whatnot were illusions. As long as he did not summon his own artifact from the other dimension, the gamers could not get anything from him. Of course, now he could not even speak, let alone summon his artifact. The power of divine punishment was wreaking havoc in his body, still destroying his body and divine soul that was already riddled with holes. The external divine power clashed with his own divine power, directly causing him to be unable to mobilize even a little bit of his own power. Even if he did not die, he was seriously injured. Whose demigod is this? Isn't he being struck too badly? Eve had a strange expression as she looked at the unlucky warrior who was being poked by the players curiously with branches and staffs while struggling in anger. The petitioner must have a true god that he believed in. Judging from the form of this demigod, he must have been transformed from a petitioner, but she did not know who he was loyal to. After the Lord of Eternity's divine punishment, there were remnants of his divine power everywhere, and this unlucky demigod was obviously crippled. Under the premise that he did not use his power, Eve could not make a judgment. However, no matter who it was, coming to the elf forest to investigate at this time, and in the vicinity of the kingdom of the world tree, and even directly clashing with the players, it was most likely an enemy. At least, it was not a kind one. If it was really a kind one, when it saw the players, it should have revealed its identity. Even if it did not reveal its identity, it would definitely try to avoid conflict with the players. In short, there was no way a fight would break out. After discovering that the equipment on the target could not be removed, the players present were very disappointed. Why can't we remove the equipment? Is it really a bug? A player said with a frown as he poked the butt of the legendary oddity lying on the ground with a branch. Then, the legendary oddity glared at him. However, being stared at like this, the players were not afraid at all. On the contrary, they were even happier. What are you staring at? Be honest with your grandpa elf. The player with the branch glared back and increased the strength in his hand. Elite oddity, his expression became extremely distorted in an instant, and he was trembling with anger. However, looking at the legendary oddity who was almost twitching in anger, the players had even more fun. The NPCs in the Elf Kingdom were all very intelligent, and teasing NPCs was one of the players' hobbies. They were all people who were not afraid of anything in the first place. Faction NPCs had favorability and could not be attacked, so they were all bosses that the players had to kneel down and lick. But it was different for the enemy faction. Adventurers like the legendary oddity who tried to enter the kingdom of the world tree had long been categorized as enemies and leaks by the players. Their only purpose was to gain experience and contribution points, so naturally, they would not be polite. Could it be that the clothes are still bound because he's not completely dead yet? Another player guessed as he picked up the red axe in the center of the crater. Hearing his words, the other's eyes lit up. Very likely. Then why don't we just kill him? The players discussed. When they talked about killing, it was as if they were talking about slaughtering a chicken. After some discussion, they all agreed that it was probably because the other party wasn't completely dead yet. If he was dead, his clothes would have been stripped off. These words did not escape the unlucky demigod who was sprawled on the ground. Eve even noticed a trace of shock, confusion, anger, and shame on his face when he heard the players' discussion. Perhaps he would never have imagined that the players' goal in attacking him was not because he had entered the elven forest, but because they wanted to strip him of his equipment. And just as Eve had guessed, Otto's was truly astonished. He knew that the elves regarded him and Hercules as adventurers. He originally thought that the elves attacked them without any regard for their lives because they thought they were those who wanted to enter the kingdom of the world tree, but now, after listening to the elves' words, he realized that he could not keep up with the thoughts of these long-eared people. They were not defending the elven forest, defending the kingdom of the world tree, but coveting his clothes. No. In the words of the elves, they wanted to strip Otto's and the others of their equipment. Weren't they robbers? Otto's expression was very interesting, and he felt that his worldview had been greatly impacted. He knew that these elves were crazy, and their behavior seemed to be strange, but he did not expect them to be this crazy, just to get their equipment. These elves had blasphemed against God and brought about divine punishment. What were these fellows thinking? As for the elves saying that they wanted to kill him, although he was tricked by the elves, a demigod was still a demigod. Even if he was seriously injured, these fellows who were only silver tier could not kill him. Otto still had this bit of confidence in him. No. Actually, he still had it. The strength of these elves was not enough to kill him, but the problem was that these elves did not play by the rules. If they could blaspheme once, they could blaspheme a second time. If they did it again, not to mention the divine punishment of an eternal Lord, even if it was from a true God with weak divine power, Otto's would follow in the footsteps of Hercules. Thinking of this, Otto's expression changed. He forcibly suppressed the eternal divine power that was raging in his body, and struggled to raise his head, coughing up silver blood, and said with difficulty and anger, "Presumptuous! You evil blasphemers! Cough. I am the oracle of the Pantheon. I have come with the orders of the Pantheon. I want to see Her Holiness the Goddess of Life." He did not dare to directly say that he was the oracle of the god of war and destruction. He was shameless, but His Holiness the God of War was. A demigod was tricked by a group of beings who were only silver tier, and they even borrowed the divine punishment of another true god. Although there was a loophole in the divine punishment mechanism, if this spread out, not only him, but even the god of war would become a laughingstock. But, who would have thought that there would be a group of fellows who were not afraid of death and did not respect the gods, daring to directly use the divine punishment to deal with the enemy? The divine punishment was supposed to punish blasphemers and destroy their souls, but it didn't seem to have any effect on these elves. Upon hearing Otto's words, the players were stunned. Pantheon? Oracle? What's that? Otto's was speechless. This time, he was shocked by the elves again. These long ears did not even know about the Pantheon? Shouldn't that be the supreme holy land that everyone in the world of seekers knew about? Even if they came from the other world that the adventurers mentioned, shouldn't this kind of common knowledge be known to every half-dimension resident? Unfortunately, the players really did not know. At least, the players who attacked Otto's this time did not know. For example, the Pantheon and the various stories of the gods were myths and legends in the world of seekers, and such stories were only noticed by those players who liked the plot. But Winterfell was the headquarters of the First Legion. The players who gathered here were all combat players. Even if they were playing other online games, they would skip the plot of the mission and fast forward to accepting the mission. After accepting the mission, they would proceed to the next mission. If you asked them what mission they were doing after completing the mission, they would at most remember the mission content, but they would not understand the plot of the mission. They might even forget who the NPC who gave them the mission was. On the other hand, it was very likely that they were very clear about the items required for the mission. To these gamers, it was torturous to not be able to skip the plot of Elven Nation. Fortunately, after playing for a long time, they were used to it. After hearing Otto's words, the gamers were bewildered, but Eve had a thought. Pantheon? He's an oracle from the Pantheon? His expression suddenly became serious. What was to come would come. Eve knew that with her rise, the Pantheon would definitely find her. The Pantheon was the official true god organization of the world of seekers, and its origins could be traced back to the Genesis era. When the first batch of ancient gods were born, the Pantheon was established by the mythical beings. It was located above the heavens and became a meeting place for the gods. It had strange powers. The ruler of every era was the ruler of the Pantheon. Among them, the Genesis era was the only legendary being who had attained great divine power. He was also the mythical being who established the Pantheon, the king of gods, Neo. Of course, He had long since disappeared and became an eternal mystery. Even as time passed, he was gradually forgotten by people. Later, in the Megalosaurus era and the Titan era, it was the ancestral dragon Yalinos and the Titan king Anos. During the Twilight Era, the pantheon was exiled to an alternate dimension by the ancestral dragon Yalinos during the battle between the Megalosaurus and the Titans. It was only during the Silver Era that the Yggdrasil found it. Yggdrasil was the ruler of the pantheon during the Silver Era, but he did not care much. At the end of the Silver Era, during the War of Gods 1,000 years ago, the Yggdrasil also borrowed the power of the pantheon when he fought against the gods. However, the pantheon was destroyed during the War of Gods. The current Pantheon Temple was rebuilt using the remains of the original Pantheon Temple after the start of the Eternal Era. Moreover, it was no longer located in the Heaven Realm. Instead, it was placed in the land of origin of the Surg's world to suppress and repair the origin. The three leaders of the true gods who rebuilt the Pantheon were the nominal ruler of the era, the Eternal Lord Ideo, followed by the god of war and destruction, Lord, and the guardian of the stars, Yggdrasil. The first two were the initiators of the War of Gods. However, although the guardian of the stars, Yggdrasil, was a true god, he did not participate in the War of Gods 1,000 years ago. In a sense, the pantheon was the official power of the mythical beings of every era. All the true gods needed to register. In theory, it was the same for Eve. It was impossible for a new true god like her to remain unregistered. Moreover, Eve's identity was quite sensitive and mysterious. Many mythical beings were definitely curious about her. There were also many who had malicious intentions. There were also those who suspected that she was related to the Yggdrasil. The strength she displayed when facing the lure was actually a show for the gods. At least, she had the battle record of killing a true god. Other hostile beings who wanted to enter the elven forest to investigate would have to think twice. The planar passage to the world of seekers had not been completely unsealed. Now, at most, she could only enter as a clone. In the elven forest, Eve was invincible. She was not as stupid as mythical beings. If she could not investigate it personally, there was a high chance that her subordinate demigods or weaker oracles would not be able to find anything. Therefore, she changed her approach and directly asked Eve to go to the pantheon was also a solution. It was not only to register the new true god, but also to find out more about Eve's background. Speaking of which, the other party had come later than Eve had expected. The Pantheon. Although this is no longer the one it used to be, some of its mighty power still remains, especially in the identification of mythical beings' priesthoods. If the previous Yggdrasil was revived, the moment she entered the Pantheon, her divine throne would definitely be lit up. However, Eve was the successor of the Yggdrasil. To be honest, it was more like a new Yggdrasil that was born with the original body of the Yggdrasil after the Yggdrasil had fallen. After advancing to mid-level divine power, swallowing the priesthoods of winter and hunting, and further deepening her understanding of the laws of nature and life, Eve more or less had some solutions to deal with it. Maybe. I really need to make a trip. If I don't go, I'll seem even more guilty. At this time, Eve also realized the identity of this demigod. Although this demigod who was miserably tricked by the players claimed to be the oracle of the pantheon, from the discussion of the players, Eve knew that the other unlucky guy was an orc legend. Since he was an orc and claimed to be the oracle of the pantheon, he must be the demigod oracle of the god of war, Lord Lot. However, Eve was still very concerned about one thing, that was to prevent the abuse of the divine punishment from attracting the attention of other mythical beings. She remembered that she had clearly prohibited the players from approaching the statues of the true gods other than Hodel in the game system. How did the players get the statue of the Eternal Lord? After he investigated for a while, he knew why. It was the players who took advantage of the loophole. Eve prohibited them from getting close to the statues, which was achieved through the system's judgment of divine power. However, after opening the instance of the Broken Kingdom for the players, the players found a lot of devil wood in places contaminated by the power of the abyss. These devil wood had been growing in the Broken Kingdom for thousands of years and had long had the effect of blocking the sight of the true gods. By a freak combination of factors, some players used the vines of the devil wood to make equipment bags. Then, they were pleasantly surprised to find that by making things with this material, they could actually get close to the statues that they could not get close to before, and so, there was today Of course, the statues of the Eternal Lord were not stolen by them, but from the black market on the human side. After knowing the operation of the players, Eve did not know what to say. She did not expect that such an unorthodox method could be discovered by the players. No one else could. But it was easy to solve. She just had to write a disposal mechanism in the game system that was specially designed to isolate the divine power and increase the monitoring. In the future, when she noticed the isolation of the divine power, she could directly mobilize the system to check. This matter could be dealt with by the fairy queen, Fennel. Soon, Eve had a plan. The matter of the divine punishment was too sensitive. It was better to restrain the players as much as possible. It was enough to bully the true gods who were officially enemies. Now, Eve wanted to meet this demigod and see what he would say. With that thought in mind, he immediately contacted the only 3 players who were priests and spoke to them in their hearts. Bring him to the temple in Winterfell. In the forest, the players were still discussing what the Pantheon Temple was. Some of the more sensitive ones had already begun to ask the half-dead Ottos excitedly. They smelled the scent of a hidden plot. Ottos was speechless as he looked at these inexplicably excited guys. As a noble demigod, he really couldn't be bothered to say more to these mortals. However, these guys with abnormal brains really couldn't be treated with common sense. If he couldn't divert their attention, and they really took out another statue to cause a ruckus, he, as a demigod, would really die. Hence, even though Ottos hated these blasphemous fellows to the core, he still explained patiently. The Pantheon Temple, that's where the gods discuss matters, the most sacred place in the universe, he said with a serious and solemn expression. Of course, in reality, Ottos was stalling for time. He wanted to stabilize the injuries in his body. As long as his injuries could be stabilized by a little and not give these elves a chance to sneak attack, he could let them know the price of offending him. All true gods must leave their thrones in the Pantheon Temple. Only then will the true gods be accepted by the gods and become the true rulers. Otto said. After that, he subconsciously looked at the players. The true gods were the rulers that all mortals in the Seeker's world had to look up to and revere. Ottos believed that if these elves really understood what the Pantheon Temple was, they would definitely restrain themselves. However, he realized that he still underestimated these elves. Not only did these elves lack common sense, but they also didn't seem to revere the true gods. The Pantheon Temple? Is this a new map? A place where the gods appear? Could it be a future instance? Hearing Otto's words, an elf said excitedly. Instance? Even if it is, we'll have to wait for a long time, right? Another elf said. Damn, who knows what will happen in the future? We just entered the game not long ago and already destroyed the incarnation of a true god. Ottos was speechless. Destroyed the incarnation of a true god? At this moment, he suspected that he had misheard. However, looking at the elves' habitual expressions, he felt that it was really possible. That's right, these elves even dared to use the true god's divine punishment, and they even directly scolded him. What else would they not dare to do? But this made him even more uncomfortable. In his worldview, all living beings should feel reverence and respect for the true God. Why was there such a group of people who did not respect God at all? Was this the teachings of the goddess of life? Was he not afraid of the backlash? Such a group of evil and chaotic beings was definitely difficult to control. Ottos now doubted whether the goddess of life herself could control them, not to mention anything else. He did not believe that a true god would allow his followers to blaspheme a true god at will. These long years, apart from her beautiful and elegant appearance and the pure mana in her body, she was no different from a demon in other aspects. But at this moment, Otto suddenly saw 3 elves jump up from the crowd. F***CK. Almost in unison, they spat out a word that Ottos did not understand, but instinctively felt was not a good word. I have received an oracle from the goddess. I actually received an oracle from the goddess. One of the elves said excitedly. Me too. Me too. The voice of the goddess rang directly in my head. I definitely didn't hear wrong. This is the voice of the goddess that I heard when creating characters and when I went through the plot in the past. Another elf also said excitedly. Haha, just like what the system said, priests who play well have the opportunity to listen to the oracle. Praise the goddess. The third elf drew a symbol of the scepter of life on his chest. It was just that, although it was a prayer, it was somewhat comical when he did it. Hearing the words of his three companions who were part-time priests, the other players instantly exploded. What? You heard the oracle? What is the content of the oracle? Damn it. Is this the benefit of being a priest? Sure enough, it's my mother's profession, it makes me want to be a priest too. I'm so envious. I also want to hear the voice of the goddess and have an in-depth communication with the goddess. The elves were like a pot of oil that had been dripped with a drop of water and instantly became lively. Hearing their words, Otto's expression changed. The goddess of life was paying attention to this. In an instant, he immediately extinguished all kinds of thoughts. But looking at the excited long-eared elves beside him, Otto's was in a daze for a moment. He could understand the fanaticism and excitement of the mortals after receiving the oracle, but the behavior of these elves seemed to be different from what he knew. They were excited, but beyond that, there seemed to be no reverence, there was only excitement and joy. These fellows. Weren't they believers of the goddess of life? Why did it seem that they didn't have much reverence when talking about their own goddess? But looking at the expressions of these elves, they seemed to be very supportive of the goddess of life, and the trust and closeness in their words were almost no less than that of ordinary fanatics. What was going on? Otto's felt that he couldn't think. The elves' discussion continued. The goddess said to bring him to the temple in Winterfell. The three elves who had received the oracle said proudly. Bring him to the temple in Winterfell? The eyes of the other elves lit up. Could it be that we really triggered the hidden plot? Bring him to the temple in Winterfell? Hearing this, Otto's instantly became alert, and his expression became solemn. The goddess of life had really noticed him. But in the next second, he realized that the elves suddenly stopped talking. Otto's turned his head and saw a dozen pairs of curious big eyes suddenly looking at him in unison. That gaze gave him, as a demigod, a bad feeling. Since Her Holiness the Goddess of Life has given the oracle, hurry up and lead the way. He scolded. But he was faintly lacking in confidence. Then, Otto saw that the elves suddenly became excited again. Damn. I was wondering why that orc was turned into ashes under the divine punishment, but he's still alive. It turns out that he's not a legend, but a demigod. A demigod. Ha ha ha. We actually ambushed a demigod. Otto's was speechless. They. How did they know his identity? He was slightly stunned. Of course, he would never know that just now. The players present had all received a demigod oracle mission at the same time. The mission was to bring him back. In order to draw a clear line and prevent the players from being overly enthusiastic after seeing a high-level NPC, they even specially marked a potential enemy label. Hey, you, cough cough. Are you really a demigod? The leading elf looked at Otto's. Otto's was speechless. His face twitched, and he felt the raging divine power in his body. He sneered. What do you think? After knowing Otto's identity as a demigod, the players were even more excited. Until a weak voice was heard. Then. The silver blood that he bled must be a top-notch treasure, right? Silence. The scene was suddenly quiet. More than a dozen pairs of eyes suddenly focused on Otto's. This time, he suddenly felt that the eyes of these long-eared elves were faintly green. Then, they surrounded him in unison. Otto's was speechless. What do you want? Don't come over. Otto's was carried to Winterfell. He didn't know why these elves had all kinds of strange things. They even prepared a stretcher when they went out. Though this method of coming to Winterfell was far beyond Otto's expectations and greatly stimulated his self-esteem, the power of the divine punishment had not been removed, and he couldn't act alone. However, compared to the actions of the elves along the way, Otto's felt that being carried to meet the goddess of life was nothing. These despicable creatures, after knowing his identity, they actually coveted his divine blood. Along the way, these despicable bastards used healing as an excuse, but in fact, they were collecting his blood. Otto's didn't even know if the goddess of life noticed this process. Shame, it was really too shameful. Otto's felt that he had never been treated like this before, not even when he was alive. At this time, he really regretted that he didn't conceal himself and directly enter the Winterfell temple to visit. If he could avoid these bastards, he wouldn't be as humiliated as he was today. But there were no ifs. He originally only wanted to use the power of the god of war to teach the goddess of life and the elves who believed in her a lesson. This was also tacitly approved by the god of war. But he didn't expect to be taught a lesson by a group of strange elves who weren't even at the middle silver level before meeting the goddess of life. Otto's had never felt that time was so torturous. After entering Winterfell, he didn't even have the mood to look at the city that he was originally curious about. He only felt that his eyes were filled with these troublesome elves who walked and smiled mischievously. What made him even angrier was that he didn't know how these elves did it. Even though he had just been carried into Winterfell, the entire city seemed to know that they had tricked a demigod who was an oracle of the Pantheon Temple. A large group of elves surrounded him, making him feel like he was being watched as a war trophy. It wasn't until he entered the Winterfell Temple of Life that he finally escaped from the terrifying elves. The person in charge of the temple was a beautiful elven priestess. She saw the elves carrying Otto's into the temple and nodded at them. "Thank you for your hard work. You may leave." The other elves were very obedient. They were clearly bastards just now, but when they saw the priestess, they instantly put on flattering smiles. They said, "It's our duty. It's our duty." At the same time, he obediently retreated. This contrast made Otto's widen his eyes. He didn't know who this elven priestess was. He sensed that she was weaker than many of the elves just now. However, this elven priestess's attitude towards him made him tear up. "Are you the demigod who wants to meet Her Holiness the Goddess? Sorry for making you suffer, the chosen ones are sometimes unreliable. However, if you can reveal your identity in advance, there won't be so much trouble." Although his words still vaguely pointed out that Otto should reveal his identity in advance, which was a slightly acceptable reminder, his tone and attitude were completely different from those bastard elves from before. She was gentle and cordial. This was a normal elf, Otto shouted in his heart. Of course, he didn't know that this priestess was a real elf, while the other elves were only impostors wearing elf skin. Unlike the Heart of Nature, the First Legion didn't have many priestesses, and none of them passed the trial of the temple high priest. Hence, in order to maintain the normal operations of the temple, the First Legion requested the priestess of the Life Church. This priestess was a real elven priestess and the only NPC in Winterfell who could issue high daily mission rewards. Naturally, the gamers would worship her. After bowing to Otto's, the elven priestess turned around and bowed in the direction of the temple. "Lady Fennel, the god's emissary has arrived." Then, she left slowly. After the priestess left, Otto saw a shining butterfly fly out from the back of the temple. No, that wasn't a butterfly. It was a pocket-sized elf with butterfly wings. What race was that? Why hadn't he seen it before? Otto's was taken aback. However, he didn't care about the race anymore. Instead, he focused on the elf. He felt a power that wasn't inferior to his own from the elf. That was a demigod. Besides the life goddess, there was a demigod in the elf forest. The butterfly flew in front of Otto's and shone brightly. Then, it transformed into a young elf who looked like a 12-year-old girl. She tapped Otto's lightly, and Otto's was shocked to discover that the raging divine power in his body calmed down quickly. Though he wasn't completely healed, he regained some mobility. What a magical power! She could channel divine power. Otto's was astonished. He struggled to stand up and hid his surprise and wariness. He bowed to the elf. "Demigod Otto's, thank you for your treatment." The girl nodded and said calmly, "Fennel is my name. My name is Fennel, the fairy queen under the goddess of life. Come with me. Her Holiness is already waiting for you." Fairy Queen, Otto's frowned and remembered the name. Then, he followed her into the depths of the temple. After going around the main hall of the temple, Otto's came to a confessional that seemed to have been built not long ago. After the Fairy Queen Fennel came here, she didn't go any further. Instead, she bowed to the door. "Your Holiness, the emissary has arrived." The life goddess was inside. In an instant, Otto straightened his body. His expression became serious and solemn. "Come in." The next moment, he heard a pleasant voice coming from inside. Fennel bowed slightly and gestured for Otto's to enter. Otto's took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The confessional wasn't big. In the priestess seat sat a young elf girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. She had beautiful silver hair and a pair of purple eyes that were as beautiful as the stars. Her facial features were exquisite and perfect, as if she had walked out of a painting. She was wearing an elegant and wholly divine dress, and she was playing with a small scepter in her hand. Otto's gaze turned cold. He recognized that it was the legendary scepter of life. The girl's identity was already clear. There was only one person in the world who had the scepter of life. That was the self-proclaimed inheritor of the world tree's priesthood inheritance, the new goddess of life and nature, and the mythical being who could possibly condense an elf priesthood, Eve. Otto's immediately tensed up. This wasn't because of the scepter of life. It was because he didn't sense the slightest aura from the life goddess Eve. It was as if she didn't exist at all. This situation could only mean one thing. That was, the one sitting here wasn't an incarnation. Instead, it was an existence whose strength far exceeded his perception. The other party was the true body of a true god. The life goddess had actually come in her true body. For a moment, Otto's expression turned solemn. To be honest, he really didn't expect to see the life goddess' true body. Moreover, it was the true body of a true god who had just engaged in a divine battle with a subordinate god of the god of war divine system and directly killed the other party's ambiguous position. He suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, bowed honestly, and said respectfully, "Thank you for your kindness." Demigod Otto's greets the life goddess. Otto's 8 oracles of the god of war. As soon as Otto's finished speaking, he heard a clear and melodious voice. He looked a little surprised. "I didn't expect the goddess of life to have heard of me." Eve smiled faintly and said, "You are the Holy Roman Empire's holy general. The founding god of war of the Holy Mania Empire. Your deeds are well known in the empire. I've also heard of you for a long time." This was a lie. In fact, after Eve destroyed Allure, the god of winter and the god of hunting, she specially went to the god of war divine system to read up on the demigod level and above in order to prevent the retaliation of the god of war divine system. The strength of the true gods of various faiths 1,000 years ago was definitely different from their current strength. Even their subordinate gods and demigod level oracles had changed a lot. Some of the information in the world tree's inheritance could only be used as a reference at most. Fortunately, the information of the true gods of faiths was particularly easy to collect. In order to preach their faith, the true gods of faiths had to establish their reputation and preach their doctrines and their own greatness. This was common in the secular world. In addition to some trump cards, the relevant information of the true gods of faiths and their oracles, including the process of becoming a god and even the deeds before becoming a god, could be found through various churches. Of course, most of the stories were embellished. Eve didn't need to inquire about it personally. She only needed to give it to the players in the form of a mission, and the players would naturally use their connections in the black market to collect this information. Eve also learned of Otto's name in this way. She even knew that this guy had fallen out with the Holy Roman Empire not only because of a conflict of faith, but also because he had slept with the wife and daughter of the founding emperor. No one could tolerate this, right? "Did the god of war send you to see me?" Eve asked straightforwardly. Otto's looked solemn and replied respectfully, "Yes, your highness. His Highness Eve, His Highness Lord Lot sent me to see you, but I'm also here on behalf of the Pantheon." Eve nodded slightly and motioned for him to continue. Otto's paused and said his purpose for coming. "Your Highness Eve, it has been nearly 4 years since you became a god. Every new god needs to go to the Pantheon temple and leave behind their own divine throne. Only then can they be accepted by the gods. I'm here to invite you to the Pantheon Palace and leave your mark there." "Accept?" "Actually, I don't think it matters whether I accept it or not," Eve complained in her heart. However, in reality, he nodded gently. "I understand. What was to come would come. This could be considered a test by the gods." Seeing the life goddess nod, Otto's was relieved. Although the elves in the elven forest were very strange, the goddess of life who would kill gods at the slightest disagreement seemed to be a lot easier to talk to, but Otto's knew very well that he was just being nice on the surface. Those who could kill gods were not easy to deal with. He paused for a moment and continued. "In addition, I would like to invite you to participate in this year's Conference of the Gods. The scale of this year's Conference of the Gods will be grand, and almost all the true gods will be participating." "A meeting of the gods? And it's related to me?" Eve's heart skipped a beat. As the meeting place of the gods, the Pantheon Temple was a large venue. However, in her predecessor's legacy, it was mostly used to mediate conflicts between the true gods. There were very few meetings where a bunch of true gods gathered together like Otto said. Of course, there were. But that was often when major events occurred in the Seeker's universe. And if there were any recent major events that were related to her, probably, it would be the recovery of magic power in the Seeker's world. As for her true identity, it shouldn't have been exposed yet. At least, most of the true gods didn't know. If she had something on the surface that could attract the attention of other mythical beings, Eve estimated that there should be 3 points. First, the origin of her priesthood. Second, the players that she raised. Third, she was the only mythical being whose main body could move freely in the Seeker's world. She just didn't know which one it would be related to, or perhaps all of them. Eve's thoughts turned and she nodded gently. Date? 2 months from now, the day of the magic wave in the Seeker's world. Otto's replied respectfully. The day of the magic wave, also known as the day of the magic wave, was the day of the year with the highest average concentration of magic power in the Seeker's world. This date was regular, and there wasn't much difference from year to year. It was usually between September 10th and September 15th every year. But for the true gods, they could accurately predict the specific date through the flow of magic power in the Seeker's world. Eve sensed that it should be September 13th this year. I see, I will go to the Pantheon Temple on September 13th, participate in the meeting of the gods, and leave my own divine throne. She said. What was to come would come. And she was now a mid-level divine power, so she more or less had some confidence. With that said, Eve glanced at Otto's and found him much more pleasing to the eye. She didn't know if it was because she deliberately used a true god-level avatar to disguise her main body, but she always felt that he was more honest than she thought. He had been fighting with the players before and had suffered a great loss. Of course, at most, he was a little more pleasing to the eye. As a demigod emissary of the god of war, Eve didn't believe that he came to see her just to convey the orders of the Pantheon Temple. Eve paused for a moment, then looked at Otto's who was sitting upright, well, perhaps it should be said that he was standing upright, and said with a faint smile. Is there anything else? Hearing Eve's words, Otto's raised his head instinctively. When he met her purple eyes, he couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. At this moment, Otto suddenly had a feeling that all his thoughts had been seen through. Like when he was still immortal, he swallowed a mouthful of non-existent saliva, then braced himself and said, of course, and to convey. Lord Lot's oracle. He originally wanted to say order. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. And when he said this, he saw the smile on Eve's face become gentler. But although it was gentle, Otto's felt that there was no smile in that smile. What oracle? Eve asked faintly. Otto's was a little hesitant. But he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Eve, you have won the battle of the gods. This battle was started by the god of winter and the god of hunting, Ullr, without the permission of the gods, so. Lord Lot doesn't intend to pursue the matter of you killing a god, but. Ullr's 3 priesthoods, winter, hunting, and half-orc, Lord Lot needs to take them back. With that, he carefully raised his head and looked at the goddess of life's expression. He saw that the elf-like goddess was still looking at him with a smile. But the more she smiled, the more Otto's felt his hair stand on end. He also couldn't understand. It was supposed to be a mission to convey an oracle, but why did it have to be so up and down and frightening? If he had to say something, it would be that he was caught off guard and met the true body of this true god. Anything else? Eve continued to smile. Otto's also gave up on healing and directly said all the words that the god of war, Lord, had given him, but he tried to convey it in a more tactful way. Also, you should have collected the divine artifact, the Crown of Nature, after the Battle of the Gods. The Crown of Nature has been in Lord Lot's possession for thousands of years and is already his true divine artifact. So, please return the Crown of Nature. As soon as she said that, Otto's felt the temperature in the room drop a few degrees. He, who was already a demigod, was no longer afraid of the cold, and in fact, the temperature in the confessional did not change. But at this moment, Otto's heart skipped a beat, and he felt a chill all over his body. At this moment, he smelled the aura of God's wrath. Are you done? He heard the goddess of life's voice, which had no trace of a smile. No more. Otto's replied. If that's all, then go back. He heard the goddess of life say faintly. Then, Otto saw her waving her hand. He only felt an irresistible force rushing toward him, pushing him directly out of the confessional. Throughout the whole process, Otto's did not even have the strength to resist and was pushed out of the temple in a daze. Although it was because of his serious injuries, the goddess of life's great power with just a raise of her hand still shocked Otto's. Under such power, he could not even control his body's balance and sat directly on the ground. Then, he saw the mysterious demigod named Fennel walk out. She looked at him coldly and said, Her Holiness said that there is no distinction between life and death in the battle of the gods. All the spoils of war belong to the victor. The priesthood of the god of winter and the god of the hunt is naturally the same. Moreover, his priesthood has long been destroyed by Her Holiness. As for the crown of nature, it was originally a divine artifact that belonged to the mother goddess of the elves. It belongs to the elves, and now it's just being returned to its rightful owner. Please go back. After saying that, she snorted softly and turned to close the door of the temple. Otto's opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. In fact, he had already guessed this the moment he saw the goddess of life. This goddess of life who had become an elf, was not as weak as her kind. At this moment, after being thrown out, Otto's was somewhat relieved. Seeing the incarnation was different from seeing the real body. Seeing the real body of a true god who had a conflict with his own god system was still too much of a test of his mental endurance. As far as the result was concerned, although he had transmitted the command of the Pantheon Temple, the command of his own true god was considered a failure. He sighed and was about to get up. However, before he got up, he found himself surrounded by this group of strange elves again. Which NPC is that beautiful priestess just now? Why haven't I seen her before? I don't know. Could it be a hidden character? Pfft, this demigod NPC was thrown out directly, didn't come to an agreement? Then she's an enemy, right? Speaking of which, she's already seriously injured, right? Why don't we try? Big Boss Tomato and the others just received a lot of silver blood. Hiss. Is that the blood of a demigod? Yes. I showed it to Fei Lingsui's old blacksmith, Carlos. He said it's a top-grade magic material. It's even more precious than dragon scales. Damn. It's so valuable? Otto's was speechless. For a moment, he saw the elves looking at him with greedy eyes again. Then, they faintly surrounded him. His expression changed. Then, without caring about his image, he used the little bit of divine power that he could mobilize to hide his body, turned around, and ran. He was also in a very sorry state. God of War Lord, after chasing away the God of War's messenger, Eve half reclined on the chair in the confessional, swinging her legs and chuckling. I'll give it to him if he wants it. Does he think I'm his follower? No, true gods aren't that stupid. This should be a test of his, a test of my attitude and character. However, I didn't expect his demigod messenger to be so embarrassed by the players. As if thinking of something, Eve's face showed a hint of a happy smile. Speaking of which, they seem to have gotten a red axe. It seems to be a divine artifact. The red axe of the unknown legendary orc who was struck into ashes by the divine punishment had to be a divine artifact if it could survive the divine punishment. Of course, it was definitely not a true divine artifact or a demigod artifact. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been damaged by the divine punishment. But to be able to survive the divine punishment, it should be at least a legendary level demigod artifact, perhaps close to the level of a demigod artifact. For such a divine artifact, Eve had no need for it. She didn't care about the divine power left in it now. At most a few dozen points, the amount of divine power she needed to convert it would be less. Repair it and leave it for the players to play with. It's also a reward for them. With the increase in the number of players and the expansion of the map, Eve gradually planned to let go of the equipment that they got that was above their level. Not to mention other things, there were many divine artifacts left behind in the Broken Kingdom. Eve couldn't confiscate all of them. That would be too demoralizing. The players now had to face many enemies, and their level was not only black iron or silver. Just relying on the equipment provided by Eve wasn't a long-term solution. With no plans to further improve the overall strength of the players, it was also a choice to let go of their equipment. Those who were capable could naturally get better equipment with their strength. Of course, with the player's strength, they couldn't unleash the true power of this divine artifact. This wasn't like the high-level magic scrolls sold in the black market. The scrolls could be activated with magic power. As long as they could get their hands on them, they could release high-level magic even if they were low-level magic. But divine artifacts and the like, as long as it wasn't a true divine artifact and didn't have enough strength, it was at most a little more powerful than ordinary weapons. Eve also thought it through. When the map was small and the number of players was small, it was necessary to control the balance of equipment because unbalanced equipment would dampen the enthusiasm of many players. But now that the map was big, in order to stimulate the players to explore further, this aspect could be appropriately relaxed. Of course, if there really was a true divine artifact, then, it would definitely be taken back. With this thought, Eve snapped her fingers and returned to the kingdom with the help of the belief network. If a demigod who had recovered some of his power was determined to escape, the gamers had no way to stop him. After the spectating gamers discovered that their target had disappeared, they mumbled and went about their business. Winterfell was built not long ago, so there were many chores to be done. There was no lack of daily missions. Though Winterfell was located in a remote area, and it was troublesome to teleport to the City of Heaven's Chosen, there were many magical beasts nearby, and it was near the Shattered Godly Kingdom instance dungeon, so it was a gathering point for many gamers. Therefore, the number of online gamers in Winterfell was one of the highest among the 7 new cities. However, to the gamers of the First Legion Guild, Otto's was having a hard time escaping. Wait, where is he? He escaped just like that? Is there no follow-up plot? They looked at each other in bewilderment. Fried Tomato frowned as he carried the red battle axe and a few bottles of demigod blood. He felt that, it was a loss. He had died so many times and paid a high price to obtain the statue of the Eternal Lord and many magic stone bombs in exchange for a broken battle axe and some blood, though it was the blood of a demigod, and the elf NPC said that it was a good mana material. It was a loss compared to his own investment. He thought that there would be a follow-up plot since it involved a demigod. Veteran Tomato, what do you think of the battle axe? Is it valuable? While Fried Tomato was calculating the gains and losses of the ambush, his fellow gamers asked curiously. Fried Tomato shook his head. Like many pieces of equipment in the Shattered Godly Kingdom, I can't appraise it. Though it's damaged, it's still very powerful. I tested it just now, and it can increase the damage by at least 30%. It also has sharpness and bleeding effects. Perhaps there are other effects, but I haven't discovered them yet. Overall, it's okay. It's not inferior to the Lionheart sword. It's similar to the upper silver legendary sword or even the lower gold legendary sword. There were many pieces of equipment in the Shattered Godly Kingdom instance dungeon. However, most of the equipment was damaged. Even if the gamers learned the appraisal skill, they were unable to appraise the equipment. They were met with question marks. This was because the equipment's level was out of the gamer's appraisal range. However, although many pieces of equipment could not be appraised, they could still be used. Players could roughly estimate the effects of the equipment based on the damage they received when using it and their combat rating after equipping the equipment. Of course, this was only limited to the humanoid creature's equipment and some lost weapons. There were all sorts of races participating in the 1,000-year War of the Gods, and there were many pieces of equipment that players couldn't use. For example, some races with several legs, or races with several hands, or races that were much larger than the players. Players couldn't wear the equipment on their corpses even if they took it off. They couldn't modify it either. Even if they gave it to the best elven blacksmith in the elven forest, Carlos, he would shake his head repeatedly. He said that most of these pieces of equipment were divine tools. Although they contained very little divine power, they could not be repaired by mortals. If one wanted to repair them, one had to be at least a legendary blacksmith. As for legendary blacksmiths, there weren't any in the elf forest. Therefore, the only use of these pieces of equipment was to sacrifice them to the goddess in exchange for a large amount of contribution points. The Nature's Heart Guild had contacted the Dark Dwarves to look for legendary blacksmiths in the underground world. However, such legendary blacksmiths were rare and not everyone was willing to meet them. So far, there had been no results. Therefore, for the equipment that couldn't be used, more players chose to sacrifice it in the end. The good thing was that the system's price for these pieces of equipment was much higher than the scrap metal used to fight the half-orcs. There was one time when a player sacrificed a set of mysterious armor that couldn't be worn and received tens of thousands of contribution points as a reward. Therefore, even if the Shattered Kingdom of Gods was more dangerous, it still attracted a large number of players. Whether it was picking up a piece of mysterious equipment that could be used or sacrificing equipment in exchange for contribution points, it was very attractive. A silver upper golden legendary item. And it also has an attack effect. The sharpness and bleeding effects are also very good. If that's the case, if it's auctioned, it would at least be worth 1,000,000 contribution points. And this is still in a damaged state. If it's repaired, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Looking at the battle axe in Fried Tomato's hand, a player said in surprise. You have to be able to repair it first. No one knows how to repair this equipment, and we've invested a lot of money into it. The statue of the Eternal Lord was bought with money. If we convert it into contribution points, it's about the same amount. Fried Tomato shook his head. That's true. Let's see how much contribution points the collected God's blood can be sold. The Mang Mang committee should be interested. They have quite a lot of life mages there. The guild players sighed. However, just as the players who participated in the Siege of the Demigod felt a little regretful, a new system notification appeared in their system. Ding, completed hidden mission, Demigod Messenger, obtained rewards, 30,000 contribution points, 100,000 experience, max level players can convert it into contribution points at a 10:1 ratio, resurrection coins x 40. The players weren't surprised to receive rewards such as contribution points. This was given by the system when they triggered the hidden mission. Max level players could no longer gain more experience, but the new experience they gained would be converted into contribution points at a certain ratio. So, for them, killing monsters was equivalent to making money. Contribution points were still very important. Although they were becoming less and less valuable, they were still hard currency, and many good items were extremely expensive. However, they were not surprised by the rewards given by the mission. They were barely pleasing to the eye. At their level, mission rewards were no longer the main source of income. The dropped items of monsters were. For example, the red axe this time. Although it was damaged, its value was much higher than the mission reward. It was just that it wasn't easy to distribute among 80 people. On average, it might not be as good as the mission reward. After some discussion, they decided to use the most primitive and effective method of online games, which was to auction. The highest bidder would get it, and the others would share the contribution points equally. However, just when the players thought that the rewards were over, a new message popped up below. Frowny Face obtained additional reward, Artifact Repair Voucher, 100,000 contribution points, Artifact Repair Voucher? 100,000 contribution points? What was this? Including Tomato Fried Tomato, all the players who participated in attacking autos were stunned. Hey, did you get any additional rewards? Yes, they said it's an artifact repair voucher or something. Me too. They talked for a while and realized that each of them had an additional reward. Not only that, but even in their personal status bar, there was a new shiny golden voucher behind the revival token and lottery ticket. The name was Artifact Repair Voucher, 100,000 contribution points. ×1, it was also the kind that was bound to a person and couldn't be resold. Just when the players were feeling excited, confused, and curious about this reward that suddenly appeared, a new announcement appeared in the vision of all the online players. Ding, the First Army Guild has triggered the Artifact Repair System. Artifact Repair System is now online in the exchange shop. Artifact Repair System? The players were slightly stunned. Tomato Fried Tomato thought of something and was overjoyed. Then, he ran toward the temple. The other players also came to their senses and followed suit. When he arrived at the main hall of the shrine, he ran up to the statue of Goddess Eve and skillfully drew the symbol of the Staff of Life on his chest. He then knelt down skillfully and recited in a rather skillful and formal tone, "My name is Eve. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great Goddess Eve." Then, he entered the exchange shop skillfully. The items in the exchange shop were as dazzling as always. Of course, For Tomato Fried Tomato, who had now graduated as a silver upper and was firmly in the top 5 in the entire server, these items were no longer in his goal. He directly jumped to the bottom of the shop and looked at the new function, Artifact Repair Pool. It was a golden icon that looked like a forging table. When one's gaze focused on it, more information would appear. Frowny face Artifact Repair Pool, used to repair damaged celestial artifacts. Players can spend contribution points to repair damaged celestial artifacts in the Celestial Artifact Repair Pool. The contribution points required to repair a celestial artifact is directly related to the degree of damage and rarity of the celestial artifact. Note, Artifact Repair Voucher can offset part of the contribution points required for repair. Artifact-free repair times can ignore the contribution points required to repair a damaged artifact. There really was a function to repair artifacts, so this was how the Artifact Repair Voucher could be used. Tomato Fried Tomato was delighted. This was really like a pillow given to him when he was sleepy. During this period of time, he had spent a lot of time in the Broken Kingdom of God dungeon. He had accumulated a lot of equipment that could not be appraised but could barely be used. According to what Carlos had said, these should all be divine artifacts. Pleasantly surprised, he took out a cracked shield that he had picked up in the Kingdom of God dungeon from his storage ring, intending to test the waters. He did not intend to test the waters with a red axe because this equipment had not been auctioned yet. However, just before he chose to repair the shield, he had another thought. He changed it to a damaged equipment that he had successfully appraised and chose to repair it. Ding, this equipment is too shabby and not an artifact. The system will not accept it. Tomato Fried Tomato was speechless. In this case, only an artifact can be repaired. Taking off the damaged equipment, Tomato Fried Tomato replaced it with the shield from the beginning. Ding, this equipment is a damaged artifact. It can be repaired. A total of 535,000 contribution points will be required to repair it. Repair it? Tomato Fried Tomato was speechless. More than 500,000 contribution points? At this moment, he was stunned. This was enough to buy a gold legendary equipment at the lower level of silver. Although he was already a big shot and did not lack contribution points, he had accumulated more than 6 sets of such equipment. Moreover, this was the least damaged one. But soon, Tomato Fried Tomato's expression changed slightly. Think about it from another perspective. The fact that so many contribution points need to be repaired also shows the potential of this artifact. But what if it's an intact artifact? Thinking of this, Tomato Fried Tomato removed the shield and took out a dagger that could not be appraised, which was also from the Broken Kingdom of God. The dagger was in perfect condition. Ding, this equipment is an intact artifact and does not need to be repaired. It can be appraised. A total of 8,000 contribution points will be required to appraise it. Repair it? It could be appraised. Tomato Fried Tomato was pleasantly surprised. He did not care about 8,000 contribution points. Moreover, this dagger was quite useful. Tomato Fried Tomato instinctively felt that it was not inferior to a gold legendary equipment at the upper level of silver. It could break through all kinds of defensive spells with just a poke. Thinking of this, he decided to appraise it. A golden light flashed, and 8,000 contribution points were deducted from his personal status bar. The information of the dagger also appeared in his mind. Cold Blade Dagger, this is a dagger infused with the divine power of the god of winter and hunting. It is evaluated as a gold legendary equipment at the lower level of gold. It has 3 special effects: freezing, lethal, and sharp. It can ignore any defensive spells at the lower level of gold equipment. Reminder, the equipment effect is limited by the user's strength. When equipped, the ability to ignore magic will be affected by the user's strength. The effect can be exerted at most 2 levels higher than the user's level until it can ignore spells at the 7th level. It was a gold legendary equipment at the lower level of gold. Tomato Fried Tomato was shocked. He thought that it was at the upper level of silver, but now it seemed that it was because he was not strong enough to fully exert its power. The effect could be exerted at most 2 levels higher than the user's level. In other words, the middle level of silver was the lowest equipment standard, and it could exert 100% of the effect. Tomato Fried Tomato was very surprised. Not only that, after the appraisal, Tomato Fried Tomato also found that although the attribute bar of the cold blade dagger was gold like other gold legendary equipment, it was shining like starlight. It was like an advanced version of the gold legendary equipment, a special effect bar exclusive to the artifact. Just based on this, the era of the ordinary gold legendary equipment is going to be over. Tomato Fried Tomato sighed. Very good. And I feel that the shield is much more powerful than the dagger. If it is repaired, it will be even more powerful. He thought again. However, he did not intend to repair it for the time being. Tomato Fried Tomato's personal savings were now more than 5 million contribution points. He had spent the rest. He intended to auction off the red axe first. This red axe was already full of cracks, but it was still so powerful. He estimated that it would be sold for a high price when it was auctioned. However, there should not be many people in his guild who were richer than him. The chances of him getting it were still very high. Sigh. Although I'm already level 50 and don't have the pressure to level up, I still have to work hard to earn contribution points. The reward for the restoration of the artifact. If I look at it this way, it's really a very valuable reward. One is equivalent to 100,000 contribution points. And the number of times the artifact can be repaired for free. TSK, if there's really such a thing, the players will probably fight over it, right? It's priceless if it's free. Tomato Fried Tomato thought for a while, then marked the red axe, wanting to see how many contribution points it would take to repair it. However, when he saw the contribution points required to repair the axe, he was stunned again. 5 million contribution points? After being stunned for a while, he muttered with red eyes, "Where can I get the number of times the artifact can be repaired for free?" As he exited the exchange store, Fried Tomatoes felt that he had a new goal in life. In the past, when he was at the max level, he had a full set of gold legendary equipment that he had exchanged for 6 sets. Even his magic pet set was a unicorn, a giant dragon, and a large cave spider. He didn't lack a house either. He felt that he was already a mature graduate. Except for the fact that he didn't have the patience to lick the NPCs and couldn't get the newly online elemental fairies, it could be said that he had almost everything that a player in Elf Nation could have. But it was different now. As soon as the artifact repair system came out, Fried Tomato knew that the era of ordinary golden legendary equipment would be over. In the future, the golden legendary equipment exchanged in the shop would become civilian graduation equipment. For the real bosses and tycoons, a set of unique divine equipment was the ultimate configuration, and Fried Tomato himself also had a new goal, that was to make money as much as possible. He had to earn tens of millions of contribution points and repair a set of divine equipment. With this in mind, Fried Tomato walked out of the temple. At this moment, his companions who entered with him also came out of the temple one after another. Everyone looked a little absent-minded. Only their eyes were shining, like wild beasts who had found a target and were eager to hunt. Fried Tomato looked at them, and one of the players couldn't help but ask, "Boss Tomato? What? Have you seen the artifact repair system?" "Nonsense, why would I enter the temple if I didn't see that?" "Since you've seen it, then, should our guild go to the God's Kingdom instance dungeon to earn contribution points tonight? I feel so poor now. The Broken God's Kingdom was the best place to earn contribution points now. There were many monsters there, and the monsters' levels were also on the higher side. There was a chance of picking up broken divine equipment. Even if they killed the adventurers who sneaked in, they could often make a fortune. Those who could sneak in generally had good things on them. If they were lucky, they could even snatch the divine equipment they collected." The other players also echoed, "Me too. I was so excited that I thought that the mysterious equipment I picked up 2 days ago could finally be repaired. Who knew that just the appraisal alone would cost more than 20,000 contribution points, and the repair would cost almost 500,000. As soon as the artifact repair system came out, I instantly felt like a pauper. My contribution points aren't even enough to repair shoes." Me too, hurry up and make money." The players were all talking at once, and Tomato Stir-Fried Tomato had a deep understanding of this. Thinking about the 5 million yuan needed to repair the red axe, he was no different from a pauper. At this moment, a player remembered the axe in Fried Tomato's hand and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Boss Tomato, I saw you bring the axe in. Have you seen the repair requirements for the axe? Stir-fried tomato sighed, nodded, and made a 5 gesture. 500,000? The other players looked as if they had expected this. It was simply a scam. Fried Tomato had a strange look on his face. He shook his head and stretched out his other hand to make 2 fists. The other players, 5 million? Someone took a light breath and asked with uncertainty. Stir-fried Tomatoes nodded. The other players, all right, that's enough. When are we going to build the werewolf mercenaries' stronghold? My saber is already thirsty for blood. Let's do it today. We'll gather everyone and send them off together. After that, we'll form a group and head to the Shattered Kingdom of God dungeon to kill those few devil resurrection points. The impact of the artifact repair system going online was huge. It wasn't just the First Legion. The various guilds and players checked the contribution requirements for the godly equipment restoration system through the exchange shop. They also saw the exaggerated attributes of the godly equipment restoration system and the dazzling golden tag frame of the godly equipment restoration system through the flaunting of certain rich players. They all knew that times were about to change. As their levels increased, it became easier to obtain contribution points. Everyone originally thought that it was good to have it easier and easier. But now, they all realized that if they wanted to pursue a higher level, it was simply like going back to the days before liberation. Perhaps for some lifestyle players and civilian players who preferred to be lazy, the requirement of a full set of artifact repair system seemed too difficult. It was already good enough to obtain a full set of golden legendary equipment. But among the 360,000 players, there were some who wanted a full set of artifact repair system. The power of artifact repair system was obviously greater. And if they obtained one, it was very likely that they would be able to use it for a long time in the future. If they obtained an upper gold or even legendary artifact repair system, they would be able to use it all the way to upper gold or legendary. Not only that, Elf Nation had not completely opened up the silver level yet. If they wanted to get a silver slot, they still had to grind the weekly black iron contribution ranking, obtain the fixed slots released every week, as well as the drops from the Demon God's Labyrinth instance dungeon, or the occasional hidden plot. Players who could really advance to silver were still a minority among the 360,000 players. There were only slightly more than 1,000 people in the entire server. Most players were now stuck at the maximum level of 40. Other than learning more skills, their strength had reached a bottleneck. But it was different now. Once the artifact repair system was released, many people saw the possibility of advancing their strength further even if they did not advance to silver. That was to try their luck to find a damaged high-level artifact, find a way to repair and equip it. This was possible. The moment the artifact repair system was released, the number 1 nouveau riche in the entire server, Salty Meow, did an experiment. She repaired all the damaged artifact repair system that she had purchased from the players and put them all on. Her combat power soared instantly, and she suddenly overshadowed the number 1 player in the entire server, Boxed Lunch. That was not all. She then let a black iron max level player from the Meng Meng committee put on these 6 sets of artifact repair system and PK with another silver player who was completely covered in gold. In the end, the black iron player won, 5 against 5, and it was a crushing defeat every time, although this was partly because the silver player was not at the maximum level. It was very rare for a black iron player to counterattack, and this gave many black iron players a new ray of hope. That was to rely on the artifact repair system to become stronger. Although it was also a method of luck, this was indeed the second way besides obtaining the silver profession advancement quota. Moreover, the silver profession advancement quota would be released to the entire server sooner or later. It was just that there was a generation gap now. But the artifact repair system, according to the description, it could be used for a long, long time. Of course, they subconsciously ignored the fact that silver players could also think of ways to obtain the artifact repair system, and the price of repairing the artifact repair system was simply an astronomical figure. Anyway, they were done for. A person without dreams was no different from a salted fish. In an instant, the players of the entire server swarmed in. The Shattered Kingdom of God instance dungeon became the most popular instance dungeon in the entire game, and a large number of players flooded in. In a short period of time, the number of players in Winterfell skyrocketed. Even the city administrator of the First Legion was unable to cope. The players were very enthusiastic. However, the adventurers were in trouble. They were horrified to discover that the elves of the elf forest had gone crazy and were swarming towards the divine ruins. Not only that, but the crazy elves also became more aggressive. In the past, as long as the adventurers ran quickly after seeing the elves, they wouldn't be in danger. But now, if they were seen by the elves would chase after them crazily. It was hard to get rid of them. If they dragged on for a while, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. The only way to escape was probably to throw away all the valuables on his body and run for his life while the elves were picking up his things. That was the only weakness of the elves. They seemed to have a mysterious obsession with equipment, especially those brought out by adventurers from the ruins of the gods. It was terrifying. As for the gathering point of the adventurers, the werewolf mercenaries claimed that they had learned their lesson and built a sturdy new camp. However, in less than a day, it was destroyed by the long-eared mercenaries equipped with alchemy bombs. When the gamers besieged the gathering point of the adventurers, they were surprised to discover that besides Halser's statue of God, the other statues of God that they obtained from other places couldn't be used. In other words, they couldn't harm the faction NPCs. They couldn't profane or get close to them. Many gamers lamented that it was a pity. But it was understandable. The godly punishment bomb was like a bug. Halser's was fine, but the Eternal Lord's was like a small nuclear weapon. It was terrifying. It destroyed the balance of the game, so it was good that it was banned. The restriction on the use of the godly punishment bomb was only a small interlude. Now, the attention of all the gamers was focused on the divine weapon repair system. The popularity of the divine weapon repair system overshadowed the elemental fairies, who were online not long ago. Of course, it was because the elemental fairies were too difficult to lick. After being online for so long, there weren't many players who had licked the elemental fairies, and there were even fewer who had licked the gender they liked. Many of the players who had hooked up with the elemental fairies had attracted the elemental fairies' interest by accident rather than licking them intentionally. Of course, this didn't include Limu, who had mastered the way of licking, in the foothills of the Gloom Mountain Range, where the magic power was in chaos. A red-haired elemental fairy stood on a branch. She raised her head slightly and said proudly, "Humph, since you played with me for so long and even thought of a nice name for me, then I'll reluctantly agree to your request and become your contract partner." Limu nodded repeatedly with joy on his face. At this moment, he was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He finally succeeded. In order to gain the trust of the elemental fairy, he had stayed in the Gloom Mountain Range for half a month and tried his best to please her. Finally, he gained her approval. If there was one regret, probably, the elemental fairy he gained her trust wasn't a beautiful and cute little loli like Doraemon, but a Tsundere Shota. However, the elemental fairies were ridiculously good-looking, and the males were more neutral. Limu felt that if Neza were to wear a little skirt, he would be no different from Doraemon. Neza was the name he gave to the elemental fairy. This little guy was red all over, good at fire magic, and had a tsundere temper. It was quite compatible. Limu was quite satisfied with this result. He also got along quite well with little Neza. These elemental spirits seemed to have different personalities. Limu had met a female dark elemental spirit before. She was very cute, but she was too two-faced. She played him for a fool, and in the end, she ran away with a burst of crisp laughter. They all had their advantages and disadvantages. Limu felt that as a partner, it was better to have a personality he liked. He liked a straightforward personality. It didn't matter if they had shortcomings, but they had to be sincere when communicating. And he had never liked two-faced characters. Even if he knew that the other party wasn't bad, he just didn't like them. It could be considered a personality conflict. In short, he had successfully hooked up with the elemental fairy. Next, he could rest assured and go to the Divine Kingdom dungeon to grind for divine artifacts. Elemental fairies were very sensitive to magic power. Limu planned to bring the little guy along when he grinded. Maybe it would have a miraculous effect. After signing the partnership contract and beckoning the little guy to sit on his shoulder, Limu returned to Grey Harbor. When he returned to his base and saw Demacia, who had already known the news, the other party's eyes widened. Then he laughed out loud. F***ck. Brother Moo, why is the elemental fairy you contracted a male? Isn't the girl nice enough? Why didn't you kidnap a beautiful girl? Why did you kidnap a little boy? Men are so boring. Limu was speechless. He was used to Damasia's big mouth and just twitched the corner of his mouth, but little Neza on his shoulder felt offended. Humph. He snorted coldly, raised his hand slightly, and rewarded Damasia with a one-circle explosive spell. Looking at the small fireball smashing toward him, Damasia's smile froze on his face. F***ck. He was startled and hurriedly dodged. But he still couldn't dodge and was hit directly on the head. He had been level 50 for a long time. The little fairy deliberately controlled the one-circle spell to not kill him, but it was enough to embarrass him. Caught off guard, his afro head really became afro. Damasia wailed, then rubbed the flames on his head and ran away. Serves you right. Limu's elemental fairy raised her little head high. Limu was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But soon, he felt the little guy on his shoulder tighten and suddenly reach out to grab his neck. Limu, who had been with Neza for some time, knew that this little guy was nervous. And just as he was wondering what the other party was nervous about, he suddenly heard a familiar and pleasantly surprised voice. Wow. Brother Moo, have you also found an elemental fairy partner? Limu looked up. It was Shamu. On his shoulder sat the wind elemental fairy, Ding Dang, happily licking white nuts. From time to time, she would look curiously at Limu and Neza on his shoulder. Yes, this is Neza. Limu introduced. When he introduced, he found that his little Neza had become reserved and honest, completely without the arrogance from before. Hearing Limu's words, Shamu was slightly stunned. He looked at the little guy on Limu's shoulder and then smiled. They're quite compatible. After saying that, he also introduced himself. I'm Shamu. He pointed at Ding Dang. This is Ding Dang. The two of them exchanged a few more words before Shamu bid farewell and left. It wasn't until Shamu left that Limu heard little Neza's surprised voice. So, there really are other contracted elemental fairies. Is she called Ding Dang? That sounds nice. Limu raised his eyebrows slightly. For some reason, he felt that these words sounded a little strange. He turned his head to look at the little guy who was flying in the air and looking in the direction Shamu left. Limu saw that his eyes were slightly shining, and his expression was a little shy. Limu was speechless. Something's wrong with you. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. At this moment, it would be strange if he didn't know why the elemental fairy he had just hooked up with suddenly became quiet. So, elemental fairies also have feelings for the opposite sex? He was dumbfounded. But even if it was true, he could only light a candle for little Neza. He knew Shamu. That guy completely raised Ding Dang as his daughter. Limu guessed that he wouldn't allow a pig to appear out of nowhere. As for Ding Dang, that little guy, other than eating, licking, it revolved around Shamu every day and didn't care about anything else. It's a one-sided love. Limu silently lit a candle in little Neza's heart. At this time, a few guild players who were covered in bruises and limping back to the encampment attracted Limu's attention. He slightly frowned and hurriedly went up to use the druid's healing magic to help heal them. What happened? How did they end up like this? These players were all black iron level. As they healed, they bitterly smiled. Brother Moo, don't mention it. There's a bug in the Demon God Instance dungeon. There's a bug in the Demon God Labyrinth? Limu was slightly stunned. That's right. The big boss Azazel went berserk. The injured player replied. In front of the ferocious and deep Demon God Palace. A team of players finally found the key to the Demon God Palace after fighting all the demons along the way. The players who summoned the final level looked at the tall building in front of them with anticipation. The veteran players were calmer and had already begun to skillfully take potions and apply various buffs. A few beta players who were playing the Demon God Palace for the first time looked around curiously with excitement. Is this the Demon God Palace? It's so cool. Haha, I've seen videos on the internet. It said that it's very exciting. This boss has a learning function and will remember the player's attack patterns. The players who had just entered the palace were excited, and the leader in charge cautioned them carefully. Hey, you newbies, don't use fire magic later. This boss is immune to fire, and it can devour to become stronger. After entering, stand in the position we agreed on before. This boss only has a few attack patterns. As long as you pay attention, you can kite it. Also, take potions in advance. Don't worry about the side effects. Make sure you have enough magic as long as you can pass the level. Of course, if you have a magic fruit without side effects, pretend I didn't say anything. Hearing the leader's words, the players nodded. Don't worry, we've read the strategy guide in advance. A beta player said. This time, we must exchange the profession change scroll. I prepared the contribution points for the auction. It took me a month to save up as a mine supervisor. Another beta player rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Is it the one in the Mountain Peak Cities mine? The mission to watch over the orc miners? The leader raised his eyebrows. Yes. The Meng committee is generous. They give a lot of contribution points. The beta player replied. Of course, they started out in real estate. Half of the real estate in the City of Heaven's Chosen belongs to them. How can they not be rich? A veteran player replied. F***CK. Half? The housing prices in the City of Heaven's Chosen are terrifying, right? The new player was stunned. Yes, when you're still working hard to save contribution points to buy a house, other guilds have already arranged for their exclusive guild dormitories. This is the difference. So, work hard and strive to pass the Meng committee's entrance test. The leader patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly. The new player was speechless. Life is so helpless and unequal. The Elven Kingdom was too F***king realistic. After the gamers rested for a while to replenish their energy and make various preparations, they officially pushed open the door of the Devil God Palace. Rows of torches lit up one after another, illuminating the eerie palace. The players also saw the final goal of this trip, the tall goat-horned demon statue in the middle of the palace. The door closed automatically, and then, an angry and awe-inspiring roar rose in the palace. A bunch of lowly ants. How dare you step into my territory? Under the nervous and expectant gazes of the players, the cold statue transformed into a goat-horned demon with flames all over its body. This was the final boss of this trip, the seventh demon god, Azazel. The players were exhilarated. Then, according to their plan, they got into their attacking positions and started attacking the demon god boss. Just like what was written in the guide, the boss's signature roar before its attack was heard. Tremble. Die. However, despite the roar, the boss's expected attack pattern did not come. Under the astonished gazes of the gamers, the huge goat-horned devil roared and charged at them. Why is it charging directly at us? Shouldn't it draw its sword of fire and get into a defensive position to slash at the gamers who are attacking it? The veteran gamers in the team were surprised. Before the team leader could give an effective command, the gamers saw the boss's body glowing brightly, and cracks appeared on its body. What skill is this? The team leader, who had led the newbie team countless times, was slightly stunned. He had never seen the demon god Labyrinth's boss in such a situation. In the next second, a terrifying energy gathered in the palace, under a series of F***CK from the gamers. The boss, who had charged in front of the gamers, emitted a dazzling light, and then, it exploded. Boom. The entire demon god Labyrinth shook from the explosion. After the explosion, more than 3/4 of the Labyrinth players had been sent back to Yggdrasil, and the remaining 1/4 were all lying on the ground, heavily injured and dying. The Silver Commander, who had led countless demon god Labyrinth teams to clear the dungeon, vomited blood as he stared dumbfounded at the spot where the boss had self-destructed. The few newbie players who had been chatting and laughing just now were gone from the explosion. Their voices and smiles seemed to be echoing in front of his eyes. What's going on? The team leader was at a loss. He was stunned by the boss's self-destruction. Damn it. I'll definitely be back. The familiar roar was heard again. The surviving players were speechless. The boss had long disappeared from the palace, and now that it had said this, it felt very strange, and funny. Then, it was the system's calculation. They had F*King cleared the dungeon. However, although they had cleared the dungeon, the surviving players were not happy at all. Because they did not cause any damage to the boss, they did not receive any experience points. Moreover, because of the heavy casualties, the mission evaluation was the lowest, and the treasure chest that dropped was only 1,000 contribution points. Those who died in battle were even more miserable, and they did not even receive the 1,000 contribution points reward. The team leader was speechless. This dungeon, there's a bug, right? His eyes widened. There was a bug in the Demon God Labyrinth. This news instantly spread among the players as if it had grown wings. For some reason, Old Ah, the big boss of the Demon God Labyrinth dungeon, seemed to have gone crazy. Every time a player entered the labyrinth, it would not fight. Instead, it would rush to the front of the player and self-destruct, perishing together. The power was quite terrifying, and none of the Demon God Labyrinths could withstand it. Half of the better Demon God Labyrinths were killed on the spot, and the unlucky ones were wiped out directly. Although the system would still deem it as a pass because of the disappearance of the boss, this kind of pass, to the players, it was a complete failure. No experience points, no good rewards. What was the point of playing? Many Black Iron players were still waiting to farm for the Advanced Profession Advancement slots, as the only officially designated drop location for the Advanced Profession Advancement slots. The Demon God Labyrinth dungeon was the hope of many unlucky players. For a time, the Black Iron players in the entire server were in an uproar, and the official website's message feedback channel was flooded with thousands of players. All of them were complaining about the system bug. The players were agitated, but the pain of the seventh demon god, Azazel, no one understood. Azazel had been very depressed recently. Very depressed. As a demon god, he had never thought that he would be treated like this. He woke up, was beaten up, and was sealed. Then, he woke up again, was beaten up, and continued to be sealed. Day after day, sometimes it was repeated more than 10 times a day. He did not know how long it had been repeated from beginning to end. As a veteran demon god who had been sealed for thousands of years, he even felt that the thousands of years of being sealed was not as long as it was now. At least, he could sleep at that time. Now, even sleeping was a luxury, although myths did not need to sleep. Whether they needed to sleep or not was one thing, and whether they could sleep or not was another. Not to mention, the mental exhaustion. At first, when he was resealed by the elves, Azazel was still very angry. Every time, he would fight to the death with these elves who came to seal him. Especially after knowing that he was just a tool for the other party's entertainment. However, no matter how he struggled, no matter how angry he was, his final outcome was the same. Gradually, Azazel became numb to it. Time would change everything. Even Azazel gradually became familiar with the feeling of being trampled on by the elves day after day. This legendary 7 demon gods, on the other hand, found joy in bitterness and found joy in counterattacking. That was to control the demons everywhere in the demon god's maze and kill these hateful long years before they reached the core palace of the demon god's maze. As long as these elves could not enter the palace, he could have some peace. However, this was before. Now, he just wanted to have some peace. Everything still had to start from the battle with the elves. At first, his restraint of the elves through his demon subordinates was quite effective. But as these elves became more and more familiar with the demons and the structure of the demon god's maze, Azazel's counterattack became more and more difficult. It was too fast. These elves were growing too fast. The trick that you used once would soon be mastered by them. When the next wave of elves came, you would find that it could not be used. Azazel seriously suspected that these elves should have some special communication method that allowed them to share their information while not meeting each other. But even so, as a demon god, Azazel was still proud and strong. The more powerful the elves were, the more stubborn he was. He swore that he must keep these guys out of the palace. Because of this miserable Lord Demon God had a lot of motivation, and even the sullen feeling of being beaten up by the elves had dissipated a lot. It was as if he had found the value of persevering. Originally, it should have been like this. Until the public beta players arrived, the Demon God's Maze was the only instance dungeon that had a chance of dropping a silver profession change slot. Before the public beta, this was a paradise for Black Iron players who had reached the maximum level. After the public beta players reached the maximum level of black iron, it became even more popular. So, there was a problem. In the past, although the elves kept pouring into the maze, the number was limited. After a series of eliminations, there were not many teams that could find the demon god's maze. At that time, although Azazel was annoyed by the players, he still had time to catch his breath. But now, times were different. The first public beta players were basically all at the maximum level of black iron, and among the 200,000 players who joined the second time, the hard-working ones had also worked hard to reach level 40. For them, what they hoped for most now was to get the profession change slot and advance to silver. So, a large number of players poured into the Demon God's Maze instance dungeon. The locust-like number stunned Azazel, who was secretly controlling his demon subordinates. The delicate balance of relying on his demon subordinates to fight against the elves, which was not easy to maintain, was instantly broken. The demons in the maze were no match for this group of endless players. As the final big boss, Azazel was even more miserable. He found that he was gradually reduced to a tool demon god that was taken turns to be hacked. Often, he was sealed by a group of players in 1 second, and the next second, he was hacked by another group of players. There was no end to it. In such a situation, no matter how strong one's soul was, if it continued for 1 or 2 months, he would go crazy. Yggdrasil. UB*TCH. Bastard. Shameless. I'm not F**king doing this anymore. Azazel roared angrily in his heart. He ignored some words that he had never said before in his roar, and he had subconsciously accepted the tragic fact that he had become a tool of the elves. Of course, those strange words were learned subtly in the battle with the players. Azazel, who was sealed by the players in turn, was furious. He simply smashed the pot to pieces and directly self-destructed. He knew that these elves would absorb his power by attacking him. Although the absorption was not much, it did exist. He also knew that if these elves did well, they would get rewards from Yggdrasil, especially when they sealed themselves without any injuries, so, he might as well die together. However, he was now firmly sealed by the demon god's maze. Even if he self-destructed, he could not really self-destruct. It was even more impossible to rely on suicide to get a chance to be reborn in the infernal plane. At most, he would explode his current body and be resurrected in the core seal under the demon god's maze in the next second. But after self-destructing a few times, Azazel found a little benefit through his observation of the players. That was, these elves could no longer steal his power, and they could no longer get rewards from Yggdrasil. This gave Azazel a faint sense of satisfaction in his heart, and he self-destructed even more vigorously. Of course, he subconsciously ignored the fact that in this process, he had in fact placed himself in a relatively equal position with these elves to deal with them. If it was in the past, he would not care whether these weak fellows lived or died, whether they got benefits or nothing. The demon god, who was once high and mighty and took pleasure in luring intelligent life and righteous gods into depravity, had reached the twisted point where he would feel pleasure and contentment even if it hurt himself and his enemies. It was also miserable. However, just as Azazel was about to blow himself up to vent the frustration in his heart, a clear and ethereal voice sounded in his heart. Why do you have to do this? Hearing this voice, Azazel froze slightly and then became furious. Yggdrasil. You're asking me why? Why do you think it was necessary? Azazel's indignant voice resounded in the sealed space. Eve was speechless. Hearing Azazel's words, she didn't know how to answer for a while. Eve only knew that this demon god had gone berserk through the players' crazy complaints. Although she habitually said why, now that she thought about it, it seemed that this guy's recent experience would make anyone go crazy. Speaking of which, it was also caused by Eve. Before the open beta, she saw that Azazel seemed to be gradually getting familiar with the players' rhythm. He also used his demon subordinates to play with the players in the maze, so she felt that Azazel still had potential to be discovered. So, after the open beta, she gradually relaxed the respawn limit of the demon god's maze. Anyway, Azazel had not reached his limit, so she could squeeze some more. This was also for the needs of the players. However, the players were like this. As long as you dared to relax the respawn rate. In order to get the items you wanted, they would kill you. This was the silver profession transfer quota. Even if the artifact repair system was released, it was still the most attractive thing for most players. Especially after hundreds of thousands of open beta players completely flooded in, there was a limit to everything. Even the best bow had to be loosened when pulled too much. Even Azazel, the strong-willed demon god's perpetual motion machine, could not withstand the players' repeated seals and fancy teasing, and finally broke down. "You'd better kill me. I've had enough of this kind of humiliation." Azazel's boat was paralyzed in the sealed space, like an orange cat lying on the ground. Even the flames on his body dimmed by 30%. The huge goat-horned demon was like a salted fish lying on the ground waiting for death. Eve's mouth twitched. "Kill you and let you resurrect in the infernal plane?" The 7 lords of hell were immortal. As long as the infernal plane was not destroyed, they could be resurrected. "Then I'll tell you the entrance to the infernal plane's origin space that I'm in charge of. You can send your avatar there to destroy my core of divinity. Anyway, with your current strength, you can definitely forcefully leave the world of Seekers. It's easier to leave than to enter a plane like the material world," Azazel said as if he had nothing to lose. The core of the godheads of the 7 lords of hell was hidden in the origin space of the 7 layers of hell. It had fused with the origin energy of the infernal plane, and it also contained the core power of their souls. This was also the reason why they could rely on the hell plane to continuously revive. If he knew where the core of a demon god's quintessence was, he could destroy the core of his quintessence and the plane origin space. Theoretically, he could completely kill one of the 7 demon gods of hell and directly destroy the plane of hell. However, the true gods could not resist the erosion of the abyssal power, nor could they find the core of the demon deities' godheads in the hell plane. Eve could resist the erosion of the abyssal power, but she was not interested in it. Destroy Azazel's quintessence core. Wasn't that the same as directly uprooting the chives? Only by offering their souls to the 7 demon gods of the abyss could they rely on the hell plane to continuously resurrect and borrow the power of the abyss to recover their strength. If he directly killed this guy and destroyed the hell plane, Eve would at most have the same amount of divine power as another mid-level divine power. How could it be better to tie this guy up and cut off the chives one by one? At the same time, it could also entertain the players and train their combat power. Everyone knew how to choose in the long run. Not to mention, the words of the 7 demon gods could not be trusted. If Eve really followed Azazel's instructions to find the core of his quintessence, who knew if she would fall into the trap he had dug? "You know, I won't let you go, and I won't let you die so easily." Eve shook her head and said. "Then I'll self-destruct every time. Don't you want to use me to train those elves and let them use the war sacrifice to steal my power? I'll self-destruct every time so that you won't get anything." Azazel roared in grief and indignation. "Then I'll strengthen the seal on your body so that you can't even self-destruct in the future." Eve replied without hesitation. Azazel was speechless. "In addition, I have plenty of ways to extract your power. If you really want to, you don't have to rely on the elves. If you want to threaten me with self-destruction, it's not enough." Eve shook her head. Azazel was speechless. "Speaking of which, actually, you don't really need to rely on your will to fight. You've been fighting with the elves for so long, and I've almost memorized your movement mechanism. At most, I'll completely seal your will after that, and then weave your movement mechanism into a spell and copy it on your body. This way, as long as your body appears, everything will automatically proceed." Eve touched her chin and continued. Azazel was speechless. He widened his eyes and looked at Eve with a trace of horror. Being beaten by some ants that he usually looked down on was enough to make a demon god collapse. If he didn't even have control of his body and could only watch himself fight with those hateful elves comically like a puppet being controlled, Azazel felt even more terrified just thinking about it. He didn't doubt Yggdrasil's bad taste. Every time Yggdrasil heard the only 3 lines that this guy designed for him, Azazel felt that it was a deep humiliation and mockery to himself. If this guy really turned him into a puppet, Azazel felt that it would really be over. A prisoner should have the awareness of a prisoner. "Lord Azazel, you only have one choice, which is to keep fighting with the elves," Eve said with a smile. Azazel was speechless. "Yggdrasil, are you an evil god in the abyss?" "No, I'm the world tree in charge of life and nature. I'm the righteous god of the righteous gods." Azazel was speechless. He opened his mouth, then continued to collapse to the ground like a salted fish. I'll give you the hiding place of my godhood core. Kill me. Eve was speechless. Looking at the demon god who looked like he had nothing to live for, Eve felt that she seemed to have pushed him a little too far. With her current power, she could directly control Azazel's body and use magic to write a standard program like a puppet to continue to maintain the operation of the demon god labyrinth. But to be honest, Eve didn't really want to do that. That way, a lot of fun would be lost. The demon god labyrinth had been running for so long and had received unanimous praise from the players. The most important reason was that the boss's learning ability surprised the players. In addition, the boss could control the demons in the labyrinth to compete with the players. The whole process was both challenging and quite interesting. If it was a puppet, it would lose its soul. The best thing was to stimulate Azazel's motivation. The key was to solve the problem from the source. The reason why Azazel collapsed was that there were too many players pouring in. Eve also released the respawn limit of the palace. As a result, he was overwhelmed by the number of players killing him again and again. If they killed him once a day, this guy could still accept it. However, Eve didn't intend to limit the time and frequency of players entering the dungeon. Throttling was one of the effective ways to solve the lack of resources, but it wasn't the route. Open source was. With this thought in mind, Eve said, "How about this, Azazel? You know, I can't let you die, and I can't stop the training of the elves. It's even more impossible to let you go. But if you can help me find a better candidate to train the elves, I can appropriately reduce the pressure on you and let you return to the state of fighting once a day." After hearing Eve's words, Azazel raised his head subconsciously and looked at her with a trace of suspicion. What do you mean?" Azazel's voice was very cautious. Eve smiled and said kindly, "I heard that you are the king of the hell of hell. I heard that you're the king of the first layer of hell. All the demons in the first layer of hell worship you as their master. They don't dare to go against your will. If that's the case, you can summon some powerful demons from the plane and seal their power for me. Limit their strength to the range of silver to gold and let them replace you as the target of the elves in the demon god's palace. You still need to fight, but I'll prepare a more luxurious palace for you as the real big boss of the demon god's maze. Of course, like before, you only need to fight once a day. However, the premise is that you have to find enough helpers to be the target of the elf's training. Otherwise, you still have to fight all the time. I can help you. I know that the world of seekers is still sealed, and you can't summon demons in a sealed state, but I have a way to enter the abyss. I can let you use it as a springboard to bypass the space barrier of the world of seekers and summon powerful demons. What do you think?" Eve said patiently. The way to enter the abyss was naturally the abyssal rift in the former god's kingdom. Relying on the passage there, as long as Azazel was willing to cooperate, he could indeed summon demons from the plane of hell that he ruled. With this method, Eve could still control the summoning initiative and prevent Azazel from playing any tricks. It was quite safe. As long as the demons were successfully summoned, things would be easy. When the time came, they could seal and teleport a dragon and stuff it into the palace of the demon god's maze as a mini-boss. Of course, as ordinary demons, it didn't matter if they died. They wouldn't be able to revive like Azazel, so they would be pitiful consumables. However, the number of demons in the abyss was quite ridiculous. The righteous gods could not kill them all, and it was enough for the players to squander. In this way, the demon god's maze would be equivalent to an upgraded version. Not only would the content be more colorful, but the power that the players would give after killing the demons would also be more. They could not just catch a sheep and pull its wool, or there would be a day when it would be bald, and the sheep might suffer from depression. Besides, this was also a way to test the waters. If this model worked well, Eve would even consider ordering Azazel to lure a few more demon gods over in the future. Presumably, as an evil demon god, Azazel would still like to see other demon gods as unlucky as him, right? After Eve finished speaking, she looked at Azazel with a smile and waited for his answer. Azazel widened his eyes and looked at Eve as if he was looking at a terrifying monster. The flames in his pupils flickered a few times. After a moment of silence, he said faintly, "Yggdrasil, are you an evil god in the abyss?" "No, I am the world tree in charge of life and nature, the righteous god of the righteous gods." Azazel was speechless. In the end, demon god Azazel still accepted Eve's devilish deal. For an evil existence like him, as long as it was for himself, there was nothing that he could not sell. The demons in charge of the plane were just as slaves and food in his eyes. And when he thought that those demons who were free in the hell plane would also experience his pain, Azazel even subconsciously felt a kind of pleasure. The once high and mighty demon god was quite pitiful to end up like this. And after Azazel agreed, Eve quickly took action. The construction of the summoning channel was still very convenient. With the channel leading to the abyss in the broken kingdom of God, as long as Azazel provided the plane coordinates, she could lock onto the plane he was in charge of. After that, she just had to summon those unlucky guys over. The demon god's maze needed to be modified, mainly to expand. On the one hand, it was to accommodate more players and new demon tools, and on the other hand, it was to strengthen the seal on Azazel. Eve was still very careful. Evil gods were cunning. When she allowed the other party to summon powerful demons, she also had to prevent the other party from secretly playing tricks. If she accidentally overturned and let Azazel escape, that would be fun. So, the seal had to be strengthened. At the same time, Eve also released a new system announcement, frowny face announcement. The Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon is in the process of being upgraded, and various data needs to be adjusted. Due to the operation error of the temporary staff, there was a problem with the movement mechanism of the maze boss. Dear players, we sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused. In order to make up for the loss of all players, Elf Nation has decided to open a special prize pool event again before the Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon is officially upgraded. All players who enter the Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon while the maze boss is in a rampage will be exempted from the deduction of resurrection coins after death, and damaged equipment will be repaired. At the same time, they will also receive 3 special prize pool lottery tickets, 30,000 contribution points, and 30,000 EXP as compensation. The special prize pool contains gold and legendary equipment, artifact repair points, advancement slots, and other precious treasures. This event will last for 1 week, in-game calculation. During the event period, the Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon will be temporarily closed. 1 week later, the upgraded version of the Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon will be officially released. Please look forward to it. As soon as the official announcement was released, the official forum of Elf Nation became lively again. So it's really a bug, TSK, the same trick, it's all temporary staff. It's actually upgrading the Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon? I wonder what it will be like. F*CK. The special prize pool is coming again? And artifact repair points? The players who entered the instance dungeon during the bug period are too lucky. Aren't they? Let's be honest, the compensation is quite good. It's just that the bloodline has to be verified. 1 week in the game? That's the day after tomorrow? The players were quite satisfied with the official announcement and were looking forward to Demon God's Maze Instance Dungeon 2.0. Amidst the anticipation of the players, 1 week passed quickly. The Endless Abyss, the first level of the 7 levels of Hell. This was a world that was always wrapped in darkness and crimson. The sky was always shrouded in thick black clouds, and only the crimson light emitted by the boiling lava on the surface illuminated the entire plane. Demons of all sizes lived in the plane, reproducing, killing, devouring, growing, dying. It was a cycle that was constantly repeating. This was a world that was countless times more chaotic and evil than the Underdark. However, although demons were evil and chaotic, there was a basic order in the chaos. This order was divided according to the strength of the demons. Like the other ordinary abyssal planes, the infernal plane had also formed its own pyramid system ruled by demons. Usually, demon gods and evil gods were at the top of the plane, and below them were the demon monarchs whose strength had reached the legendary level. Below the demon monarchs were the demon lords of all sizes, and every demon lord had the strength of a gold rank. The demon lords were at the bottom of the demon lords' hierarchy, and had vast or narrow areas of influence. They and the demon monarchs belonged to the upper ranks of demons, and below them were the ordinary demons. Ordinary demons were divided into greater demons and lesser demons. Greater demons were at the silver rank, and were the vanguard of the demon army. Lesser demons were all at the iron rank, and were also known as inferior demons. They were the main force and servants of the demon army, and could also be said to be cannon fodder. Below the lesser demons were the abyssal worms at the bottom. They did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder, and could only be food. In the abyssal plane, other than the upper ranks of demons and those demon gods who used the power of the abyss to pollute other creatures, causing other creatures to mutate and become demons. All the lesser demons and greater demons evolved from the abyssal worms. The abyssal worms were not only the demons' food, but also their origin. However, without the intervention of demon gods or evil gods, or any other external interference, it was difficult for the abyssal worms to evolve into upper ranks of demons and above. Most of the upper ranks of demons were the descendants of upper ranks of demons, or other creatures of the same rank had fallen into depravity. It was worth mentioning that there were very few demons with the strength of a demigod. This was not only because it was difficult for demons to cross the mythical level, but also because of the suppression of evil gods and demon gods. Among them, the 7 levels of hell were because the plane's origin had fused with the 7 demon gods. The 7 demon gods did not allow demons with demigod strength to be born. As for the other abyssal planes, it was because every demon that had reached the level of a demigod would be devoured by the evil god that ruled the plane. They would not allow any existence that could threaten them to appear. Only those lucky fellows would eventually grow from demons to evil gods. Most of the evil gods were actually righteous gods who had fallen after being corrupted by the power of the abyss. Therefore, apart from the rarely seen evil gods and demon gods, demon monarchs were the top rulers of the abyssal plane. Baal was such a demon monarch. He had been fighting other demon monarchs in the first layer of hell for thousands of years. The lifespan of demons was limited, but they were different from other life forms. As long as demons kept devouring new life forms, they could seize their vitality. In theory, they could even become immortal. Thus, although Bar only had the power of a legendary peak, his lifespan was even longer than that of many ancient megalosaurus. In fact, to many demon monarchs, what threatened their lives wasn't the limit of their lifespan, but the war with other demon monarchs, as well as the malice of the evil gods and demon gods above. However, Bar was lucky. The true ruler of the first layer of the abyssal plane, the 7th demon god Azazel, who controlled fire, lust, harmony, and goat-horn demons, had been sealed by the righteous gods in the world of seekers for 10,000 years. These 10,000 years were like a paradise for the demon monarchs of the first layer of the abyssal plane. Without the restrictions of the demon gods, they could start wars at will, expand their forces at will, and even fight for the possibility of advancing further. In addition, Bar himself was a powerful demon monarch. Thus, in the long time that Azazel had been sealed, no one could defeat him in the plane. Over the past 1,000 years, he had constantly led demon lords of various sizes to battle other demon monarchs in the first layer of hell, killing and devouring demons of the same rank one after another. The territory he ruled had also snowballed and expanded continuously. Now, he was the most powerful demon monarch in the first layer of the abyssal plane. He was only one step away from becoming a demigod, and more than a third of the entire plane was under his control. However, this was already the limit. Although Bar was powerful, he was only one demon monarch. When the other demon monarchs united against him, he could not advance any further. Of course, demons were selfish and short-sighted, but also chaotic and evil. You could never hope for them to truly unite. Even demon monarchs only relied on fear to control their subordinates. Thus, even if the other demon monarchs united against Bar, they would only be on par with him. Just a bunch of cowardly superior demons, weaklings who are stopping me from advancing further. Sitting high on the throne of his demon castle, Bar drank a goat-horned cup filled with virgin blood. His face was full of mockery. That blood had been sacrificed to him by his worshippers in the material world. As a legend peak demon, although he was not a legend, he still had the ability to accept sacrifices. Hearing Bar's words and feeling the terrifying pressure on his body, the greater demons and lesser demons who served him below trembled with fear. Even the demon butler who had reached the upper gold level was trembling. No one dared to make a sound. Bar's temper was very bad. If they were targeted by him and vented his anger, they would only end up being devoured. Glancing disdainfully at his trembling subordinates, Bar snorted coldly. He stood up from the throne and walked out of the castle. His blood-red cloak fluttered behind him. His ferocious black armor made him look even more terrifying. Like most of the ordinary demons on the first level, Bar's appearance was a typical goat-horned demon. This was the race ruled by the seventh demon god, Azazel. The entire race was actually the descendants of Azazel who had fused his own blood with the Abyss Mother Nest. Of course, Azazel's original intention was not to nurture his descendants. He just wanted to create some convenient cannon fodder and food. As for the demon monarchs, they were not all goat-horned demons like Bar. They would devour everything in a mess and evolve into all kinds of appearances. Those who were pure like Bar were in the minority. The reason why Baal didn't change his form wasn't because he worshipped or swore loyalty to Azazel. Instead, it was purely because Azazel had used his own blood to fuse with a lesser demon's body to forcefully raise him. Bar did not feel grateful for this. He only felt fear. He knew that this was not the demon god's good intentions. The demon god only wanted to raise a suitable administrator of his territory and store food. Those demon monarchs with impure bloodlines and strange evolutions were actually much safer than him. Once he was strong enough, Azazel would definitely devour him without hesitation. It was also because of this that Bar had furiously expanded and devoured Azazel while he was sealed. His goal was to continuously become stronger and escape his final fate. He firmly believed that Azazel's control over the infernal plane would definitely weaken when he was sealed. He would definitely be able to rely on devouring other demon monarchs and forcefully break through the plane's restrictions to become a true demigod demon. As long as he became a demigod demon, he would have hope of using the power of the laws to find the place where Azazel had hidden his core in the infernal plane. If he found it, he would rely on his bloodline that was similar to Azazel's to forcefully devour the core of his divinity hidden there. He would then be able to replace him and become the new seventh demon god. However, Bar's thoughts were beautiful, but reality was cruel. Even though Azazel had been sealed for 10,000 years, even though Bar had devoured demon monarchs one after another, he was still unable to break through the level restrictions of the infernal plane and become a true demigod demon. Azazel's control over the infernal plane was much stronger than he had imagined. And today, Bar finally understood that unless Azazel fell, he would never be able to take another step forward and escape the fate of being devoured in the future. This was a dead end. It was also because of this that Bar had become more and more irritable recently. Especially after the news that the seventh demon god, Azazel, was suspected to have escaped from the Seeker's world a few years ago. Of course, later on, there was news that Azazel had not escaped for long before he was sealed by a new righteous god. But when he heard this, Bar did not feel relaxed at all. As a subordinate that Azazel had personally promoted, he knew his opponent's strength. Even if he had been sealed for 10,000 years, a new righteous god would definitely not be his match. Azazel's priesthood included earth fire. As long as he was underground, if he wanted to run, he would definitely run very fast. Unless there was a righteous god whose strength had reached low-level divine power, otherwise, there was no way to stop him. And a new righteous god, not to mention low-level divine power, even a weak divine power would barely qualify. Seal, haha. Even if he could do it, it would probably be barely enough. Now, everyone in the endless void knew that the magic power of the Seeker's plane was recovering. The plane channel was about to open, and all kinds of seals were loosening. Seal him now. It was just delaying time. Unless there was some powerful true god artifact suppressing him, or directly hammering Azazel until he was on the verge of death. Otherwise, it was just delaying time. It was still the same sentence. Bar was not optimistic about the battle between a new righteous god and Azazel. Not to mention, this righteous god was said to be an elf who had become a god. What kind of personality did elves have? They were stupid and naive. Bar did not believe that Azazel would be sealed like this. Sooner or later, he would escape. There was really not much time left for Bar. However, just as Bar left his castle and was about to find a nearby demon monarch to fight, a dignified and evil voice suddenly resounded in hell. All demon monarchs of the first level of hell, listen up. Respond to my call and descend to the world of Seekers. That was the voice of the seventh demon god, Azazel. In an instant, Bar's pupils shrank. This is the demon god summoning. He exclaimed in disbelief. The demon god summoning was a unique ability of the demon god. As the ruler of the plane, the demon god could directly open the plane channel in other planes and summon his own demon army. If it was 10,000 years ago, Bar would not be surprised to receive the summoning. But now, not only was Azazel in the world of seekers where the plane channel had not been completely opened, but he was also sealed. This was very problematic. Not to mention, Azazel could actually bypass the seal and directly project his voice into the hell plane. As expected, he is not completely sealed. And there is actually a way to open the channel to the world of seekers. At this moment, Bar felt an inexplicable sense of panic. In fact, Azazel's voice sounded quite weak. But the weaker he was, the more terrified Bar felt. Because this meant that the other party urgently needed energy to replenish, and the summoning of the demon monarch was most likely not to fight the enemy. Perhaps he needed to fight the enemy, or completely break the seal or something. But he had named the demon monarch, so he would probably devour some of his subordinates. And Bar, who was the strongest, was definitely the first choice. Bar could choose not to go. But the first level of hell was so big. There would always be people who obeyed because of the fear of Azazel. No matter what, the other party's escape was inevitable. And once Azazel returned, it would be the end of Bar. In an instant, Bar's expression changed. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth. Isn't it just the world of seekers? Summoning is also an opportunity. I don't believe that the hell plane can stop me from advancing further in the world of seekers. That's right, the hell plane did restrict his opportunity to advance further. But the world of seekers would not. Leaving the hell plane, in theory, Bar could unlock the shackles of fate. He might as well use this summoning to leave the hell plane and escape to the world of seekers to hide. Then, relying on devouring the creatures of the world of seekers to become an evil god was not a feasible path. Usually, without the permission of the demon god, the demons of the hell plane could not leave the hell plane and enter other planes. At most, they could only send projections. Only their relatives in the ordinary abyss plane could do it. But now, the opportunity had come. If he could successfully escape after being summoned, then, it was also a path. Unfortunately, if he took this path, he would not be able to become an immortal demon god. However, it was still a choice. Don't think too much. I still have to successfully escape from under that person's nose. Bar muttered to himself. From Azazel's voice, he was in a very bad state. Although he did not know if it was a disguise, Bar could only believe that it was true. And with Bar's current strength, when facing Azazel, who was weak and had yet to be unsealed, if he ran with all his might, it should still be possible. Thinking of this, Bar turned around and looked at his castle in the hell plane. The castle was very large and majestic. The carefree days here were also very happy. However, this is only temporary freedom. If I want to pursue true freedom, I must be truly independent. Giving up everything here is indeed very difficult, but once I successfully sneak into the world of seekers, I will definitely be able to rely on the intelligent races there to build a more beautiful castle that belongs to me and live in an even more luxurious palace. And I can drink fresh blood every day. I can eat fresh flesh. I heard that the elves in the world of seekers are more delicious. If I get there, I will definitely capture many elves. Not only will I devour them, but I will also make them serve me well. They will become my pastime toy. Bar cheered himself on. There was no demon who did not like the aura of the material world. For demons, devouring the creatures of the material world and eroding the environment of the material world was their instinct. His gaze gradually became firm. Bar responded to the demon god's summon. As you wish. A blood-red array gathered under him, emitting a dark red halo. The next second, Bar's figure disappeared on the spot. In the light, the demon monarch Bar felt that the evil and chaotic aura unique to the infernal plane had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a strong smell of sulfur. At this moment, he became vigilant and was ready to escape immediately after the teleportation. He would not be wrong. This smell was the smell of the seventh demon god, Azazel. The light dissipated, and the surrounding scene gradually became clear. Bar found himself in a magnificent palace. And in the center of the palace stood a ferocious-looking goat-horned demon. His whole body was burning with raging flames, and his huge body exuded an evil and awe-inspiring power. and around him there were constantly flashes of red light. Summoning circles appeared one after another, and demon monarchs who accepted the summoning of the demon god like Bar walked out one after another. Among them, there were many who were defeated by Bar and his sworn enemies. However, Bar did not have the leisure to pay attention to them now. His attention was all focused on the goat-horned demon in the center of the palace who was several times bigger than him. Azazel's gaze kept sweeping over the summoned demon monarchs, especially the armor and weapons on their bodies that were obviously much better than 10,000 years ago. Then, he let out a low laugh. Huh. I haven't returned to the infernal plane for so many years, and all of you are living very comfortably. His tone was slightly sour. There was even a faint feeling of gnashing his teeth, but if one looked at the whole scene, one would know why. Although Azazel's aura was extremely terrifying, although he stood there, it meant that he was the absolute master, but there was nothing on his body except the raging flames. His weapon that had accompanied him for 10,000 years had long been destroyed in the battles with the true gods. His majestic armor had also been completely dispelled by the sealed power in the 10,000 years of sealing time. Now, he had nothing but his body. Even when fighting with the players, Azazel only used his own power to summon the flaming blade. In contrast, the summoned demon monarchs were very eye-catching. There were a total of 13 demon monarchs who responded to Azazel's summon. Each of them was tall and full of energy. Even though they subconsciously revealed expressions of awe and fear when they saw Azazel, it still couldn't hide the lazy temperament that had been formed after living like a prince for a long time. Not only that, but they were all wearing flashy armor, and the scales on them were polished until they were shiny. It was obvious at a glance that they were taking good care of every day, the kind that was polished by the imps every day. The weapons in their hands were also mighty and extraordinary. At a glance, one could tell that many of them were specially customized by dwarves or human blacksmiths captured from the material world through projections. Azazel even sensed an aura similar to fallen divine power from the weapons in the hands of the fiend monarchs. Those were fallen divine weapons. Although it was not a fallen true god weapon, Azazel was still surprised that these demon monarchs were able to get their hands on a divine weapon during his absence. Plus, he was quite jealous. 10,000 years ago, he would never allow his subordinates to hide such things. They had to be handed over to him, and he would distribute them when he went to war with other planes. Everything was afraid of comparison. Even if they didn't say anything, the way these bastards behaved was enough to show how carefree they were in hell. What about him? He was one of the 7 monarchs of hell, the true master of the first level of hell, but he was directly sealed for 10,000 years. He finally escaped with great difficulty, but he was resurrected. He didn't know what was wrong with him, but he was sealed by Yggdrasil, who was more demonic than a demon and more demonic than a devil. It was fine if he was sealed, but he, the 7th demon god, was reduced to a toy bullied by a group of lowly elves. Miserable, it was really miserable. In this world, was there a demon god who was more unlucky than him? Hearing Azazel's words, the summoned demon monarchs looked at each other. At this moment, they almost had the same thought. How could it not be comfortable, without a greedy guy like you sucking blood from above, relying on the offerings of the big and small demons below, as well as the sacrifices of those worshippers in the material world, fighting every day when he wanted to, and projecting into the material world to seduce intelligent life, seducing intelligent life, anyone could live well, right? Of course, they only thought about it and didn't dare to say it out loud. As for Baal, his eyelids were twitching wildly. This was because he saw that Azazel's gaze quickly landed on him after looking around. This demon god's eyes had a trace of pickiness as if he was looking at goods. After sizing him up, he nodded slightly. Similar, really similar. As expected of the guy I trained. I didn't expect you to be at the peak of the legendary level. It seems that I summoned you in time this time. Whether I can be safe this time depends on you. Baal was speechless. Although he didn't know what Azazel meant by depending on him, with his understanding of this demon god for many years, it was definitely not a good thing. And the meaningful attitude in Azazel's words when he mentioned his strength made Baal's eyelids twitch wildly. At this moment, he knew that Azazel was already hostile to him. However, during this period of time, Bar was able to more or less sense Azazel's condition. The other party was indeed in a sealed state. Although the aura he showed was terrifying, it was more like a bluff. And if he carefully identified it, he, who had reached the peak of the legendary level, could even vaguely sense some majestic and sacred aura in this palace. That should belong to the righteous god who sealed Azazel. But no matter how bad Azazel's state was, Baal had no intention of fighting with him. Fighting with a demon god was meaningless. Even if he won, so what, he would just help him resurrect in hell. Baal only had one thought now. And that was to take advantage of this good opportunity, run quickly, run as far away as possible. As long as he left this place, the world of seekers would be at his mercy, a castle as grand as this palace, the delicious blood of virgins, the tender flesh of elves, and even some opportunities to become an evil god were all beckoning to him. With this thought, Baal turned around without hesitation, intending to escape toward the palace gate. However, before he could do anything, he suddenly heard Azazel's slightly perturbed voice. Eve, Her Holiness Eve, do you think these demons are enough? Her Holiness Eve, Baal was slightly stunned. Before he could recall where he had heard this familiar name recently, several vines broke out of the ground where he was standing and completely tied him up. What was this? Feeling the dark green vines that wrapped around him with traces of terrifying power, Baal was horrified. Exclamations came from all around. When Baal raised his head, he found that not only him, but all the demon monarchs who had descended were entangled by the vines. These vines carried traces of mighty power, as well as a sacred and majestic aura. That was the divine power of a true god. A true god, there was actually a true god hiding here. What did Azazel want to do? Baal was horrified. He opened his mouth to say something, but found that not only did the vines imprison his power, but they also directly imprison his voice. Not bad. I didn't expect you to summon 13 legends in one go. It's a bit beyond my expectations. An ethereal voice sounded, and a beautiful goddess shrouded in holy light appeared beside Azazel. And at the next moment, a scene that left the devils dumbfounded appeared. They saw that this demon god, who had always been at odds with true gods, actually showed a fawning expression. Then, you see, can they replace me? His actions and expression made the demon monarchs involuntarily think of when they were fawning in front of him 10,000 years ago, although, most of the time, they were fawning on him. And a demon god fawning on a righteous god, this was an unprecedented scene that even made all the demon monarchs forget to struggle. They looked at Azazel with dull eyes. At this moment, they even suspected whether the demon god in front of them was Azazel, or if he had been sealed for so long that even his brain had a problem. Since when did an immortal demon god fear a righteous god? Although some demon gods were indeed like mice seeing a cat when they saw a righteous god, Azazel was not an ordinary demon god, he was a demon god. At most, he would be sealed. What did this true god do? How could it make an almost invincible demon god show such an expression? The demon monarchs were shocked. However, Azazel seemed to be oblivious to their shock. It was as if in his heart, fawning on this mysterious true god was the most important thing. He showed a human-like expression, and there was even a hint of flattery in his expression. He pointed at Bar, who was in a daze, and said, "And this guy, he looks so much like me. Does that mean he can replace me?" Bar was speechless. He widened his eyes and struggled a few times. However, he could not move at all. Then, he saw the silver-haired, purple-eyed goddess cast her gaze over. That gaze carried a trace of criticism and scrutiny. His appearance is not bad. He's quite suitable to be a boss, but he's still not as good as you. You still have to appear. Of course, I'm honest. After that, you only need to appear once a day. Moreover, it's up to you to choose which elven group you want to face. I've already prepared the venues for the other demons. You can arrange the rest yourself. After you're done, call me, and the demon god's maze will be open to the elves. The mysterious goddess said to Azazel. The demons could understand every word of her words. But when they were connected, they were a little confused. Appear? Elves? Demon god's maze, what was that? The goddess didn't finish her words. She pondered for a moment and said, "By the way, I remember, the vitality of legendary demons has always been relatively strong, right? As long as they're not completely dead, as a demon god, can you save them?" Azazel nodded. "If they don't die on the spot, I can do it." Not bad. The goddess's eyes lit up. She revealed a satisfied smile, but in the eyes of the demons, that smile was like a devil's. In that case, beat them until they're half dead every time. You can control this degree. After they're half dead, you can heal them and let them proceed to the next round. If everything goes well, I can extend your appearance time to 3 days, or even once a week. Of course, the premise is that these demons can meet the needs of the maze. How about it? Hearing the goddess's words, Azazel's expression brightened. Yes. I can do it. Her Holiness Eve. Please leave this matter to me. I only ask to appear once a week. That will depend on your performance. Remember to seal their strength. Legendary battle masters are still too strong. Also, if a demon dies, you know what to do, right? The goddess smiled slightly and said. Yes, summon them again and make up the scene. Azazel nodded repeatedly. Very good. The goddess praised. Then, I'll leave this to you. The number of times you appear will depend entirely on your next performance. After saying that, she smiled gently again. Then, a golden-green light enveloped her body. Her figure slowly dissipated, and her aura gradually disappeared. The goddess left this palace. Azazel only breathed a sigh of relief when he completely couldn't sense the other party's aura. At this time, he realized that he had unknowingly turned from a victim of the demon god's maze to a half-victim and half-participant. In turn, he had become Yggdrasil's helper, but the key was that he didn't feel a trace of disharmony. Even when he saw the faces of these bastards in hell, he felt an inexplicable satisfaction and joy in his heart. What was even more ridiculous was that Azazel actually had a trace of anticipation for the opening of the demon god's maze for the first time. What's wrong with me? He muttered. Shaking his head hard and shaking off these inexplicable thoughts, Azazel looked at the trembling demon monarchs again and let out a burst of laughter. Hee hee hee, little guys, welcome to the demon god's maze. Looking at Azazel's obviously malicious expression, the demon monarch Bar's face was ashen. Goodbye. My magnificent palace, my elven servants, and my evil god dream. In the next second, he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, Bar slowly woke up from the darkness. His consciousness slowly recovered. His memory gradually became clear. Bar remembered Azazel's terrifying big face and the words he heard before his consciousness disappeared. He instantly sobered up and sat up straight. Demon god's maze, he muttered. However, Bar was surprised to find that he couldn't make a sound. He raised his head and looked around. Then, he opened his mouth wide in surprise. Bar found himself in a majestic and magnificent palace, sitting on a gorgeous throne. In the palace, there were ferocious and terrifying demon reliefs, which suited his aesthetic very well. Faint lights decorated the palace. At the same time, they gave the palace a gloomy aura. This palace almost met all the conditions of Bar's dream. What was even more outrageous was that Bar even saw his own symbol in the center of the palace. One had to know that the symbol of a demon was very particular. It was something that the demon used to declare his sovereignty. Only the palace that belonged to the demon would have such a symbol. What was going on? Am I dreaming? Bar was a little confused. At this moment, the door of the palace slowly opened. Is this the key to the demon god's labyrinth dungeon? After activating this, we can enter the new boss palace, right? In the demon god's labyrinth, the cartoonist Uncle Black Cat looked at the golden key in his hand with anticipation. After a few months of gaming, he had finally reached level 40. A few days ago, there was a bug in the demon god's labyrinth, so he did not come here to farm for the class change slots. Now that the new version of the dungeon was online, he immediately contacted a reclamation team and came to the demon god's labyrinth to look for an opportunity to advance to silver. As for why the reclamation team wanted a Black Iron player like him, it had to be explained from the mechanics of the demon god's labyrinth. The strength of the boss in the demon god's labyrinth was not fixed, it would be adjusted according to the overall strength of the player team. Black Cat, who was not short of money, had offered him considerable contribution points to bribe him and also to lower the combat power of the boss. That's right, this is the new version of the palace key. It said that there are 13 new bosses in the labyrinth this time. Their appearance and movement mechanisms are all different. The official website has released a portrait, each cooler than the last. I wonder which one we will encounter. The leader of the reclamation team, a silver-strength druid player with a control specialization, replied. Druids with control specialization were the class with the most support skills. It was also the most suitable class to be the leader. Then when can we fight the final boss? The one that can change the class change slots, what's it called? Azazel? Virotes, who was Black Cat's assistant, Xianxia, asked. She was also level 40. As an assistant, she was also trapped in Elven Kingdom like her teacher. Because of that, even with thinking speed 4 times faster, it could not save their manga, it was still delayed. According to the official description, after defeating these new bosses, there is a probability of dropping the key to the final demon god's palace. But, there is only 1 or 2 chances a week, it belongs to whoever respawns. A player who had carefully read the new dungeon explained. That's right. The leader nodded. However, now the mechanism has been changed, these new bosses can also drop the class change slots, and the final boss, Azazel, will drop a scroll that will definitely change the class change slots, and it can also drop divine artifact repair points. He added with anticipation. I see. The Black Cat and Virotes' eyes lit up. That way, the probability of getting a job change slot would be much higher. The leader of the Wasteland Reclaimer smiled at them, then his expression turned serious. Alright, everyone, get ready. I'm going to summon the Demon Palace. With that, he raised the golden key, closed his eyes, and began to call. In the next second, the key emitted a dazzling light and slowly disappeared. In front of everyone, a dark red palace door appeared. The door was engraved with ferocious carvings, emitting a sinister and evil aura. It's been summoned. The players' spirits were lifted. They rubbed their shoulders and rubbed their palms, looking expectant. The leader of the Wasteland Reclamation team smiled, then said seriously, "Come on, let's go in." Then, he pushed open the door. The dim light suddenly became bright, adding a touch of solemnity to the originally gloomy and terrifying palace. Bar was surprised to see a group of well-equipped humanoid creatures enter the palace. There were archers with long backs, warriors with swords and shields, mages with tall hats, hunters in leather armor. They were tall and had different appearances. They had pointed ears and fair skin, and the sweet aura on their bodies made Bar's desire to invade and devour intelligent life instantly stir. That was the life aura unique to the highly intelligent life of the material world, incomparably pure. Elves? Bar was surprised. More importantly, these elves were still very weak. The moment these elves entered the palace, Bar found that their gazes were focused on him, and then, he heard the elves' excited voices. Wow! It's a new boss. So cool. Isn't this armor a little too gorgeous? Will it drop? Bar was speechless. What's going on? Before he could figure out what was going on, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the palace. Humph. A group of lowly ants, with just you dare to challenge the great demon god, His Majesty Azazel? This voice was rough, dignified, and at the same time arrogant and disdainful. When he heard this, Bar was slightly taken aback, and he could not hide the astonishment on his face. Because, this was his voice. What's going on? Who is pretending that he is talking? Don't they know that he hates Azazel the most? Bar opened his mouth, but he found that he could not make any sound. Bar was speechless. Azazel, it must be Azazel's doing, only that guy would shamelessly call himself great. Bar seemed to have understood something, and he gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, the elves were still chatting with each other. Is this one of the 13 demon monarchs? Not bad. After the update, old Azazel has lackeys. Hurry up. Figure out his attack mechanism. Under Bar's astonished gaze, he saw these elves, whose average strength was not even at the silver level, excitedly pull out their weapons and charge at him. That expression, that look, they were like goblins on a hunt. Along with the rhythmic chanting of incantations, waves of magic light lit up, and flashing sword techniques and various offensive magic spells rained down on Bar. Bar sneered at the sudden attack of the elves. Although he did not know where this was, and although he did not know why these stupid elves were crazy, but, with just them, a group of ants who did not even have the strength of a silver level, it would be a waste not to take meat that was delivered to his doorstep. He could not deal with Azazel and the unfamiliar true god, but these dozen or so insignificant elves, he. Just as well, he had nowhere to vent his frustration from his voice being sealed. He would let these elves suffer his anger. Humph. Stupid elves, do you think the great Lord Azazel is someone that you lowly beings can see? You have to get past me first. But at this moment, another arrogant voice sounded. Bar was speechless. This was still his voice. But it was still not his voice. Moreover, the respect in this voice for Azazel. Bar wanted to vomit after hearing it. It was too disgusting. It was really too disgusting. Azazel, you narcissistic bastard, Bar roared in his heart. When he looked at the elves again, his eyes had turned red. The frustration of being played, the hurt of his pride. At this moment, it had turned into endless anger. Bar pulled out his 10-meter-long sword, and his 20-meter-tall giant body leaped up, swinging his sword at the elves charging at him. Powerful magic power soared into the sky, and an evil and twisted power wreaked havoc. However, when Bar slashed with his saber, he was shocked to find that his power, which could easily split a mountain, only left a shallow trench on the ground. As for the elves, whose average strength was not even at the silver level, they did not turn into meat paste like Bar had imagined. Instead, they successfully dodged the attack. Although they were in a sorry state, and although the elves who ran slower were injured by the aftermath of his attack, they had indeed dodged the attack. And such a thing was simply unimaginable for a superior devil who had reached the peak of the legendary level. It was not until this moment that Bar suddenly realized that his strength had been shackled. His strength was limited to the peak of the silver level. Bar was speechless. As a demon monarch who had lived for 10,000 years, his wisdom was still very high. At this moment, from the moment he accepted the summoning of the demon god, the scenes he had seen and heard, the conversation between Azazel and the mysterious true god replayed in his mind. Demon god's maze, elven group, substitute, appearance, those sentences were intertwined with each other, pieced together, and reassembled. Gradually, Bar's spiritual sense flashed, and he finally realized what Azazel was planning. He understood, everything was clear. This seventh demon god had actually summoned them from hell and used them as test subjects for the elves. Furthermore, it was very likely that the mysterious true god had originally used Azazel to do this. In other words, these unlucky elves were summoned by Azazel and became his substitutes. It must be so, it must be so. Otherwise, these elves who rushed in wouldn't have such an excited expression. Because it was impossible for there to be ordinary intelligent creatures in this world who were not afraid of the demon monarch, not to mention their expressions as if they were playing, and that mysterious true god was probably the legendary new god who sealed Azazel. He had fallen. He didn't expect that Azazel, the dignified seventh demon god, had fallen. He had actually cooperated with a righteous god and used his subordinates to temper the elves. How long had it been, and he had already submitted to a righteous god who had sealed him? When did he become so weak? This was simply an insult to his identity as a demon god. While he was puzzled by Azazel's actions, his anger continued to rise. Bar was proud. He had always been proud of being a demon. At this moment, seeing through Azazel's actions, the anger in his heart almost reached its peak. Azazel, you shameless demon god, cowardly bastard, he roared in his heart. Then, he looked at the elves again. A trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. And the aura on his body continued to rise. So what if his strength was sealed? Today, he would use his actions to prove that a dignified demon, even if his strength was sealed, was not something that this group of lowly elves could fight against. He wasn't a coward like Azazel. Half an hour later, the appearance of the palace had changed greatly. There were messy scenes everywhere after the battle raged. Messy gravel, cracked ground, cracked walls, and pieces of elven equipment that were twisted beyond recognition and mottled with blood. And the demon monarch Bar, who was completely exhausted and covered with hideous wounds, fell to the ground. He looked at the ceiling with his symbol painted on it and was in a daze. He had failed. He, the dignified demon monarch, Lord Bar, who ruled nearly 1/3 of the land of the first level of hell, had actually failed. He had actually been defeated by a group of elves whose average strength was less than silver. Bar's eyes were dull. Until now, he still did not know why he had failed. Even though his strength was restricted, he still firmly believed that the elves were not his match. Originally, it should have been like this. Bar's breath was weak. He trembled as he looked at the few remaining elves who were constantly approaching him. His expression finally revealed a trace of panic. This was definitely not an ordinary elf. This was a group of lunatics in elf skin who fought without regard for their lives. Moreover, why were they so familiar with his actions? It should be his first time fighting with these guys, right? But often, when he made a move in battle, they would know what he was going to do next. Bar's breath was weak, and he was already on the verge of death. But his heart was full of grievances and confusion. However, if he knew what kind of demons the players had been fighting these few months, he would understand why. Although Bar was a demon monarch, he was still a type of goat-horn demon, and a rather pure one. And the players were all too familiar with the goat-horn demons. Most of the demons that Azazel had created in the demon god maze were goat-horn demons, under the premise that his strength was restricted and many of the abilities belonging to superior demons could not be used. Bar was just a high-level goat-horn demon to the players. From this point of view, he was even less advantageous than his colleagues who had mutated into strange appearances because they had swallowed strange bloodlines. The players cheered and approached the dying Bar with swords and sabers in their hands. And there was only desolation left in Bar's heart. It was over. Everything was over. I didn't expect that I, a demon monarch, would die in the hands of a group of lowly elves, and just as Bar was in despair, suddenly, a deep red light enveloped him. The next second, Bar felt that he was teleported out of the palace. However, at the last moment before he was teleported, he vaguely heard a familiar voice. "Humph, even if you defeat me, you can't defeat the great Lord Azazel. I, Bar, will definitely come back." Bar was speechless. "Azazel, bastard, even if you are a demon god, you shouldn't humiliate me like this." He roared in grief and indignation in his heart. His vision blurred, and Bar cut off his consciousness in grief and indignation. After an unknown period of time, Bar woke up from his deep sleep again. What greeted his eyes was still the demon palace that was very much to his liking. The ferocious and terrifying demon statue, the glorious and imposing Lord's throne, and the unique demon symbol that belonged to him. In the palace, the lights flickered, and it was deep and solemn. Everything was intact, as if the battle that had just happened was a dream. Looking at the familiar scene around him, Bar was a little dazed and puzzled. What's going on? Could it be that it was a dream? However, the battle just now was so real. Was it really a dream? He lowered his head to check the injuries on his body again, but he found that he was not injured at all. Other than his strength being restrained, everything was intact. However, at the same time, he vaguely sensed that there seemed to be a familiar power remaining in his body. It seemed to belong to Azazel. At this moment, Bar recalled the conversation between the goddess and Azazel before she left. Bar was speechless. He suddenly had an ominous premonition. The next second, creaking sounds came from not far away. The door of the palace opened again. Another team of well-equipped and excited elves appeared in his field of vision. Bar was speechless. Baal's wish had come true. Although, it was in a slightly twisted way. He had indeed obtained the deluxe version of the demon palace that he had always dreamed of and tasted the blood of the elves as he wished. It was just that he had to do some physical activity continuously and had to wake up from unconsciousness again and again. Let's not talk about how this arrogant demon lord went from being filled with anger to being impatient, and from being impatient to doubting the existence of demons. It was as if he was reliving the mental journey of a certain demon god. With the 13 hardworking new employees entering the demon god's labyrinth, this highly anticipated new version of the dungeon was indeed gradually on the right track. Every demon lord had their own palace, which was personally customized by Eve according to their image. Anyway, it was a product of her own kingdom of God's projection into reality. It was something that was born according to her heart, and she just had to spend some divine power. In order to satisfy more players, even the scale of the demon god's labyrinth was directly expanded by several times, and she even deliberately took Azazel's opinion into consideration and made it more hellish. The demon god's labyrinth was becoming more and more ferocious and magnificent, with 13 new bosses of different shapes and abilities, and with a higher drop rate. In theory, after the update, the demon god's labyrinth became popular again, and its popularity even surpassed the shattered kingdom of God's labyrinth. Actually, it was true. There were 360,000 players in the entire server, and there were less than 2,000 players who had reached silver. Previously, the popularity of the Shattered Kingdom of God dungeon was not only due to the release of the artifact restoration system, which allowed players to see another way to improve themselves, but also because the Demon God's Labyrinth was too small to support the large number of players entering the dungeon. Oh, no. Entering the dungeon was secondary. The main thing was that Azazel was too busy. But it was all good now. With the addition of 13 new bosses and the expansion of the Demon God's Labyrinth, the efficiency had increased by more than 13 times. Other than the demon lords who had to suffer and still did not understand what was going on, whether it was the players, Eve, or even a certain old employee of the labyrinth, who was forced to, everyone was quite satisfied. The seventh demon god, Azazel, let out a sigh of relief. He was finally freed from the nightmare of fighting the elves day and night. Not only that, but this Lord Demon God, who was likely to have developed some Stockholm tendencies under Eve's tutelage, even fell in love with watching the battles between his former subordinates and the elves. Usually, the more they were beaten up, the happier he would be. Humph, to think that you would have such a day. Eve, who was secretly observing, had noticed more than once that this Lord Demon God was sneering at the Devil Monarch's battles. It was as if he was venting the resentment that had been sealed for thousands of years. The only thing missing was sitting on the divine throne like Eve, crossing her legs while watching the show. Not only that, but Eve also discovered that with the demon lords sharing the burden, the seventh demon god was no longer as resistant to fighting the elves. Sometimes, Azazel would even take the initiative to tease her. He was also despicable. He was the one who said that he would rather die than fight the elves. It could only be said that there was a limit to everything. And this guy's ability to adapt was also really strong. Under the premise that Eve would never let him go, and under the premise that he did not have such a high-intensity battle pressure like before, this Lord Demon God had completely accepted it. It was quite a bit that he had returned to the days of seeking joy in the midst of bitterness and seeking joy in the battle of wits and courage with the elves. Anyway, it was fine as long as there was someone more miserable than him. Despicable. And overall, Eve was still quite satisfied. Shadow Space, Demon God's Labyrinth, Broken God's Kingdom. Unknowingly, she had more than one stable source of power. And if she added in the massive number of believers brought by the explosive spread of the Church of Life in the Orlos demiplane, then the true God was even happier. Unwittingly, most of the millions of elven hybrids in the demiplane had accepted Eve's faith and become her believers thanks to the efforts of the elven priests who had purified their bloodlines and the players who had chosen the priestly class. Now, looking at her status bar, there were changes compared to before. Name, Eve Yggdrasil, Race, World Tree, Ancient God, Level, 150, Mythical, Status, Intermediate Divine Power, Divine Position, Nature, Life, Elf, Title, Goddess of Life, Mother of Nature, Ruler of the Elves, Divine Power, 171-033-0000, Number of Believers, 2695,000, 1 Saint, 867 Fanatics, 194,000 Devout, 2,500,000 Shallow Believers, Type of Believers, Crypt Spider Queen, 1, Megalosaurus, 1, Oak Tree Guard, 105, Elf, 101,000, Half Elf, 2, 21 million, Elf Mixed Blood Human, 265, 3 million. Human, 4214, Half Orc, 3217, Ability, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, God's Descent, Divine Domain, Celestial Phenomenon, Track, True God Equipment, Scepter of Life, Nature's Crown, Withering Heart, Incomplete. The most obvious change was the number of believers. Compared to the time when the Orlos demiplane was repaired, Eve's believers had increased by almost 1 million, and there were now nearly 2.7 million of them. Most of these people were residents of the Orlos demiplane. Last time, after Eve's miracle of mending the heavens, nearly 1.7 million people had become her believers. Now that the number had increased to over 2 million, it was just a matter of time. Of course, there were only slightly more than 3 million residents in the entire demiplane, so the number of believers was about to reach its limit. If she wanted more believers, she would have to start from other demiplanes, or even the world of seekers. Regarding this result, Eve was both happy and calm. Having more believers wasn't necessarily better. It also depended on the quality of the believers. The power of faith provided by devout believers couldn't be compared to shallow believers. The power of faith provided by silver races, gold races, or powerful beings in the secular world couldn't be compared to ordinary intelligent beings. Of course, this didn't mean that having more believers was useless. For example, the Lord of Eternity only had humans as his believers. However, more than half of the human world believed in him. This number was quite ridiculous, and it was enough to cause a qualitative change. Not to mention, with the ridiculous number of humans, it was enough to give birth to a terrifying number of powerful professionals. However, the limitations of the environment meant that Eve couldn't rely on quantity. She could only rely on quality. In this regard, what made Eve feel more relieved was the change in the number of elven believers. Just like the total number of believers, Eve's elven and half-elf believers also increased explosively. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the total number, it still exceeded 10,000. Among them, the number of half-elves exceeded 20,000. Of course, most of the elves and half-elves in the Orlos demiplane were mixed-blood elves and humans who had purified their blood. They were originally a civilization spread by the elves, and some of their habits and customs were still somewhat similar to the elves. The only obvious difference was that they didn't have the original stubborn way of thinking of the native elves in the world of seekers. This happened to be something that Eve wanted to get rid of. Therefore, after a series of learning and tests, as long as their faith was pious enough, most people could pass the test and be accepted by the elves as one of their own. And these elves who had purified their blood also became the target of competition among the players. To be more precise, they were the target of competition among the 7-player cities. The elves who had purified their blood must have reached the level of pious believers. And every pious believer of Eve could activate the divine blessing and obtain an ability called the mission system. They could use this believer to issue missions to the chosen ones. For the believers, this was the recognition of the true God and a great honor. And for the players, these pious elven believers were white template NPCs that could walk. Naturally, they would do everything possible to attract them into their own cities to enrich the main city's mission system. And if any of the zealots in the demiplane purified their blood, they would be crazily sought after by the players. Zealots corresponded to blue NPCs who could issue missions with higher rewards. There weren't many of such NPCs in the entire server. Gradually, the number of NPCs living in the 7 cities and the number of blue NPCs became a gimmick to attract new players. It couldn't be helped. Who asked the NPCs to issue missions to be so rewarding? They could also increase their favorability, and if the favorability increased, their reputation would also increase. For Elven Nation, where the reputation system was linked to discounts in the shop, the favorability of NPCs was money. But what was interesting was that other than the city of Greyhaven of the Nature's Heart Guild that was filled with bootlickers because of Limu's leadership, the second city that attracted the elven believers was neither the city at the peak of the mountain of the Mangmang Committee nor the Xianxia that was praised by the elves for its architectural style. It was the unexpected city of Lordaeron of the Azeroth Alliance. Although Eve felt that the Guild Alliance had chosen an unlucky name out of all the names of the cities, she didn't care much as the players were happy. Atlantis was also chosen for the All-Stars. That was also an unlucky name. And as for why Lordaeron was the second most attractive city after Greyhaven for the Elven believers, the reason was simple and realistic. Lordaeron was closer to the magnificent city of Kynolan, so it was more convenient to return home through the teleportation portal. Many elves didn't just enter the world of seekers and never return. On the contrary, there were many who often returned to Orlos to visit. After all, who didn't have family and friends? And returning home after purifying their bloodline was another way for them to return home in glory. However, what surprised Eve was the sudden increase in the number of half-orc believers, as well as the explosive increase in human believers. Eve could understand the former. The half-orcs who surrendered had already become elves, or more accurately, they were the vassals of the players. The players were even more enthusiastic than the elves when it came to their ideological transformation. But the sudden appearance of thousands of human believers confused Eve. She knew that the Oak Hand, an organization that was active in the human world to save the elves, had human members, and many of them had become her believers. But there were very few members in the Oak Hand, and most of them were elves and half-elves. It was impossible for more than 4,000 humans to appear. However, when Eve purposely cast her gaze over, her expression was a little strange. The story started 2 months ago. Ever since Eve swallowed Ullur's divinity, she had the ability to control the weather. She simplified it into a divine spell and wrote it into her own priest system. Her priests only needed to expend a certain amount of magic and power of faith to influence the weather of certain areas to a certain extent. It was a freak combination of factors. In the past 2 years, the magic power of the world of seekers had recovered, and the climate of the entire world had become abnormal. And in the human world, many places were affected by this. This was especially true for the drought after summer. And just over a month ago, a member of the Oak Hand passed by a human village. He couldn't bear to see the disaster-stricken fields and the desperate villagers, so he used divine spells to summon a rain cloud, and it drizzled for a while. Don't underestimate it because it was just a drizzle. This was like a miracle, but it shocked the villagers. And after that member left Eve's honorific name, the village worshipped Eve, and many people became her believers. The honorific name of the goddess of life spread around the village just like that. And in this regard, while Eve was surprised, she also deeply felt that she seemed to have underestimated the ability of celestial phenomenon. In a sense, if used well, this was simply a powerful tool for preaching. Of course, the faith of the human world was quite sensitive now, and it was still uncertain whether Eve would go to war with the Holy Mania Empire next to her. The Holy Mania Empire, the word holy was not used casually. That referred to the Eternal Overlord, which was his headquarters. But this matter was enough to attract Eve's attention. Naturally, Eve marked down this small village. From time to time, she would also pay attention to it as a possible backup plan in the future. That was a digression. Back to the present, even after several months of development, Eve's divine power did not change much. Taking everything into account, it was actually only a few hundred points more than after the victory over Ullur. This was not because Eve's speed of acquiring divine power had slowed down. On the contrary, after having a large number of believers, the flow of the power of faith she obtained through the faith network had become quite terrifying. It was just that the more she earned, the more she spent. In order to maintain the operation of the entire huge faith network, most of the power of faith was stored in the statues worshipped in various faith nodes, or directly consumed by the faith network itself. And with the emergence of a large number of high-quality believers, there were more and more mixed-race humans who met the conditions for bloodline purification. For such believers, Eve naturally would not be stingy with her power and purified all of them. More than 10,000 elves and 20,000 half-elves. Even with the double bonus of the nature crown and the scepter of life, which greatly reduced Eve's consumption of divine power, it was still a considerable number. In addition, when she created the fairy race and even directly created a demigod, the consumption of divine power was also not small. Overall, it was already a miracle that she could maintain her divine power and maintain a positive growth. In this regard, although Eve was a little distressed about her divine power, she was not stingy with her expenditure. This was all an early investment to improve the quality of believers and increase the strength of believers. In the future, the speed of acquiring power of faith would definitely be faster and more. Under such circumstances, 2 months passed quickly. Finally, it was the day that Eve promised to go to the Pantheon Temple. On a side note, a reader told Crobbing that this book had been translated on the foreign web, but there was a big problem. That was that he was uniformly translated into he and even emphasized in the introduction, which caused many foreign readers to be confused. But in reality, it should be more appropriate to use it. He was not he. In China, he often referred to the gods. Let me explain here, I don't know if the outside world can see it. This is a problem with the translation. And when I use she, it is always when the protagonist uses an incarnation to descend to the mortal world. Attentive readers should be able to notice that when it comes to the gods, it is always he. Year 1070 of the Eternal Era, the 13th of September. For the inhabitants of the world of seekers, this was the 4th day of the great manna tide since the world's manna began to recover 4 years ago. The day of the great manna tide was a rather special day in the world of seekers. On this day, the world's manna would be at its peak for the entire year, and even the abyss's gravitational pull on the world of seekers would be significantly strengthened. After the countdown to the opening of the planar passage, the world's mana would increase significantly after each great mana tide. Both spellcasters and ascetics would seize this opportunity to break through their bottlenecks. Although the agitated mana could easily cause a backlash, opportunities also came with it. Moreover, many magical creatures themselves would be affected by the great mana tide. For example, magical beasts, vampires, werewolves, and some slumbering megalosaurus. Every year, the great mana tide was also a time when the villages and towns adjacent to the forest would be on high alert. This was because the great mana tide would mostly appear on this day or two. At the same time, the great mana tide was often associated with legends of vampires and werewolves' transformations. It was worth mentioning that in the process of the great mana tide's mana recovery in the world of seekers, the great mana tide was also the day when the various seals would be loosened the most. Most of the ancient beings that had escaped the seal in the past 4 years would also be freed on the great mana tide. In theory, the sealed planar passage would be at its weakest on this day as well. Therefore, the great mana tide was often the most vigilant and nervous day of the year for all factions. Of course, the Elven Forest was an exception. Leaving aside Eve's presence, the players didn't pay much attention to this special day in the world of seekers. It was just that every year on this day, the players would be surprised to find that their leveling speed would be faster. In fact, it was only one day. It would be even less if it was converted to Blue Star time, so it wasn't taken seriously. However, this year's great mana tide was destined to be different. Perhaps for ordinary mundane creatures and those who weren't qualified enough, this was only the highest level of mana in the world of seekers since the great mana tide's mana recovery. However, for some sensitive demigods and those who had stepped into the top of the universe, this day was special. Because today was the day that the Pantheon was officially opened for the first time in centuries. The so-called official opening, to put it bluntly, was to gather the gods and start a meeting of the gods. In the core area of the Elven Forest, the World Tree. Eve, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly opened her eyes and sensed a faint summoning. He was very familiar with this power because he had experienced it once when he had just recovered from a state of near death. This was the summoning of the Pantheon. "It's here." She spoke softly. Eve didn't resist and instead followed the call of her own volition, pouring in a wisp of her spiritual energy. It was still that familiar feeling of ascension. After her vision rose infinitely, Eve arrived in a boundless starry sky. Of course, having been to the Pantheon temple once, he knew that the ascension and the starry sky were just illusions. Of seekers of seekers. Seekers of the seekers of seekers, world of seekers of seekers of seekers. In front of Eve was still the same majestic temple, dazzling with starlight. However, unlike last time, Eve saw 2 angels in silver armor standing on both sides of the door. It was indeed an angel. They were all demigods with blonde hair and golden eyes. It was hard to tell if they were male or female, and their beauty was no less than that of the elves. The 3 pairs of white wings behind them were shining with holy light. They held spears in their hands and wore silver armor. They stood solemnly on both sides of the Pantheon. This was a 6-winged seraph. Among the belief angels, they were second only to the 12-winged angel king. The belief angels were a race of god envoys that belonged to the human god system. They were originally an intelligent life form that came from the outer realm. They were later subdued by the leader of the human gods, the Lord of Eternity, and became the symbol of god envoys of the human god system. They were a special kind of life between elemental life and material life. At the same time, like the Megalosaurus, the Angel of Faith was also a golden race, or rather, an ancient god race. They were born in gold, and their strength could reach mythical at best. According to their strength, from bottom to top, they could be divided into angels, archangels, dominants, 4-winged seraphs, 6-winged seraphs, and 12-winged angel kings. Among them, angels to dominants were all in the gold rank. They only had 1 pair of wings and were the main force of the angel corps. The 3 above them corresponded to legends, demigods, and mythical. It was worth mentioning that the fallen angel Lulia was once a 12-winged angel king who served the Lord of Eternity, and betrayed him in the end. Eve was not surprised that the Angel of Faith would appear here. The Eternal Era was the era of the Lord of Eternity. at least in name. As the leader of the gods in name, the meeting of the gods was naturally presided over by him. The oracles who received the gods were naturally his belief angels. However, when Eve, who had received the inheritance of the world tree, saw these belief angels, she kept recalling the scene of the oak tree guards and the belief angels fighting in the Millennium War. She felt a little uncomfortable and naturally became vigilant. Of course, she did not show it. Seeing Eve appear in front of the Pantheon temple, the two six-winged seraphs' expressions turned solemn. They stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Eve, and said in a deep voice, "My lord, I'm sorry. Her Holiness Eve, the god of life and nature, welcome to the Pantheon temple." Eve was not surprised that her identity was exposed. On the one hand, she did not change her appearance this time. This was mainly because there was no need for it. Because Eve already understood that the identity of the true gods did not rely on appearance alone. More importantly, it was the soul imprint and aura. Eve's aura was slightly different from her predecessors. After her deliberate adjustment and evolution over the past few years, the difference was getting bigger and bigger. On the other hand, the gods had left their own divine thrones in the Pantheon temple. If summoned by the Pantheon temple, the other true gods would appear directly on their divine thrones and would not appear outside the Pantheon temple. Only a new god like Eve who had not yet settled down would come in from the outside. To sum up, this seraph of faith should have been waiting for her from the beginning. Eve gently nodded, and the two seraphs of faith also stepped aside and respectfully opened the door of the Pantheon temple for Eve. Eve did not hesitate and went straight in. After Eve entered the Pantheon temple, the door behind her slowly closed, and at the same time, it also isolated the detection of divine power. Eve's heart moved, but she did not make any reaction. Her gaze fell on the main hall. Then, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Just like the last time she entered the Pantheon temple, the main hall was still so majestic and magnificent. The lights on the walls had been lit, illuminating the entire Pantheon temple magnificently. However, the thousands of divine thrones in the temple were empty, including the undamaged divine thrones in front. Seeing that the divine thrones were empty, Eve's first thought was that she had fallen into a trap. Her identity had been exposed and she had fallen into an ambush. But she quickly denied it. Not to mention that it was only a wisp of divine power that came here. It seemed that there was no need to ambush people in the Pantheon temple. This was not the real Pantheon temple. The Pantheon temple that could be suppressed by the master of the era had long been destroyed. This was just a replacement that was patched up. Otherwise, the ambitious eternal overlords would not be called the master of the era in name when their forces were so huge. And the uniqueness of this Pantheon temple also determined that besides the divine power of true gods, only authorized demigods could come here. Ambushing a wisp of divine power of true gods was meaningless. In addition, the meeting of the gods was not fake. After promising Otto's, Eve had confirmed with Death Hela and even the Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt that there was such a thing. Then, what about the other true gods? It was inappropriate to show nervousness and vigilance, but it was natural to have moderate doubts. So, Eve naturally frowned slightly, showing a puzzled expression, and looked at a figure in the center of the temple. It was a tall human man, or at least that was how he looked. He had blonde hair and golden eyes, and he had a handsome appearance that was not inferior to Therander's. But compared to Therander's demonic appearance, he looked more gentle and mature, and at the same time, he had the faint majesty of a superior. He wore a white robe with golden edges, and there were sacred and mysterious patterns drawn on it. If one were to interpret it from the perspective of a true god, it would include many images such as light, order, thunder, and humans. When Eve looked at him, he also looked at Eve. Those golden eyes that were as deep as the starry sky showed a friendly smile. But Eve was more alert than ever. Because she had already recognized the other person's identity. He was the master of the era, the strongest great divine power on the surface of the Seeker's universe, the master god of the human god system, Eternity Lord Idio. Welcome, Her Holiness Eve, the god of life and nature. Your appearance is as beautiful as the legends say. He said warmly. That gentle and refined attitude, that courteous action, was even more so than the Platinum Dragon King Lionheart, who loved to socialize. There was no trace of the overlord of the era at all, and there was no connection at all with the arrogance of the legends. But Eve, who had the inheritance of the world tree, knew that this was just a facade. If one really thought that Idio, who could develop his believers from a few to hundreds of millions, and even lead the gods to smash the previous world tree, was harmless, then one would be too naive. Various thoughts flashed through her mind, and Eve nodded gently at the man, neither servile nor overbearing. "Thank you, Eternity Lord Idio. I'm just following the most basic appearance of the elves." The Eternity Lord was not surprised that his identity was exposed. In fact, there was no need to be surprised. Everyone knew that the god of life and nature, Eve, was suspected to be Hela's subordinate god, or at least an ally. Even if she was a new god, there were many things that she would know. Not to mention that the elven forest was next to the human empire, and the statues of the Eternity Lord were not rare. However, when he heard the second half of Eve's sentence, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but did not say much. The most basic appearance of the elves were originally created by the world tree based on her own incarnation. The silver-haired, purple-eyed elf image was the purest royal image of the elves, and also the image of the previous world tree. At this time, in the face of the true god who destroyed the world tree, Eve's words were somewhat provocative. But she still did it. She did not forget her persona, an elf who had been apatheized and was slightly contaminated by the power of faith. This identity was much safer than having her true identity exposed. There are some things that must be done, and that must be done. This has nothing to do with identity or position. One day, you will understand. The Eternity Lord Idio smiled gently and said something inexplicable, avoiding the topic. Then, he looked at Eve again and smiled. "Looking at your expression just now, you seem to be a little confused? Isn't today the Pantheon meeting?" Eve asked naturally. "Indeed." The Eternity Lord nodded. "But it's not time yet. I merely used the authority of the Pantheon to summon you from the world of seekers in advance," he said. After saying that, the Eternity Lord Idio pointed to the throne in front of the Pantheon and said slowly, "Summoning you here in advance is actually just for one thing. I want you to leave your throne before the meeting, so that it will be convenient to introduce you directly to the gods." Eve looked in the direction of the Eternity Lord's movement, and her gaze stopped in front of the thrones. The thrones he pointed to were shining with a faint light, and there was a faint flow of divine power, forming a strong contrast with the dilapidated thrones at the back. These were the thrones of the surviving true gods. However, Eve also noticed that there were more thrones shining with light than the last time she came to the Pantheon. There were no longer just a few dozen thrones, but more than 100 thrones. This did not mean that new gods had appeared. Instead, some myths that had been in deep slumber had been awakened. Eve nodded slightly, then waved her hand gently and pointed to the back of the thrones. She was already prepared to leave her throne behind. As she moved, the golden-green divine power continued to condense, and a new throne gradually turned from illusory to solid. However, just before the new throne was formed, the Eternity Lord Idio waved his hand gently. Then, Eve's throne that had yet to form dissipated. Eve frowned slightly, and she was vigilant, but she looked at the Eternity Lord with a puzzled expression. The Eternity Lord Idio shook his head. "Your Holiness Eve, your throne is not in that position." After saying that, he pointed to a certain direction in the Pantheon. As he moved, the dim thrones at the back began to move, and one of the dilapidated thrones stood out and moved to the front. It was a throne carved with exquisite and complicated patterns, with flowers and vines. "Your Holiness Eve, your throne is here," the Eternity Lord said softly. Eve's gaze froze slightly. "Your Holiness Eve, your throne is here." The Lord of Eternity's voice was still gentle and slow, but in Eve's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder. Because the throne he was pointing at was none other than the throne of the previous world tree, for a moment, Eve's first thought was that she had been exposed. She almost dispelled her avatar and ran away, but he did not do so. Eve quickly calmed down. Putting aside whether running away would be useful if her identity was exposed, if the Lord of Eternity had really seen through her identity, he should not be here chatting with her so calmly. By then, the world of seekers would have been bustling with activity. Even if the gods could not enter the world of seekers for the time being, the demigods under their command and the secular army would definitely make a big move. Even if they could not defeat the true gods, could they not destroy the elves? Looking at it calmly, the Lord of Eternity seemed to be testing her. Suppressing some impulses in her heart, Eve vaguely guessed why the Lord of Eternity was acting this way. Similar appearance, same divinity. Even if Eve tried to cover it up, given the sensitive identity of the World Tree, the Lord of Eternity would naturally have some doubts about her identity. But at the same time, the wanton behavior of the players, Eve's completely different personality from her predecessor, and the relatively reasonable persona that Eve had set for herself were indeed very confusing. It was also very difficult for people to really associate her with the World Tree. But even so, even if there was only a slight possibility, as the leader of the gods who believed in the 1,000-year war of gods, the Lord of Eternity would definitely investigate to the end. But now, the plain channel to the world of seekers had not yet opened, and Eve was the only true god who walked in the world of seekers with her true body. It was unrealistic for the Lord of Eternity to investigate in person, and it was also not credible for him to send his kin to investigate. So, testing Eve before she came to the Pantheon was the best choice. Besides, there was another very important reason why the Lord of Eternity was testing her at this time. That was the uniqueness of the Pantheon. As the meeting place of the gods, the Pantheon Temple had a very special power since it was first established. The Pantheon Temple was the land of truth. The so-called land of truth meant that every word spoken here had to be the truth and could not be a lie. This power was even effective against true gods. Even a true god couldn't lie here. If he lied, the Pantheon would sense it and expose him on the spot. Although the Pantheon Temple was no longer the Pantheon Temple of the past, it had still inherited the peculiar power that was above a true god. This was a rule set by the King of Gods, Neo, who had created the Pantheon Temple. It had even become a kind of law. Its original intention was to facilitate the true gods to make contracts with each other and trust each other. Now, the eternal overlords were taking advantage of this to investigate Eve's identity. And no matter how Eve dealt with it, she would definitely receive some information. In fact, when the Lord of Eternity pointed to the throne of the World Tree, and Eve's expression inevitably turned serious, it was enough to make one's imagination run wild. Fortunately, with the persona that Eve had set up for herself, she was still able to recover from that obscure gaffe just now. And she had long known about the uniqueness of the Pantheon Temple. Although she had been a little shocked by the Eternal Overlord's sudden probe, she had actually been prepared for it. With this thought in mind, Eve's expression gradually turned cold. She spoke with a tone of slight hostility. "Your Holiness Eternal Overlord, this isn't my throne, and I don't deserve to sit on this throne. Even if my priesthood is the same as his, I'm just his successor." The highest level of lying was that what you said was originally the truth. It was just that some key information was removed and some information that could easily be misleading was added to make the listener have the opposite association, thus getting further and further away from the truth. Among these, the most important thing was that you had to have information that the listener would never guess or think of. For Eve, that was her true origin. Besides, what did you mean by that sentence you said earlier? What do you mean by some things must be done? What do you mean by irrelevant positions? Eve asked again. This was called turning the tables. Of course, Eve did have some doubts about the Eternal Overlord's words just now. It couldn't be that he wanted to say that the gods and their predecessors were enemies for everyone's good, right? Oh, no. From the gods' point of view, the Eternal Overlord was indeed doing it for her own good. The gods who herded all living beings would not allow the World Tree to raise the energy level of the world of seekers. But what about irrelevant positions, or rather, what position was this? Hearing Eve's words, the Eternal Overlord raised his eyebrows slightly, then smiled gently. Don't be so agitated, Your Holiness Eve. I know that your identity has determined that you will definitely be dissatisfied with me, but you are also a true god, so sooner or later you will understand why we made certain choices. Again, he was trying to beat around the bush. Eve was a little speechless. But she already understood that the Eternal Overlord did not want to say more in this regard. If he did not want to say it, then so be it. If he really said it, Eve was not sure if she would believe him or not. Although it was only the first time they met, and although the Eternal Overlord showed a gentle attitude, Eve instinctively still did not like this glittering fellow. This was without reason, more like a kind of intuition. In addition, since you have inherited the priesthood of life and nature, you should also inherit this throne. You don't need to be humble, this throne belongs to you now. The Eternal Overlord continued. Of course, if you really don't want to, you can just open up a new throne on the side. This was the second round of testing. The Eternal Overlord's words seemed to acknowledge Eve's identity, but Eve understood that the Eternal Overlord had laid a trap under this. If a true God who came back from the dead once again returned to their broken throne and sat down in person, then the damaged throne would immediately reconnect with them and become brand new. Even if a new divine throne was created beside the original divine throne, the soul imprint of the new divine throne would resonate with the old divine throne due to the close distance. Then, the new divine throne would merge with the old divine throne. In other words, if the world tree came in person, no matter how she disguised herself, as long as she sat on the previous throne, or even just opened up another throne next to it, her identity would be exposed. And if she did not do as the Eternal Overlord said and opened up a new throne somewhere else, there was no doubt that she had a guilty conscience. Even if she barely passed, the Eternal Overlord could still move the throne again and let the previous throne come to her side. This was a dead end. At least, if the previous world tree really revived. Unfortunately, Eve was not the previous world tree. These 4 years were enough for Eve to completely strip away the last remnants of the aura that belonged to the previous world tree in her body when she inherited it. In a sense, she was now equivalent to a new world tree. Other than race and bloodline, to be honest, she now had not much to do with the previous world tree. Eve didn't answer. Instead, she walked towards the former god's throne and stopped beside it. She stretched out her hand, and golden green light gathered under her. A new throne gradually condensed beside the original throne of the world tree. This throne was somewhat similar to the world tree throne, but the tree-shaped symbol on it was replaced by the symbol of the scepter of life, and the style was slightly different. Then, under the calm gaze of the Eternal Overlord, Eve naturally sat down. Nothing else happened. The Eternal Overlord was silent for a few seconds, then smiled again. Then, welcome to the Pantheon, God of life and nature, Her Holiness Eve. Hearing this, Eve knew that she had passed this time. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her expression was still calm. She nodded slightly at the Eternal Overlord. Her expression was still cold, completely showing the image of an elf god who was dissatisfied with the Eternal Overlord. The Eternal Overlord did not care. He gently waved his hand, and a ball of light flew to Eve, and Eve took it. After checking it vigilantly and making sure that there were no hidden tricks, Eve mobilized the power of her soul and touched the ball of light. As she touched the ball of light, Eve was surprised to find that an extremely detailed map had appeared in her soul. This map was three-dimensional. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a map of the entire universe of Seegers. The map was an elliptical sphere, and in the center was a ring like the Milky Way. That was the heavenly realm, and around the ring, there were large and small star-like light spots. Each of those light spots was a plane. The lower end of the elliptical sphere was pitch black, as if it was roasted by fire. There was also a faint vortex like a black hole, constantly attracting the light spots above. That was the abyss. And if one focused their consciousness on a certain light spot, the map would open further, and maps with rich topography would appear. Those were maps of various planes. At the same time, Eve also noticed that there were some highlighted areas marked on many maps. This is a map of the universe of Seekers. It records the information of all known planes, including the coordinates of each plane. Every member of the Pantheon has a copy. At the same time, this map also records the locations of all the Temple of Liberty districts, which are the glowing areas on it. The Eternal Overlord said. Temple of Liberty District? For the first time, Eve fell into confusion. This was the first time she had heard of this term. The Temple of Liberty District is an area where the gods of the Pantheon are allowed to freely build temples. Every god who joins the Pantheon can build a temple in each Temple of Liberty District after meeting the conditions. Just as Eve was puzzled, an old voice rang out. Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she raised her head. She saw that on the other side of the Pantheon, an old man in a silver-blue robe had appeared out of nowhere. He had white hair and a long beard, looking like Gandalf in the Blue Star classic fantasy novel, The Lord of the Rings. His robe was covered with stars, as bright as the starry sky. He leaned on a staff with a smile on his face. The Temple of Liberty districts are spread across all the planes of the universe of Seekers. Among them, the Seekers' planes are the most numerous. Every district ruled by a true god has a Temple of Liberty district. When joining the pantheon, you also need to announce the Temple of Liberty districts under your control. After you have written down the Temple of Liberty district under your control, you can also build your own temples in other Temple of Liberty districts. Of course, even if you build your own temple, without the permission of the true God in the Temple of Liberty district, you can't preach outside at will. You can only preach in the temple. The old man said with a smile. In other words, it's like an embassy. Eve thought to herself. She understood what he meant. Every true God in the pantheon had their own district of faith. At the same time, there were also Temple of Liberty districts where other true gods could build temples. Other true gods could build temples in the Temple of Liberty district, but preaching was restricted. In other words, it was like the embassies of various countries in the Blue Star. This was quite useful, as it allowed the true gods to spread their faith even further and to a wider area. From Eve's point of view, this also meant that she could build temples in various Temple of Liberty districts, and let the players out to have fun, as long as she wasn't afraid of this group of catastrophes turning the world upside down. At this time, Eve also understood why when the players conquered Sandstorm City, they found that there were temples of other true gods in the city besides Allur's. Previously, Eve found it strange, but she didn't pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that Sandstorm City was originally part of Allur's Temple of Liberty district. But, this old man was, "Nice to meet you, Your Highness Eve. I'm the Guardian of the Stars, Rigdal." The old man smiled and introduced himself. Rigdal, hearing this name, Eve's heart skipped a beat. The Guardian of the Stars, Rigdal. He was one of the three great divine powers of the gods, and also one of the three leaders of the pantheon of the Eternal Era. At the same time, he was one of the few true gods who didn't participate in the siege of Yggdrasil. Of course, he didn't side with Yggdrasil back then. The Guardian of the Stars, Rigdal's priesthood included protection, prophecy, and knowledge. Although he didn't have a dominating district of faith, his believers were everywhere. Information about him from the inheritance appeared in her mind. Eve greeted him gently. Eve greets Your Highness Rigdal. Rigdal, why are you here? Eternity Lord Idio's voice was a little surprised. At the same time, the gentleness he had when facing Eve was gone. Instead, there was a layer of indescribable deep majesty, as if he was a different person. However, Eve, who had the inheritance of Yggdrasil, knew that this should be the true personality of the Eternity Lord. He had a deep and proud personality. His previous friendly attitude towards Eve was strange, but Eve knew that it was just a test to dispel her wariness. I came to take a look in advance. I'm just curious about Your Highness, the God of life and nature. The Guardian of the Stars replied. And, it's almost time. Everyone is coming. Rigdal said. Not long after he finished speaking, the melodious sound of the bell began to echo in the pantheon. At the same time, the divine thrones in the temple began to shine brightly. Vaguely, a magnificent aura began to condense on the divine thrones. Seeing this, the Eternity Lord retracted his gaze. He turned his head and said to Eve again, so be it. Your Highness Eve, you are now a member of the Pantheon. Next, please participate in the meeting of the Pantheon. With that, he turned around and walked to the front row, sitting on the divine thrones facing the gods. It was the most magnificent of the three divine thrones at the front of the Pantheon. Rigdal also walked over and sat beside him. Magnificent power descended upon the Pantheon, and majestic and sacred figures appeared on the divine thrones. Accompanied by ethereal and sacred hymns, the gods descended. On the divine thrones in the front row of the Pantheon temple, the will of the true gods condensed, and a deep and vast consciousness appeared in the Pantheon temple. Eve's expression did not change, but her heart was filled with curiosity. She quietly sized up the figures that appeared in the temple. There were fewer gods than Eve had imagined, less than 100. Among them, most of them were in human form or humanoid form. The most eye-catching ones were the 30 or so figures in the center. Their robes were quite similar, all white with golden edges, the same style as the robes of the eternal overlords. They were the gods of the human god system, the largest god system in the world of seekers. On the right, there were a dozen or so true gods of different forms sitting together. Their appearances were mostly subhumans or barbarians, such as trolls and lizard men. They were the gods of the war god system, the second largest god system in the world of seekers. Looking at the two groups of true gods, Eve's heart trembled. The human god system and the war god system were the main forces that besieged the world tree 1,000 years ago. However, in the inheritance that Eve had received, there should be more than 100 of them added together. According to Warloss's memories, they did not suffer any losses when they defeated the world tree, but now there were less than 60 of them, which surprised Eve. A god system must have acted at the same time. Those who did not appear here could not have not come. So there was only one possibility. In the past 1,000 years, at least a third of the true gods that had besieged the world tree had fallen. It seemed that in the past 1,000 years, the heavens had not been so peaceful. Eve glanced at them a few times, then her attention was attracted by a few other figures. These were the 8 true gods whose robes were black or dark purple. Although they were sitting together, they were clearly divided into 2 groups, with 4 each. The leaders of both sides were old acquaintances of Eve. It was a young girl with black hair and red eyes. Her divine robe was embroidered with a sickle pattern. When Eve looked at him, he also looked at Eve and smiled at her. It was the Grim Reaper Hela. The other was an old man shrouded in darkness, his face expressionless. It was the god of darkness and shadows, Holder. Other than that, there were also some real gods sitting alone on the god thrones in 2s and 3s. There were about 20 of them. These were true gods with independent beliefs that did not belong to any god system. Many of them were true gods who did not participate in the siege of the world tree. Eve's throne was also among them. At this moment, Eve felt a piercing gaze fall on her. The spirit power contained a trace of scrutiny and hostility. Eve's heart skipped a beat as she turned to look at the source of the gaze. It was at the front of the pantheon, on the other side of the eternal overlord's throne. There, a true god shining with silver-gray light was quietly looking at her. When Eve looked over, the other party sneered and slowly retracted his gaze. It was the god of war and destruction, Lord. Eve was not surprised that the other party would be hostile to her. The gods arrived almost at the same time as the bell. However, Eve noticed that there were more than 10 intact thrones that were empty. They were not completely empty, but there were only 2 true gods sitting there. One was also an acquaintance of Eve's, the silver-haired and silver-eyed platinum dragon king, Reinhardt. Beside him, there was a young girl with blonde hair and red eyes wearing clothes inlaid with various gems. Or rather, it was a stretch to call her a young girl because she looked like an 11 or 12-year-old human girl. He was leaning on the throne and yawning, looking lazy. However, although he looked young, Eve keenly noticed that Reinhardt's attitude towards him was quite respectful. This made Eve's imagination run wild. There were a total of 89 true gods in the pantheon, including Eve. This was the current ruler of the world of seekers. Looking at the empty thrones around Reinhardt and the mysterious girl, the god of war and destruction, Lord, frowned slightly. Not all the ancient gods are here yet? His voice was slightly dissatisfied. If you have anything to say, just say it. I will pass on the message one by one. The girl beside Reinhardt said lazily. The god of war, Lord, sneered and wanted to say something, but the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, mediated. If they don't come, then so be it. We can rely on Her Majesty Yulinos to inform us. His Majesty Idio, we can begin. Yulinos, hearing this name, Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly knew the girl's identity. This was the name of the dragon ancestor. Eve did not expect the dragon ancestor to look like this. There was also a lack of relevant information in the inheritance left behind by her predecessor. She had thought that it would be an old megalosaurus. The eternal overlord took a deep look at Yulinos, then nodded. Then let's begin. However, before we begin, I would like to introduce a new member of the pantheon. Many of you should have already heard of her name. That is Her Majesty, the god of life and nature, Eve. Following the eternal overlord's words, Eve felt dozens of gazes fall on her. Those gazes were curious, scrutinizing, wary, and indifferent. Her Majesty Eve has already left her thrones in the pantheon. If you want to communicate, you can contact her after the meeting. This time, I have gathered all of you to the pantheon to discuss matters related to the world of seekers. According to His Majesty Rigdal's prediction, there are only 4 years left until the world of seekers is completely unsealed. It cannot be ruled out that it will be brought forward even further. In this final period of time, we have to make some preparations in advance. Only 4 years left. Hearing Idio's words, Eve's heart skipped a beat, and she instantly felt a deadly sense of urgency. She knew that as her strength increased, with the imperceptible void absorption, the time for the world of seekers to be unsealed would inevitably be further accelerated, but she did not expect it to be so much faster. She had to reach great divine power before the world was completely unsealed. Eve's expression gradually became serious. The magic of the world of seekers has returned, and all the races are ready to move. I know that many of you here want to use this opportunity to expand your sphere of influence, but you have to know that the situation during this period of time is special. In order to prevent accidents from happening, to prevent the sealed evil gods from taking the opportunity to escape, and to prevent further damage to the origin of the world of seekers during the unsealing process, for the next 4 years, wars of faith are prohibited in the world of seekers. Divine wars between true gods are also prohibited in the world of seekers. The eternal overlord, Idio, said in a firm tone. The gods had different expressions. But more of their gazes were inexplicably focused on Eve. Eve was speechless. Why did she feel that this was said for her to hear? Wars of faith, wars of gods. In the past few years, there had only been 2 wars in the world of seekers. One was the war in the underground world, and the other was the war in the desert of death. Both were related to her. And in the war of gods in the world of seekers, it seemed that she was the only one who could do this. If someone else did it, Allure would have ended up like her. It seemed that she had been too active recently, and in the end, she had attracted the attention of the gods. In order to prevent her, the only true body in the world of seekers, an almost invincible bug in the world of seekers, from causing trouble, they began to deliberately restrict her. Violators will lose the protection of the pantheon, and will be treated as declaring war with the human god system and the war god system. The eternal overlord, Idio, continued. Declaring war with the human god system and the war god system. Upon hearing this, Eve subconsciously began to think about what would happen if she were to really start a war with him. But she thought about it and felt that if she really did that, it would be no different from exposing her identity. She was not ready to shed all pretenses of cordiality yet. After all, she could not really drag the world down with her, could she? At this time, if Eve did not know that this was a warning from the eternal overlord, then she would have lived 2 lives in vain. That was true. The gods were all having headaches over the loosening of the seals everywhere, as well as the rising power of the evil gods. At this time, there was a fellow who was quietly making a fortune. Even if Eve's identity was not a suspect, the gods would not allow it. At this moment, Eve suddenly began to wonder if she should not have reported to the pantheon. Of course, this thought only lasted for a moment. Because she easily understood that even if she did not come, she would definitely have received a warning. She had risen too quickly, enough to make the gods wary. In addition, recently in the world of seekers, there have been frequent fanatics who have blasphemed the statues of their gods, causing the wrath of the gods. The dignity of a true god is not to be blasphemed. Relevant true gods, please restrain your believers. The eternal overlord continued. As soon as this was said, Eve felt as if a few more gazes had fallen on her. One was the god of war Lord, one was the god of darkness and shadows Holdel, and one was the god of death Hela. The first was sneering, the second had a playful look, and the third had a strange expression. Eve was speechless. Alright, I'm saying this to myself again. It seemed that the player's god's punishment bomb had been noticed after all. Eve guessed that it must have been the time when the first army blew up the orc legend that attracted his attention. Violators will lose the right to set up a temple in the Temple of Liberty area. The eternal overlord continued. The Temple of Liberty area. Eve did not care about this punishment. The Temple of Liberty area was a benefit of the pantheon. Unfortunately, she had too many secrets and did not intend to set up her own Temple of Liberty area. And if she did not set up her own Temple of Liberty area, she naturally could not enjoy the Temple of Liberty area of others. This benefit and this punishment were not of much use to Eve. However, the god's punishment bomb still had to be restrained. At least, the players could not mess around and make enemies everywhere. But forget about Holdel. It was almost a falling out. Blasphemy was blasphemy. The third thing is that there is still a year before the world of seekers is completely open. In order to prevent the power of the abyss from infecting the prime material world, I had discussed with Lord and Lord Rigdal and decided to start the war of gods and devils in a year to weaken the power of the abyss in advance. As he spoke, the eternal overlord's gaze swept across the pantheon. Everyone needs to participate. War of gods and devils, Eve looked up. This was the first time she had heard of this term. At this moment, a familiar voice resounded in his divine soul. The war of gods and devils is a regular cleansing of the power of the abyss by the gods in the heavens. Since the fall of Yggdrasil 1,000 years ago, the erosion of the abyss has greatly accelerated. In order to maintain the normal operation of the world of seekers, and to prevent it from sliding into the abyss, the gods would launch a war against the abyss almost every 200 years. So far, there have been 5. In every war of gods and devils, the gods would send an army of petitioners or personally lead an army of oracles to enter the abyss to fight the evil gods and devils. Of course, because the power of the abyss is extremely corrosive to the true gods, many weak true gods of the human god system and the war god system have fallen in the war of gods and devils in the past 1,000 years. Hearing these words, Eve's heart moved slightly. She turned her head to look in the direction of the death god Hela. The other party nodded slightly at her. Those words just now were told to her by Hela through the communication channel with Eve. The war of gods and devils, Eve was deep in thought. He suddenly felt as if he had found another way to increase his reputation and freeload his energy. Perhaps in the eyes of other true gods, the abyss was like a stubborn skin disease in the universe of seekers. Not only was it difficult to get rid of, but it also required constant application of medicine. But for Eve, who had the power of absorb, the abyss was also a good source of power. Of course, swallowing the power of the abyss on a large scale would definitely attract attention. If she really did that, it would be difficult for her identity not to be suspected. But if she participated in the war of gods and devils and borrowed the power of the players to personally kill the evil gods, it would be a different matter. Although Eve did not have enough petitioners, her army of players was, to some extent, more useful than petitioners. And her resistance to the power of the abyss was far greater than other true gods. So, after Eve understood the origin of the war of gods and devils, she decided to participate. This war of gods and devils will be overseen by His Holiness Lord of War and Destruction. Next, His Holiness Lord will explain the specific arrangements for this war of gods and devils, the Lord of Eternity continued. After saying that, he stopped and nodded at the handsome silver-gray orc beside him. Then, the God of War and Destruction, Lord of War and Destruction's rough and deep voice sounded. As usual, this war of gods and devils will be divided into groups based on god systems. All independent holiness will be assigned to a random god system. Considering that the holiness of the ancient gods lacks a petitioner army, the ancient gods do not have to send out their families, but they need to take action when dealing with the evil gods and demons. The human god system and the war god system have more members, so they will be split up and responsible for the 7 most powerful planes of hell in the abyss. The God of War and Destruction, Lord of War and Destruction, had a serious expression as he arranged the areas that the true gods would be responsible for 1 year later. However, when he talked about the specific tasks of the war god system, he glanced at Eve and said, the war god system will be responsible for the first 3 levels of hell. The war god divine branch is in charge of the 1st to 3rd levels of hell. Apart from the war god, the newly joined Her Majesty Eve will also be assigned to this area. Eve raised her eyebrows, but quickly nodded lightly. At the same time, she noticed that many true gods of the war god system were looking at her, but most of them were not very friendly. Well, she had just killed a true god of the war god system not long ago and refused to return the divinity and divine weapon. How could they be friendly? It seemed that the war of gods and devils wouldn't go too smoothly. Eve thought. At the mention of Eve, Lord of War paused for a moment, his expression gradually turning serious. Your Holiness Eve, this is a special period. The war god pantheon will no longer pursue the conflict between you and Allure, including the divine equipment and godhood you obtained during the War of Gods. But correspondingly, you need to fulfill your responsibilities as a true god. It's said that you've created an army of dependents that isn't inferior to the heroic spirit army. Since you have energy, you should use it where it's needed. Don't disappoint us. His voice carried a kind of arrogance as if he was giving alms. He did not mention at all that the winner of the battle of gods should, in theory, have all the spoils of war. The moment he said that, almost all the true gods' gazes focused on Eve. The war of gods a few months ago was so powerful that all the true gods with faith in the world of seekers sensed it. Almost all of them sent out their divine senses to observe. Of course, later on, Uller released his divine realm to block the true gods' probing. Eve's divine realm completely covered everything, so they did not know the details of the battle. They only knew that Uller was defeated and killed. As for the army of players that Eve summoned, her reputation had already spread throughout the world of seekers with the activities of bards and caravans. These things were no longer a secret, so Eve immediately became the focus of the true gods' attention. However, other than the human and war god system, the other true gods looked at her with curiosity. But when Eve heard Lord of War's words, she only felt that it was funny and irritating. Not to mention who started the war of gods, just the divine equipment, nature's crown, was just returning it to its rightful owner. Eve really did not know where he got the confidence to say such things. Or rather, to be able to betray his mother who guided him to become a true god 1,000 years ago. His divine equipment was debatable. Eve really thought that the human and war god system were quite funny. In order to prevent the world tree from growing and causing intelligent creatures to level up and threaten their faith, they worked together to destroy the world tree. In the end, without the world tree's suppression, the origin of the world of seekers was damaged, and it even gave the abyss an opportunity to take advantage of it. As a result, the war of gods and demons had been going on for 1,000 years. Was this not funny? Also, the Lord of Eternity's words were confusing. Did he really think that he still did not know how the War of Gods happened 1,000 years ago? After reading the half-elf Orlas's memories, Eve already knew. That was a blatant betrayal. It was a betrayal for his own benefit. The only thing that puzzled Eve was that the Lord of Eternity had said that it had nothing to do with his position. There seemed to be something else going on. But no matter what it was, this was not a reason to attack the previous world tree. Eve, who had the world tree's inheritance, knew her predecessor very well. This was a pure ancient god who was kind to the point of being a good person. Just look at the elves that he created. They were basically a reflection of himself. Even now, Eve could not forget the sadness and disappointment that she saw in Orlas's memories before the world tree fell. These true gods that she had single-handedly supported and worshipped had ultimately broken her heart. Eve lowered her eyes. The desire to become stronger in her heart grew even stronger. Even with her predecessor's personality, he was still attacked. The gods were targeting the world tree itself. This was a dead end. Even if it was for the sake of survival, Eve was destined to become enemies with these hostile gods. The meeting of the gods continued. After the god of war and destruction, Lord, arranged the specific tasks for the war of gods and devils. A year later, the meeting entered a free speech segment for the true gods. It was mainly to raise objections to the previous decision or to seek help from the pantheon if they had any difficulties. This had nothing to do with Eve. What she needed to do now was to listen, observe, and straighten out the relationship between the seekers and the gods as soon as possible. The relationship between the gods was not solid, and not all of them were her enemies. The main ones were the many gods of the war god system and the human god system. As for the other true gods, even if they did not stand on the world tree's side before the war of gods, at least they did not become enemies with the world tree. However, just as Eve was observing the gods, a true god who stood up to speak attracted her attention. It was a true god with the appearance of a dwarf. He had a big beard that was the symbol of the dwarves and wore a gorgeous robe. When she saw him, the information from her predecessor's inheritance immediately appeared in Eve's mind. The god of dwarves and smithing, Dolpht. This was a true god with weak divine power. He was quite ancient and could be considered one of the first true gods to worship. He had once established the dwarf god system. However, in the late Silver Age, the dwarf god system was divided, and the god system also fell apart. Some of them died, some left, and some fell into depravity. Now, he was the only true god left among the dwarves. At the same time, with the rise of the humans, the dwarves were also declining day by day, and his power had been weakening. Today, in the entire world of seekers, only the dwarven kingdom still worshipped the dwarf god of dwarves and smithing, Dolpht. It was a small country in the southeast of the Desert of Death. It was located in the mountains in the south, And the total population of the country was not as large as the population of the Orlos demiplane. If not for the many mountains in the territory and the rugged terrain, which made it easy to defend and difficult to attack, it might have been conquered by the human kingdom. It was worth mentioning that this true God did not participate in the siege of the world tree. He stood up from his throne and said with a serious expression, "Your Holiness, I need your help. The seal under the mountains in the south is on the verge of collapse. It can no longer be maintained with the power of the dwarven kingdom and the church. I need the help of the pantheon." The seal of the mountains in the south? Is it Baalat? The guardian of the stars, Rigdal, who was sitting on the other side of the eternal Lord, frowned slightly and asked. A hint of sadness flashed past the dwarf god of dwarves and smithing, Dolpht. That's right, it's him. Baalat. Eve repeated this name in her heart and began to search for relevant information in her predecessor's inheritance. After a while, she understood. This was a true god who once belonged to the dwarven god system. He was later corrupted by the abyss and was sealed under the mountains in the south by the dwarf god of dwarves and smithing, Dolpht. After he became an evil god, his power skyrocketed, and his divine power level was close to that of a mid-level divine power. He also used his own power to open a passage to the abyss under the mountains in the south, attracting a large number of demons. It was his corruption and slaughter, coupled with the destruction of the demon army, that directly led to the decline of the dwarves. The dark dwarves also escaped from the dwarven kingdom to the Underdark to avoid the war at that time. There were many depraved existences like Baalat sealed in the plane of Seekers. In that era when the gods had not moved their divine kingdoms to the heavens, many true gods' divine kingdoms were close to the world of Seekers. Once they fell, the harm caused was huge. Because these fallen evil gods were located in the plane of Seekers, it was difficult to destroy them. In many cases, they could only be sealed. Now, many of the evil gods that were awakening in the world of Seekers were of this type. Some time ago, the magic in the world of Seekers suddenly increased. Baalat used the chaos of the spatial power to reopen the abyss passage and summoned a large number of demons. With the power of the dwarven kingdom, we can only barely resist and can't close it. In addition, Baalat was originally a dwarf. He is very familiar with the dwarven race. When facing him, the warriors can't resist his bewitchment. Even one of my demigod oracles fell in the seal, so I need to ask the pantheon for help. Dolpht, the dwarf god of smithing, said. His expression was a little lonely. A true god was the ruler of the universe of Seekers. As a true god, he actually needed to ask for help from other true gods in the area under his control. This was indeed very uncomfortable for a god. The dwarf civilization that had once been strong and prosperous, second only to the elf civilization, had fallen to such a state. It was also very sad. However, after hearing his request, the true gods of the pantheon looked at each other, but there was no response. Now, the areas under the control of the various true gods had different degrees of changes. Some of the seals were loosening, and some were simply evil gods from the abyss plane taking the opportunity to project themselves and preach. It could be said that their own home was very lively, and they really did not have the mood to help the other true gods. Not to mention, the war of gods and demons was in a year's time. The various true gods had to prepare for it and preserve their own power. Seeing the silence of the gods, Dolpht, the dwarf god of smithing, was a little disappointed. He was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Of course, I will pay you. My hammer of smithing has accumulated enough power. If any of your holiness can help me strengthen the seal, I can promise with a true god oath that I will help you forge a true god weapon, or repair a true god weapon of low-level divine power or above. As soon as this was said, many true gods cast their gazes over, obviously tempted. The hammer of smithing was the most powerful artifact of the dwarf god of smithing, and it was also a well-known artifact in the entire universe of Seekers. This artifact did not have any powerful attack effect, but it was an auxiliary artifact that was very suitable for forging artifacts. It could collect the power of faith and store it in the artifact. Whenever the stored power was full, it could forge or repair a true god weapon. This was indeed very attractive to the true gods. No one would complain about having too many true god weapons. Everyone had a lot of broken artifacts in their hands, and many people had a hard need to repair artifacts. For example, it was quite laborious to repair artifacts that did not match their own attributes. Hearing this, Eve was also tempted. She thought of her own withered heart that had not been repaired until now. This true God weapon, even in a broken state, was quite powerful. Eve had always wanted to repair it, but she knew too little about forging artifacts. It was still possible to repair true God weapons that she was good at, but for those that she was not good at, she was at a loss. Now, the reward from the dwarf god of smithing gave her hope. Even without mentioning the reward, Eve was also very interested in the other party's request. There were only a few silly true gods like Allure who wanted to seize the priesthood of life and nature. Under the premise that their identities were not exposed, it was estimated that there were not many true gods who would really fight to the death with Eve like Allure. Under the premise that she could not quickly obtain divine power, Eve could not and did not want to start a war with other true gods for the time being. If she wanted to be promoted to a great divine power within 4 years, she still had to start from other aspects. For example, the evil gods and the abyss were good choices. It just so happened that there were changes in the seals all over the world of seekers. Under the banner of putting out the fire, she could eliminate these guys who were ready to make trouble. Not only could she accumulate reputation, but she could also strengthen herself. She just did not know if the players would vomit from fighting demons every day or something. Thinking of this, Eve smiled slightly and said, "My lord, Lord Dalton. The power of the abyss is the common enemy of the true gods. Your reward also interests me. I'm willing to help you deal with the evil in the seal." Eve's voice was gentle and sincere. When her voice resounded in the pantheon, she once again became the focus of all the gods. Those true gods who wanted to accept the commission from Dolpht, the god of dwarves and smithing, were silent for a moment before giving up on the idea. There was no other reason. Although the god of life and nature, Eve, was a new god, she was the only true god whose main body was in the world of seekers. In the world of seekers, she was currently the strongest existence. If she agreed to help the dwarves seal, there was probably no god present who could compete with her. Of course, Eve's battle achievements also played a role. Although she looked beautiful, she was a fiend who had slaughtered a true god not long after she became a god. Moreover, she was a subordinate god of one of the 2 most powerful god systems, the war god system. In the face of such an existence, anyone would be cautious. In addition, although the reward provided by the god of dwarves and smithing was attractive, it was not enough to make the true gods compete with each other for it. This was also one of the reasons. If it had been an ownerless material plane, perhaps all the true gods present would have fought each other to obtain it. Hearing Eve's words, the god of dwarves and smithing was slightly stunned, then he was pleasantly surprised. "If it's Her Holiness Eve, there will definitely be no problem," he said sincerely. Eve nodded lightly and smiled. "I'm just doing my part for the world of seekers. I have a nature priesthood, and maintaining the normal operation of the world of seekers is also within the scope of my priesthood. In the face of the erosion of the abyss, I also need to take action. I'll send my adorers to the southern mountains to assist the dwarf kingdom in sealing the power of the abyss." The god of dwarves and smithing was slightly stunned, then he asked in surprise. "Is it your elven chosen one? You know?" This time, it was Eve's turn to be surprised. "I have a small number of dark dwarfs believers in the underground world, and I know a lot about your adorers from them. I've also seen your adorers fighting through the believers who returned to the god's kingdom. They are indeed a group of powerful warriors." The god of dwarves and smithing, Dolpht, sighed. After saying that, he changed the topic and said, "Don't worry. However, the fallen ballot is very powerful. When the time comes, we may need even more powerful forces to take action, I understand. If ballot appears, I will personally take action." Eve's face turned serious as she answered seriously. The god of dwarves and smiths heaved a sigh of relief. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Your Holiness Eve. I'll send an oracle right away and have my believers send messengers to communicate with your believers. The dwarven kingdom can only last for about a month at most, so the sooner you act, the better." After the true god made the agreement, they still needed to pass down an oracle for each other's forces to carry out the handover of missions. However, with the true god's oracle, many things would be much more convenient. Eve and Dolph quickly agreed on a specific date and signed a true god oath regarding this mission under the witness of the Pantheon. both sides were satisfied and happy. After the dwarf god and the god of forging, the other true gods also spoke one after another. Not all the true gods of the world of seekers stayed in the heavenly realm, and even if they stayed in the heavenly realm, they did not meet often. Therefore, this meeting still gave many mythical existences a chance to communicate. However, most of the things they talked about were located outside the world of seekers. It was related to the heavenly realm or other planes in the endless void. That was not something Eve could participate in now. She just listened quietly and obtained information about the various true gods. She also learned a lot of information about the gods from their exchanges. While listening to the conversations of the gods, Eve even had the spare energy to look at the map of the universe of seekers that she had just obtained. Compared to the blue star universe in her previous life, the universe of seekers was quite pocket-sized. However, no matter how pocket-sized it was, the planes that were as dense as stars dazzled Eve. However, most of the planes were dead silent. There were very, very few main material planes like the world of seekers that had a balance of matter and energy. The only one that could reach the mythical level and ascend was the world of seekers. Most of the material planes already had masters, and they were marked with the sphere of influence of the true gods. Eve noticed that most of them belonged to the human god system and the war god system. Other than the material planes, there were more elemental planes that had an imbalance of matter and energy. These planes also had life, but most of them were strange energy life forms or high magic life forms. The planes of all sizes in the entire universe were arranged like nebulas, surrounding the heavenly realm that the gods had created. The world of seekers was below the heavenly realm. From its position, it was slightly below the center of the entire universe of seekers. At the same time, Eve also noticed that many main material planes had an illusory line connected to the world of seekers. That represented a direct plane passage. Of course, it was closed now. Looking at these light rays that represented the plane passage, Eve could almost imagine the prosperity of the world of seekers. As the central plane of the universe, it was connected to thousands of worlds. All intelligent creatures could travel to and from various planes. The civilization was at its peak, and it was incomparably prosperous. If that's the case, logically speaking, the elves should also be distributed in other planes. However, after their self-revival, they did not sense any faith from other planes at all. This means that there are probably no more elves in other planes, or they have completely lost their faith. Eve sighed. The meeting of the gods did not last for long. After about 2 hours, it was nearing the end. When all the true gods were satisfied and fell into silence, Eternity Lord Idio looked around and said, "This is the end of the meeting. If there's anything else you need, please contact me after the meeting. Please remember the War of Gods and Devils a year later. At that time, we will need to meet again here." After saying that, he glanced at the side of the ancient god sect and reminded, "Also, Your Holiness Yelinos, please remember to inform the ancient gods about the War of Gods and Devils a year later." I know. Really, it's as if the abyss can be cleaned up." The young girl next to Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt waved her hand impatiently as she complained and yawned. The Eternity Lord frowned slightly but did not say anything. He looked away and said in a low voice, "That's it. That's it, then. The conference of the gods has come to an end. Everyone may leave." After saying that, his body shone with a golden light and slowly disappeared from the Pantheon Temple. After he disappeared, the more than 30 human true gods with similar styles also left. The remaining true gods also began to leave one after another. The god of war and destruction, Lord, and the god of darkness and shadows, Hodier, took a deep look at Eve before leaving with their god followers. On the other hand, the guardian of the stars, Rigdal, gave Eve a kind smile before slowly dispersing his avatar. As for the god of death, Hela, she had frequent communication with Eve, so after the two mythical beings nodded to each other, Hela left the Pantheon Temple with her underworld followers. Of course, the other gods also saw how close and familiar she was with Eve, which confirmed the fact that the two mythical beings were allies. As for the rumor that the new goddess of life was a follower of the god of death, it was dispelled. After that, Eve also received many telepathic thoughts from other true gods. Most of them were kind invitations, and almost all of them wanted to invite Eve's avatar to their god's kingdom for a chat. This was the communication between true gods. After Eve became a member of the Pantheon Temple, there would naturally be true gods who wanted to befriend her. However, Eve noticed that most of the true gods who sent her telepathic thoughts were independent true gods, and almost none of them were from the human god system or the war god system. In a sense, this also represented a kind of attitude. Apart from that, most of the true gods' invitations were in 4 years, which was after the world of seekers was unsealed. Eve understood why they chose this time. First, the true gods' concept of time was different from that of ordinary creatures. Second, it was because when the world of seekers was completely unsealed, the true gods would be able to communicate better. But as for what would happen in 4 years, Eve could not be sure. Now, she could only accept the invitations of these kind beings first, and talk about the details later. The true gods dispersed their avatars one after another. Soon, there were only a few mythical beings left in the Pantheon Temple. Just as Eve finished replying to the last true god's invitation, she suddenly heard a crisp and tender voice behind her. "Your Holiness Eve, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time. I'm quite interested in the little games developed by your believers. When I'm free, I'll definitely visit the Elven Forest and play a game of chess with you." Eve's heart skipped a beat. She turned around and saw that the one who spoke to her was Dragon Ancestor Yelinos. Platinum Dragon King Reinhardt followed behind her with a helpless expression and even shrugged at Eve. Eve raised her eyebrows, then bowed slightly to the other party and said, "Hello, Your Holiness Yelinos. Hey, don't use the etiquette of believing in a true god." Yelinos waved her hand nonchalantly, then smiled and said, "Also, I have to thank you for your help to the dragon race in the past 2 years. You don't know, but the reproduction of the younger generation has been really worrying me to death. It's just that there are some things that I can't change no matter what, so I can only rely on external forces." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and sighed regretfully. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She vaguely understood what the other party was worried about. The fertility rate of the dragon race had been declining. This was an almost unchangeable fact. This was not a problem with the dragon race itself, but the inevitable fate of the mythical races, just like the rules of the universe. Although the dragon race was recognized as a golden race, before the golden race, they were also a mythical race. Unless the entire Seeker's universe underwent a drastic change, the decline of the dragon race was inevitable, just like the ancient gods. Eve wanted to say something, but Yelinos waved her hand. "Let's not talk about this anymore. It gives God a headache." He paused for a moment, looked at Eve with a faint smile, and said playfully, "You're right. Speaking of which, Your Holiness Eve, you still owe me a favor." Eve was stunned. Seeing Eve's puzzled expression, Yelinos smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that my hands were itchy some time ago, so I went to play a game of chess with Lord. I also watched an exciting battle between gods." So it was at that time, Eve came to a realization. She had been wondering why the war god divine system had allowed her to kill Allure, and why the war god Lord did not immediately take back the crown of nature. Now, it seemed that Yelinos had interfered and stopped the other party. Then this was indeed not a small favor. One had to know that the crown of nature had a considerable impact on Eve. Not only did it allow Eve to have more control over her godhood, but it also further increased the efficiency of Eve's transformation of divine power. Not to mention, Eve was also able to successfully seize Allure's godhood and advance to mid-level divine power. Thinking of this, Eve sighed and said, "It was you who did it." "So it's you. What do you need me to do?" The dragon race was kind to her. Moreover, Eve felt that the 2 true gods of the dragon race might have even guessed her identity. However, no one would mention a favor for no reason. Since Yelinos had said so, she probably had a favor to ask of her. Hearing Eve's words, Yelinos smiled and said, "I haven't thought about it yet. But I feel that I will need your help one day. Of course, it won't be something that will make things difficult for you. At that time, you should be strong enough. In addition, if you are willing, the dragon race will always be your loyal ally." These words were not directly said by Yelinos, but directly transmitted to Eve's mind through her soul. Eve's heart skipped a beat. Why? She was really curious. Why would the other party convey kindness to her? Why did the other party seem to believe that she would definitely grow, What did the dragon race know? Were they sure that she was the world tree? If they were sure, did they know her relationship with her predecessor? Hearing Eve's question, Yelenos only sighed faintly. She raised her head slightly and looked up. She sighed again and continued to transmit her voice. I can't say. However, Your Highness Eve, when you become a greater divine power, you might be able to sense some things. By the way, Your Highness Eve, please be careful of the Eternal Lord, Eternity, and don't trust the Guardian of the Stars, Rigdal. Yelenos transmitted her voice with a serious expression. Eve's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to continue asking, but Yelenos' expression quickly became extremely bright. She interrupted Eve's unasked question and said enthusiastically, "Let's end this today. Your Highness Eve, when I have time, I will go to the Elven Forest to play chess with you." With that, she smiled at Eve and dispersed her soul incarnation with Reinhardt's company. Eve was still thinking about what the other party had just said, and at the same time, she thought of some ambiguous words that the Eternal Lord had said. Her expression gradually became serious. Could it be that the reason for my predecessor's death is not as simple as Orlos remembered? And from the looks of it, there seems to be something in the universe of Seekers that she doesn't even dare to mention? It's fine if it's the Eternal Lord, but why does Yelenos want me to be careful of Rigdal? Eve was puzzled. However, she believed that Yelenos' kindness should be real. Because if she guessed correctly, the other party should already know her identity. If she really had ill intentions, all she had to do was announce her identity. Not to mention, Yelenos had also mentioned that she might need her help in the future. Thinking of this, Eve raised her head and looked in the direction that Yelenos had been staring at. That was the sky above the Pantheon, and also the sky above the world of Seekers. There, the stars were shining brightly. But at the same time, it was as unfathomable as the night. A greater divine power, Eve's gaze gradually became firm. I have to take one step at a time. I have to complete the commission of the God of Dwarves and Forging first. Before the world of Seekers is unsealed, I must become a greater divine power. Shaking her head, Eve dispersed her incarnation and returned to her divine kingdom. After returning to the godly kingdom, Eve didn't immediately send out the dwarf kingdom's mission in the form of an oracle. Though the dwarf kingdom was located in the southeast of the Death Desert, it was still too far away. Though the Death Desert belonged to Eve's sphere of influence, and Eve had officially extended her teleport portal system to Sandstorm City was located in the hinterland of the Death Desert. Under such circumstances, even if one could teleport from Winterfell to Sandstorm City, it was still a long journey from Sandstorm City to the Dwarf Kingdom. Perhaps to gold and legendary professionals, this journey wasn't a problem, but it was different for the gamers. If the gamers were to travel and fight, Eve reckoned that they would be left behind, just like in the Death Desert. Of course, there were so many gamers. Even if more than half of them were left behind, as long as enough gamers participated in the mission, they would have enough combat power when they reached the destination. But what was the point of that? With such a long distance, if they didn't make any other preparations, the gamers wouldn't be able to participate in the battle after they died. They would lose their most bug-like advantage. From this perspective, it was best to build a long-distance teleport portal like in the Underworld War to teleport the gamers over. However, the distance from the Dwarf Kingdom to Sandstorm City was much further than the Underworld's Blade City to Black Rock City. If they used the teleport portal, the consumption would be astronomical. Hence, after much consideration, Eve decided to combine the power of the true gods and use a more convenient and evil method. Instead of using the teleport portal, she would use the summoning portal. True gods, especially believers, had the ability to accept the summoning portal. As long as the true gods were within the control of their faith, or if the true gods were devout enough to temporarily serve as the anchor point of the faith network, they could accept the summoning portal to deliver items or manpower to the target. This was like a reverse sacrifice or a high-level teleport portal that combined the faith network, but there were more restrictions. In essence, the true gods would teleport or replace the true gods who were connected to their faith network to the summoner's side within a certain period of time. The summoning portal could be further divided into two types. One was permanent, and the other was temporary. The permanent summoning portal was often used by the true gods to reward their believers. The consumption was higher, and it was essentially a space portal. The consumption of the temporary summoning portal was lower. Most of the summoning portals used by believers to summon high-level fighters, It was essentially a space portal. Teleportation was a one-time transaction, but replacement was a deception of the law of space for a certain period of time, which would be removed after the time limit. Of course, because many mortals didn't know the true difference between the two, they would generally treat them as summoning and teleportation. In the Surge universe, the evil god believers summoned demons, and the church's patriarchs summoned angels. These were all spatial transformations. It was just that for true gods, the cost of cross-realm sacrifice was quite high. Portal teleport portal was summoning portal was portal teleport. Teleport summoning summoner of demons teleport portal realm summoning portal teleport summoning mana demigod portal of magic. Teleport. Of portal. Summoning summoner summoning portal teleport summoning portal of portal. Even worse, some true gods would even raise the summoning consumption to a rather ridiculous level, and in turn, freeload off the summoner's mana consumption. From this perspective, under normal circumstances, the magic materials required to summon a true god were much more expensive than teleportation. However, this was the general situation. Eve's situation was very special. Eve's main body was located in the world of seekers, and the cost of accepting sacrifices was much lower than other true gods. It was the same for reverse summoning. At the same time, the players were different from ordinary believers. They were consciousnesses that Eve had pulled over from Blue Star. They were essentially one with the game system, and the game system had long been integrated into Eve's belief network. Therefore, the cost of summoning players was actually much lower, because there were fewer processes to go through. Before, Eve's faith network wasn't strong enough, but now that she had millions of believers, she could use more advanced sacrificial methods to summon players in reverse. In other words, Eve was now theoretically able to give believers, or beings who prayed to her, a new ability, that was to pay a certain price to summon players to their side. This was actually something that Eve had thought about for a long time. As the map expanded, she definitely couldn't count on the players to do everything on one leg. And if the plan went well, Eve could naturally promote this kind of summoning. It would also be convenient to use the players to put out fires and freeload EXP all over the world of seekers, and at the same time, gain a wave of reputation. Of course, the summoning of players also went through the replacement process, which was temporary. The reason was also because the cost was low, and she could also freeload the law of space to send the players home after completing the mission. It was simply perfect. And this time, Eve intended to test the waters with the commission from the god of dwarfs and smithing. However, considering the number of players to be summoned, Eve didn't intend to use believers as summoning anchors. Instead, she planned to directly build a god statue specifically for summoning players. This kind of god statue didn't need to have the ability to store the power of faith like other god statues. It only needed to be a node of the faith network. By then, as long as she paid a certain price and prayed to the god statue, she would be able to summon players. Of course, not all players could be summoned. She still needed to complete a summoning-related mission or subsystem. Only players who accepted the summoning mission could become the target of the summoning. Summoning mission. Let's just call it battlefield summoning. Summon, fight, and retreat. It's quite similar to the battlefield in online games. As for the reward, let's use the Silver Profession Change Quota and the Divine Artifact Exchange Point Scroll as the highlight. The former will attract Black Iron players, and the latter will attract Silver players. Also, I need to arrange an NPC in charge of this. That guy Celestial seems to be having a good time in Sandstorm City. Since he's so free, I'll leave this matter to him. As Eve formulated the plan, she used her divine power to condense the god statue. While Eve was creating the god statue, she also released a new game announcement and posted the updated content on the network, Elf Forest, City of Heaven's Chosen. Ever since the players built the new city, the original main city was not so crowded. Of course, as the transportation hub of the entire Elf Kingdom, for the players, it was still the most prosperous city. However, many of the big shots who were often active in the city were no longer there. For example, Salty Meow, who had recently moved to the city on the peak and had been obsessed with castle construction, and Li Mu, who was increasingly lazy and was thinking about how to help his elemental fairy hook up with Doryman from the Shamu family next door. Most of these high-level players who had already maxed out their levels had followed their guilds to build manors in the new city, and each of them was more majestic than the last. However, many low-level players stayed behind. From this point of view, the City of Heaven's Chosen was a bit like a true novice village. On the other hand, the central square of the City of Heaven's Chosen was still as lively as before. It had become a famous scenic spot in Elf Kingdom. Here, there were daily players who went AFK or even entered the virtual space to spar, and there was no lack of well-known big shots among them. Every night, there were still banquets and revelries in the central square, which had gradually become one of the players' pleasures. Perhaps the people were different every night, but every night, it was very lively here. Of course, things were not absolute. There were also some big shots who were too lazy to move, or big shots who were used to the convenience of the City of Heaven's Chosen, who still settled here. For example, Boxed Lunch and his teammates. As a combat team that was keen on running all over the map, they still favored the City of Heaven's Chosen. Not to mention, after the artifact repair function went online, the entry point of the Demon God's Labyrinth dungeon was also on the world tree next to the City of Heaven's Chosen. For the convenience of farming Azazel, everyone did not consider moving for the time being. However, the Demon God's Labyrinth dungeon now had 13 mini BOSSES, and it was too difficult to farm Oldos Palace. Some players had calculated that only 1 or 2 player teams would farm Oldos Palace every week, and Oldal was obviously more difficult to fight. Sigh, after farming for so long, we only got the Demon God's Palace once. It only dropped 1 artifact repair point scroll, and it's 100,000 points. This is too difficult. In the central square, Calabash complained while chewing on a skewer. He sat on a small wooden chair with a bonfire in front of him. His 4 old friends, Boxed Lunch, Optimist, Chopin, and I Am Invincible, sat around him. In addition to them, Nightingale and several of her younger siblings were also sitting next to them. Today was the weekend, and it just so happened that it was night time in the world of Seekers, so the Boxed Lunch team did not go to the dungeon for a long time, but gathered in the central square to rest. As for Nightingale, she was an old friend. This was a friendship where they could eat barbecue in front of each other and tease each other about whether or not they ate it. Do we really have to honestly earn contribution points? I calculated that if I want to repair all the broken artifacts I collected, it would take a total of about 5 million contribution points. Optimist said with a bitter face. Only 5 million? I'm almost at 10 million. Chopin was surprised. Get lost. That's your good luck. The artifacts found in the Broken Kingdom are all good, so naturally, the contribution points required to repair them are high. For example, the few I found added up to less than 2 million. I Am Invincible rolled his eyes and said. Don't say that, it also depends on the damaged state of the artifact, right? The staff I picked up is broken into 3 pieces, I can't even use it. Chopin said. The players were having a lively discussion. They were all at the peak of the lower silver level, and now their only pursuit was to collect a full set of 6 godly artifacts. How can it be so easy to repair an artifact? Her Holiness the Goddess gave you this opportunity, I think it's already a great blessing. You have no idea how difficult it is to repair an artifact. Nightingale shook her head and said after listening to the player's words. Also, an artifact needs a corresponding strength to be used. The best is the one that suits you. I don't think you need to pursue an artifact body. Nightingale said. Hey, Nightingale, you don't understand. This is a passion and pursuit. Calabash said. Even Boxed Lunch nodded, which was rare. Yes, a full set of godly artifacts is perfect. Of course, it was perfect. Until now, there were already rich players in Elven Nation who had a full set of godly artifacts. After testing, the durability of a godly artifact was on a completely different level from that of normal equipment. In other words, as long as they had a full set of godly artifacts, they would not have to repair their equipment every day. Of course, godly artifacts could be damaged. If they were forced to use the artifact, it might affect the artifact. While the players were chatting, a new system announcement suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Ding, announcement, Elven Nation will be continuously updated in the near future. New gameplay will be added. Players, please pay attention to the announcement on the official website. Pfft. There's an update that doesn't announce the specific update time? Calabash looked at the new announcement and laughed out loud. Of course, he did not know that this was because Eve did not know when the messenger from the Dwarf Kingdom would arrive in Sandstorm City, so she used this excuse. The players laughed, but they were not surprised. To be honest, sometimes the quests and updates in Elven Nation were quite random, as if they were decided on the spot. They were already used to it. Following the announcement, the players opened the official website. When they found the latest official update log, they were instantly interested. Battlefield summoning? Elven Nation is finally going to have a battlefield quest? Then, the players looked down and saw the description of the new gameplay. It can drop a silver class change slot, a large amount of contribution points, and even a godly artifact repair point scroll? In an instant, the players were suddenly energized. Teacher Black Cat, Teacher Black Cat. Did you see the announcement on the official website? The battlefield quest is coming. It can even drop a silver class change slot. In a hotel in the city of Chosen, Xianxia pushed open the door and said excitedly to a famous comic artist who was staring blankly at the air in the room. Now, we have another channel to get class change slots. The announcement said that the battlefield quest is random. This is much better than rolling in the Demon God's Labyrinth. The girl was excited. She and Black Cat were already level 40 when the Demon God's Labyrinth was released in version 2.0. It was a pity that they had not obtained a class change slot yet. The main reason was that there were too many players who wanted class change slots, and the two of them were unlucky. They had not rolled for it. The only thing left was to find the boss team and spend money to open a boss dungeon. However, after hearing the girl's words, Black Cat forced a smile. I see. That's good. Let's go together later. But I have some unfortunate news to tell you now. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Black Cat and asked carefully, don't tell me it's the deadline again? You're right, but there's no reward. Xianxia was speechless. How many more days? She asked. 1 day, Black Cat answered woodenly. Then hurry up and do it. I'll open the software right away and try to finish it in 2 days. Xianxia waved her fist and cheered. Ahem, I'm referring to 1 day in the game. Black Cat coughed dryly and answered. Xianxia was speechless. Desert of Death, Sandstorm City. The first elf, Therandir, sat in a dwarven tavern, clinking glasses with several enthusiastic female players while enjoying the afternoon's leisure time. Ever since he was sent to the Desert of Death by the Mother Goddess to deal with the half-orcs, his life had become more and more comfortable. It was mainly because the Chosen Ones were too capable. If there were any troublesome matters, he could just order them to do it. These warriors who loved to fight were usually not very smart. As long as he used the mission system flexibly, there were many things that he did not need to do personally. The dirty work could be left to the Chosen Ones. Although the workload was not small, to Therandir, it was actually easier than in the Elven Forest. In the Elven Forest, he still had to work at the church and communicate with the elves. There were many things that he had to do personally. But here, he only needed to rely on the mission system to train the Chosen Ones and order them to deal with the half-orcs. The Chosen Ones were willing to work hard without complaint. As long as there were enough rewards and good impressions, they would even be willing to dig out feces from a cesspool. They were the best coolies. He sipped the fruit wine that the Chosen One had bought for him, shook his head, and listened to the bards playing in the tavern. From time to time, he would chat with the beautiful and enthusiastic female Chosen One beside him and receive some gifts from them. As for Therandir, he only needed to express his closeness appropriately. Sometimes, just a smile could even attract screams. This kind of life was simply too comfortable. Although the environment of Sandstorm City was not very good and did not suit the elves' preferences, Therandir still felt that it was quite comfortable here. Even if the environment was bad, under his sincere appeal, there were still enthusiastic Chosen Ones who joined the team to transform Sandstorm City's environment. Now, there were already Druid Chosen Ones who were trying to plant trees and flowers in the city. Oh, right, there were also the newly created fairy clan by the Mother Goddess. Those little fellows were quite suitable to transform the environment. Therandir had recently been thinking of ways to trick some of them from the Gloom Mountain range. Since he was going to stay in Sandstorm City for a long time, it would be best to make this place beautiful. Therandir thought so. Just as he was leisurely enjoying his afternoon tea and experiencing the massage techniques of the two female chosen ones that were said to be passed down from their ancestors, a sacred and majestic voice sounded in his mind. "Are you comfortable?" "Comfortable, very comfortable." Celestial nodded subconsciously and replied with a smile. However, he soon realized that the voice was directly in his head. That divine and dignified aura instantly woke him up. Celestial shivered and hurriedly stood up. "Mother, cough. Her Holiness the Goddess." He coughed dryly, his expression a little awkward. As the first primordial elf, he was also a god's chosen. Naturally, he could hear the voice of the Mother Goddess. However, it had been a long time since the Mother Goddess had given him an oracle directly. Even the appointment of the Desert of Death had been conveyed by Zero, which was why he hadn't reacted in time. The voice in his consciousness was silent for a moment, then sounded again. "Celestial, I have something for you to do." The new game announcement once again attracted the attention of the majority of players. When everyone saw that the rewards included the silver class change slot and the divine artifact restoration point scroll, their anticipation was pushed to a small climax. There was no other reason. Although Demon God Palace version 2. 0 had increased the number of bosses and the drop rewards, it was still too tight for the hundreds of thousands of players in the server. Especially the divine artifact restoration point scroll that could only be dropped by clearing the dungeon. In the words of some veteran players from the era of MMORPG, the divine artifact restoration point scroll's drop rate was even more ridiculous than the glazed crystals used to create special effects weapons in certain online games. At this time, there was a new source of drops, which naturally attracted the attention of countless people. Not to mention, the official website also mentioned that the new gameplay would have very high contribution rewards. This was simply good news for the unlucky. On the other side of the world of Seekers, in the Dwarf Kingdom in the mountains in the south, the National Church also received an oracle from their own true god. In the Dwarf Kingdom, in the temple of a dwarf city built in the mountains. The 3-meter-tall statue of the dwarf and god of smithing was blooming with radiance, and a vast power rippled in the temple. Below the statue, an elderly dwarf wearing a tall crown and a gorgeous robe was prostrating in front of the statue, worshipping fervently. "Praise you, the great dwarf god, the great god of smithing, your oracle is the direction we should move forward in." Gradually, the radiance on the statue slowly disappeared, the elderly dwarf also slowly stood up. He pondered for a moment, then ordered the dwarf warrior guarding the entrance of the temple, "Go and call the bronze cauldron." "Yes, your holiness the Pope," the dwarf warrior said respectfully. The elderly dwarf was the highest leader of the National Church of the Dwarf Kingdom, the current pope appointed by the dwarf and god of smithing, Dolpht. As the top clergy of the true god in the secular world, he could also be addressed as your holiness. The dwarf warrior quickly returned. He brought with him a middle-aged dwarf warrior with a thick beard, short and muscular, and curly black hair. The dwarf warrior had a powerful aura, and the armor on his body was full of holes. It was obvious that he had been through a long battle. He came in front of the Pope and bowed respectfully. "Your Holiness the Pope, are you looking for me?" The Pope glanced at him, then said with a serious expression, "Bronze Cauldron, His Holiness the true God has just given an oracle, the opportunity to seal the fallen has come. You are the strongest warrior in the Dwarf Kingdom, and you have the extremely fast Golden Griffin. I order you to go to Sandstorm City in the Desert of Death and seek help from the elves." Desert of Death? Sandstorm City? Find the elves there? Isn't that the territory of the half-beastmen? The dwarf warrior was slightly surprised, his expression strange. The Pope nodded and said, "That's right, it used to be, but not anymore. You have been fighting in the sealed land for half a year, so you don't know what has happened in the Seeker's world. Now, the Desert of Death has been conquered by the elves who believe in the god of life and nature." The god of life and nature? That Eve who was rumored in the underground world last year? The dwarf warrior suddenly understood. "That's right." The Pope nodded. "I understand, I'll go now." The dwarf war god's expression became serious as he answered seriously. The sun rose and set. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed since the game announcement. The new game update still hadn't arrived, but the popularity of battlefield missions across the entire server didn't decrease. On the contrary, as time passed, it further fermented. It was mainly because of the accelerated thinking. More than 300,000 players weren't online every day. As the number of people increased, there were also many people who went online every day or two in reality and every few days in the game. That was to say, if they didn't go online for a few days in the game, the system would forcibly retrieve their bodies for self-protection. Otherwise, just based on the realistic life system of the game, if there really were players who didn't go online for 10 to 15 days, they would have starved to death in the game. And under such circumstances, every time the players who discovered the announcement gradually calmed down, there would be new players who happily discovered the update log. It could be considered a cycle. And so, the popularity of battlefield missions in the game persisted for a few days just like that. However, Elven Nation had too much freedom and too many ways to play. As an unprecedented open online game masterpiece, there was nothing you couldn't do here, only things you couldn't think of. Players would never lack goals. As long as you were willing, there were many things you could do. Therefore, the players who first knew that battlefield missions were coming, after looking forward to it for a day or two, threw it to the back of their minds and went on to do other things. Of course, doing other things didn't mean that everyone had completely forgotten about the update. If you carefully observed the players' activities, you would find that after the new announcement, many people's activities had narrowed down and began to revolve around the City of Heaven's Chosen. The players wanted to take advantage of the convenient transportation conditions in the City of Heaven's Chosen so that they could participate in the battlefield missions as soon as they went online. At the same time, there were also rumors that the battlefield missions were likely to appear in Sandstorm City in the Death Desert. It was said to have been spread by some female chosen. However, not many people believed it. And 5 days after the game update announcement, the messenger of the Dwarf Kingdom, the legendary dwarf warrior Bronze Furnace, who owned a golden vulture and was known as the Sky Knight, also arrived at the hinterland of the Death Desert. Death Desert, about 100 kilometers south of Sandstorm City. A caravan full of goods was slowly moving forward. Suddenly, a loud cry that sounded like a lion's roar and an eagle's cry came from the sky. It startled the horses in the caravan into a panic. What's going on? Are there elves attacking again? Didn't you tell them that you're on our side? A carriage in the caravan moved, and 2 fully armed elven warriors jumped down and asked cautiously. Lord Elf, it's a griffin. The human leader of the caravan replied respectfully. A griffin? The 2 elves' eyes lit up, and then they looked up. No, it's too high. We can't shoot it down. What a pity. If I had known, I would have brought my giant eagle. I heard from Boss Shamu that griffins are quite suitable as mounts. The 2 elves shook their heads. The 2 elves were players, of course. Now that the Death Desert map was completely open to players, there would occasionally be players acting as mercenaries to protect the caravans coming and going in the Death Desert. In particular, the Nature's Heart Guild, which had dealings with the caravans of various factions, would often send guild members to escort the caravans into the players' areas of activity. This was inevitable. This was because the caravans of the other factions were not protected by the system like the elves of the Elf Forest. If they really wanted to attack, the players could do it. Moreover, such long-distance caravans were generally more profitable. Although the high-level players might not care, for many new players, robbing caravans was definitely a profitable business with little capital. Therefore, after experiencing that the elves could also become bandits, the caravans learned their lesson. Although it was absurd and shocking that the elves could also shift factions, everyone got used to it after a long time. Once they entered the Death Desert or the Gloom Mountain Range, where the elves were active, they would think of ways to hire elves as guards. Only players could deal with other players. After seeing that there were players guarding the caravans, the robbers would usually choose to give up. The 2 players looked curiously at the griffin circling in the sky and shook their heads at the same time, sighing that they could not capture it. However, at this moment, the griffin seemed to have discovered the caravans and actually took the initiative to fly toward the caravans. Hmm? It's flying toward us. The two players' expressions changed. However, just as the griffin approached, the players and the caravans were surprised to see a short figure sitting on the back of the griffin. Accompanied by a cloud of dust, the griffin landed on the ground, and then a dwarf warrior with a thick body and a black beard jumped down. He looked at the caravans and asked in a loud voice, "Are you a caravan going to Sandstorm City? Is Sandstorm City in that direction?" Although this dwarf warrior was quite short, even among the dwarves, and his height might not even reach the elf's thighs, no one dared to look down on him. Because all the professionals present felt an astonishing aura from the other party. That was the aura that only high-level professionals had. Even the two players looked solemn. Because after the griffin landed, not to mention the dwarf riding on the griffin, even the griffin that they had just judged had a much stronger aura than the two of them. The two of them were already silver, but they did not feel this when they faced the demon boss in the demon god's labyrinth, and they only had a similar feeling when they fought Old Ah. They had definitely encountered an NPC on the level of a big boss. The human members of the caravans looked at each other, and the leader nodded. "Yes, Sir Dwarf, we are indeed going to Sandstorm City." The dwarf warrior was the messenger of the dwarf kingdom, Bronze Furnace, who had legendary strength. He scratched his thick curly hair and muttered softly, "Is that so? Then it seems that I'm on the right track." With that, he turned around and jumped onto the griffin, ready to leave. However, just before he left, a slightly excited and expectant voice came from the caravans. "This dwarf. Sir, is there anything you need from Sandstorm City?" It was the two players. Looking at the dwarf warrior who was in a hurry, they felt that they could vaguely smell the scent of a hidden plot. Hearing the voice behind him, Bronze Furnace subconsciously turned around, and when he saw the person who spoke, his eyes lit up slightly. "An elf? Elves, are you believers of Her Holiness Eve, the god of life and nature? Is there a priest of the Church of Life in Sandstorm City?" The bearded dwarf Copper Furnace asked in a gruff voice. A priest of the Church of Life was a priest who was blessed by the gods and could communicate directly with the gods. As the messenger of the dwarf kingdom, Copper Furnace's mission was to visit the higher-ups of the Church of Life in the territory controlled by the elves. Although the Pope had said that there was a priest of the Church of Life in Sandstorm City, Copper Furnace, as a veteran warrior, wanted to confirm it since he saw elves in the desert. Hearing Copper Furnace's words, the two players were stunned for a moment, then nodded like chickens pecking at rice. "That's right. We're believers of the goddess Eve. Very devout." Then, they put on a warm smile. "Sir Dwarf, there is indeed a priest of the goddess in Sandstorm City. May I ask what you need?" "We're very familiar with the Church of Life's priest. If you need help, we might be able to help." Looking at the two enthusiastic elves, Copper Furnace felt a little emotional. Although he had heard many rumors about the elves in the dwarf kingdom, such as the shift in alignment, it seemed that they were still as warm and kind as before. It seemed that rumors could not be trusted. Of course, Copper Furnace did not know that this was because of the dark dwarves' trade with the players. Over time, the players had a good impression of the dwarves in Elven Kingdom. Moreover, he was powerful and obviously had something to do. The two players suspected that he was an NPC for a hidden mission, so the players were naturally enthusiastic. Of course, if Copper Furnace was not a dwarf, but a human or an orc, perhaps he would have been greeted with a different scene. Looking at the enthusiastic elves, Copper Furnace's expression softened. He thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, "I'm Copper Furnace, the messenger of the dwarf kingdom. I have an important matter and need to visit the priest of the Church of Life." Hearing this, the eyes of the two players lit up. A thought appeared in their minds at the same time. A hidden mission, this was definitely a hidden mission. "Then, Sir Dwarf, you can come with us. Our goal is Sandstorm City as well. We'll be there in 100 kilometers. It's only half a day." That's right, that's right. The caravan that we're escorting has the goods that the current city lord of Sandstorm City, who is also the goddess chosen one, Lord Celestial Sarandil, wants. Celestial, the Bronze Furnace silently remembered this name. However, he looked at the long caravan and shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm running out of time, so I'll be leaving first." His griffin flew at a very fast speed. The caravan would need half a day to travel 100 kilometers, but his griffin would only need 10 minutes. Half a day was enough to do a lot of things. Seeing Bronze Furnace's anxious expression, the two players weren't disappointed. Instead, their eyes lit up. Brother Arthur, this NPC is in such a hurry. It must be an important quest. I think so too. Let's quickly notify the guild and inform the guild leader about this. We should send someone to guard the entrance of Sandstorm City. The two of them talked for a while in the chat channel, then said to Bronze Furnace, then there's nothing we can do. But, we have a lot of friends in Sandstorm City. If you need anything, Lord Bronze Furnace, you can talk to the Meng Meng Committee. The two players were both members of the Meng Meng Committee. In fact, because the main city of the Meng Meng Committee was located in the Gloom Mountain Range and was very close to the Death Desert, most of the active players in the Death Desert were from the Meng Meng Committee. After hearing the two elves' words, the dwarf Bronze Furnace secretly remembered the strange name of the Meng Meng Committee. Guild? Should be an elven organization? Maybe mercenaries? He thought. The two players were dressed like mercenaries, so it was natural for Bronze Furnace to think so. He asked for a jug of water from the caravan. After drinking it to quench his thirst, Bronze Furnace rode his griffin again and flew in the direction of Sandstorm City. The two players also quickly tagged their guild leader in their own guild chat channel. Sister Meow. Sister Meow. Brother Arthur and I seem to have encountered a hidden quest. Bronze Furnace was very fast. After flying for 10 minutes, the majestic Sandstorm City came into view. As a legendary warrior, Bronze Furnace had been to Sandstorm City once a few decades ago. At that time, this place, nicknamed Chaos City, had left a deep impression on him. This was a city where power and money were the most important. Although it was a city of half-orcs, there were also intelligent races from all over the world of seekers living here. Many of them were traitors or wanted criminals of various races. Here, as long as you had money and power, you could live a drunken life. Sandstorm City. I wonder what it will be like after the elves take over. Bronze Furnace thought curiously. To be honest, he couldn't imagine how those kind and simple long-ears would manage this city. The Golden Griffin circled around and stopped at the gate of Sandstorm City. Copper Furnace jumped down, his movements practiced. The gate of Sandstorm City didn't change much from what he remembered. There were only some traces of magic, which seemed to be left behind by battles. Bronze Furnace also noticed that there were fewer people going in and out of the gate than he remembered. It was obviously more deserted. Moreover, it wasn't half-orcs who went in and out of the gate. Most of them were elves and intelligent races from the underground. Among them, most of the elves were dressed in luxurious clothes. Most of them were in battle attire, such as armor or robes. It was very different from what Bronze Furnace knew. In his memory, the elves he saw, other than those who were captured as slaves, were mostly dressed in elegant elven robes. Seems like the elves' culture has changed. They seem to have become more martial. No wonder they can defeat the half-orcs. Bronze Furnace thought to himself. In the world of seekers, power was the foundation. This was the creed that Bronze Furnace had always believed in. The subtle changes in the elves made him have some guesses about the assistance that the Pope had mentioned. With this thought, Bronze Furnace planned to send the Griffin to look for food nearby while he entered Sandstorm City to visit the goddess of life's chosen one. However, his golden griffin, which had always been brave and loved to hunt freely, was unwilling to leave him. Instead, it curled up and shivered as if it had sensed its natural enemy. Bronze Furnace was stunned. While the bronze cauldron was confused, a loud dragon roar came from the sky. Bronze Furnace looked up and saw a majestic black dragon flying over from the horizon. A black dragon? Bronze Furnace's expression suddenly became serious. He did not expect to see the most violent of the color dragons in the desert. And judging from its aura, it was very strong. Even if it was not a legend, it should be at the peak of the upper gold rank. Considering the strength of the Megalosaurus, he was not confident that he could defeat it. A black dragon. Is it going to attack Sandstorm City? Bronze Furnace thought with a serious expression. A black dragon appearing in the sky above a city. This was the only thing that could make people think of. Just as Bronze Furnace was staring at the black dragon also noticed him. To be more precise, it was the griffin next to him. A griffin? The copper cauldron heard a somewhat immature voice from the sky. The voice was much younger than he had imagined. A young dragon? Was there such a large young black dragon among the black dragons? Hearing the voice of the black dragon, Bronze Furnace was shocked. And, a dwarf? A legend? After the griffin, the black dragon finally noticed Bronze Furnace's presence. It was mainly because he was too small. If not for his powerful aura as a legend warrior, he might have been missed. Then, under Bronze Furnace's vigilant gaze, the hovering black dragon landed in front of him. Its ferocious faceplate trembled slightly as it released a powerful draconic aura. It asked in a serious voice, "Dwarf, you are a legend, right?" "A legend. What are you doing in Sandstorm City?" Not attacking the city, and why does it sound more like it's from Sandstorm City?" Bronze Furnace was surprised. "Meryl. Don't scare me. This is a dwarf emissary who is here to visit Therinder." While the Bronze Furnace was still in shock, a clear female voice rang out. Then, Bronze Furnace saw the black dragon retract its dragon aura, revealing a somewhat frightening smile. "Is that so? An emissary? I thought it was an enemy." This is a black dragon with a contracted partner." Bronze Furnace was even more surprised. Black dragons were very arrogant. The only thing that could make a black dragon obedient was probably a contracted partner. As the most violent existence of the color dragons, there were not many intelligent creatures in the entire world of seekers who could contract with a black dragon. Who could have a near-legendary level megalosaurus as a contracted partner? And, he knew of Bronze Furnace's identity. Could it be that the goddess of life already knew of his arrival? Curious, Bronze Furnace looked in the direction of the voice. But when he saw the source of the voice, his expression was once again filled with surprise. An elf? It was a female elf. Her strength was very low, lower silver, and she wore a magic robe that flickered with a faint halo. If Bronze Furnace was not mistaken, her magic robe and the magic staff inlaid with a gem the size of a skull were probably divine artifacts. She was probably a high-ranking member of the Elven Church, but her strength was a little low, Bronze Furnace thought to himself. Just as Bronze Furnace was sizing up the female elf, she turned around and smiled at him. "You must be the emissary of the dwarves, Sir Bronze Furnace." "I'm Salty Meow, the chairman of the Elven Group Mang Committee." Then, she pointed at the black dragon. "This guy is Meryl, the guardian personally appointed by the goddess of Sandstorm City." Hearing the elf's introduction, the black dragon proudly puffed out his chest, his face full of pride. Bronze Furnace was a little surprised. This black dragon was actually the guardian personally appointed by the goddess of life, a strange black dragon who had converted to the goddess of life. Wait, Mang Committee, wasn't that the group mentioned by the two elves? Could it be a high-ranking group in the elven race? In an instant, Bronze Furnace's expression became solemn. He bowed to Salty Meow and said, "Greetings, sir. I'm the emissary of the Dwarf Kingdom, Bronze Furnace. I've been entrusted by the Pope to visit the Life Church." Salty Meow nodded. "I already know. Sir Bronze Furnace, please come with me." Bronze Furnace followed the elven girl who came out to greet him. He stepped onto a carriage prepared by the elves and entered Sandstorm City. Compared to a few decades ago, Sandstorm City had undergone significant changes. The biggest change was that there was a lot of greenery in the streets and alleys. Those were the trees planted along the streets. Bronze Furnace even saw some small gardens. It could only be said that the elves were indeed worthy of their reputation. Even in the desert, they did not forget the way of nature. Another big change was the law and order in Sandstorm City. Bronze Furnace's deepest impression of Sandstorm City was the chaos in the city. Fighting was a common occurrence there. However, after entering Sandstorm City, the only impression he had of the city was that it was orderly. He did not know how the elves did it. Of course, Bronze Furnace naturally did not know that the troublemakers in Sandstorm City had become the players' experience points not long after the city was conquered. There were many elves in Sandstorm City. On the contrary, there were very few half-orcs. Along the way, Bronze Furnace found that most of the elves were equipped with battle equipment, either armor or robes. They carried a murderous aura from years of battle, even surpassing the experienced mercenaries. On the continent, however, most of their levels were not high. They were between upper dark iron and lower silver. Of course, this was only in comparison to Bronze Furnace himself. In terms of the strength of the entire race, the elves were far more powerful than the dwarves. This discovery made Bronze Furnace sigh. The elves were indeed a silver race. After having their own true god, their levels rose so quickly. The carriage was open. It was neither fast nor slow. Along the way, many elves greeted the two of them warmly. Especially after seeing Bronze Furnace, many of them had bright eyes and smiles. Their smiles even gave Bronze Furnace the illusion that they were trying to curry favor with them. This scene made him sigh in his heart. The elves were indeed a warm and kind race. The only thing that made him feel strange was the way the elves walked. Perhaps it was because jumping and climbing were more popular among the elves now. Bronze Furnace looked around curiously as he chatted with the elven girl. While talking about the dwarf kingdom, he also heard a lot of news about the elven forest. After 10 minutes, the carriage stopped in front of a solemn temple. Yesterday, the dwarves had miscalculated the travel time. It should have been 2 days, but it was written as 5 days. It had now been corrected. Like the other buildings in Sandstorm City, the temple was also made of obsidian, and the black main building looked very solemn. Around the temple, there were even more fresh flowers, green grass, and green trees. It was full of vigor and vitality. Right above the temple, the symbol of Allure, the god of winter and hunting, had been completely erased from Copper Furnace's memory. It was replaced by a scepter-like holy light. Copper Furnace, who had done his homework in advance, knew that it was the symbol of Eve, the goddess of life. The gate of the temple was very large. At least from Copper Furnace's perspective, it was enough to be called majestic. Its scale seemed to have been expanded a lot compared to what he remembered. However, looking at the elves coming and going, he knew why. The faith of the Temple of Life seemed to be quite enthusiastic. There were new elves coming in and out almost every moment. Under such circumstances, it seemed reasonable to expand the gate of the temple. Looking at the elves coming and going, Copper Furnace's heart was full of emotions. In the world of seekers, the flow of believers in the temples of true gods often represented the cohesion of the true god's faith. The more cohesive the true god's faith was, the more devout the believer's faith was, and the more believers went to the temple to pray. The number of believers in the Temple of Life was so large that it could be called lively. Copper Furnace had only seen a similar scene in Mania City, the capital of the Holy Mania Empire. But Mania City was the holy city of the Eternal Church, which was the holy land of all human religions. It was completely different in nature from Sandstorm City. After all, Sandstorm City was just a new city that the elves had conquered a few months ago. It was really surprising that there were so many devout believers in such a city. Thinking of this, Copper Furnace could not help but sigh in his heart. No wonder the goddess of life could rise so quickly. Could it be that the elves could defeat the half-orcs so quickly? Such a strong cohesion of faith, compared to the churches of the true gods, could crush them. Sigh, if only the faith of the dwarves could be like that of the Church of Life. If that was the case, the dwarven god system would not have fallen apart, and the dwarven civilization would not have been divided. Copper Furnace sighed in his heart. Sir Copper Furnace, we're here. The warm and friendly voice of the elven girl in his ear pulled Copper Furnace's thoughts back. He withdrew his gaze from the temple and nodded slightly with a solemn expression. The door of the carriage was opened from the outside, and 2 elven priests in white priest robes welcomed the bronze cauldron warmly. Lord Bronze Furnace, Lord Celestial has been waiting for you at the shrine for a long time. The elven priest said with a smile. He was so excited that he almost reached out his hand for a handshake. That smile was incomparably amiable, so amiable that it gave Copper Furnace the illusion that the other party was trying to curry favor with him. Bronze Lou shook his head hard, shaking off the inexplicable illusion from his mind. But at the same time, the sorrow in his heart deepened. The elves were really a warm and friendly race. Moreover, the efficiency of the elven church was very high. As soon as he stepped foot into the temple, it seemed that all the elves knew of his arrival. Not only that, but the elves were also very considerate in their reception. They even understood the urgency in his heart and didn't speak in a bureaucratic manner like other churches of true gods. They didn't go through the complicated formalities of visiting. Efficient, passionate, and pragmatic. Bronzeloo nodded inwardly. Vaguely, he had a better impression of the elves. Of course, if Bronzeloo knew that the moment he entered Sandstorm City, the relevant players received the notification that they had triggered the hidden quest and wanted to complete it quickly and smoothly, perhaps he wouldn't think so. After tidying up his clothes, Bronzeloo gave the elves a friendly smile. Then, under the guidance of the elven priest, he walked into the shrine. The interior of the shrine was very large. It seemed to have been expanded, and there were many sub-shrines. Many elves were piously praying in each of them. The copper stove could even hear their enthusiastic praises. Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. One after another. There were also many elves praying, but the content of their prayers was a little strange. Something like, make sure I get a golden legendary, make sure I get a top-grade skill, don't give me any more common equipment, and so on. It was a little hard to understand. Even so, the copper furnace could still sense the elf's passion and sincerity. Of course, if he knew that most of the elves praying and the elves entering and exiting the shrine were actually players who went to the shrine to pray and enter the exchange shop, perhaps he wouldn't think so. After passing through the main and side halls of the temple that were both solemn and full of vigor, Copper Cauldron came to a side hall at the back of the temple under the guidance of the elven priest. Lord Therinder is waiting for you inside. Please go in. The elven priest said warmly. Thank you. Bronzeloo nodded gratefully. Then, he pushed open the door and walked in. The door behind him slowly closed. Bronzeloo found himself in a room that looked like a study. In the middle of the room was an elf-style office desk. Behind it was a bookshelf filled with all kinds of books. On one side of the bookshelf stood a tall male elf with his back facing the door. He had beautiful long silver hair and wore a traditional elven robe with the symbol and pattern of the goddess of life. When he heard the door open, he put down the book in his hand and slowly turned around. A pair of blue-violet eyes as bright as the stars looked at Bronzeloo. Even the dwarven warrior couldn't help but be stunned for a second before a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face. You must be Lord Bronzeloo of the Dwarven Kingdom. Hello, I'm the current lord of Sandstorm City, Therinder Moonlight. It was actually an elven royal. He didn't expect there to be an elven royal, although the other party's strength was only at the upper silver rank. Bronzeloo didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Everyone knew that the status of a royal was quite high among the elves. Moreover, if the information was correct, this was a god's chosen one. A god's chosen one could summon the power of a true god. His true strength couldn't be judged by the strength he displayed. With this thought, Bronzeloo's expression turned solemn. He formally bowed and said in a deep voice, Lord Therinder. Yes, Your Excellency Celestial Dill. I am Copper Censor from the Dwarven Kingdom. I have been entrusted by the Pope of our national church to seek the assistance of the elves in sealing the evil power of the Dwarven Kingdom. Therinder nodded slightly and smiled. I've already received an oracle from Her Holiness the Goddess. Her Holiness the Goddess already knows of your arrival. Moreover, the Life Church has already prepared everything. His voice was gentle and pure, very pleasant to the ears. Lord Bronzeloo, please come with me. Her Holiness the Goddess has already prepared a powerful divine artifact. It will be the key to the seal. After saying that, Therinder walked out of the room. A powerful divine artifact, Bronzeloo was delighted and hurriedly followed. The door was pushed open, accompanied by a series of exclamations. A group of elves who were eavesdropping in the corner were thrown off their feet. The corner of Therinder's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha, Lord Therinder, you can continue chatting. We still have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. The elves laughed before scrambling to their feet and dispersing in an uproar. Therinder, Bronzeloo, ahem, don't mind it. Sometimes, the chosen ones are like this. Therinder coughed softly and said. The chosen ones? Bronzeloo was slightly taken aback. He seemed to have heard this term somewhere before, but he could not recall it at the moment. Following Therinder, Bronzeloo soon arrived at the main hall of the temple. A 5-meter-tall statue of a goddess was enshrined in the main hall. She wore a crown on her head, held a scepter in her hand, and wore a noble and gorgeous divine robe. Even though it was just a statue, one could see her dignified beauty and devastatingly beautiful looks. That was the statue of the second-generation god of life and nature, Goddess Eve. Therinder walked up to the statue and prayed devoutly. For a moment, the temple shone brightly, and ethereal hymns came from afar. A sacred and majestic aura filled the entire hall. Under Bronze Lu's respectful and expectant gaze, specks of golden light condensed in front of Farrinder. A moment later, the hymns disappeared, and the aura faded. The light in the temple also slowly dissipated, and a small statue of a goddess appeared in front of Farrinder. Specks of light were circulating on the statue. It was obvious that it had received some kind of blessing from a true god. Farrinder gently picked up the statue and placed it in Bronze Lu's hand. Lord Bronze Lu, this is the divine artifact bestowed by Her Majesty the Goddess. It is also the key to sealing the evil power, he said with a smile. Divine artifact, isn't this a statue of a goddess? Bronze Lu was slightly taken aback. The statue was very small. However, Copper Furnace was not tall either. He held the statue in his arms, his eyes full of astonishment. There was no other reason. In the world of seekers, the statues of the gods often had only one purpose, and that was to be used by the believers to pray and worship. It was also one of the ways to communicate with the gods and mortals. Although in theory, the statues marked by the gods were also artifacts, people usually did not look at them this way. Artifacts were tools. But statues were symbols of the true gods. It was fine if you broke or dismantled a true god's artifact. It was also fine if you took it and scolded it. But if you took the statue and tried it, a ray of justice would fall from the heavens and send you back to the Elysium. Oh, no. God's punishment had the effect of destroying the soul. If you were hit by it, you would not be able to go to the Elysium. In short, this was a very subtle problem. The symbolic meaning of the statue was very high. Generally speaking, very few believers would give away the statue of their true god. Because of this, when Copper Furnace took the statue from Celestial's hands, he was completely stunned. Why did it sound like this elf royal wanted to use the statue of the goddess of life as a tool to defeat the enemy? Wait, this statue was given by the goddess of life, this was the statue of His Majesty, it was the symbol of her authority and faith, how could the statue defeat the enemy? Was she going to use God's punishment? Wait, speaking of which, when he had just entered the desert of death a few days ago, he had heard from a caravan that the elves in the elven forest had indeed provoked God's punishment by blaspheming the statue. Then, they used the power of the gods to attack the half-orc city. When Copper Furnace first heard this, he sneered and said that it was ridiculous. How could there be such a crazy guy in this world? He was not a believer of an evil god, but now, the elven god's chosen one directly stuffed the statue of a true god into his arms. He suddenly felt that what he thought was ridiculous was probably, maybe it was the truth. But this made Copper Furnace even more confused. Because what Celestial handed him was not the statue of another true god, but the true god that the elves believed in, Her Highness Eve. It was impossible for a believer to be so bold as to blaspheme their true god, right? Not to mention that the statue was given by the goddess of life. Was he profaning himself? Could it be that His Holiness was corrupted by faith and became mentally unstable like the rumors said? Cough cough. No way, you must not have such blasphemous thoughts. The statue of the goddess of life was still in his arms. The dwarven Copper Furnace shook his head vigorously, throwing out some bold thoughts from his mind. But he felt that the idol in his hand was getting hotter and hotter. Looking at the legendary dwarf warrior who was at a loss, his face flushed red from holding his breath, Celadir seemed to have noticed his hesitation and confusion. The primordial elf revealed a gentle smile and said, Sir Bronze Furnace, don't be nervous. This is indeed a statue bestowed by Her Holiness the Goddess. It is also a divine artifact used to deal with the fallen. Then, this divine artifact, this divine statue, how should I use it? No. How can I ask for the help of the goddess of life through it? The dwarf's mouth curved, and he stuttered a few times before he finally voiced his doubts in a way that ordinary believers of true gods could accept. Celadir smiled again. He paused, and his expression became solemn. He then replied with a fanatical expression, Sir Bronze Furnace, this statue is a coordinate made by Her Holiness the Goddess of Life for the Chosen One Legion. Through this statue, anyone who prays to Her Holiness the Goddess can summon the Chosen One Legion that is not afraid of death after paying a certain price. Every warrior in the Chosen One Legion is blessed by the goddess. Their souls are protected by Her Holiness the Goddess and will not be corrupted by evil forces. Therefore, they are the most powerful warriors against the power of the abyss. As long as evil is not destroyed, the summoned Chosen One Legion will never stop. The Chosen One Legion will not be corrupted by the power of the abyss. Hearing these two sentences, the copper furnace's eyes lit up. Although he had yet to recall where he had heard the term Chosen One, from the words of this elven god's Chosen One, this so-called Chosen One was probably a special legion loyal to the goddess of life. Moreover, it was very likely that it was a mythical legion with a transcendent status, just like the angel legion of the human god system and the spirit legion of the death of the underworld. However, what excited the copper furnace the most was the second half of the sentence: they will not be corrupted by the power of the abyss. After all, the reason why the dwarf kingdom had not been able to break the seal was that the power of the abyss was too corrosive to intelligent life. Furthermore, the sealed ballot was a fallen true god of the dwarves. He knew the dwarves too well, and the dwarven warriors could not resist ballot's temptation. Even the copper furnace himself, if not for the protection of the divine spell that His Holiness the Pope had specially prayed to His Holiness the true God, and the fact that he had always been careful not to get too close to the corrupted land, he might have fallen long ago. The corrosive power of the abyss was too strong. Since the birth of the abyss, the number of evil gods in the Seeker's world had gradually increased. This was not without reason. It was also because of this that when the copper furnace heard that the summoned mysterious army would not be corrupted by the power of the abyss, he subconsciously became excited. At this time, he had already vaguely guessed what the seal opportunity that His Holiness the Pope was talking about was. It was probably the Chosen One that was not afraid of being corrupted by the abyss. However, Your Excellency Celestial, I would like to ask, can these Chosen One fight against Ballot? The dwarven copper furnace asked expectantly. In order to deal with the seal under the dwarf kingdom, they had to face two enemies. One was the demon army that Ballot had summoned, as well as the dwarves that he had lured into depravity. The other was Ballot's true body. The former was easy. If the Chosen One was really a celestial said, then they would be the absolute power against the demon army. But the latter, to be honest, they really had to be cautious. An evil god, even a sealed evil god, was not something that ordinary beings could deal with. The dwarven copper furnace's question was, in fact, also asking about the strength of the Chosen One. After all, the angels and the human god system were divided into levels. The lowest level was an ordinary angel in the lower gold level, and the highest level was a true god, the king of angels with 12 wings. Celestial Cauldron also understood the meaning of Bronze Cauldron's question. He paused for a moment and said, the Chosen One can fight against the demon army, but it's still not enough to fight against an evil god. I see. The copper furnace looked a little disappointed. Ballot was still in a sealed state at the moment. Although destroying his army could stabilize the seal, it could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. If the magic power of the world of seekers continued to increase, this terrifying depraved existence would break the seal sooner or later. Therefore, the best way was to eliminate him once and for all. This was the last chance. Under the premise that the seal of the world of seekers had not been lifted, no matter how powerful Ballot was, the upper limit of his strength was only that of a demigod. But if they really waited until the space channel of the entire plane was opened, then the one who descended would not be a demigod but a true god. At that time, even if a true god, who could also descend to the world of seekers, could defeat him, the fate of the dwarf kingdom above the seal could be imagined. A battle between gods in the material world was a disaster for intelligent creatures in the material world. It was fine if both sides were true gods because everyone would consider the safety of their believers and deliberately stay away from the ground, such as the god of winter and the god of the hunt and the goddess of life. But an evil god could not be counted on. Ballot, who had been sealed for thousands of years, probably hated the dwarfs to the core. Bronze Furnace's expression could not hide his worry. Dwarves had a straightforward temperament and usually found it difficult to hide their emotions. They were always the loudest in the tavern and the most enthusiastic and bold in the adventure team. Celestial Cauldron naturally noticed Copper Cauldron's concern. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. Don't worry, Sir Bronze Furnace. The Chosen One's army is only dealing with the demon army. As for the evil god Ballot, Her Majesty the Goddess of Life has another oracle. Her Majesty will send a Chosen One to accept the summons together with the Chosen Ones to participate in the crusade against the evil god Ballot. This Chosen One is currently the most powerful chosen of our elven race. If necessary, he can even directly communicate with Her Majesty the Goddess of Life and pray for Her Majesty to cast God's arrival. God. God's arrival? Bronze Furnace's eyes widened. Then, he was endlessly excited. Her Majesty the Goddess of Life, is willing to personally take action? He said excitedly. Only a true God could deal with an evil God. And God's arrival meant that a true God would take action. As the only true God in the entire world of seekers whose true body was in the world of seekers, the God of life and nature, Eve, was undoubtedly the best choice to deal with the evil God Baalat. However, a battle between myths was always risky, especially when the true body was used. There was a possibility of death. The God of winter and the God of the hunt was an example. Therefore, Bronze Furnace had never expected the Goddess of Life to take action. It was also because of this that he was so excited when Celestial said that the elves would send a chosen one and that the chosen one could cast God's arrival if necessary. Steady. At this moment, this was the only thought in Bronze Furnace's mind. Then, Sir Celestial, may I ask who this chosen one is? Can I meet him? Bronze Furnace asked excitedly. At this moment, he even addressed Celestial as Sir. He had neglected the fact that the other party was only at the upper silver rank. 0. Celestial said with a solemn expression, 0. Her name is 0. We usually call her God's chosen, Lady 0. She is also the current highest leader of our life church, and the most powerful existence of our elf clan. At the same time, she is the same as me, having the royal bloodline. Chief High Priestess? Bronze Furnace's eyelids twitched. Chief High Priestess was the title of the supreme leader of the Druidic church that the elves believed in 1,000 years ago. Her status was equivalent to the human pope, the dwarven pope, the beastman chief high priestess, and so on. The elven chief high priestess had the royal bloodline and was very powerful. Chief High Priestess? Celestial was also stunned. However, he quickly reacted and smiled. Although our life church hasn't chosen a supreme leader yet, in terms of reality, it's about the same. Hearing Celestial's words, Bronze Furnace's expression became solemn. He hugged the statue tightly in his arms and bowed deeply to Celestial Deal. His voice was trembling as he said, "The dwarfs won't forget the help of the elves." Celestial hurriedly helped him up. "That's what we should do. Evil is our common enemy." However, Lady 0 has always been mysterious. She often leaves after giving orders, so I don't know where she is now. I might not be able to arrange a meeting between you and Lady 0. Bronze Furnace nodded in understanding. It was enough to know this much. As for Lady 0, it wouldn't be too late to talk to her after she went to the Dwarven Kingdom. This operation could be considered to have been successfully completed. Since that's the case, I'll hurry back. The kingdom seal is very dangerous. Bronze Furnace said solemnly. Yes, we'll also make arrangements. If it's convenient for your kingdom, you can start the summoning in 4 days. Celestial said. 4 days, Bronze Furnace secretly remembered the date and nodded seriously. The two exchanged a few more words before Bronze Furnace left with the statue in his arms with an expectant expression. His expression was a lot more relaxed than before, and even his footsteps were a lot lighter. However, when the dwarf left the temple, he heard the elves cheering all over Sandstorm City. He was curious and listened carefully. He heard them mention things like the update is out, the mission is triggered, it's finally here, the reward is so generous, and so on. He didn't understand. Also, he seemed to have heard something about dwarves. This made Bronze Furnace even more curious. However, the statue in his arms was so heavy, and Bronze Furnace's mood to rush back to the kingdom was so urgent, in the end, his sense of responsibility overcame his curiosity. He only took a few glances at the elves before rushing to the city gate. He summoned his golden griffin and left on it. The return journey was much faster than when he came. In less than 2 days, Bronze Furnace returned to the southern mountain range and handed the statue that was carefully protected in his arms to the Pope of the Dwarven National Church. Praying to the statue to summon the Chosen One? And the Goddess of Life will also appear at the crucial moment? The Pope was slightly stunned. His expression was filled with joy and a trace of strangeness. Yes, Your Holiness, the Dwarven Kingdom is saved this time. Bronze Furnace said excitedly. However, he very quickly noticed the strange expression on His Holiness the Pope's face. His heart moved, and he asked, "Your Holiness, what's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "No, nothing. With the Goddess of Life's oracle, we don't need to worry." The Pope let out a sigh of relief and said, "But I just didn't expect it to be the chosen one. Is there something wrong?" Bronze Furnace asked. "Nothing, I'm just curious about the chosen one of the elves." The Pope sighed. After that, he looked at Bronze Furnace again. "How is it? What do you think of him?" "Them?" Bronze Furnace was stunned. "The chosen one of the Goddess of Life." The Pope said. "The chosen one? Can you see them?" Bronze Furnace was stunned. "You didn't see them?" This time it was the Pope's turn to be surprised. I left in a hurry. Apart from meeting a royal elf named Celestial, I only had some dealings with some other elves." Bronze Furnace scratched his head and answered. "Elves?" The Pope pondered for a bit, then asked, "What were the elves you met like?" Bronze Furnace thought for a bit, then said, "How should I put it? Very warm, very kind, and very considerate to their guests. They were even friendlier than the elves we met in the Gloom Mountain range a few decades ago." Hearing that, the Pope frowned slightly. "That shouldn't be the case. Maybe you missed it." He shook his head. "Your Holiness, is there something wrong with the chosen ones?" Seeing the Pope frown slightly, Bronze Furnace asked. The Pope of the Dwarven Church shook his head slightly. "No, I've just heard some legends about them, so I'm curious." As he spoke, he raised his head and held the golden scepter that symbolized divine authority in both hands. He looked at the statue of Dolpht, the god of dwarves and smithing, enshrined in the temple and sighed. "It's said that they're a group of people who are both evil and good, chaotic and orderly. Evil? Kind? Order? Chaotic?" Bronze Furnace was a little confused. "Very contradictory, isn't it?" The Pope turned around and smiled at him. "But that's the information our church has collected from all over the world of seekers. All the forces in the world of seekers who have come into contact with the chosen ones often have completely different opinions of them, or even completely opposite opinions. There are also rumors that identification magic is completely ineffective against them. You have no idea what they're thinking. However, there's one thing that all the forces that have come into contact with the chosen ones acknowledge, and that is that the chosen one's army is probably the most powerful army in the world of seekers. It's said that they're like a raging fire in the wilderness, burning everything in their path. They're also like an army of the undead that descended upon the world from a natural disaster, devouring and annihilating all enemies. That powerful?" Bronze Furnace's eyes widened. The Pope nodded. "That's why. I'm curious, and also very curious about Her Holiness the Goddess of Life whom they're loyal to. Of course, this is also related to the rumors about Her Holiness that the higher-ups of the various churches have heard. You're a legend, so you should have more or less heard of her." Bronze Furnace raised his eyebrows and recalled what he had heard from the royal family about the Goddess of Life possibly having some mental problems. Although it was ultimately taboo to talk about the true gods behind their backs, sometimes people were just wretched. The more taboo something was, the more they would crazily test it on the edge of danger. Take the true gods for example. No matter which intelligent race it was, they would still be very curious about the gossip between the rulers of these worlds. And gossip about the true gods often spread the fastest in the black market, especially among the non-believers who liked to watch the show. Of course, blasphemy was another matter altogether. After the Pope finished speaking, he enshrined the statue of the Goddess of Life that the bronze cauldron had given to him at the side of the temple. He bowed to it with the etiquette of the elves and asked, "Did the elves say when they can start summoning?" "Yes, there are 2 more days." The Bronze Furnace replied. 2 days, huh? The Pope closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, then turned to the priest beside him and said, "Inform the king to collect as many magic stones as possible within 2 days. The more, the better, especially the high-quality ones." The priest nodded in agreement, then slowly retreated. "Collect magic stones?" The Bronze Furnace was slightly startled. "I've already checked. If you want to use the statue of the Life Goddess to complete a summoning, the price is mana. The more mana you have, the stronger the summoning power." The Pope said. After he finished speaking, his expression turned solemn. Go and rest first, then continue to the sealed land. 2 days later, we will officially summon the Chosen One. Bronze Furnace's expression also turned solemn. Yes, Your Holiness the Pope. After leaving the central temple of the kingdom, the bronze furnace let out a long sigh of relief. The sky had gradually darkened, and the burning steel city, the capital of the dwarf kingdom, located in the mountains, had been plated with a layer of golden red by the setting sun. This ancient city that had existed since the Silver Civilization still retained its buildings that had weathered the vicissitudes of life, rough and simple carvings, and modeled palaces. Every one of them had a rich history. This place had been prosperous, and was once the economic center of the southern Seegers continent. But now, it was just the capital of a declining kingdom that was gradually forgotten by the world. Looking at the sparse pedestrians on the streets, the bronze furnace's gaze was slightly absent-minded. He was already more than 130 years old this year. Although as a legendary dwarf, he had at least 100 years to live, he was already quite old among the dwarves, whose average lifespan was about 100 years. In his memory, even if the dwarf kingdom had declined, the burning steel city 100 years ago was still so lively. Every night, he could see celebratory crowds on the streets, everyone singing, dancing, drinking ale, and having a good time. Unfortunately, that was already in his memory. Everything had changed with the loosening of the evil god Ballot's seal. A dozen years ago, or a few decades ago, the loosening of the seal had actually been going on for a long time. It was just that the loosening of the seal had been very slow before, like a frog being boiled in warm water. But in the past 2 years, the mana of the Seeker's continent had rapidly increased, and the rapidly collapsing seal was like a basin of boiling water poured over the dwarf kingdom. Those friends of his when he was young had already aged under the scouring of time, returning to the embrace of the true God. Bronze Furnace's disciples and descendants had also died in battle in the sealed land. It was this old man who had lived the longest. The disappearance of the acquaintances around the bronze furnace was proof of the dwarf kingdom's further decline. Even in decline, the burning steel city, which was still prosperous, had turned into this desolate state, which was the epitome of the dwarf kingdom's rapid decline. In order to strengthen the seal, the dwarf kingdom, which was already declining, had become even worse. Now, it really couldn't hold on. Shaking his head slightly, the bronze furnace shook off the somewhat sad thoughts in his mind. He didn't choose to rest. Instead, he took a deep breath and walked toward the sealed land. The sealed land was located under the southern mountains, deep in the mines dug by the dwarves. This used to be part of the underground world, but with the fall of Ballot, this area was completely polluted. The dwarf god of forging, Dolpht, had no choice but to seal it and transform it into the sealed land for Ballot. As the bronze cauldron entered the mine, the number of dwarfs gradually increased. They were all warriors fighting against the demons that had escaped from the sealed land. Of course, most of them might have been ordinary residents of Searing Steel City a few months ago. If one looked carefully, they would find that the ratio of elderly to children among these warriors had obviously increased, and there were also many female dwarves. They shouldn't have become warriors, but in order to maintain the seal, they had to pick up swords and sabers. This was the helplessness of a declining race. The dwarven warriors sat on both sides of the mine. Some were resting with their eyes closed, while others were drunkenly drinking ale. The atmosphere was very heavy. They were resting. The demons that rushed out of the sealed land came in waves. There was a gap between each wave, and this gap was the respite for the dwarven warriors. No one spoke, and no one chatted. Everyone's face was filled with numbness and exhaustion. It was also true that after seeing their friends and family die in battle again and again, the seal of the sealed land not only didn't strengthen, but also expanded and loosened step by step. Seeing this scene, no one would be excited. To be able to maintain order and not collapse under such pressure was enough to show the tenacity of the dwarves. But this was already the limit. If there was no other help, the bronze furnace had no doubt that the evil moon god Ballot would be able to break the seal. That would be a disaster for the dwarves. Perhaps the entire race wouldn't be wiped out, but the dwarven kingdom that had lasted for thousands of years would become history. The dwarves would lose their last home and could only helplessly integrate into other races, especially the human countries and the underground world. And the faith of the dwarf god of forging, Dolft, would probably be severely damaged. No intelligent race was willing to become wanderers. The dwarves were the same. Even if they had the skill of forging, they were welcomed by almost any intelligent race. Seeing the bronze furnace enter the mine, the gazes of many dwarves were gradually drawn to him. All eyes fell on him, and a glimmer of light finally appeared in the eyes of the dwarves. "It's Lord Bronze Furnace. Lord Bronze Furnace is back. Lord Bronze Furnace, they all said that you went to ask for help. What was the result?" Their gazes were filled with respect and expectation. As one of the few legends of the Dwarven Kingdom, the famous Sky Knight, and a fighter who had fought against the demons in the Sealed Land for more than a decade, the Bronze Furnace's reputation had always been very high. This time, he had been summoned by the Pope and sent to the outside world to ask for help, and many well-informed dwarfs had heard of it. Seeing the expectant gazes of his clansmen, the Bronze Furnace's expression was somewhat complicated. He let out a deep sigh, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, under the oracle of the true God, we've already found strong reinforcements. They'll arrive in 2 days. Evil will never be able to defeat justice. The final victory will be ours." His voice was full of encouragement. Hearing the Bronze Furnace's words, the eyes of the dwarfs lit up and cheered in the crowd. "I hope the elves won't disappoint us," Bronze Furnace thought to himself as he looked at the excited dwarves. At this time, he felt a little apprehensive. Molly, did you see the notice? The new version is about to be updated. The battlefield summoning is about to be activated. In Winterfell, a gamer dressed as a priest rushed into a room in the inn and said excitedly. In the room, a red-haired female elf warrior in light silver armor was wiping the long saber in her hands. She nodded at the priest gamer, Caesar. "I saw it. I was about to tell you." She was the top 5 Valkyrie in the combat ranking of Elven Nation, Molly Undermoon. Like many lucky gamers who had advanced to silver, she had advanced to level 50, the peak of the current version of the game. Her other half, the male priest gamer, Caesar, had advanced to level 40. He had both the priest and druid professions at level 40. He was just short of a silver profession advancement. The priest profession was the only profession in Elven Nation that could be used as a part-time profession. Though the priest profession could be used as a part-time profession, and the level of the priest profession could be independent of the level of the main profession, the combination of the two professions wouldn't result in a qualitative change. At most, the priest would have more mana and skills than a single profession. Of course, even if it was just a little more mana and skills, it was enough to make the gamers go crazy, especially when they couldn't level up. The advancement requirements for the priest profession were very high, and not every gamer could achieve it. Take Molly Undermoon for example. After many fruitless attempts, she gave up on the path of becoming a priest. Have you registered? If not, let's go together. The guild is forming a team. Everyone is planning to go to Sandstorm City to register. Caesar asked. Are we going to find Celestial? Molly Undermoon asked. That's right. Find him and register for the seal under the kingdom mission. Choose to participate, and you'll be summoned. Caesar said. Molly Undermoon nodded. Wait for me. I'll go after wiping the blade of penance. The reward for the battlefield summoning quest seal under the kingdom was very high. It was said that there was a chance to obtain a silver profession change slot and a divine artifact restoration point scroll. Although Molly Undermoon didn't need the former, Caesar needed it very much. Moreover, the latter also interested her. Recently, she had been wandering around the shattered kingdom of God every day. Even the human adventurers knew of her prowess. She had also snatched many damaged divine artifacts from them. The silver armor she was wearing was one of them. She was lucky enough to snatch a divine artifact that wasn't too badly damaged. It only required 200,000 contribution points to repair, and she had already repaired it. This silver armor was called Wind Spirit's secret armor. After repairing it, Jasmine Undermoon also obtained information about it. It originally belonged to the Elven race and was a gold-ranked lesser artifact. It was said that it once belonged to a ranger who was a god's chosen. Although it wasn't the best divine artifact that players could obtain, it was still the envy of many. As for why she snatched it instead of picking it up herself, how could picking it up be faster than snatching it, not to mention fighting it? The registration limit for the battlefield summoning quest was level 40. After Molly Undermoon finished dealing with other matters, she quickly joined Caesar's guild party and headed to Sandstorm City to register Celestial Sarandir. Another NPC with only one quest. I wonder how long we'll have to wait in line for this quest. I heard that all the major guilds are swarming towards Sandstorm City. Looking at the mission introduction, Caesar stepped into the teleportation portal and shook his head. The scariest thing in Elven Nation was that there was only one NPC for a popular quest. Especially now that the number of players had increased, for a quest that would attract the attention of the entire server, players would often go crazy trying to register. Sometimes even the quest NPC would collapse from exhaustion. It was quite hilarious. But at the same time, it was also very realistic. However, Molly Undermoon shook her head. Don't worry. If it's Celestial Sarandir, it won't be that bad. Female players should know. Caesar was stunned. Why? You'll know when you see it. Female players should know. Molly Undermoon kept him in suspense. The efficiency of the teleport formation was very high. The two of them were teleported from Winterfell to the City of Chosen, from the City of Chosen to the City on the Peak, and from the City on the Peak to Sandstorm City. When Caesar arrived at the registration point of Sandstorm City, he was stunned by the scene before him. The original elf Celestial Sarandir was sitting comfortably on a reclining chair. Dozens of female players from various guilds were enthusiastically maintaining the order of registration. Among them, there were some famous bosses in Elven Nation. Don't push, don't push. Come one by one. Those who don't have a party, please form a party. If you want to form a party, you only need the party leader to register. Their voices were very enthusiastic. There were even two beautiful female players standing behind Celestial Sarandir, massaging his shoulders skillfully. Caesar was speechless. For the first time, he had the urge to beat up an NPC from the same faction. It was a pity that he couldn't beat him. The roars of the demons echoed in the deep cave, and the roars of the dwarven warriors intertwined with the clashing of swords and sabers. It had been 2 days since the bronze furnace returned to the dwarf kingdom. And in the mine under the southern mountains, the battle between the dwarves and the demons started again. The seal trembled again, and with the strong breath of the abyss, countless demons poured out of the cracks of the seal again, rushing toward the ground, and then fighting with the dwarven warriors who had already been prepared. The dwarves had experienced a similar tide of demons countless times. Although they could successfully repel the demons every time, they would also suffer heavy losses, and the cracks of the seal and the scope of the abyss corruption would be further expanded. Rather than a victory, it was more like being nibbled away bit by bit. However, today's situation was a little different. Although today's tide of demons was unprecedentedly strong, the dwarven warriors' morale was high, and they showed a fighting spirit that was far higher than usual. And in particular, the legendary dwarf warrior at the front, the Sky Knight Bronze Furnace, was the most eye-catching. Behind him, there was an old dwarf wearing a gorgeous robe and a tall crown on his head. The old dwarf held a beautiful statue of a goddess emitting a dense holy light with both hands, and his face was serious and solemn. All the dwarves knew who he was. It was the current pope of the National Church of the Dwarf Kingdom, His Holiness Grey Shirt. And behind them, there were dwarven guards in full armor, each of whom had the strength of the upper silver rank. That was the most elite force of the Dwarf Kingdom at present, the kingdom's royal guard. They followed behind Bronze Furnace, escorting the dwarf pope, and rushed into the depths of the cave. They had entered the depths of the mine, and it could be said that this was already the scope of the underground world. The surrounding land had been eroded by the power of the abyss, and the number of demons was increasing. The Sky Knight Bronze Furnace casually chopped down a small demon that rushed up, and then looked at the silver axe in his hand. This axe was called the Axe of Purification. It was said that a legendary forger of the elves in the Silver Civilization era gave it to the dwarves, and now it was in the hands of Bronze Furnace. Although it was not an artifact, nor was it a weapon that Bronze Furnace was used to, it had a strange power. That was to purify the enemies that were killed, and to a certain extent, it could sense the degree of abyss corruption in the surrounding environment. The stronger the corrosion, the brighter the light of the axe. It was a warning to the wielder. The bronze furnace had relied on this axe to persist in the battle against the demons until now. However, he didn't bring the axe of purification here just to kill demons. Looking at the dazzling light on the axe, Tong Lu's eyes gradually grew solemn. Your Holiness, this is already the limit of how far we can go. If we go any further, I'm afraid even you and I won't be able to resist the corrosion of the power of the abyss. He turned around and said to the dwarf pope behind him. The dwarf pope nodded slightly, looked around, and said, "That's right. Then let's do it here." The elf said that the closer the summoning location is to the abyss, the better. Let's hope that everything goes smoothly. After saying that, he gently put down the statue in his arms. The dwarf stopped moving forward, and the surrounding demons rushed up in an instant. They surrounded the dwarves and kept attacking their formation. Humph. The bronze furnace snorted and raised his axe to join the defense, buying time for the dwarf pope. However, because the dwarves were too deep, the surroundings had become a sea of demons. Even if the bronze furnace, who had legendary strength, was fighting with all his strength, there were still dwarven warriors dying in the battle. The formation was on the verge of collapse. The dwarf pope didn't pay attention to the battle around him. His expression was serious as he took out a golden ring from his bosom. It was a legendary level interspatial ring that was forged by a dwarf legendary blacksmith and a human legendary mage. Its internal volume was close to 1,000 cubic meters. A spatial ring of this size was even more precious than a legendary subdivine artifact. It was comparable to a demigod artifact. And this ring was filled with all kinds of high magic materials that the dwarf kingdom had accumulated over thousands of years, including some high-quality large magic stones, elemental essences, magic cores of all kinds of high-level magic beasts, and so on. These magic materials were the essence of the dwarf kingdom and the dwarf national church accumulated over thousands of years. Although they were damaged in war after war, the scale was still terrifying. Even a legendary spatial ring with a volume of close to 1,000 cubic meters could barely hold it. With so many magic materials, if they were exchanged for gold pounds, they would be worth over 100 million, not to mention, many of these things were priceless. Of course, this was nothing compared to obtaining victory in the Sealing War. Magic materials could be gathered again, and this wasn't all the heritage of the dwarf kingdom. But if this Sealing War was lost, then the dwarves would have nothing. The dwarf pope placed the spatial ring in front of the beautiful and holy statue of the goddess. He clasped his hands and solemnly chanted, "The great goddess of life, mother of nature, protector and ruler of the elves, Her Holiness Eve, I, the 173rd Pope of the Dwarf National Church, Grey Shirt, represent the dwarves and ask for your summoning." The cadence of the incantation came from his mouth, and the spatial ring in front of him gradually floated up. At the same time, a faint radiance began to condense on the holy statue of the goddess, in the core area of the elven forest, in the kingdom of the world tree. The current goddess of life, Eve, was half lying on a reclining chair made of divine power. Just like Sarandir in Sandstorm City, she crossed her legs and enjoyed the service of the elemental fairies. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, and she looked in a certain direction in the distance. "Has it begun?" she whispered. She sat up slightly and gently waved her hand. An image condensed by divine power slowly formed in midair. In the image, an elderly dwarf was praying incessantly. Around him were demons and dwarven warriors who were fighting each other. A faint radiance gathered in front of Eve. Accompanied by a small sacrificial array, a glittering golden ring appeared in front of her. Eve sensed a little and was a little surprised. So much? Feeling the ring full of magic materials, she thought she had sensed wrongly. Although there was a price to pay for summoning, Eve just wanted the dwarves to bear the cost of teleporting her to the players. She didn't expect these honest dwarves to sacrifice so many magic materials. After all, the cost of space replacement was not as much as normal teleportation. She roughly sensed it. Not to mention the uses of these materials, just the magic they had was enough for Eve to make the players swap back and forth several times. Keep it well. There are quite a lot of forging materials. Whether it's swallowing them to recharge or selling them to the players, it's a good place to go. The dwarves are so sincere. Then I should seriously fulfill the contract. Satisfied, Eve put away the ring. Her expression gradually became serious. Fennel, start the cross-space summoning. Do it according to the order of registration. She changed her position and ordered the elemental fairy king, Fennel, who was excited and busy beside her. Okay. Your Holiness. Elf Forest, Grey Harbor. Limu put down the watering can in his hand and looked at the system message that appeared in his field of vision. It's finally begun. He murmured. His expression was somewhat expectant. He smiled slightly and put down the watering can in his hand. Neza, help me water the flowers. I'm going to do a dungeon instance. Limu shouted. However, there was no response. Limu looked back and found that his elemental fairy had disappeared. However, on the small map, there was an additional light spot that symbolized the little guy in the courtyard of Shamu's house next door. Limu was speechless. This guy went to Lick Ding Dang again? Northeast of the core area, Feiling Sue. Demacia, who was scrubbing the toilet bowl, suddenly jumped up with an excited expression. Hey! This event is finally open. This time, I must get the Divine Artifact Restoration Point scroll. After saying that, he threw the toilet bowl in his hand and got up to leave. However, just before leaving, he hesitated and glanced at the toilet bowl. Every time, I give up halfway. Is it not too good? This time, I'm finally going to get my reputation back, he said with some hesitation. However, when he looked at the number in the queue that was constantly jumping in his field of vision, it seemed that it was going to be his turn soon. He gritted his teeth. Forget it, I don't care. As long as I'm happy. I'll talk about reputation next time. After saying that, he picked up his equipment and ran. As he ran, he opened the chat system and shouted at the top of his lungs. Brother Moo. The battlefield quest is here. In the northern district of the Elf Forest, in front of a demon beast that had been killed. Jasmine under the moonlight wiped the blood off the blade of repentance and raised her head slightly. Has it started? Her gaze paused on the quest information, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Kill any demon that I see? Her fighting spirit gradually surged. Caesar, hurry up and pack up the spoils of war. We have to get ready to enter the map. Don't worry, we're still in the queue. We'll be late. Gloom Mountain Range, Mountain City. Salty Meow had changed into a full set of divine artifact equipment, and the dazzling light was blinding. Behind her, there were many players who were also fully armed. They were all members of the Meng Meng Committee. As the first guild to know about the battlefield quest, they were also the first batch of players to sign up. Is everyone ready? Salty Meow asked. Okay. No problem. Ready. The players responded one after another. Salty Meow nodded and smiled brightly. They always say that the members of the Meng Meng Committee are all casual people. This time, we'll take the lead and open the way. With that, she tapped on the Accept the Supplicant Summon option on the system interface and chose Yes. Then, a golden array formed under her feet, and the dazzling light gradually drowned her, in the mine deep in the mountains in the south. The holy goddess statue kept flashing with golden light, and a sacred and majestic aura kept gathering. The whistling wind began to rotate with the statue as the center, blowing the dwarf pope's beard away. He squinted and looked at the shining statue with a surprised expression. There's a response. There's a response. The sacrificial ring had disappeared. This meant that the life goddess had accepted his request. A faint pressure gathered on the statue and kept increasing. The elemental wind formed by the agitation of magic became more and more violent. At this moment, even the whole cave was trembling slightly. The demons besieging the dwarfs growled uneasily, and the dwarven warriors' morale was boosted, and they pushed back for a while. At the same time, many people focused their gazes on the statue in the center of the cave. The light on the statue was getting brighter and brighter, illuminating the dark cave as bright as day. Finally, the light reached its peak and turned into a ripple-like light wave, spreading to the surroundings with the statue as the center. Every dwarf who was swept by the light wave felt the exhaustion in their bodies being swept away. Even their spirits, which had become somewhat sluggish under the erosion of the power of the abyss, were revitalized. At this moment, all the dwarfs had a realization: this was a blessing from the life goddess, and then, a series of obscure spatial fluctuations began to ripple in the cave. Under the excited gaze of the dwarf pope, under the hopeful eyes of the Sky Knight Copper Furnace, and under the surprised gazes of the dwarven warriors, a circular array flashing with golden light slowly formed. With the statue as the center, these arrays radiated to the surroundings, filling all the open spaces in the cave. It's a summoning array. This is the summoning array of the gods. In the team, there were dwarven priests who recognized some of the patterns on the array and said excitedly. The next second, the spatial power reached its peak, and tall figures began to outline above the array. Although they hadn't been able to see their appearances clearly, the indistinct armor and swords, tall hats, and staffs in the light had already made the dwarf's imagination run wild. Copper Furnace opened his eyes wide, wanting to see clearly what these chosen ones, who were both chaotic and orderly, evil and good, looked like. Finally, the summoning array completed the transmission. They saw elves in gorgeous equipment, handsome, beautiful, and elegant, appearing in the sight of the dwarves. The one closest to Copper Furnace was a female elf. She had slightly curved pink hair, a sweet appearance, and a tall pointed hat on her head that flickered with faint divine power fluctuations. The robe outlined with complicated patterns and magic patterns on her body was incomparably gorgeous. And the magic staff in her hand that held a gem the size of a head was brewing terrifying magic fluctuations. Looking at the female elf mage in front of him, Copper Furnace's eyes widened, his face full of astonishment. He opened his mouth and couldn't help but cry out, "Your Excellency Salty Meow? You're the chosen one?" And Salty Meow, who had completed the summoning, smiled and greeted him sweetly, "Yo! Sir Copper Furnace, we meet again." Salty Meow's greeting confirmed her identity. But the Sky Knight Copper Lu had a strange look on his face. Because he really could not connect this warm and friendly elven girl in front of him with the evil and chaotic chosen one that the Pope spoke of, Copper Lu was not the only one with a strange expression. Other than the dwarf Pope, the other dwarf warriors in the team were also surprised. Elves? Did the Pope summon elves? Didn't he say they were powerful warriors? It was not that the dwarves looked down on the elves, but the weak combat power of the elves had long been deeply ingrained in the knowledge of all intelligent races. Although many people had vaguely heard about the rise of the elven forest in recent years, hearing about it was one thing and seeing it was another. If one did not see it with their own eyes, it was difficult to change old ideas. Only the higher-ups of various races, such as the dwarf Pope, Grey Shirt, knew more information and thus attached great importance to the elven chosen one. In addition, the dwarves were impatient and tended to raise their voices, so it was normal for them to blurt out their thoughts at this moment. Copper Lu did not underestimate the elves. As a legendary warrior, he was also a higher-up of the dwarf race. Even if he did not know about the uniqueness of the chosen one, he knew that the elves were not what they used to be. But even so, he did not expect that the soft-looking Salty Meow who had warmly received him in Sandstorm City was actually the war machine under the goddess of life that the Pope had mentioned, the chosen one who was feared by the half-orcs and the alliance of dark city-states. Wait, if Sir Salty Meow was the chosen one, then, as if thinking of something, Copper Lu subconsciously looked behind Salty Meow and saw many familiar figures. He was quite good at recognizing people. Although they were elves, they were all humanoids, so their appearances were still very recognizable. These elves who had descended. Many of them were elves who had warmly received him and left a good impression on him. However, unlike the friendliness and enthusiasm when they first met, most of the elves at this moment had sharp eyes and an indescribable aura overflowing from their bodies, like sharp swords that were about to be unsheathed. At this moment, they felt more like warriors who were looking forward to a battle. And just as Copper Lu had this thought, the elves also moved. Their eyes swept back and forth, and soon they saw the demons besieging the dwarves. Then, their expressions became visibly excited. Their eyes were filled with greed and danger. "Look! The devil is there! Go! Kill them! Divine Artifact Restoration Points scroll, here I come!" they said excitedly. The language was a mess. There was Elven language that the Copper Furnace didn't understand, and there was also common language. It all depended on which language the player was switching to. In any case, it sounded like Chinese to them. Although Copper Lu did not understand some of the words they were saying, he could see their high fighting spirit from their excited expressions. Then, the elves drew their weapons, and light surged from their bodies. They either roared or remained silent as they turned into streaks of light and charged at the demons. The battle instantly began. Even Salty Meow, who had been greeting Bronze Furnace in a friendly manner, had a sharp look in his eyes. "We'll talk later. Let's fight first." She threw down a sentence, and then cast 4 or 5 defensive spells on herself. Then, she led a group of well-equipped and powerful elves to charge into the battlefield. It was as if they were afraid of falling behind. Seeing the elves joining the battle, the dwarves' morale was boosted. However, Copper Lou, who had rich combat experience, saw the elves howling and rushing out of the dwarves' formation, and his expression changed slightly. "Elves, stabilize the formation. Don't let the demons defeat you one by one," he shouted. The first wave of summoned elves had 200 people. Although most of them were above the silver level, and were not inferior to the dwarves who went deep into the sealed land, they were still too few compared to the endless demons around them. The best thing to do was to form a strong defensive formation and continuously consume these attacking demons. However, no elves listened to him. These summoned elves seemed to have gone crazy after seeing the demons. They did not care about anything and just rushed straight up. Confidence was written all over their faces. Rhythmic chanting was heard, and all kinds of magical brilliance gathered in the cave. They were covered in layers of buff spells and fought with the demons. And among them, Salty Meow was the fastest. She was soon surrounded by the demons and could not see her figure. Copper Lou's expression changed, and he was ready to go forward to support and rescue her. But before he could rush up, a terrifying wave of magic came from the front. Under Copper Lou's stunned gaze, he saw a golden-red beam of light burst out from the group of demons. With a loud bang, a blazing fireball exploded. The fireball had a radius of at least 6 or 7 meters. The dazzling brilliance instantly blinded everyone, and the ear-piercing loud sound made everyone's eardrums tingle, rumble. The whole cave was shaking. When the light dissipated and their sight was restored, the dwarfs were shocked to see an exaggerated pit where the explosion occurred. There were still traces of golden-red cobwebs on the surrounding ground. Those were the rocks that had liquefied under the high temperature. And there was not a single demon left in that area. "My God, what kind of magic is this?" A dwarf warrior looked at the place where the explosion had disappeared, stunned. "It's an explosion spell," the dwarf pope said with bright eyes. "And it's an explosion spell with the power of the 7th circle. It seems to be an explosion spell with the addition of divine power. It should be the power of an artifact," he said. 7th circle, Copper Lou was shocked. It was not that he had never seen a 7th circle spell, but if he was not wrong, this spell should have been cast by the elven girl named Salty Meow. The 7th circle corresponded to the lower gold rank. A lower silver elven mage could cast such a powerful spell. Was it the staff in her hand that seemed to be an artifact? Wait, where was Salty Meow? Such a powerful spell, if she, a silver mage, could cast it at such a close distance. Copper Lou's expression changed, and he rushed forward. However, he only took one step forward when he saw a familiar figure climbing out of the huge pit. It was Salty Meow. She was unscathed, only a little embarrassed. Her face was very pale, but she looked very proud. "Heh, as expected. If you want to hit accurately, you have to cast it at close range. This artifact's immunity to high-level fire magic is really good," she smiled with satisfaction, and then with a flash of light in her hand, she took out a bottle of magic potion from her space ring and gulped it down. Seeing this, Copper Lou opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Meanwhile, the surrounding elves were all flattering him. "Sister Meow is mighty. Amazing. As expected of the president. That magic potion is a high-level magic potion bought from a human caravan, right? If I remember correctly, a bottle costs more than 1,000 gold pounds. Rich and willful, maybe this is what it means to be rich." Of course, although they were talking nonsense, their actions were not slow at all. Taking advantage of the gap created by Salty Meow's magic, the elves instantly swarmed forward, taking the opportunity to rush into the demon's camp. The melee began. Gorgeous attack spells and various skills with gorgeous special effects smashed into the demon's side, causing the originally aggressive demons to instantly fall into chaos. And when these elves and demons began to fight, Copper Lou finally noticed that they were different. These elves seemed to be a little too familiar with fighting the demons, and a little too savage. He saw an elven lurker, hunter's assassin specialization, with a cold expression shuttling through the demons like a ghost, the dagger in his hand shining with a dark light hitting the demon's vital points every time. Wherever he went, everything was slaughtered, like an emissary of death. He saw a red-haired elven guardian, warrior's guardian specialization, with a strange hairstyle laughing loudly, wearing a full body of heavy armor, rampaging through the demons, then swinging the greatsword in his hand and smashing the demons one by one as if he was smashing eggs. The other party seemed to be very familiar with the types of demons. Every attack was aimed at the weak ones, and every hit was a guaranteed hit. It was so practiced that it seemed to have become a conditioned reflex. He also saw a black-haired elven druid chanting an incantation, summoning ferocious vines that entangled all the demons in the area. This was not an easy task, because the demons were very strong and had their own corrosive abilities, so they could easily break free from the control spells. But this druid's control was often just right, making it impossible for the demons to break free even though they had the strength. That exquisite control was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. There were too many things like this, however, these were only the most outstanding and powerful elves among the elves who had joined the battle. The remaining elves who were slightly weaker gave Copper Lu no less shock than the former. Each of them seemed to be very familiar with the demons, and the way they fought was very smooth, even giving Copper Lu a feeling of crushing them. No, that was not a feeling, but a fact. Just as Celestial Sarandir had said, the corrosive abilities of the demons did not seem to have any effect on them. On the contrary, their attacks had a strong suppressive effect on the demons. It was not in terms of strength. It was in terms of technique. Even the weakest elves among the reinforcements could handle the demons with ease, and there was no confusion like ordinary intelligent creatures. Of course, this was also because the demons' overall strength was weak, and there were very few silver elves. Under the premise that they could not corrode the souls of the elves, it was normal for them to be chased and beaten up by the average strength of silver elves. However, even under the suppression of level suppression, these elves were still too familiar with the game. Fast, accurate, ruthless, efficient. In front of them, the demons could not fight back at all. All of their actions were flaws in the eyes of the elves. That feeling was like a father beating his son, or a master beating his disciple. Copper Lu had been guarding the sealed land for more than 10 years, and it could be said that he knew the demons the best among the dwarves. But even if he were to put himself in their shoes, he felt that if he was of the same level as these elves and was not affected by the power of the abyss, he would not be able to achieve such exquisite techniques. Why were they so skilled? Copper Lu was surprised. Of course, he did not know that it was because the players were too familiar with the demons. They cleared the demon god's labyrinth every day and fought demons in the map of the broken kingdom of God every day. They knew exactly how many hairs the demons had on their bodies, and all kinds of weaknesses were easily grasped. It was easier to abuse them. Unlike the intelligent creatures in the world of seekers, the players could resurrect again and again to fight, and constantly summarize experience between life and death. There were also various great gods summarizing strategies related to fighting demons. Therefore, although overall, they had only dealt with demons for at most 3 years, in terms of experience, even Copper Lu might not be able to compare with them. It could even be said that they were likely to know the demons' weaknesses better than they did. At this moment, the players were the demons' natural enemies. Therefore, after the elves joined the battle, the demons' side began to collapse at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, the dwarfs' morale soared. The demons' formation is messed up. Assist our elven friends, attack. They followed the elves' footsteps and joined the battle. Copper Lu was also invigorated. But he did not step forward. He was the strongest here, and he also shouldered the task of protecting the statue of the goddess of life. The more surprised he was by the combat power of the elves' chosen ones, the more cautious he had to be. Demons were very cunning. As long as they were given time, they would sooner or later notice the source of the problem and come to destroy the statue. The light on the statue was still flickering, and the chosen ones were still being summoned. If this continued, the battle in the sealed land would be completely reversed sooner or later. At this moment, Copper Lu was also confident in the seal. With these chosen ones, they really had a chance to fight back, However, just as Copper Lu was feeling excited, roars suddenly came from all directions. The roars were low and crazy. Hearing this, Copper Lu's expression changed slightly. Demon Lord, his expression suddenly became serious. There was a Demon Lord in the sealed land. Unlike other Demon Lords, the Demon Lords in the sealed land were very troublesome for the dwarves. Under the contamination of the evil god Ballot, these Demon Lords formed a unique contamination power against the dwarves that could easily erode the dwarves' minds. Not only that, this area had been contaminated by the power of the abyss, so Copper Lu was unable to exert the power of the legendary realm, and his strength was greatly reduced. Under all kinds of suppression, even as a legendary Copper Lu, facing these Demon Lords with only the strength of gold, he also felt the pressure. Usually, dealing with gold was just a blow. But facing them, it was not so easy. 1-on-1 was fine, 1-on-2 was also fine, but 3 was a bit difficult. If he was besieged by more than 4 Demon Lords, even Copper Lu would have to retreat. Copper Lu did not think that the Chosen Ones were a match for the Demon Lords. From the power displayed by the Chosen Ones, their strength was between the peak of the upper iron level and the peak of the lower silver level. With this strength, it was easy to kill a small demon. It was also no problem to deal with a lower-level great demon. If they encountered a more powerful great demon, they could rely on cooperation to contend, but if it was a Demon Lord, it would not work. The gold level was a watershed. No matter how strong a silver was, it was impossible to defeat a gold professional without external help. Unless these Chosen Ones also became gold, or if an even stronger existence descended upon them. Fortunately, there were not many Demon Lords in the sealed land. Usually, at most 1 or 2 would be seen, and Copper Lu could barely contend with them. But when those hideous and ugly bodies appeared in sight, Copper Lu's expression became serious. A total of 7 Demon Lords were attracted to this place. This was not a power that he, or the Chosen Ones, could contend with. And with the appearance of several Demon Lords, the number of big and small demons began to increase at an extremely fast speed. Destroy that statue. Copper Lu heard a low and hoarse voice from behind the demons. Roar. There was another deep roar. In Bronze Furnace's keen perception, 6 auras ranging from low gold rank to high gold rank began to rush toward the dwarf team, followed by an ocean of demons. The strongest aura, which was likely to reach the peak of gold rank, was like a cold venomous snake, locking onto the strongest bronze furnace. This was very comical. A gold rank Demon Lord could actually lock onto a legendary rank warrior with aura. However, this was the suppression brought about by the geographical advantage. It made people sullen, but there was nothing they could do. The battle soon started outside. The elven Chosen Ones at the front collided with the demon army led by the Demon Lord, and a chaotic battle began. Even if the chaotic environment blocked their vision, the Chosen Ones' faint exclamations and sudden tightening of the formation, as well as the Demon Lord's sinister laughter and roars that were getting closer and closer, made everyone understand that the good situation just now was rapidly taking a turn for the worse. This point was deeply felt by the dwarves who rushed forward with the elves, as well as the players who were fighting the demons to their heart's content. 6 Demon Lords with different postures, evil and chaotic auras, and terrifying power rushed over from different directions. The powerful pressure and the spreading evil power made the dwarfs' faces change. Demon Lord. It's a gold-rank Demon Lord. Not good. Everyone, retreat. Elven friends, be careful. They cried eagerly. The Demon Lord was powerful. At the same time, the appearance of each Demon Lord meant the addition of more demon servants. The appearance of several Demon Lords at once made the dwarves, who had been fighting in the sealed land for a long time, understand that they had to shrink their formation and defend, or consider retreating and breaking out of the encirclement. Demon Lord? Battlefield boss? The players at the front were slightly stunned. However, before many people could react, the Demon Lord had already rushed in front of him. These terrifying fellows of different shapes, but each of them was much larger than the other demons. They waved the barbed weapons in their hands and easily tore apart the Chosen Ones, who were still in high spirits just now, like tearing apart fragile toys. The powerful elven warriors in the eyes of the dwarves were like mortals without any resistance under the attack of the Demon Lord. Their bodies were torn apart by the Demon Lord like rags, and blood splattered everywhere before turning into specks of light and disappearing from the cave. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with scenes of the chosen ones dissipating into light. Every ray of light represented a heaven's chosen one's sad departure. F***ck. Wasn't this too strong? It's comparable to the demon god's labyrinth's demon boss, right? I didn't think there would be such a powerful boss on the battlefield. Planning division. My ass. The players were in a state of chaos, cursing and swearing. Everyone, don't panic. Hurry up and get into the battle channel. Cooperate with each other and kill them together. F***ck, so what if you have gold? Did anyone bring a statue of Holder? Blast them with divine punishment. Some of the players who reacted quickly shouted. They quickly received responses from other players. With the leaders of several guilds, such as Limu and Salty Meow, as the core, the players quickly formed a temporary mixed team. They began to fight the enemies in the same way they fought the demon god's labyrinth. With the cooperation of the players, the rapidly collapsing team quickly stabilized. However, this was only temporary stability. When the demon lord charged into the players, the massacre began again. In the face of these powerful guys, the players' cooperation was completely vulnerable under their attacks. No. We don't know the boss movement mechanism at all. These bosses are too strong. They're even stronger than the demon god's labyrinth's boss. Damn it, the field is blocked, we can't fly kites. Where's the statue? Did no one bring the statue? Blast it with divine punishment. Nonsense, who doesn't know that divine punishment is useful? The problem is, who knew that we would encounter such powerful enemies on the battlefield? The players cursed and scolded. It could not be helped. Although the true strength of the 13 demon monarchs in the demon god's labyrinth was legendary, for the players, these demon lords that they had never fought before were more troublesome. These demon lords were not weaker than the suppressed demon monarchs, and they also had countless demon servants. Coupled with the narrow combat environment in the surrounding mines, the players could not use their full strength at all. Perhaps after being wiped out time and time again, the players could use their accumulated experience to find a way to defeat the enemy, but now, they could only be crushed. Oh no, looking at the rapidly deteriorating situation, Bronze Furnace's heart sank. He wanted to go forward and fight, but when he glanced at the statue of the goddess of life that was still teleporting the chosen one, he finally gritted his teeth and stopped. He could not leave. If he was also entangled by the demon lord, and the statue of the goddess of life was destroyed by the demons who seized the opportunity, then everything would be irreparable. But if he really did nothing, when the demon lord and the demons approached, the situation would be difficult to turn around. Your Holiness, quickly summon the elven god's chosen one. Use the statue to summon the elven god's chosen one. Bronze Furnace shouted urgently. The elven god's chosen one. And according to Saladar, that was the strongest elven god's chosen one, and could even borrow the power of the goddess of life. If such a powerful chosen one was summoned, there might be a chance. The dwarf pope had a serious expression. He nodded slightly and once again prayed to the shining statue of the goddess of life. The great goddess of life, Mother Nature, ruler and protector of the elves, the dwarf gray shirt asks for your power. Following the Pope's chant, the beautiful and holy statue of the goddess of life once again burst out with an even more dazzling light. At the same time, Eve, who was far away in the divine kingdom, also received a prayer from the dwarves, in the supreme temple of the divine kingdom of the world tree. Eve sat high on her throne, looking at the screen created by divine power in front of her. On it was the scene of the battle in the sealed land under the southern mountains. The scene was tragic and tragic. The demon lord has appeared, the chosen one and the dwarfs can't hold on much longer, a crisp voice sounded, and the tone was filled with worry. It was the fairy queen, Fennel. She and the other elemental fairies surrounded Eve, watching the scene on the screen. The atmosphere in the temple was heavy, and every elemental fairy was nervous and worried. Of course, it would be better if they did not have melon seeds and tea in front of them. Eve, who was sitting high on her throne, had a calm expression, as if she was not affected by the battle. Your Majesty, the dwarves are once again praying for a summon. Do you want to accept the summon? Fennel asked as she looked at the dwarf pope's prayer on the screen. As Eve's assistant, she knew the true identity of God's chosen one, Zero. Therefore, this sentence was also asking if Eve wanted to send an avatar and participate in the battle. However, Eve shook her head. No, there's no need. They're just some demon lords, they're not worthy of my descent. As Eve's strength increased, and as her forces expanded step by step, her mentality also changed faintly. Especially when it came to battle. Eve did not think that a few demon lords were worthy of her descent as God's chosen one. In the past, it was because her strength was low, and her forces were weak. When she encountered powerful enemies that the players could not defeat, she could only use her avatar. However, she was now a mid-level true god, and the area of faith she controlled had long surpassed that of ordinary true gods. Moreover, the frequency of the players' battles and the chances of encountering powerful enemies were increasing. She could not go personally every time, right? In Eve's opinion, the only one who could make her personally assist in the sealing of the dwarves was the evil god Ballot. But, they can't hold on any longer. How about I make a trip? Fennel, the fairy queen, looked worried as she watched the scene on the screen. Eve's expression softened. This was what she liked about this little fellow. She had inherited the kindness of the elves, but it was not the extreme kindness of the elves. However, when Eve's gaze moved to Fennel's body and saw her skillful action of cracking melon seeds, the corner of her mouth twitched. Why don't you put down the melon seeds in your hand before saying this? Don't you know that it's very unnatural to have a worried expression while cracking melon seeds? She complained in her heart. At this moment, Eve did not even know if these snacks from her previous life that she had fiddled with in her god's kingdom were good or bad. Your Holiness, are you not responding to the prayers? Fennel feels that they won't be able to hold on much longer if this continues. The fairy queen said while cracking melon seeds. Eve was speechless. Eve looked away from the melon seeds in Fennel's hand and rubbed her temples. She sighed and said softly, No, it's not that. No, it's not that I don't care. I just want to change the method. Change the method? Fennel looked curious. Eve smiled faintly and waved her hand gently. Surging divine power gathered at her fingertips and shone with a dense radiance. Fennel, look carefully. This is your new mission from now on. Responding to the prayers for power is not only a way to accept the summons. After Eve finished speaking, she pointed lightly at the image in front of her. Then, bits and pieces of divine power entered the faith network and surged toward the southern mountains. Damn it, isn't this too much? Is the producer crazy? Xianxia could not help but curse as he used his transformed sharp claws to tear apart the demons that charged at him. He only wanted to come to the new battlefield mission to have some fun and see if he could try his luck to get some divine artifact repair point scrolls. He did not expect to be surrounded by a sea of demons not long after he teleported here. What made his scalp tingle was that there was a terrifying demon boss that had its eyes on him. Gold. That was definitely at the gold level, and it was a boss that he had never seen before. Although its appearance was not as flashy as the boss in the demon god's maze, it was probably even stronger. More and more demons were swarming around him, and the demon boss was getting closer and closer to him. He could almost smell the pungent stench on the demon boss. The players who were fighting with him had already left one by one, leaving only Xianxia alone. If he was not a druid who specialized in wild attributes and used his transformation talent to transform into the Wind Wolf King, not only was his skin thick, but he could also run fast. Otherwise, he would have followed in the footsteps of the others and died and left the dungeon. But even so, defeat was a matter of time. He had rushed too fiercely just now, and now he was too far away from the dwarf team. He was afraid that he would not be able to wait until the demon boss caught up with him. Do I still have enough resurrection tokens? Xianxia was nervous and had already begun to check the number of resurrection tokens he had. But there was an indescribable grievance in his heart. Especially when the devil boss stood in front of him and looked at him with a mocking gaze. That gaze was full of mockery. Damn it. If the field could be a little bigger. If my strength could be a little stronger, he panted and looked coldly at the demon boss that was looking down at him from above. He knew that he could not run away anymore. If I had known, I would have bought a statue of Holdel at a high price. If this boss exploded, the experience points would probably be very high. What a pity, Xianxia thought in his heart. He took a deep breath and prepared to fight for his life. Players were fearless. Even if they were to die, they would die brilliantly. After 15 seconds, they would still be a hero, but after exiting the dungeon, they would have to queue up again to enter the battlefield. However, just as Xianxia was prepared to fight with all his might, the familiar system voice suddenly sounded in his ears. At the same time, a new system message appeared in his vision. Frowny face Ding, the demon lord has appeared, triggering the battlefield plot. The goddess's divine blessing. Plot description: the brave and fearless chosen ones accepted the summons of the dwarves and engaged in a fierce battle with the demons. However, the appearance of the demon lord made the original situation confusing. The powerful demon lord led his servant army to join the battlefield, and the brave and fearless chosen ones suffered heavy losses. However, justice will prevail over evil, and victory will eventually belong to the goddess. At such a critical moment, some fanatical and fearless chosen ones received the blessings from the goddess. In order to defeat the strong enemy, in order to obtain victory, the great goddess of life, Eve, bestowed her divine blessings to the brave ones. Ding, special plot: the goddess's divine blessing activated. In this battlefield mission, a lucky player will be randomly selected to receive the divine blessings from the goddess of life, Eve. The person who receives the divine blessings will temporarily obtain incomparably powerful strength and become the key to turning the tide of the battle. The brave and fearless chosen ones, will you be the lucky one to become a hero? The divine blessings of the goddess, powerful strength. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. Before he could think of anything, another new message appeared in his vision. Frowny face Ding, you have been chosen by the goddess and become the god's divine blessing in this battlefield mission. Do you accept? Note 1. The person who receives the divine blessings will possess powerful strength and will die after the strength is exhausted. Resurrection coins will not be deducted if the person dies due to exhaustion of strength. Note 2. In the state of God's divine blessing, the speed of gaining EXP and contribution points will be reduced by 10%. God's divine blessing, she chose me just like that. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He glanced at the demon lord who had raised the demon greatsword in his hand and was about to slash down at him. His eyes flashed. Accept. I accept. He shouted loudly. Ding, you have received the divine blessings. Divine blessing activated. Following the system's soft beep, Xianxia felt an incomparably terrifying energy surge into his body. At the same time, the background music in his ears suddenly changed. The deep and mysterious background music that was commonly used in underground environments ended. What replaced it was a hurried and passionate piece of music. Xianxia was very familiar with the main melody of the music. It was a variation of the Elvish-style BGM that the players liked the most and appeared in the first large-scale battle. It was originally called The Glory of the Elves. In the background setting of Elven Nation, it was the national anthem of the Elven Kingdom 1,000 years ago. This Elvish-style background music was played with the elves' bagpipes and moon drums, complemented by a faint female voice. Sometimes it was clear and bright, and sometimes it was deep and powerful. It gave people a magnificent and epic feeling. As soon as it came out, this background music dominated Bluestar's music charts and set off a craze for Elvish-style music in the Bluestar online world. It even became the first choice for playing war songs in the Battlefield channel every time the players engaged in a group battle. Even other esports games were affected by it. Many online games would often be played by the commanders as a war song to boost morale. The music of the elves was quite infectious. Once this song came out, it was as if the limiter of the players had been opened. Even the calmest players couldn't help but feel a surge of adrenaline and high fighting spirit. However, the music this time was different. The main melody didn't change, but the style changed. While it was majestic and passionate, there was an additional sacred majesty that was unique to religious music. Especially when the ethereal female voice rang out, the familiar high-spirited melody coupled with the sacred and majestic style produced a wonderful reaction. It made the music more solemn while surging with passion. When the sound entered his ears, Xianxia subconsciously had goosebumps all over his body. It wasn't cold, but excitement. The music was just right to stimulate his sympathetic nerves. His heart rate and breathing sped up, and his eyes gradually turned red. The dopamine in his brain was quickly released, producing a feeling called joy. He subconsciously glanced at the name of the background music at the bottom right corner of his vision and saw the words, "For the Glory of the Goddess." It was different from the previous song, but it felt more appropriate. For the Glory of the Goddess, This was the music that Eve had personally used her divine power to create after she had the help of the fairy queen, Fennel, and had the time to slack off. The music created by a deity using his divine power was not an exaggeration. At this moment, Xianxia seemed to see a beautiful and holy goddess smiling at him and giving him her blessings. It was also as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses charging together with him, and he was the leader charging at the front. Xianxia felt that he could do it. He felt like he was about to become Superman, the savior of the world. No, I don't think so. Instead, it was, at the same time as the music played, a blazing energy surged into his body, and he felt that his strength was rising crazily. His five senses were strengthened, his mana was boiling, and his body seemed to be filled with inexhaustible power. His mind was focused like never before. In the upper left corner of his field of vision, where his status bar was displayed, the numbers next to Xianxia's HP bar and MP bar were increasing at an exaggerated rate. The silver-framed avatar that represented a silver player was now shining with a golden light, and there were flame-like decorations around it. It was as if the player had entered the seed burst state in the game. At the same time, the level at the bottom of the avatar was rapidly increasing. 55, 60, 65, 70, it didn't stop until it reached level 80. Level 80 corresponded to the peak of the lower gold level. At this moment, Xianxia actually directly jumped 3 levels and became a high-level professional. Ding, you have entered the Divine Awakening state. In this state, all your levels and skills will be increased by 30 levels, and skill proficiency will be increased to the maximum. Your injury recovery speed will be increased by 300%, your mana recovery speed will be increased by 300%, and your stamina, energy, recovery speed will be increased by 300%. Brave Chosen One, for the glory of the goddess, fight. The system's message flashed again, and the background music also entered a climax. Xianxia stood condescendingly among the demons and felt that he was the protagonist of the world at this moment. The demons that besieged him just now were as weak as ants in his perception. Xianxia felt that he only needed to use a little strength to crush them all, and the demon overlord chasing after him with a terrifying aura was no longer that terrifying in his perception. Even the other party's tall body seemed to have shrunk a lot at this moment. No. It wasn't that the other party had shrunk. It was that Xianxia had become bigger. He was still in the state of transforming into the Wind Wolf King. It was just that under the Divine Awakening buff, his body had undergone an earth-shattering change. The Wind Wolf body that was once 4 to 5 meters had almost quintupled at this moment and was at least 20 to 30 meters in size. The silver fur was dyed with a dazzling golden light, which was a state unique to the blessing of divine power. The crimson eyes were burning with golden flames, which was also a symbol of divine awakening. And on the forehead of the wolf head, a scepter-like symbol appeared. This was the symbol of the goddess of life. Golden Wind Wolf King. It's the Golden Wind Wolf King. In the distance, a dwarf priest exclaimed. Golden Wind Wolf King, looking at his updated status, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He let out a long howl and rushed toward the demon lord, slapping away the giant sword that he slashed down with one claw and forcing him back. Then, he opened his huge mouth and spat out wind elemental blades, tearing all the demons around him to pieces. In an instant, lines of numbers flooded the chat channel. Those were the contribution points that Xianxia obtained after killing the demons. There were only contribution points. Because he was already at the silver max level, he couldn't get any more experience. The numbers in each line weren't big, which was the result of the 90% weakening, but because the number of demons killed was too high, the overall total was quite impressive. Awesome! Xianxia couldn't help but exclaim. His eyes flashed and swept across the demons around him. The demons of all sizes shivered and began to retreat in fear. Divine power and abyss power were mutually exclusive. While the abyss power could erode the power of a true god, the power of a true god also had a suppressive effect on the abyss power. Just like the relationship between water and fire, it was nothing more than who was stronger. And at this moment, Xianxia, who had received the blessing of divine power, was the stronger side. These demons who weren't as strong as Xianxia naturally felt fear when they felt some kind of natural suppressive power on him. Only the demon lord, who was also a gold rank, looked at him coldly. At this time, the surrounding players also reacted one after another. F***ck. What's going on? Why did a giant wolf appear? This was the more obtuse. Look carefully. That's a player. A sharp-eyed gamer saw the green ID above the giant wolf's head. Then, a gamer recognized Xianxia's identity. What? It's Xianxia. Nature's heart's Xianxia. He's so powerful. He killed 4 to 5 great devils in an instant. That's insane. Divine blessing. That must be the divine blessing mentioned by the system. He was selected by the system. Gosh, he's too lucky. Take a spear hit. The gamers were very excited, and there was a hint of jealousy in their voices. Then, they discovered that Xianxia wasn't the only lucky gamer. Gamers were randomly selected in various areas of the battlefield. Near every devil lord, there were 1 or 2 gamers who were emitting golden light, and their auras were greatly enhanced. Some of them were warriors, some were magicians, some were hunters, and some were druids. In the gloomy underground world, they were like the light in the darkness. Everyone's strength had risen to the gold rank. There were a total of 14 of them. Divine blessing? Are there divine blessings among the chosen ones who can borrow the power of the true gods? Sensing the changes in the battlefield, the dwarf pope was taken aback. He was the divine blessing of the god of dwarves and smithing. The divine blessings were connected to each other. But after the chosen ones descended, he didn't sense any divine blessings. However, when he looked at the shining statue of the goddess of life in front of him, and heard the wails of the chosen ones, who were not chosen, he had an epiphany. I see. Her Holiness the Goddess of Life accepted my request and bestowed a portion of the divine blessings to the chosen ones. Upon hearing the dwarf pope, the legendary warrior Bronze Furnace became serious. The true gods could bestow power to their believers. But there was a price to pay. There was only one price to pay for a large increase in power in a short period of time: death. Unlike the Pope of the Dwarves, who had the information channels of the Church and thus had a good understanding of the Chosen One, although the Bronze Furnace had some understanding of the Chosen One through the communication with the Pope, it was not in death. For example, he didn't know these guys could be resurrected. Because of this, when he saw their fighting spirit, their unwavering posture, and their willingness to risk their lives, he was really shocked. Just one was enough. Almost all the chosen ones in front of him were like this. His devotion to the goddess of life, his hatred of evil, and his upholding of justice were enough to make one admire him. What a group of brave and fearless warriors! How could such a warrior be considered evil? Bronze Furnace praised in his heart. At this moment, the statue of the goddess of holy purity in the middle of the dwarf's formation suddenly bloomed with golden light again. A faint halo spread out with it as the center. Everyone, including the dwarves, felt a wonderful power pouring into their bodies. Their injuries began to heal quickly, and their energy was constantly replenished. Even their minds, which were gradually dispirited and confused by the power of the abyss, suddenly became sober. This was the blessing of the true god's power. Every player also received the blessing of the Goddess of Life system message in their vision. Feeling the changes in their bodies, the morale of the dwarves and elves was boosted. Bronze Furnace's eyes flashed, and then he roared with the loud voice of a legendary warrior. The elven friends' favored ones have appeared. Her Holiness the Goddess of Life has also blessed us. It's time to counterattack. Warriors, follow the elven friends. Attack. He raised the warhammer in his hand. With his command, the dwarves instantly moved, roaring as they launched a charge. Bronze Furnace wasn't the only one who noticed the change in the battlefield. Limu on the player's side also noticed it. His gaze swept across the field, then he used the sound amplification spell to shout. We've been strengthened. It's time to counterattack. Silver players, cooperate with the favored players to attack the Demon Lord. Everyone, attack. Limu's voice was still very recognizable. And his long-term command also allowed him to accumulate a considerable reputation among the players. At this moment, when he raised his arm and shouted, coupled with the dwarf's actions, the players subconsciously listened to his command and began to counterattack the demon army. At the same time, the background music for the glory of the goddess suddenly changed and reached its climax. Charge! For the glory of the goddess! The elves will win. Listening to the infectious war song, the players cheered with red eyes and charged into the demon army as if they had been injected with chicken blood. The faint radiance on their bodies was like a torrent of light in the deep and serene mine. A few silver players also rushed up around Xianxia. They roared with laughter and shouted, "Grand Duke! I'll help you! Ha ha ha! Big Boss Xia, I'm coming too! I'll ride your coattails! Let's kill this big guy together!" Looking at the players who came to support him, Xianxia laughed and scolded. "Grand Duke? Are you happy to be mischievous?" Then, he looked at the demon lord in front of him and grinned. "Come on! Everyone, follow me and kill this big guy together. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west." Although it was just luck, he was now a gold player, who's afraid of who? After saying that, Xianxia let out a long roar and pounced at the demon lord. The chaotic battle began again. Inside the godly kingdom of the Yggdrasil, the elemental fairies surrounded Eve and looked at the scene in the air in amazement. Under the lead of the 14 god-favored ones, the elves began to counterattack together with the dwarves. The demon army that had been aggressive just a moment ago began to crumble rapidly at this moment as if they were building blocks that had been knocked down. As for the demon lords, they were surrounded and attacked by more than a dozen blessed and even more silver chosen ones. Not long after, the weakest demon lord was beheaded by 2 gods chosen. Although the overall situation wasn't completely one-sided, it could still be considered one-sided. Seeing the demons fleeing from the players, Eve smiled faintly. "Do you see that? Fennel. Temporarily bestowing the chosen ones with great power can also help them overcome the crisis. However, the strength bestowed must be appropriate. It can't be too strong or too weak. It must be enough to suppress the enemy while ensuring the energy balance. From now on, you'll be responsible for the operation of the battlefield mission, including the bestowal of godly favored. I'll give you partial authority and allow you to use a certain amount of godly power." Hearing Eve's words, the fairy queen, Fennel, nodded in admiration. "As you wish, your majesty the great goddess." Carefree and delightful. Xianxia had never felt that battle could be so enjoyable. It wasn't that he didn't like battle. It was that the content of Elven Kingdom was too rich and colorful. Although the unparalleled freedom and real battles were exciting, Xianxia, who especially liked role-playing and open-world exploration, preferred to experience the local customs of this fantasy world as a member of the game. He liked to drink ale in the tavern and listen to the ballads played by the bards. He liked to transform into a wind wolf and run freely in the dense forest. He liked to sit on the trunk of the world tree and watch the brilliant red sun slowly rise from the churning sea of clouds. It felt like he was really living in a different world. This feeling was quite intoxicating. Compared to these, although battle made people's blood boil, in fact, in Jiangxiang's heart, he still had to stand aside. But today's battle was completely different. With the blessing of God's favor, Jiangxiang seemed to have really turned into an omnipotent Superman, rampaging among the demons. This feeling of being unparalleled could not be better. Those demons who originally wanted to fight with all their strength were now like those weak goblins in the ruins, vulnerable in the hands of Jiangxiang, who had transformed into the Golden Wind Wolf King. And the demon lord, who was still chasing him before, at this moment, had its role reversed and became the target of him and another god's favor player. At this moment, Jiangxiang and the other 14 players had become everyone's banner. They were the sharp blades that pierced into the demon army, and behind them, there was a large group of black iron and silver players. These remaining players yelled and excitedly followed behind them to pick up the scraps. They killed the demons that were injured by the god's favor players but did not die. From time to time, they would throw a few spells at the demon lords, but of course, most of the spells missed or were simply ineffective. Jiangxiang did not care about the players who picked up the scraps behind him. He was also not angry because some players took advantage of the time when he was slaughtering demons and took the opportunity to kill and steal EXP. It was not because he was magnanimous. It was because in the state of God's favor, he no longer cared about these marginal gains. There was no other reason. It was because he was too strong now. He was so strong that he could trample to death a demon that he usually spent a lot of effort to kill while chasing after a demon lord. Under such circumstances, the number of demons he killed had already become a number. Even with a 90% reward penalty, his contribution points and his personal status bar were rapidly increasing. The battlefield chat channel was flooded with kill notifications, and it had become a carnival for the 14 favored players. Only the strongest player in the server, Bento Box, could see his name on the leaderboard from time to time. In the team chat channel that Xianxia had joined, it had completely become his personal show. It was filled with messages such as "Player Xianxia killed the little demon" and "Player Xianxia killed the great demon." Even Xianxia's battle points had skyrocketed to the top of the leaderboard and competed for the top 3 spots with the other players who were blessed by the gods. The battlefield points tally was a calculation of the battlefield missions points. Every time the players successfully killed an enemy, they would receive a certain amount of points. At the end of the mission, the players who ranked at the top of the leaderboard would also receive generous rewards. Among them, there were popular rewards such as 100,000 Divine Artifact Repair Points scrolls, silver Clash Change slots, and special prize pool lottery tickets. The amount of points one could receive was related to the enemy's strength. In the state of God's favor, there was also a 90% penalty for obtaining points. Even so, the God's favor players relied on their cheat-like strength to leave almost all the other players far behind. Their points skyrocketed, their contribution points kept increasing, and their game IDs were on the leaderboard again and again, accompanied by the exclamations and envy of the players behind him. Xianxia felt that his vanity and sense of achievement were greatly satisfied. Who didn't want to be cheered on by others as a gamer? Although he was unparalleled in the state of God's favor, luck was also a part of strength, wasn't it? Moreover, the feeling of chopping melons and vegetables was simply too satisfying. It was simply the template of the main character in Long Outyan's novel. Although it was only temporary, it was truly satisfying. Of course, Xianxia didn't deny that the new background music that appeared was also really good and made his blood boil. He had already decided that he would immediately go online to find music resources to download after the game ended. The music in Elven Nation was very outstanding. Now, every time a new song appeared, there would be players who would record it and upload it online. Although Xianxia didn't turn on the recording because he was having a good time fighting, there were definitely so many players who specialized in recording music. Xianxia's thoughts ran wild, but his hands didn't stop moving. Instead, he continued to chase after the Devil Overlord. And just as he killed another great devil, a new system message suddenly flashed in his vision. Frowny face, you've received Divine Artifact Repair Point Scroll X1. Xianxia was slightly taken aback, then he was delighted. Haha, I'm so lucky. In the battlefield mission, there was a probability of dropping a Divine Artifact Repair Point scroll after killing a target. This was probably dropped by the devil he had just killed. After scanning with his big eyes and seeing that it was a Divine Artifact Repair Point scroll with 50,000 points, Xianxia chuckled and continued to chase after the devil. 50,000 points was already very good. Normally, if one wanted to get so many contribution points, even a silver player wouldn't be able to do it without farming for a few days. Only those crazy and perverted liver emperors could farm enough contribution points in a day. The background music changed again. Xianxia, who had transformed into a wolf king, finally caught up with the Devil Overlord after biting off the head of a great devil. This was a Devil Overlord whose strength had reached the intermediate gold level. He had a humanoid appearance with sharp horns on his head and an ugly appearance. Although his strength was still higher than Xianxia's, he had only just reached the intermediate gold level. Xianxia didn't feel a fatal threat. Xianxia roared and pounced forward. His sharp claws collided with the Devil Overlord's huge sword, causing sparks to fly. The reaction force generated by the battle between the two senior professionals spread out, causing the surrounding ground to tremble and crack. The Great Golden Wolf and the Devil Overlord's figures intertwined and turned around. At this time, another roar came from behind the Devil Overlord. A tall figure with a golden glow appeared behind the Devil Overlord. He waved the huge sword in his hand and slashed at the Devil Overlord. Big guy, eat my sword. It was another favored player who had caught up. He was also the player closest to Xianxia after the favored appeared. He naturally cooperated with Xianxia and chased after the Devil Overlord side by side. Moreover, he was an acquaintance of Xianxia's in the guild, a well-known big shot in Elf Nation. Damn, isn't that Demacia? This guy also got the favored? Bah, what bullshit luck. some of the players cursed at the back of the battlefield. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he saw Demacia in the form of a human light bulb. Dima, you hold him back. I'm going to enlarge. Let's work together to kill this guy. He shouted. Hearing Xianxia's words, Demacia laughed. Okay. Then, he held the huge sword with one hand and pointed his middle finger at the devil overlord. He had a mocking expression and said a bunch of words that Xianxia couldn't understand. yen hashtag. Xianxia was slightly stunned. However, the devil overlord's expression suddenly changed. His expression suddenly became ferocious as if he had entered a violent rage. Then, he stopped running. Instead, he raised his huge sword and charged at Demacia. Demacia's defense was already abnormal. After getting the favored, it was even more abnormal. He was as hard as a rock in the toilet. Seeing the devil overlord's angry attack, he laughed and charged forward with his huge sword. The two sides were tangled in a chaotic battle. An opportunity, Xianxia's eyes flashed. He calmed down, stopped moving, and silently chanted an incantation. Terrifying energy began to gather around him, and a constantly rotating vortex began to appear in his mouth. That vortex continued to expand and gradually turned into a dark blue ball of light. The biting cold wind blew around Xianxia. The sound was ear-piercing, and the silver hair on his body kept fluttering. The magic power in the air also began to become restless. This was a wind-attributed 8th circle spell called Wrath of the Wind. This was the innate spell that Xianxia obtained after transforming into the Golden Wind Wolf King while in the favored state. It was also the advanced version of the 3rd circle offensive spell, Wind Elemental Bullet, that he liked to use in his normal state. The principle was the same as Wind Elemental Bullet, but the preparation time was longer, the mana consumption was greater, and the power produced was more terrifying. This information naturally appeared in Xianxia's mind after he obtained the favored state. The wind elements kept getting closer, and the terrifying energy kept condensing. Finally, even the devil overlord felt uneasy. He angrily looked at Demacia and no longer bothered, turning around to retreat. Haha, still want to run? It's too late. Demacia laughed, throwing away the huge sword in his hand and rushing forward, hugging the devil overlord's thigh. At the same time, he didn't forget to use a series of defensive spells on himself. He chose the right time, and Xianxia's preparations were also completed. The majestic silver wolf roared and aimed at the devil overlord, spitting out a dark green elemental bullet that kept spinning. The elemental bullet spun, setting off a whirlwind, and with surging mana, it flew out and hit the devil overlord's chest. With a loud bang, a gale far more violent than before swept up, blowing away the surrounding players and devils. The dark green elemental bullet turned into a wind blade that distorted space, completely tearing the devil overlord's upper body apart. Then, the devil overlord's body trembled slightly, turned into ashes, and slowly dissipated. Player Xianxia has killed the devil overlord, a golden message appeared in the chat channel. The battlefield was silent for a few seconds. Then, the other players exclaimed in surprise, "My God! What kind of spell is this? Isn't it too powerful? It's an instant kill. So a wild attribute druid is this powerful after advancing to the gold level?" Hearing the players' praises, Xianxia grinned. In fact, it wasn't that a wild attribute druid was powerful, but the talent skill of transforming into a wind wolf king that he awakened after changing his profession was more powerful. This spell was the power of the Gold Wind Wolf King. A wild attribute druid was more dependent on appearance, and if the talent skill was not good, it would be useless. After exhausting his power, Xianxia's body flashed. Under the dense radiance, his body shrunk and turned into the appearance of an elf. He walked to the place where the devil overlord died. There, the unscathed Demacia was laughing as he picked up the equipment dropped by the devil overlord. Seeing Xianxia walk over, he put the devil overlord's sword into his spatial ring and said, "We'll split the loot equally. You took the kill, so the main equipment is mine." Xianxia nodded to show his understanding. Although there was a 90% penalty, the contribution points from killing a devil overlord still made Xianxia slightly excited, and he didn't care about the dropped devil equipment. This devil overlord's equipment wasn't good, and it wasn't suitable for him. By the way, what did you roar at the devil overlord just now? Why did it seem like it went crazy when you spoke? Xianxia asked curiously. Demacia had a smug look on his face as he chuckled. Hee, I used the devil language to greet his whole family. Xianxia was speechless. When did you learn the devil language? Hey, just this one sentence. I learned it from the black market merchant. During the boss battle in the demon god's maze, it worked every time. Even old Ah would be angry. Xianxia was speechless. You're really a talent, he looked at Demacia strangely. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's continue farming. After complaining, Xianxia took out his staff and began to chase after the other devils. His transformation skill had a cooldown, so he could only use druid skills. And Demacia also happily picked up the equipment, laughed, and continued to rampage among the devils. As time passed, the battle on the battlefield gradually came to an end. After the sixth devil overlord was drowned in the player's magic, the last and most powerful devil overlord finally chose to retreat. After a low roar, he disappeared into the darkness with the remaining devil army. The power of the abyss slowly faded. On the messy battlefield, there was a burst of cheers. Spots of light flickered on the battlefield again, and a golden array appeared under the feet of the chosen ones. Their bodies bloomed with a bright light, then turned into spots of light and disappeared in the mine. The chosen ones were gone. The devils were also gone. Only the excited dwarf team and the life goddess statue whose light was gradually dimming were left. We won, we actually won. Looking at his people cheering, Bronze Furnace was excited. He turned around and glanced at the life goddess statue, which was still glowing, with an excited expression. Your Holiness, we can do it. As long as we summon the chosen ones a few more times, we will definitely be able to suppress the seal. As he spoke, his expression was a little emotional. These elven chosen ones are true warriors. It's just that I don't know how many of them died in the battle with the devils just now. Seeing them fall one by one, I feel a little ashamed. Hearing this, the dwarf pope's expression was a little strange. He glanced at Bronze Furnace and opened his mouth, but chose to remain silent in the end. Looking deeper into the mine, he coughed lightly and said, Let's go back and rest first. Let's go back and rest first. After we replenish the offerings, we'll go deeper and summon the chosen one again. Understood. Bronze Furnace said solemnly. After that, he began to call his people to clean up the battlefield. It was mainly to collect the corpses of his people and the equipment dropped by the devils. The equipment of the devils still had some merit. Although the dwarves didn't care for it, many materials could be used as good raw materials after purification. However, when Bronze Furnace looked around, he was slightly taken aback. Where's the equipment? The battlefield was completely empty. Equipment, devil corpses, there was nothing. Even the dwarven warriors who had died in the battle had been stripped of their armor and weapons at some point in time, leaving only the clothes inside. Bronze Furnace. Where's the equipment? The demons, and the warriors? Looking at the clean battlefield, Bronze Furnace was dumbfounded. He had seen some before. How did it all disappear in the blink of an eye? Sir Bronze Furnace, the demons' equipment might have been taken away by the elves. When I was fighting, I saw some elves picking up the demons' equipment, a dwarven warrior replied cautiously. Bronze Furnace nodded. He knew this. As a legend, he wasn't blind. He also saw a lot of elves picking up equipment. But that was not all. And he did not see any elves taking off the dwarf's clothes, so he did not care. But the problem now was that almost all the equipment was gone, not only the demons, but also the dwarf's equipment that died in battle. This was very strange. At this time, the dwarf pope shook his head. Bronze Furnace, don't worry about the equipment. They should have been teleported back with the chosen ones. Teleported back with the chosen ones? Bronze Furnace was slightly taken aback. The Pope nodded and said, according to the information obtained by the Church, the chosen ones have an ability called binding. They can leave their own mark on the items and take them away. The equipment disappeared at the same time as the chosen ones. I think they should have bound the equipment during the battle and taken it back as trophies. The dwarf Pope Greyshirt was very calm. He seemed to have been mentally prepared for this and was not surprised by this result. However, Bronze Furnace's expression was very interesting. At this moment, he finally understood why His Holiness the Pope said that the Chosen Ones were equally chaotic and evil. The noble and perfect image of the elven Chosen Ones in his heart also collapsed in an instant. He looked at the dwarf warriors who only had their underwear left. His slightly red face turned white and then black. This is a little too much? It is indeed a little too much. Waving her hand to disperse the scene of divine power in front of her, Eve's expression was a little strange. As the dwarf pope said, the equipment on the dwarves was indeed taken away by the players, and they did use the binding ability. Taking off the equipment from the corpses was not an easy task. The dwarves were not demons killed by the players. Their corpses disappeared directly, leaving only the equipment on the ground, which could be directly stored in the space ring. It was very troublesome to take off their equipment. That being said, taking off a corpse's equipment might be troublesome, but I could just grab the equipment, bind it, and activate the teleportation mechanism that Eve left behind when I teleported back. The equipment of the dwarves was pretty good. Even if the players' abilities were no longer what they used to be, they were still able to catch their attention. Even if he couldn't wear it, he could bind it and take it with him. Then, he could sacrifice it to Eve or sell it to the underground world. There's a need to restrict them. Forget about the demons, the dwarves are considered allies. I can't let the players mess around. I sent them to participate in the battlefield mission to gain energy and build reputation, not to let them ruin their own reputation. In future battlefield missions, we'll directly prohibit players from binding items. Not only that, we'll also directly prohibit them from looting their allies' equipment. It's just that we're running out of time this time, so no one will directly take off our clothes. If we really have enough time, those guys who can't move after seeing the benefits will definitely take all the wool they can get. Eve rubbed her temples as she thought. As time passed, she had already stood on the stage of the world of Seekers. In a sense, she had even become one of the focal points of the current continent. And as Eve's main fighters, the players would definitely start to have in-depth contact with the various races in the world of Seekers. Especially after Eve planned to promote the statue of summoning the Chosen One in the future and slay demons and devils everywhere to gain energy. When facing the enemy, the players didn't need to feel pity. It was enough to be ferocious and fearless and use the name of natural disasters. But it was better to restrain friendly or neutral forces. Otherwise, the reputation of the elves would really be lost. Eve also planned to use the actions of the players to gain a wave of reputation in the world of Seekers. Reputation was a seemingly illusory thing, but it was actually very important. Although strength was king, Eve didn't really intend to be enemies with the whole world. At least, she couldn't push potential allies to the opposite side. Let's use the power of faith to distinguish and restrict them like before with the statue. Don't say that the players are prohibited from killing other intelligent races, but at least they should be restricted in battlefield missions to their allies. Eve had an idea in her mind. After waving her hand to calculate the rewards of this battlefield mission for the players, Eve began to calculate the income of this expedition. In fact, it wasn't much. After deducting the cost of summoning and temporarily bestowing divine favor, the life energy obtained from killing demons was less than 100 points of divine power. However, this was just a test. At least it proved that Eve could continue to improve divine power in this way. Not to mention that it wasn't over yet. The demons just retreated. The dwarves would definitely continue to go deeper into the sealed land until the final battle with the evil god Ballot. The evil god was the main source of divine power. With the number of evil gods that had been sealed in the world of Surgs over the past few thousand years, if they were really destroyed by Eve one by one, the divine power provided should be enough for him to break through to become a great divine power. Thinking of this, Eve turned to look at the fairy queen, Fennel, and smiled. Fennel, I'll leave the rest to you. In the next period of time, there will be a second and third battlefield mission very soon. As you command, Your Majesty the Great Goddess. Fennel replied excitedly, her face full of eagerness. Shortly after, the massive amount of equipment that the players sacrificed also arrived. Demon and dwarf equipment began to appear in the God's kingdom one after another. They were all seized by the players just now. After a great battle, a large number of sacrifices had become a daily routine for the players. Seeing this, the fairy queen, Fennel, flapped her wings and flew up. She called the other elemental fairies to start collecting the equipment. Collecting, modifying, and putting on a dragon. Assembly line production, factory-style manufacturing, and then brushing on the same appearance to become the school uniform sought after by the players. Now, this was a daily mission for Fennel and the other elemental fairies. Only when they encountered more special equipment, such as some powerful divine artifacts, would Eve take action. Although the scale of the players was increasing, her believers were increasing, and her sphere of influence was expanding. After the initial startup period, Eve became relatively leisurely. Days with helpers were just so relaxing and comfortable. At this moment, Eve suddenly sensed something and looked in the direction of the city of Heaven's Chosen. She sensed that someone was approaching the true God avatar that she had left in the city of Heaven's Chosen. Alice? Eve muttered to herself. Then, her consciousness changed, and she left the God's kingdom. Her vision changed, and Eve returned to her avatar and became God's chosen, 0. She opened her eyes and moved her body slightly. This was an exquisite study. It was the office that she owned in the central temple of the city of Heaven's Chosen as God's chosen, 0. When Eve returned to the God's kingdom, she would usually leave her avatar here. Very few people knew about this. Only a few elven believers, such as the life saintess Alice Gale, knew that if they wanted to find the elusive God's chosen, they had to pay a visit here. Of course, other than the fairy queen Fennel, no one knew the true identity of God's chosen. When someone came to visit, Eve, who had left her divine soul imprint, could quickly sense it and decide whether to summon her avatar based on the situation. Of course, even Alice rarely came to look for him on normal days. This was because Eve had once used her identity as God's chosen to tell the church's upper echelons not to disturb her if there was nothing important. After Eve sat down, a steady and gentle knock came from the study's exquisite wooden door. At the same time, Alice's unique sweet and gentle voice was heard. "Lady Zero, are you there? Please come in." Eve replied. At the same time, she snapped her fingers and released the divine spell restriction on the door. Alice, who was wearing a saintess dress, pushed open the door and entered. After seeing Eve, she smiled sweetly, bowed slightly, and said, "I'm sorry." "Good afternoon, Lady Zero. May the goddess be with you." Eve nodded and said the same thing. "Good afternoon, Miss Alice. May the goddess be with you." The two exchanged a few pleasantries, then Alice went straight to the point and asked respectfully. "Lady Zero, the Harvest Festival is coming soon. This year's Harvest Festival will be very grand. Do you want to participate?" Harvest Festival. Eve's eyes were slightly absent-minded. There were all kinds of festivals in the Seeker's world. For example, there was the Festival of Joy on January 1st every year to celebrate the new year. There was also the Spring Festival when everything recovered in spring. Even the Day of the Demonic Wave was a special festival for some magical intelligent races. For example, the vampires called the Day of the Demonic Wave Revival Festival, the werewolves called it the Day of Awakening, and so on. The various intelligent races also had their own festivals, such as the National Day of the Human Nations, the birthday of the Eternal Overlord, and so on. It was the same for the elves. For the world tree that believed in the control of life and nature, the Harvest Festival every autumn was their most grand festival. The Harvest Festival, as the name suggested, was a festival to celebrate the harvest. It was held on September 22nd every year. It was said that in the Twilight Era, after the World Tree created the first batch of elves, the entire elven race settled down in the harsh environment of the world of Seekers. They celebrated the harvest together after the first year. Over time, the Harvest Festival became a traditional festival for the elves. It was also one of the grandest festivals for the entire race. In fact, it was not only the elves. Due to the influence of the elven civilization, almost all the intelligent races in the world of Seekers that had been enlightened by the elves celebrated this festival to celebrate the harvest. It had been like this for tens of thousands of years. Eve had arrived in the world of Seekers for more than 4 years. Logically speaking, the elves should have celebrated the Harvest Festival 4 times. However, in the first year of Eve's arrival, the Inferno tribe's elves hadn't returned yet. The elven forest was mostly filled with players, so they missed the festival. In the next 2 years, if they weren't fighting, they were preparing for war. Nobody had the mood or energy to celebrate. Even if there was a festival, the elves would just celebrate it on their own accord. There was no large-scale organization. However, it was different this year. After Eve took control of the Orlos demiplane, a large number of mixed-blood elves had their blood purified and became true elves. At the same time, as time passed, Eve's name became more and more famous. More and more elves returned to the elven forest. At this moment, the number of elven believers in the elven forest had surpassed 10,000. As for the half-elves, there were even more. As the population continued to increase, life became more and more stable. Thus, the elves once again remembered this traditional festival. It wasn't just a celebration of the harvest. It was also a celebration of the revival of the elven race. After all, 4 years ago, who would have thought that the elven race, which was on the verge of destruction, would have such a day? With this thought, Eve smiled and nodded. I will participate in it. It was quite memorable, and it could also unite the hearts of the elves. At the same time, she could also display her divine power and strengthen the faith of the elves. Why wouldn't he do it? Alice smiled sweetly, her eyes sparkling. That's great. Then. However, I won't participate in the tedious matters. I just have to show up. Eve spoke again, stopping Alice from continuing. She knew this Miss Saintess quite well. Looking at her expression, she might even want her to host the festival and give a speech or something. However, Eve wasn't interested in such matters, so she couldn't be bothered to do it. Wouldn't it be fun to celebrate the festival? How could the organizers of the festival be as fun as the participants? She just had to find time to perform some miracles. All right. Alice sighed regretfully. She paused for a moment before continuing. That's the first matter. Apart from that, there are 2 other matters that I would like to consult you on. What is it? Eve asked. Alice straightened her face and said seriously, yes. Lady Zero, there are more and more believers now, and the scale of the church is also increasing. Moreover, with our revival, there are emissaries from various churches coming to visit us. However, the Church of Life still lacks a true leader, and your attitude is too vague. Eve's heart skipped a beat as she asked. What do you want to say? Alice hesitated for a moment before saying. Lady Zero, do you intend to become the High Priest of the Church of Life? High Priest. This was the title of a religious leader in the history of the elves. It was equivalent to the Pope of the human world or the Pope of the Dwarven Church. Currently, Eve's status as a God's chosen was quite subtle. Although she didn't have the title of High Priest, it was somewhat real in a sense. Eve didn't immediately answer this question. Instead, she continued to ask. What's the third matter? Alice paused for a moment before saying. The third matter. Our clansmen are increasing, and our strength is also increasing. Some elders and devout believers have repeatedly come to me, asking when we will rebuild the kingdom. Chief High Priest and rebuilding the kingdom. After listening to Alice's words, Eve fell into deep thought. Alice, have you ever thought of becoming a Chief High Priest? She pondered for a moment and asked. Religious leaders were the spokespersons of the true God in the secular world. Although Eve often interfered in the affairs of the Church's Zero, her original intention was just to have a body that could move freely and deal with some problems that the elves couldn't handle when their strength wasn't enough. He had never thought about it, nor did he intend to become his own spokesperson. Speaking of which, the true God appointed the Pope and the like to facilitate the spread and rule of their own faith. Religious leaders were the strongest tools for the true God to manage the Church. If she was both a true God and a chief high priest, to be honest, it would be boring. She would be looking for work for herself and would be bored to death. He might as well use his identity as a true God to directly issue an oracle to the symbolic saintess and control the Church. Speaking of which, it was necessary to mention the difference between a saintess and a religious leader. If the religious leader was the spokesperson of the true God, the highest leader and manager of the Church, then the saintess was the bridge of communication between the true God and the Church. Although religious leaders could also obtain oracles from the true God through prayer, under normal circumstances, they were far closer to the true God than the saintess. This was because the saintess of each church was chosen from the most devout believers. They might not have the ability to manage the church, but they could directly communicate with the true God and convey the guidance of the true God. From this point of view, although the saintess wasn't a religious leader, as an existence that could directly communicate with the true God, she had always had a transcendent status in each church. They were almost on the same level as the religious leaders and could even influence the decisions of the church. However, this was under normal circumstances. The current management model of Eve's Life Church was actually abnormal. As the saintess, Alice had completely become a slave to running around and even took on the task of managing the players. And Eve, who was wearing the identity of Zero, also faintly felt like a religious leader when she interfered in the affairs of the church again and again. Because she always issued oracles, she even had the shadow of a saintess. This was equivalent to the role of chief high priest being shared between Alice and Eve. Eve even snatched part of the role of saintess. And because of Eve's strength and Alice's obedience, the status of Eve's sock puppet became even higher. In short, there was only one word, and that was chaos. Now that Alice mentioned the matter of the high priest, Eve carefully thought about it and felt that it was time to make a decision. He was very satisfied with Alice's work, and the identity of the saintess and the religious leader were not impossible to overlap. Previously, Eve had repeatedly interfered in the affairs of the church because the inherent thinking of the elves was sometimes too pedantic, and some important decisions needed Eve to personally make the decision. Moreover, the game system was not yet perfect, and only Eve, who knew everything, could control the overall situation, but things were different now. The elves had already changed imperceptibly, and the game system was gradually on the right track. Eve could actually let go now. So after thinking about it, Eve intended to let Alice take over everything. In the end, she would slowly become behind the scenes. Even if she acted as Zero, it would be best to only act as a hired thug and oracle. Hearing Eve's words, Alice was slightly stunned. She smiled bitterly, then shook her head. Lady Zero, you overestimate me. As the scale of the church expands, I feel more and more that I'm not suitable to be a manager. But aren't you doing very well? Eve said. That's because I have the help of you and the Chosen One. Alice sighed. After that, she paused, and her expression gradually became solemn. More importantly, the scale of the church is getting bigger and bigger. I think it's time to rebuild a perfect church system and organizational structure. Rebuild a perfect church system and organizational structure, Eve was deep in thought. Ever since Eve revived as the World Tree, although she had rebuilt the church and gathered the elves, in fact, a perfect organizational structure had not been formed. Although there were more and more priests in the Church of Life, and a group of devout high priests had been born, the management of the entire church and even the priests' ranks were still quite chaotic. Not to mention other things, the priests' functions, promotion standards, and management of believers were still in a more extensive management mode. The only thing that was done well was the sacred Bible of life that the players had refurbished. In fact, it wasn't just the church. The elven social organization was the same. It was now in a rather loose and chaotic state. That was to say, with Xianxia, Kainolan, and other cities as the center, they formed settlements that resembled city-states. The daily management was handled by the church or senior elven elders, and they didn't form a powerful political entity like a country at all. The reason for this situation was that there were too few elves in the past. They had neither the ability nor the need to form a perfect church organization and administrative structure. On the other hand, the appearance of the players had completely changed the social order and ecology of the elven forest. When the number of elves was low and the scale of the players was small, a simple church organization and administrative structure could maintain the operation of the entire elven forest. However, as the number of elves and the number of players increased, it gradually became a little difficult to keep the elven forest running. It was the same when the city of Heaven's Chosen exceeded the capacity of its population. Eve opened the construction of the new city to the players not only because the city of Heaven's Chosen's production capacity was limited, but also because the current church management couldn't handle it. She needed the players to spread their branches and spontaneously form a new management organization. After thinking through everything, Eve said, "You're right. You're saying that we need to appoint a high priest and further perfect the church structure?" "That's right. That's what I want to say, and I think you're definitely up to the task." Alice replied. "Me? Forget it. I just want to slack off." Eve complained in her heart. She pondered for a moment and said, "The Life Church does need to be reformed, but I have no intention of becoming the head priest." "Why?" Alice asked. "Lazy." Eve's words were concise. Alice was speechless. This really left him speechless. After a short pause, Eve spoke again. "What do you think of Celestial?" "Celestial?" Alice was slightly taken aback. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "His Excellency Celestial Dill has been too close to many female chosen ones recently. There seems to be some subtle rumors about him in the clan." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head again and said with some self-reproach, "It's all my fault. I didn't teach him well. He seems to have been taught some strange knowledge by the chosen one." After hearing Alice's words, Eve had a strange expression on her face. She also thought of the scene where she saw a group of female players serving him when she delivered the oracle to a certain first elf. That guy seemed to have been raised astray. His ability wasn't bad, but he didn't seem like a traditional elf. Instead, he was more like a black dragon wearing elf skin. If Eve hadn't eliminated his GHS ability in the first batch of players, this guy might have started a harem among the players. In a sense, it was quite unsightly. After all, he wasn't a human but an elf. He probably had to thank the NPC protection mechanism for not being beaten by the male players. Letting this guy become the head priest, even if he had the ability, he would have to think twice. Celestial Dill wouldn't do. Eve pondered for a moment, and another name appeared in her mind. "What do you think of Tyler?" "Tyler?" Alice was slightly taken aback. However, she quickly remembered who Eve was talking about. Tyler Roxanne. The first elf to purify his bloodline from the Orlos demiplane. He was also the first batch of life priests from the Orlos demiplane. His faith was extremely devout, and he was a fanatic of the goddess. At the same time, he didn't have the stubborn way of thinking of traditional elves. Not only that, although he was an elf from the demiplane, he was extremely passionate about elven culture. After purifying his bloodline, he quickly got along well with the elves from the Seeger's demiplane. Now, he was the head priest of the Life Church in the Orlos demiplane. Moreover, he managed the Life Church in the Orlos demiplane in an orderly manner. Surprisingly, he was a natural talent in management. Alice's heart thumped when she thought of this. The most important thing for a religious leader of a church was to have outstanding management ability. The candidate that Lord Zero had proposed was indeed not bad. If there were any shortcomings, it would be that his foundation was still too weak, and his reputation was insufficient. As for becoming the head priest, he also needed to have a certain amount of reputation. Only then would he be able to convince the masses. Tyler is indeed not bad, but his reputation in the clan isn't enough to become a religious leader. Moreover, his strength is somewhat lacking. Alice thought for a moment and said. Although Tyler's strength had greatly increased after becoming a true elf, he had yet to reach the silver rank. And among the elves of the Elven Forest, there were already quite a few silver rank elves. His reputation and strength aren't an issue. As long as the true God approves, everything can be resolved. We only need to inform the true God of the candidate, and the rest will be up to the true God to decide. Eve said. Alice stared blankly for a moment before nodding. Indeed. If the true God approves, this won't be a problem. The more Eve thought about it, the more she felt that Tyler wasn't bad. At this moment, she had pretty much decided on him in her heart. However, only the kind and pure elves could do that. If it was any other intelligent race, an outsider like Tyler wouldn't be accepted as a religious leader. Then Tyler it is. I will report this matter to the goddess, and the rest will be up to her. Eve said. Alice didn't have any objections. The Saintess of Life thought for a moment and said. In addition, I think the former system of the Druidic Order is no longer suitable for the current Elven Forest. The appearance of the Chosen has changed the composition of the Druidic Order. If we carry out a reform of the Druidic Order, I think we should explore a new system that is suitable for ordinary elves and the Chosen. The Chosen are very capable. I think we can summon the Chosen in the form of issuing missions like before. We can optimize the existing model on the basis of our existing Druidic Order. Eve nodded in agreement. At the same time, she secretly thought that Alice's way of speaking was becoming more and more Bluestar. Letting the chosen participate is indeed a good idea. The Holy Bible of Life from before was good, but this matter still needs to be reported to the goddess. Only the goddess can maximize the enthusiasm of the chosen. Eve said. I think so too. Alice smiled sweetly. Eve nodded and said, that's it. The second matter is settled. As for establishing a country, our current population is actually far from enough, but we can consider it in advance. Eve would purify all the mixed-blood elven humans in the Orlos demiplane sooner or later. The speed would only get faster and faster. Therefore, although the elven population wasn't considered large now, it would definitely increase explosively in the future. Under ideal circumstances, it would even reach nearly 3 million. As for the players, it would be even more. In Eve's view, the players could also be counted as a population. Elven Kingdom was running well in Bluestar. She had already planned to run it for a long time. She was even prepared to pull the souls of the players who were willing to reincarnate to another world into the world of Seekers after they died and become real elves. Of course, the hundreds of thousands of players in Bluestar hadn't died yet. As for whether the players would retain their memories after they died, and whether there would be additional restrictions if they retained their memories, that was another matter. However, one thing was certain. With the development of the elven forest and Celestial's growth, Eve felt that if the elves really wanted to restore their country, they didn't need to establish a kingdom like before. In history, the Elven Kingdom was established by the Elven royal family. It was centered around royalty. First, there was the Elven Kingdom. Then, there was the Druidic Order, which spontaneously believed in the World Tree. It was recognized by the previous Druidic Order, which eventually formed the well-known Elven civilization. However, the current situation was different from before. Religion and royalty had always been opposing and clashing. Eve didn't think too deeply about it before, but now that she thought about it, it was actually best for a true god to have a free country. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Just like the human world, there were many gods and churches. It was impossible for the entire race to have a free country. Even if there was one, it would only be a small human country. However, the elves only believed in one true god, Eve. This was the best soil for a free country. Not only that, but when Eve connected the game system with the faith network, the free country system would also be beneficial for her to control the players better. Of course, all of this could only be considered after the church system was perfected. Thinking of this, Eve said, build a country first. Let's complete the reformation of the church first. When the population increases, we'll pray to Her Holiness and ask for an oracle. I understand. Then let's put the matter of establishing a country aside for now. I'll explain it to my people, then I'll pray to the goddess and unite the chosen to carry out the reformation of the church. Alice said. Thank you. Eve nodded slightly. For the glory of the elves, for the goddess, this is what I should do. The saintess shook her head with a sincere expression. That expression, that tone, it was like a subordinate responding to a leader's concern in Bluestar. Eve had a strange expression. Seeing Eve's expression, Alice's delicate face blushed slightly. I learned it from the chosen. I think their positive attitude for the goddess is worth learning from. She said with slight embarrassment. No, they're just after contribution points and experience, and they're after my appearance and affection. Eve complained in her mind. After discussing the reformation of the church and establishing a country, Alice, who felt at ease, said goodbye and left. As one of the few purple NPCs in the entire server, she was still very busy. Although the basic daily quests were no longer issued by her and had been entrusted to other elven believers, she was still in charge of some of the more important constructive and developmental quests. Not only that, but after discussing the next plan with Sir Zero, she also had to quickly pray to the goddess and obtain her approval. Ahem, although the goddess already knew everything, Eve didn't leave but waited in the study for a while. Not long after, she received a prayer from a believer. To be more precise, it was from the Saintess Alice, who went to the main temple of the central temple to pray after saying goodbye to Eve. The content of the prayer was what the two of them had just discussed. Hearing Alice's prayer, Eve naturally lit up the statue to show her approval. Then, as a true god, she announced the reformation of the church to all the chosen. At the same time, she also issued related quests in the game system. Gather the higher-ups of the church to discuss the reformation of the Church of Life? Further improve the various rules and regulations? Players who submit valuable suggestions will also receive generous quest rewards. Seeing the new system message, Meng Han, who was already a max-level silver boss, had a strange expression. They're so lazy that they let the players do everything, she patted Katyusha's head as she complained. The little bronze dragon snuggled in her arms with a look of enjoyment. Hey, Han, this is what it means to be involved. I've been wanting to complain about the church's current system for a long time now. Just anyone can become a priest, and there's no supervision at all. It's still fine if it's an NPC, but you have no idea what's going on with the players. Lying on the other side of Meng Han, Bai shook his head as he chewed on a piece of Soteria. Although it's quite troublesome to become a priestess, that guy Damasha still managed to open a shop. Now, it only costs 998 renminbi to become a priestess. It's 100% guaranteed, but it's the type that guarantees a refund. She said. Is this even possible? Meng Jihan's face was filled with surprise. She asked doubtfully, isn't it said that there are preaching requirements to become a priest? It was the same for leveling up. If one didn't have the patience, they wouldn't be able to do it, right? You can even start a boss group? Ruan Ba sighed and said, Han, have you heard of the Factory Star? What? It's just using Blue Star's popularity system, but it's a simplified version. The boss doesn't need to do anything, the team will naturally create a perfect persona for you in the preaching process. Then they'll use the method of training brainless fans to wash the NPCs. After washing them, they'll be a fanatical believer. Is this even possible? Who told the NPCs to be so simple? They're not the old foxes on the Blue Star network, they've never seen such a situation before. You can even use this method to gain benefits from them. Meng Jihan, but this way, as long as you have the money, any Tom, Dick, or Harry can become a priest. It's a mess, and there are even people who use this mechanism to mislead NPCs, seriously damaging the reputation of the church. If you ask me, we should reform. Bai Han said with righteous indignation. Meng Jihan looked at her strangely, you're becoming more and more like a real NPC. I just love this game. No, it's more like a beautiful world to me, so I want to make it better. Bai Han replied. Meng Jihan nodded in agreement and sighed, that's right, Elven Nation isn't a traditional game, it's our second home. From our perspective, this method is quite damaging to the game environment. This was the conflict between the game and reality. No matter how Eve disguised reality as a game, reality was reality in the end. Some of the methods of the players would eventually lead to conflict and conflict. This was determined by the concept and the loopholes of the game system. Any system would have loopholes, and the players were a group that liked to find loopholes and shortcuts. This kind of game method would conflict with the immersion that Elven Nation's reality brought to the players. Of course, it was because of the players' concept of the game and their special identities that they could kill in the world of Seekers, becoming a natural disaster. It could be said that everything had two sides. Of course, this isn't the most important thing. Bai Han changed the topic and looked in the direction of the Temple of Life with little stars in her eyes. The most important thing is that Her Majesty Eve is too good-looking. That celestial beauty, I can do it. I really want to lick it. She rolled on the ground. Meng Jihan, this face fetish, there was no saving her. How did he make friends with such a female hooligan? But then again, the goddess was indeed good-looking, she could kill both men and women. Last year, she couldn't help but buy a goddess pillow. I'm not going to talk to you anymore, I'm going to sign up. This young miss is going to use her professional advantage again and change the Temple of Life's foul atmosphere. Lao Ai sprung to his feet, rolled up the sleeves of his priest robe, and waved his fists. Scram, scram. Meng Jihan waved her hand in disdain. The reformation of the Temple of Life wasn't something that could be done overnight. Eve planned to use the players' hands and combine them with her predecessor's system to create a new model that was suitable for the current situation. After giving this oracle, she didn't care about it anymore. After that, she only needed the players and the elven believers to discuss a suitable model before deciding on the reformation. There was still a week until the Harvest Festival, Note 1. However, the elves of the Elven Forest had already started to prepare for the festival. Although the festival hadn't arrived yet, Xianxia and Kainolan already had a faint festive atmosphere. Every elf, even those with pure blood, was filled with anticipation. After all, this was a traditional festival in the Oris demiplane. Even the players smelled something unusual from the elven NPCs' movements. After asking around, they also learned about this celebration and were looking forward to it. With the near 100% virtual reality, Elven Kingdom's celebration never disappointed. Didn't you see that there was always a group of people partying in the central square of Chosen City every day? The high-speed modernization made the players' lives in the real world faster and faster. Their free time became less and less. Only Elven Kingdom with 4 times the speed could give them a pure land away from the hustle and bustle. The festival was being prepared in an orderly manner. At the same time, the sealing of the Dwarven Kingdom was also being done. The first successful counterattack greatly boosted the morale of the dwarves. After returning to the surface and receiving the second batch of sacrificial materials, they quickly returned underground and began the follow-up sealing work. It had to be said that a race like the dwarves that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years was really rich. Even if they had declined, they still had a lot of wealth. Their second batch of sacrificial materials wasn't any less than the first batch. The mountainous amount of materials made Eve, who was accepting the sacrificial offerings in the God's kingdom, sigh. If every summoner's power was as rich as the dwarves, she wouldn't have to worry about the exchange shop being out of stock. The dwarves moved quickly. They summoned the players for the second time half a day later. This time, they didn't go deep into the sealed land. Instead, they summoned the players from the periphery. The players' range of activity was a circular area with the statue as the center. The radius wasn't fixed and was proportional to the amount of material sacrificed during the summoning. The first summoning dealt a heavy blow to the demon army summoned by ballot. However, that summoning was carried out deep into the polluted area. Outside the polluted area, there were still some scattered demons entrenched. For the second summoning, the dwarves' goal was to clean them up. They had to be cleaned up because every demon was Ballot's eyes. If they didn't completely clean up these peripheral demons, when the dwarves went deep into the sealed land to start the decisive battle, they were likely to be counterattacked from behind. At that time, it would be very dangerous if they were attacked from the front and back. And the players didn't let the dwarves down. The first battlefield mission let many people taste the sweetness. The contribution points that came much faster than other missions stimulated the enthusiasm of every participant. Only less than half a day later, the demons on the periphery of the sealed land were cleaned up by the players. However, the dwarves were much smarter this time. With the players charging in front, the dwarves only followed behind to pick up the scraps. There were almost no casualties, but many players died. It was even faintly more than the first summoning. There was a reason for this. There were too many players who wanted to enter the battlefield mission. Even if the level limit was set, the number of people lining up was more than 50,000. However, the number of people entering the battlefield each time was limited. Although there were continuous entries, it was impossible to teleport everyone. And those players who had been in the battlefield once had to queue up again after quitting. Because of this, the players who participated in the second battle were all newbies. And because most of the big players in Elven Nation had queued up early, many of them entered the map during the first battlefield mission, so the average strength of the second batch of people was slightly weaker. Therefore, the casualties were naturally higher. Of course, if the quality wasn't enough, they could make up for it with quantity. The second batch of players was also far more than the first batch of players. Under their bandit-like pursuit, even if there were more casualties, the demons had no power to fight back. On the other hand, the legendary dwarf warrior Bronze Furnace felt even more guilty when he saw the heavy casualties of the Elven Chosen One. Although these elves had a lot of problems, he still quite liked them. It was also his first impression. When he visited Sandstorm City, the elves left a very good impression on him. It's the Harvest Festival in a few days. If the war can end before the festival, I'll visit again. I have to thank them properly. And I have to build a monument for my elven friends who died in the sealed land, Bronze Furnace thought to himself. He still could not forget the bravery and fearlessness of the elven chosen one who died in the battle. Their calmness in the face of death, whether they were crazy or fanatical, this spirit of facing death with equanimity was worthy of admiration. At least if he thought about it from another perspective, Bronze Furnace felt that he could not face death with such ease like them. This was a group of great warriors. After the demons on the periphery were cleared, the dwarf Pope Greyshirt and the legendary warrior Bronze Furnace continued to lead the statue of the goddess of life toward the sealed land and officially began the real counterattack. The counterattack went smoothly. Perhaps it was because the demons were scared of the first summoning, or perhaps it was because Ballot did not summon many demon lords in the first place. In the following battle, the dwarves and players did not encounter any new demon lords. This made the dwarves feel relieved. The demon lord's ability to control demons was too terrifying. With and without them, the demons' combat strength was on a completely different level. Not to mention, the demon lords themselves were very powerful. The strength of their gold class was far beyond that of silver warriors. Even if there were God's chosen one among the chosen one, they still had to go all out. In the following battle, it was not an exaggeration to say that they were unstoppable. The morale of the dwarves grew as they fought, and more elven chosen one joined the battle. The Ballot demon army that had been a headache for the dwarves for thousands of years was pushed back to the deepest part of the sealed land by the dwarves in just 2 days. In these 2 days, including the first 2 summons, the dwarf pope had summoned a total of 5 chosen ones. For the players, it was 5 battlefield missions. The scale of the summons in the last few times was far greater than the previous times. A total of 40,000 people participated in the battle, and the huge scale even shocked the dwarves. At this time, no one doubted that the elves had the strength to defeat the Underdark City-State Alliance and eliminate the orcs. 2 days later, the dwarves finally arrived at the deepest part of the sealed land, where the evil god Ballot was sealed. Chapter 604, Harvest Festival was written incorrectly. It should be September 25th. Corrected deep underground in the southern mountain range. The winding mine tunnels crisscrossed, dark and deep. Only the flickering light of the oil lamps on both sides of the rock wall illuminated the entire underground world. Occasionally, a low roar came from the depths of the mine, adding a gloomy and terrifying feeling. The crisscrossing mine tunnels continued to extend until the end of the darkness, finally converging in a cavern that looked like a square. This was an underground cavern the size of 4 or 5 football fields. It was a typical landform of the Underdark, and also the main composition of the underground world. And in the deepest part of the cavern, a golden light was like the sun in the darkness, illuminating a corner of the cavern. It was a statue of a goddess emitting a dense radiance. The statue was vivid and lifelike, and it was devastatingly beautiful. The gentle light it emitted carried a kind of divine and strange power. When it shone on people's bodies, it made them feel warm and intimate. Their souls and bodies would receive an indescribable relaxation. And around the statue stood 13 dwarves. The dwarf Pope Greyshirt and the legendary warrior Bronze Furnace were among them. Other than them, the remaining 11 were all gold-tier professions, including 4 white-robed church officiants and 7 fully armed high-grade warriors. They were the strongest force that the dwarf national church could mobilize at present. This time, the dwarves did not send out conventional forces, but only sent out high-end forces to protect the statue. The dwarves guarded around the statue of the goddess, looking vigilant, while the Pope Greyshirt and the leader Bronze Furnace stood at the front of the team, looking solemnly at the towering gate in front of them. It was a stone gate more than 10 meters high, and it was quite old. There were vivid reliefs carved on it, and if one looked carefully, it seemed to be a dwarf god system that was once at its peak. The stone gate had long been covered with cracks, and from time to time, black smoke could be seen seeping out from the cracks. But when the smoke touched the light emitted by the statue of the goddess, it was like touching heaven and earth, quickly shrinking back. This is the gate of hope. Open the gate, and we will enter the real core of the seal. The dwarf Pope Greyshirt said with a serious expression. Hope in the elven language meant seal, and the gate of hope actually meant a gate that maintained the seal. For intelligent races like the dwarves who had been influenced by the elves, the elvish language would often appear in the items they made because of their high magic affinity. And this Hope Gate was built by the entire dwarf clan to seal this place. Copperloo nodded and glanced around. He then squatted down and picked up a handful of black soil wrapped in gravel from the cave floor. He sniffed it and frowned slightly, saying, "That's not the case. There should have been a large number of evil demons active here, but their auras have mostly dissipated. They left at least a day ago. They should have entered the Gate of Hope and Blessings. That's the real sealed land. Speaking of which, this cave was originally a garrison for our kingdom to monitor the seal, but it was occupied by the demons after the seal was damaged." The dwarf pope sighed. Bronzelew's expression turned solemn. "If that's the case, doesn't that mean that evil god Ballot has already taken complete control of the Gate of Hope and the entire sealed land? He should not have taken control of the sealed land yet." Pope Greyshirt shook his head. "If he really took control of the sealed land, I'm afraid he would have broken the seal long ago and would not have waited for us to come." After that, he glanced at the Gate of Hope and Blessings with a calm gaze. "If I'm not wrong, he should have recalled all the evil demons to the sealed land and prepared to have a decisive battle with us there. Isn't it a little too smooth? Although the Elven Chosen One we summoned in the past few days is very powerful, I don't think it will force Ballot to this extent." Bronzelew frowned and said. The dwarf pope glanced at the statue of the goddess that was constantly flickering with a soft halo and replied, "I'm afraid he's also waiting for us to summon the Elven Chosen One. The sealed land has been eroded by him for too long. Even if it hasn't completely broken the seal, it has almost become his home ground, not to mention that it was originally his divine kingdom before his fall. For an evil god, if he wants to quickly break the seal, in addition to constantly eroding the seal, he can also strengthen himself by devouring the souls and flesh of living creatures, accumulate strength, and then directly break the loose seal. Ballot. I'm afraid he's about to succeed." Hearing the Pope's words, Bronzelew clenched his hand slightly and frowned. "You mean, he wants to use us to devour the Elven Chosen One? To strengthen his own strength?" he said in disbelief. "This is just my guess," the Pope sighed. Then, he changed the topic. "However, there is a relatively simple way to verify whether my guess is correct." "What is it?" Bronzelew asked. "Let's see if I can easily open the Gate of Hope." Pope Greyshirt looked at the towering stone door. Bronzelew's heart skipped a beat as he understood what the Pope meant. Every Pope had a way to open the Gate of Hope. But now, the Gate of Hope had obviously been eroded by the power of the abyss, and Ballot could even transport evil demons through it. This meant that the other party had control of this stone door. In this case, if the Pope could easily open the door, it meant that Ballot had tacitly agreed to their entry. Or rather, he was waiting for them to enter. After the dwarf Pope finished speaking, he came in front of the stone door. He closed his eyes and chanted a mysterious incantation. As he chanted, the stone door immediately bloomed with a deep light and slowly opened. "It seems that my guess was correct." Pope Greyshirt opened his eyes and said slowly. Bronzelew's expression was also slightly solemn. Behind the door was pitch black. If one looked carefully, it was a black vortex. Black abyss power constantly spread out from the vortex, and after touching the light emitted by the statue, it quickly retreated, and so, the cycle continued. This vortex was a space passage. The essence of the sealed land was actually the divine kingdom of the evil god Ballot before he fell. It was the dwarf and god of forging, Dolpht, who turned it into a sealed space and sealed this fallen myth inside. The entrance was the Gate of Hope. However, we've already come this far. Even if we know that the enemy is waiting for us to enter, we can only go forward. The Pope sighed again and said. After saying that, he gestured to the church's archbishop and ordered him to bring the goddess statue between him and Bronzelew. Pope Greyshirt only relaxed when the radiance from the statue of the goddess had completely enveloped the two of them, and his spiritual energy had also sensed some sort of mysterious protection. He looked at Bronzelew and said with a serious expression, "Bronzelew, I'll confirm with you one last time. Will that one from the elf tribe really descend?" Bronzelew naturally knew who His Holiness the Pope was referring to. He subconsciously glanced at the beautiful and holy goddess statue and said, "Yes, if Ballot appears, that one will use his strongest gods chosen to cast God's descent." This was what the higher-ups of the Life Church told me before we left. "That's good," Pope Greyshirt sighed in relief. Only a myth could deal with a myth. At least, that was the case under normal circumstances. The dwarf pope tidied up his loose robe, then said, "That's right. Then let's begin the sixth summoning of the Chosen One. After the first batch of Chosen One arrives, we'll enter the final sealed land. Also, you must protect the statue well. Whether we can win or not depends on the Chosen One." Bronzeloo nodded, "Definitely. As long as I'm alive, I'll definitely protect the statue well." After saying that, he looked a little hesitant. "What's wrong?" Pope Greyshirt saw his hesitation. Bronzeloo hesitated and said, "His Holiness the Pope, we're not sending a single warrior, only protecting the statue, and only letting the Elven Chosen One charge and fight for us. Isn't that a bit too? After all, we're considered allies, right?" Although Bronzeloo didn't say it out loud, the Pope understood what he meant. This legendary warrior with a sense of justice must have felt a little guilty after seeing the elves who had come to support them die one by one. Even though they were about to fight a decisive battle, they had only sent out their elite forces to protect the statue without sending out any combat troops. The Pope looked at Bronzeloo with a strange expression. It wasn't until Copper Furnace felt uncomfortable under his stare that the dwarven religious leader shook his head and said, "Don't feel pressured. This is also to reduce the casualties of our tribe. After all, the Chosen One isn't afraid of death, but we are. We aren't afraid of death either, okay?" Dwarves never admit defeat. Hearing the Pope's words, Bronzeloo subconsciously wanted to refute. However, the Pope's next words made him swallow his words. "Not to mention, without our troops, it might actually be more beneficial for the Chosen One." Bronzeloo, he recalled the previous battle, and it seemed to be true. The space in the underground world was limited, and the dwarves' killing efficiency against the demons was far inferior to that of the Chosen One. When there were too many people, it would affect the performance of these elven warriors. Not to mention, there were often elven Chosen One who risked their lives to protect the dwarven warriors. They didn't have to die, but they died protecting the dwarven warriors. Bronzeloo was quite moved by this. "Don't worry and do it. Whether it's the Chosen One or the one in the elven forest, they'll all understand our approach," the Pope said. Bronzeloo sighed and finally chose to remain silent. "After this battle, I'll definitely ask Sir Salty Meow for the names of all the Chosen One who died in battle. I'll engrave their names on the monument and pray for them every year. These warriors should be remembered," he thought. The dwarf Pope quickly began to summon. With the previous experience, he was very skilled at summoning. The 3 space rings filled with offerings slowly disappeared, and the beautiful and holy statue of the goddess bloomed with dazzling brilliance. A translucent light wave spread out from the center of the statue. Under the expectant, respectful, and curious gazes of the dwarves, countless golden arrays appeared in the cave, illuminating the dark underground world as if it was daytime. Then, many tall and slender figures appeared above the magic array, and many elves, who were either wearing battle armor or magic robes, appeared in the cave. The quiet underground world instantly became lively. The elves who were teleported over were more excited than the other. They were so excited that they ran and jumped. Some of them even ran directly into the depths of the mine as soon as they appeared and disappeared in a puff of smoke. The dwarves who were participating in the battle for the first time were stunned. However, the rest of the dwarves were already used to it, including the dwarf Pope Greyshirt and the legendary warrior Bronzeloo. Under normal circumstances. As long as these Chosen Ones were summoned in a non-combat state, they would definitely be in a mess. But once they entered combat state, they would be like different people and fight together. Last time when the remaining demons were eliminated, there were still many Chosen Ones who got lost in the mine. Of course, their range of activity seemed to be centered around the statue, so they would not get lost even if they ran. And once the battle started, they would return faster than the other even without the dwarves calling them back. However, the best way was to give them orders. Bronzeloo dared to swear to the true gods that he had never seen such obedient warriors in his 100 years of life. As long as the dwarves gave orders, these elven Chosen Ones would always obey without hesitation. Even if they were sent to their deaths, and this was what shocked Bronzeloo the most. If there was something that really puzzled people, it was that there would always be Chosen Ones pestering them to ask if there were any hidden missions. This was especially true before the war began. For example, this time, after the chosen ones arrived, a large group of enthusiastic elves surrounded Bronze Lou in the blink of an eye and chattered. Sir Bronze Lou, do you have any hidden missions? Sir Bronze Lou, I look familiar. I look familiar. Sir Bronze Lou, give us the order. Attack wherever I point. Sir Bronze Lou, he glanced at the chosen ones and did not see any familiar figures. It seemed that the chosen ones this time were different from the previous ones. As for their strength, it was still okay. He just did not know how these elven chosen ones knew him. Could it be that the returning Sir Salty Meow and the others told them? And while the chosen ones were excitedly surrounding the dwarves, Pope Greyshirt's voice resounded in the cave. Warriors of the elven race, thank you for accepting the summons. Today is the time for our final counterattack on the sealed land. Victory and defeat will be decided today. Do you see the stone door that has opened? Our mission today is to enter this black vortex, eliminate all the demons inside, and find the location of the evil god Ballot's seal. Pope Greyshirt's words were concise and comprehensive, directly stating the mission. This was also the best way for the dwarves to communicate with the chosen ones after several summons. The elven chosen ones were not interested in long speeches, nor were they interested in the information behind the mission. The more you spoke, the more impatient they would be. Even if your original intention was to boost morale or explain to them why you were doing this. On the contrary, these summoned elves liked to be directly given orders. And the simpler and more crude, the better. No one would refute, and no one would ask why they were doing this. This kind of incomparably pure personality made Bronze Furnace rather worried if they would be betrayed while interacting with other intelligent races, and even help count the pounds, it could only be said, as expected of the elves. Even if their alignment did seem to be a little off, this naive nature did not change. Hearing the dwarf pope's order, the elf's eyes instantly lit up. Is this the vortex? Could it be a space channel? I was wondering why I didn't see any demons, so we have to go through another map. Brothers, let's enter the map. They were chattering away. Without waiting for Greyshirt and Bronze Lou to continue speaking, these chosen ones with faint halos all over their bodies excitedly rushed into the black vortex. In the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. Bronze Lou. The holy statue of the goddess flickered, and one after another, the chosen ones of the elves slowly appeared from the void. Every time the teleportation was completed, they would first be confused for a second or two, then excitedly follow the seniors who teleported first into the black vortex. One after another, group after group, consciously forming a perfect cycle. There was no need for the dwarf pope to give new orders to the chosen ones. The dwarf warriors who had never seen this battle before were surprised, but Greyshirt and Copper Furnace, who had been through hundreds of battles, were not surprised. These chosen ones were like this, very enthusiastic and proactive. Pope Greyshirt looked around, then casually stopped a chosen one who was excitedly rushing into the vortex and said, "Elf friend, please wait a moment." The elves who were called by him were shocked and quickly stopped in their tracks. He flew to the front of the Pope and said excitedly, "Sir, do you have a mission?" The dwarf Pope nodded. "Go in and observe the situation, then come back and tell me the situation inside." "Okay." The elf who was called nodded excitedly, then rushed into the black vortex under the envious gaze of others. The chosen ones were still teleporting, while the dwarfs waited quietly. After about 5 minutes, a tall figure rushed out of the black vortex, instantly disrupting the elf's group and causing a series of curses. However, the person who rushed out did not care at all, but excitedly came to the front of the dwarf Pope. "Sir Dwarf, I'm back. How is it inside?" Pope Greyshirt quickly asked. "Demons. There are a lot of demons. They are now fighting with the people who teleported in," the elf said. "What about the environment?" the Pope asked again. "The map is very big, I can't see the end, it's as gloomy as the world of the undead, the erosion of the abyss is quite serious," the elf answered again. Hearing his words, Pope Greyshirt and Bronze Furnace looked at each other. "It's still safe, I think we can go in," Bronze Furnace said in a deep voice. The Pope pondered for a moment, then said, "Then get ready to go in, we can also prevent Ballot from closing the Gate of Hope." Although they could maintain teleportation outside the sealed space, it would be troublesome if the Gate of Hope was closed. Therefore, the best choice was to enter the vortex with the chosen one. Once they entered the vortex, there was no turning back. Either Ballot died or they died. However, the dwarves had no other choice. This was the last chance, and also the best chance. Everyone, pack up and bring the idols. We're going in too. Be careful not to leave the area illuminated by the statue to prevent the corrosion of the abyssal power, the Pope said to the dwarves. Then, he smiled at the chosen one who reported the news. Thank you for your hard work. After receiving the gratitude of the dwarf Pope, the chosen one rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. However, he did not leave. Instead, he looked at the Pope with bright and expectant eyes. The Pope nodded to the bronze cauldron in realization. The bronze cauldron took out a precious gem from his bosom and handed it to the chosen one, saying, "This is the chosen one. This is your reward." These chosen ones were very obedient. However, they needed to be rewarded after the event. Otherwise, they would either keep pestering them, or they would clearly feel their resentment, or they would even roll their eyes and complain. This was also discovered by the Pope Greyshirt and the bronze cauldron during their summons. The reward did not need to be too much, as long as there was enough. Of course, more was better. One could clearly feel the change in attitude of the chosen ones. They would become more amiable, and even more chosen ones would have a good impression of you and compete to ask you to give them missions. With the gem in hand, the chosen one beamed with joy. He bowed to the dwarf Pope and the bronze cauldron, then turned and rushed into the vortex with a laugh. The dwarves were also quickly prepared for battle. They surrounded the beautiful statue of the goddess and walked into the black vortex under the lead of the Pope and the bronze cauldron. The bronze cauldron walked in the front. As the strongest existence in the team, he had the obligation to be the vanguard. This Sky Knight took a deep breath, raised his vigilance, and entered the vortex. In an instant, his vision suddenly turned dark. As if he had passed through a layer of viscous liquid, the bronze cauldron felt an indescribable pressure coming from all directions. This pressure came and went quickly. After struggling for a while, he sensed that he had passed through an invisible barrier. The roars of the demons and the cries of the elves came from all directions. The smell of blood and a disgusting stench drilled into his nostrils, and the dark vision slowly became clear. What entered his eyes was a boundless world. The sky was dark and gloomy, and the dark clouds were constantly rolling and flashing with lightning. On the ground, there was an endless wasteland that was dyed with a deep layer of black. That was the manifestation of being eroded by the power of the abyss. Skeletons and skeletons could be seen everywhere, and they were all quite old. They should have been left behind by the dwarf army when Ballot was sealed. The chosen ones who had been teleported over had already gained a foothold. They were forming a circular barrier and fighting with countless demons, the land of the seal. This is the land of the seal. It is also the kingdom of Ballot before he fell. The dwarf Pope who followed said with a serious look. The statue of the goddess was also brought in, flashing with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness, slowly dispersing the aura of the abyss around it. More teleportation arrays were still flashing around the statue, and new chosen ones appeared on the battlefield one after another. Not long after the dwarves entered the land of the seal, the black vortex behind them suddenly distorted, and the open stone door suddenly closed. Then, the vortex slowly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Seeing this scene, the dwarf warriors fell into a commotion. The bronze cauldron's eyes darkened. The space channel has been closed. As soon as he said that, the whole land of the seal suddenly trembled. With a series of roars, a total of 20 hideous and terrifying figures appeared in the demon army. Those were 20 demon lords. Demon lords. There are so many demon lords. The accompanying dwarf warriors let out a cry of surprise. Even the bronze cauldron's expression suddenly became serious. "Oh, it seems, he is indeed waiting for us to come in." The dwarf Pope sneered. With the appearance of the demon lords, the demon army went crazy and went into a frenzy. They roared and charged towards the defensive formation formed by the chosen ones. The elves suffered a large number of casualties in an instant. The defensive circle that was expanding with the increase in the number of chosen ones shrank rapidly. But the dwarf Pope wasn't flustered. He took a deep breath, bowed to the beautiful goddess, and pleaded earnestly, "I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. The great goddess of life, Mother Nature, the ruler of the elves, Her Majesty Eve. Please bestow the chosen ones with the power of God's blessing and purify these evil powers. His voice was agitated, and even his rough beard trembled slightly. Following his prayer, the statue suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and a dazzling light pillar rose from the bodies of more than 10 chosen ones. There was a commotion on the side of the chosen ones. Ha ha ha. I've been chosen. I've been chosen. F***ck, take a spear hit. Following the holy light, the aura of the chosen ones increased sharply. They quickly became gold professionals, and their bodies shone with golden light like lamps in the darkness. With the addition of the gold professionals of the dwarves, the power of both sides was reversed. Bronze Furnace was invigorated. He raised the battle axe in his hand and ordered the chosen ones, "Let's go. The chosen ones have appeared. Destroy these devils. Kill. For the glory of the goddess." The elves chanted loudly but not in unison as they charged toward the demons. Kill. Kill them. Ayayaya, why are you so weak? You're a chosen one. Have you never fought against devils? Don't hit their heads. The armor on their heads is the hardest. AI, they're so stupid. The crisp and hurried voice sounded like a machine gun firing, with a hint of disappointment. Eve couldn't help but turn her head to take a look. She pushed a wooden cup filled with floral tea over and said softly, "Calm down. No matter how angry you are, they can't hear you." A fair hand reached over and took the cup. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Then, there was the sound of drinking. Then, there was a series of satisfied moans. TSK. I always feel that the floral tea in Elven Nation is delicious. Eve smiled and said, "It's better in summer. It'll taste even better in summer. Freshly picked flowers are still better than those produced by magic." Agreed, agreed. The person drinking the tea nodded repeatedly. She was an elf girl wearing a magician's robe. Her gorgeous robe was engraved with exquisite and beautiful inscriptions. Next to her was a blinding magic staff with a huge gem in an exaggerated shape. She was recognized as the #1 nouveau riche in the game. It was said that she had achieved self-sufficiency with her businesses in Elven Nation, Salty Meow. Sitting beside her was Eve, who hadn't worn the wind character for a long time. The two of them were sitting in a lively tavern, drinking floral tea while watching the battlefield mission battle. However, it wasn't through the game network. Instead, it was through a huge crystal screen hanging in the middle of the tavern. On the crystal screen, the battle in the battlefield mission battle was being broadcasted from the first-person perspective of a certain player. On the two sides of the crystal screen, there was a piece of magic equipment engraved with sound amplification arrays, and passionate commentary of the battle was being broadcasted. Just now, Salty Meow was angrily complaining about the performance of the players on the screen. There were many people in the tavern. Apart from the players, there were also many elves. Everyone was here for the live broadcast. Even Eve herself had discovered this place by accident and had come here on purpose. She glanced around the tavern and finally stopped at the crystal screen that everyone was watching. She couldn't help but ask, "Who came up with this thing?" "Of course it's Sister Gugu. However, Sister Gugu and I discovered the principle together." "Sister Phone, you don't say. It's much better to broadcast it in the game with everyone watching it together than to watch it on the internet alone. It feels like watching a football match in a bar." Salty Meow said proudly while watching the live broadcast with great interest. Eve was speechless. "You went to a bar to watch a football match?" She looked at Salty Meow strangely. "Ahem. Isn't it like that in the web dramas? I just think it's quite interesting." Salty Meow replied. Eve was speechless. "Which web dramas did you watch in the past?" A certain goddess in a vest had a strong desire to complain in her heart. Salty Meow smiled sweetly and said, "Sister Phone, you're right. You probably don't know, right? In fact, the principle of this live broadcast is very simple. Isn't there a spell after the silver tier that can be used on people to see someone's vision? It's the one with a distance limit. I forgot what it's called. Then, we discovered that if we use it on teammates in a team, the distance limit will disappear. So, we can team up with two people to monitor the vision outside the distance. After that, we can use the fourth circle light spell, projection, to project the vision onto a crystal screen and add a sound amplification array to it. Then, we can start a live broadcast. The live broadcast is just the first step. The elven NPCs seem to be very interested in this thing. Even the dark dwarves and the human caravans are very curious. I've discussed with Sister Gugu and we're going to set up an elven forest media company. When the time comes, we'll have a lot of gold pounds to earn. She puffed out her chest proudly and rubbed her hands expectantly. Eve was speechless. She looked at Salty Meow strangely and sighed in her heart. As expected of the successor of Capital, his mind is full of tricks. She knew about the spell that Salty Meow forgot the name of. It should be a mental spell called Prying Eye. It was a fifth circle spell that could only be learned when one was at least at the upper level of Silver Tier. The principle was that it worked on the target's soul and spied on the target's vision. Even the senses such as hearing and smell could be perfectly spied on. The disadvantage was also very obvious, there was a distance limit. However, the players found that this limit did not include the spying between players when they were in a team. Actually, this could be considered as a bug in Eve's game system. The players were all pulled over from Blue Star. Each of them only had their consciousness in the game, but their consciousness was connected to the game system network, which then connected to the stealth pods in Blue Star and finally extended to their souls in Blue Star. In other words, under the twists and turns, the souls of the players could be connected through the game network under certain circumstances, such as when they were in a team. When they were in a team, the game network would automatically determine that the players were friendly and would not harm each other. At the same time, it would strengthen the connection between them. At this time, there was no distance limit when they used Prying Eye on each other. Looking at the big screen strangely, Eve muttered in her heart. The live broadcast in the game was already set up, and the media company was going to be set up. Did they even have the idea of making a movie in the future? She did not doubt the creativity of the players at all. As more and more players reached the max level, there were more and more creative ideas, and more people wanted to copy Blue Star's technology. However, most people gave up. There was magic in the world of Seekers, and in many cases, many people found that the things that they worked hard to create with the power of technology were far less convenient than the simplest magic. Guns were a typical example. There were players who were good at fire magic and forging after reaching silver level and spent a lot of effort to create guns that did not require magic at all, only to find that they were not even as powerful as bows and arrows. It couldn't be helped. After all, archery could use skills. In a supernatural world like Seekers, the performance of pure technology was quite lackluster, at least in the early stages. Eve even suspected that the reason why the world of Seekers had not developed technology like Blue Star in the past tens of thousands of years of development was because of the natural suppression of technology by supernatural forces, which caused all the outstanding intelligent life to pursue the development of magic and personal strength. However, the combination of technology and magic could still create some surprising things. Such as magic guns. The sparks caused by the collision of the ideas of the two worlds had been appearing more and more frequently as the number of players increased. She just did not know how it would develop in the end. Eve was quite looking forward to it. After all, no matter what, the players couldn't run away from her. Everything was under her control. Just let them be. Maybe there would be some unexpected surprises. Just like this livestream. If Salty Meow really set up a media company, wouldn't she have another tool for preaching in the future? Sigh, there are still more than 500 people before it's my turn. Those who are in the field, come out quickly. Salty Meow collapsed on the table like a pile of mud and kept twisting his body. Eve. The livestream in the tavern was still going on, and the player in charge of the commentary was shouting himself hoarse. If Eve heard him correctly, he seemed to be a famous Blue Star streamer who was especially good at stirring up the atmosphere and telling jokes. She didn't know how Salty Meow managed to pull him over. It was most likely because he had money. The battle in the battlefield mission was still going on, and it seemed to be getting more and more intense. Everyone in the tavern was staring at the screen attentively, enjoying the livestream in this alternate world. Especially the ordinary elves. They were much more excited than the players, and they would cheer, exclaim, worry, and excitement as the players fought on the screen. This scene reminded Eve of the Blue Star fans. She shook her head with a smile, gently picked up the flower tea on the table, and drank it all. The tea mixed with the fragrance of flowers and sweetness entered her mouth, and the refreshing fragrance immediately spread. Eve felt refreshed. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction and put down the wooden cup. Needless to say, the flower tea in the elf forest was indeed delicious. It was no wonder that it was the most popular drink in Elf Nation, and even on the Blue Star internet, there were rumors that people were trying to replicate the taste. Of course, no one had succeeded so far. Many of the ingredients for the elf flower tea were unique specialties of the elf forest. Lord Chosen One, do you still need a refill? Just as Eve was letting her imagination run wild, a gentle and kind female voice sounded beside Eve. It was a beautiful elven girl. She had a reserved smile on her face, and she held a tray full of fruits and drinks in her hands. Eve sized her up quietly, smiled, and nodded gently. Me too. Me too. And a plate of fruit platter and mousse cake. Salty Meow also stretched his head over and raised his hand high. Mousse cake? Eve was slightly stunned. Players even made this kind of pastry now? Okay, Lord Salty Meow. The elf girl said with a smile. She also changed a new cup of scented tea for the Salty Meow and placed an exquisite fruit platter on the table. I'll bring the mousse cake over later. Okay. Okay. Salty Meow made an okay gesture. Then I'll take my leave. The elven girl bowed and then excused herself. Eve glanced at Salty Meow as she watched the elven girl disappear into the crowd. Is this your property? You can tell? Salty Meow smiled. Of course. He calls me Lord Chosen One, but he calls you Lord Salty Meow. It's even more respectful. Eve raised her eyebrows and said. Hee hee, Sister Fang's observation is sharp. Salty Meow laughed. Eve was non-committal. Her gaze paused on the elven waiters walking among the customers in the tavern. She then picked up the wooden cup and took a sip of the scented tea. Are these waiters all from the Orlos demiplane? Yes, they're all elven NPCs that we hired. How is it? Not bad, right? Salty Meow puffed out her chest proudly. Her image in the game was still quite voluptuous. But Eve, who knew her background in real life, knew that this girl was actually flat in her first year of high school. Not bad. Eve nodded. Hiring elven NPCs had almost become a trend in Elven Nation. Elves were much more patient than players, and they were very suitable for these jobs. Some players who bought mansions in the game even hired gardeners, maids, and butlers. Even in some restaurants opened by players, the chefs gradually changed from players to elves who had been trained by players. It was a win-win situation. The elves found a job, and the players were free. The elves in the Orlos demiplane were able to quickly settle down, not only because the elven forest was very fertile, but also because the players provided ample employment opportunities. And the remuneration paid by the players was in gold pounds. The main source of income was the players' trade with the underground world and the human world. They sold the specialties of the elven forest to the underground world and the human world, earning gold guineas, and then paying the elves wages. It was worth mentioning that as the number of players and elven NPCs increased, the players' daily expenses were paid in gold guineas more and more. This was mainly due to the influence of the elves. Of course, this didn't mean that the status of contribution points had been replaced, but that the two had diverged. The circulation of contribution points was focused on the player's personal strength enhancement, including equipment exchange, magic material acquisition, magic equipment forging, and so on. It was mainly circulated between players. As for gold guineas, it was the main currency used in transactions between players and NPCs. At the same time, it also gradually included the player's food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Now, whether it was eating in small taverns, staying in inns, or even hiring carriages, magical beasts, and other means of transportation, they could all be paid in gold guineas. This made Eve think of the chivalry and silver in some Blue Star Wuxia games. Of course, gold guineas and contribution points could be freely exchanged, but generally speaking, it depended on what one needed. But overall, as the players gradually integrated into this world, as the players built the elven forest ecology and other civilizations in the world of Seekers, the status of gold guineas continued to rise. After all, gold guineas were the common currency in the world of seekers. However, if one really wanted to talk about who had the most gold guineas, it wasn't Xianxia who was preparing to open the Amway trading firm in the Dwarf Kingdom, nor was it the real estate tycoon Salty Meow who was nicknamed Meow Half City by the players. It was the great goddess of life, Eve. No matter how much gold guineas increased contribution points were still irreplaceable in the field of personal strength enhancement. Especially in the field of equipment, which was still a hard currency. There were players who sacrificed gold guineas in exchange for contribution points every day. Over time, the gold guineas in Eve's divine kingdom were about to pile up into a mountain. Of course, to Eve, these things were meaningless. As a true god, her needs were already different from that of mortals. If she wanted to, she could even directly use her divine powers to create gold guineas in her divine kingdom and project them into the world of seekers for use. However, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Eve leisurely watched the livestream as she sipped her flower tea. Evil God Ballot hadn't appeared yet, so it wasn't time for her to appear. She just needed to watch the players act cool. Of course, she had to thank the hard-working fairy monarch Fennel for freeing her hands and allowing her to slack off in the tavern at this time. After a while, the elven girl returned with a tray. She placed a plate of exquisite mousse cake in front of Salty Meow. "Lord Salty Meow, here's the mousse cake you wanted." Salty Meow's eyes lit up. She casually placed a handful of gold guineas on the tray and waved her hand. "Thank you for your hard work." The elven girl happily put away the gold guineas and bowed to Salty Meow before slowly retreating. Eve curiously looked at the mousse cake that was served. This was a piece of fruit mousse that combined the characteristics of seekers. It was cut into cubes, and the main color was pale yellow. It was decorated with some exquisite pieces of fruit and was even topped with a layer of tempting cream. With just a glance, she immediately saw through the ingredients of this cake. Other materials aside, the elven forest could produce them in the first place. The most crucial coagulant should be a type of plant gum produced in the elven forest as a replacement. It also used milk from the human world to make the cream. The method should be slightly different from Blue Star, but it was similar. Furthermore, because it used fruits from the elven forest, it had a faint trace of magic power. As for the taste, it was even more wonderful. Just by being served, Eve could smell the rich milky fragrance and tempting fruit fragrance. "Do you want to have a taste?" Salty Meow handed over a spoon. Eve hesitated for a moment before taking it. She liked to eat desserts in her previous life. She reached out and scooped a spoonful, gently putting it into her mouth. The cake melted in her mouth and was incomparably smooth. The rich milky fragrance quickly spread in her mouth. The sweet and slightly sour fruit flesh teased the tip of her tongue. The exquisite taste made Eve squint her eyes. This cake was indeed delicious. Perhaps it was because the quality of the ingredients from the elven forest was far better than the Blue Star, but Eve felt that it was even better than the best mousse she had eaten in her previous life. "Very good," she exclaimed. "Yes. Yes." Salty Meow smiled and clapped his hands. Then, she scooped a spoonful and put it into her mouth. She had a look of enjoyment on her face. At the same time, she said in a muffled voice while eating, "I've asked around. The human world in the game doesn't have this kind of cake yet. I'm planning to add all kinds of cakes from the Blue Star into the trade plan. When the time comes, it'll be a huge income. Magic is simply too useful. A 3-circle preservation spell can solve all the preservation problems of food." Salty Meow said proudly. Eve was speechless. This girl, she can't talk about anything without making money. There's a reason why her assets in the game are growing so fast. In the future, she'll probably be a successful businesswoman in real life. After complaining in her heart, Eve couldn't help but scooped another spoonful and put it into her mouth. Delicious. Just as the two of them were enjoying the exquisite taste, there was suddenly a commotion in the tavern. At the same time, the commentator on the livestream suddenly raised his voice. "It's appeared. Another powerful demon lord has appeared. The all-star team has surrounded it. Leading the team is I Love Ramen, who is blessed by the gods. I Love Ramen is a silver warrior ranked 3rd in the all-star team. Can he lead the team to defeat the demon?" The commentator was full of enthusiasm, and the surrounding players and elves were also lively. However, after a few seconds, the entire tavern suddenly fell silent. Even the commentator on the livestream paused for a moment. Then, there was a burst of exclamations. Instant kill. It's actually an instant kill. This demon lord actually killed a god's chosen one in an instant. I'm afraid this is the strongest enemy in history. The commentator's hoarse voice sounded with a hint of surprise and excitement. Hearing this, Eve raised her head and looked at the big screen. Only to see a ferocious and terrifying demon appear on the crystal screen, rampaging among the players. He looked a little familiar. It's the demon lord that escaped that day. I knew it. He must be a gold upper demon lord. Salty Meow's voice came from beside Eve. Eve nodded lightly as she remembered. This was the demon lord that escaped from the first battlefield mission. It was as if there was no one around as it waved its huge demonic sword and started a massacre among the players. Ayayaya, why are you all so stupid? Don't go up one by one. If you can't beat it, use the god's punishment bomb. Didn't anyone bring a god statue? If there isn't a god statue, you can use high-level scrolls. Didn't anyone prepare high-level scrolls? You can trade with the human black market. Little Salty Meow complained as it watched the livestream, exasperated. Eve was speechless. Do you think everyone is as rich as you? Looking at the chosen one team that suffered heavy losses, the elves in the tavern all looked worried. On the other hand, the players were excited, and the atmosphere was lively. Sigh, this group of people is too weak. I'm dying of anxiety. I really want to enter the map and fight. If I can enter the map and get a god's chosen one, I can kill him single-handedly. Salty Meow stomped his feet in excitement. Single-handedly? Eve looked at him strangely. It's almost your turn, right? I saw a lot of players die in the battle just now. She took another sip of her flower tea and said. Eve wasn't in a hurry at all. It was just an upper gold level demon lord. Even if he was slightly stronger, as long as there was enough God's chosen one, the players could wear him down. However, it would be best to fight sparingly. Otherwise, they would lose their divine power. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any big shots among the players present. Most of them were open beta players. Even if they received God's chosen one, their strength was limited. Hearing Eve's words, Salty Meow's eyes lit up, and he quickly looked at his battlefield queue information. Wow, we're almost there. There are still 5 people left. He said in surprise. Then, she jumped up and packed up her equipment. Sister Foam, I'm going to go on a killing spree. Let's talk later. Hope I get God's chosen one. You're lucky. You'll definitely get God's chosen one. Eve said with a smile. Salty Meow put on his equipment, picked up his staff, and ran out of the tavern. Just as he took a few steps, a golden teleportation circle appeared below him. Then, under the envious eyes of the surrounding players, he disappeared in a flash. Eve smiled and snapped her fingers. Consider it a return gift for the cake you bought me, she said softly. The live broadcast on the big screen was still going on. The battle on the battlefield was getting more and more intense. Suddenly, the streamer in charge of the commentary exclaimed in excitement. A new God's chosen one has appeared. A new God's chosen one has joined the battlefield. It's Salty Meow from the Mang Mang Committee. Salty Meow is the #1 mage player in the entire server. What kind of miracle will he bring to us after becoming God's chosen one? She's on the battlefield. She's joining the battle against the demon lord. Wait, what's she doing? She's rushing straight up. Explosion magic. She's using explosion magic at close range. Such power. That's probably the most powerful explosion magic I've ever seen. That mushroom cloud is too scary. Disappeared, the demon lord disappeared. He's dead. But, our hero Salty Meow seems to have disappeared too. Comrades, bad news from the front lines. Our brave warrior Salty Meow has sacrificed herself. She died together with the demon lord. Only half of her staff was left at the scene. Her death was glorious, her death was great. Our warriors will always remember her sacrifice. May the goddess be with you, Lady Salty Meow. Amen. Wait, what are these players doing? They're stealing the broken staff of our martyr. Pfft, Eve spat out the flower tea in her mouth. The live broadcast on the crystal screen was still going on. After a while, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and Salty Meow, who had changed into a new set of equipment, walked in. For a moment, the tavern was filled with the cheers of the players. Sister Meow is back. Sister Meow is the best. Sister Meow is the best. Sister Meow, do you still need accessories? Please provide for me. I can warm your bed. Can you donate the divine artifacts that you don't need? Broken ones are fine too, I'm not picky. Salty Meow was speechless. She laughed cheerfully, then ignored everyone's attempts to strike up a conversation and went straight back to Eve's side. Along the way, she didn't forget to take a cup of flower tea from the elven waiter. Then, this mage who had just been in the limelight sat down and drank the flower tea in one gulp, showing an expression of enjoyment. So satisfying. I've never released such a great spell before. The blessing of the gods is awesome. Hee, it seems that the goddess is still protecting me, she said excitedly to Eve. Then, she looked a little smug. How is it? Sister Feng, I told you, as long as I have the blessing of the gods, I can definitely insta-kill it. Eve was speechless. That's right, anyone who put on godly equipment that could strengthen their magic attacks, and their strength skyrocketed to the gold rank, then put on a body full of buffs, drank a belly full of magic potions, used an explosive magic spell that was extremely powerful among offensive magic spells, and even sacrificed the staff at close range. This power was close to that of a legend. It would be strange if it didn't insta-kill the demon lord. It was just a little expensive. She looked up and down at Salty Meow's new equipment and raised her eyebrows slightly. You have so many divine artifacts. It's okay, I've only saved up 3 sets in total. The one just now is a little damaged, so I'll go to the shop to repair it later. It won't cost much contribution points anyway. Salty Meow replied. His attitude was as if he was talking about what to eat today and what to eat tomorrow, and the nearby players' mouths twitched. He was probably the only one in the entire server who could count divine artifacts as sets. And, what did he mean by it won't cost much contribution points? After all, he had forcefully borrowed the power of the divine artifact to cast a spell and suffered a backlash. It was normal for the damage to be greater. However, with that kind of destructive power, even if the other gods didn't suffer much damage, it would still cost at least a few 100,000 contribution points to repair them, right? Perhaps this was what it meant to be a tycoon. The tavern was filled with the fragrance of lemons. Eve had a strange expression on her face. She had forgotten that the nickname Meow Half City wasn't for nothing. It held half of the real estate in the City of Heaven's Chosen, and the trade in the city on the peak was about to start. Salty Meow was now very rich, and it was normal for it to have a few sets of godly equipment. However, it was obvious that she had a choice. For example, the equipment she wore on the battlefield just now was not her favorite, so the cost should not be that high. Even so, Eve estimated that the girl had burned at least 2 million contribution points for the fireworks just now. You didn't bind the staff just now? Eve asked curiously as she glanced at the players fighting over the staff on the crystal screen. Oh, I forgot. I've been repairing a lot of divine artifacts recently, and I accidentally missed it. Ha ha ha, Salty Meow glanced at the crystal screen, scratched the back of his head, and laughed dryly. All the players, Eve felt that the atmosphere in the tavern seemed to have become even more lemony. Well, I still have 4 staffs with similar effects, so I'll just give them away. Besides, they're probably unusable now that they're broken, and the cost of repairing them is very high. At most, I can sacrifice them to the goddess in exchange for some contribution points. Salty Meow said nonchalantly. All the players, the lemony index in the air seemed to have increased by a few orders of magnitude. Eve couldn't help but laugh. She wanted to say something, but her heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she looked toward the southeast. That direction was the direction of the elf forest in the southern mountains. At the same time, the commentator's exclamation came from the crystal screen of the livestream. Look! Our great warrior, Miss Salty Meow, seems to have blown up something incredible. What's this? Is it a lost ruin? All the players in the tavern were attracted to it. Even Salty Meow was slightly stunned as he looked at the big screen. On the crystal screen, there was a huge crater where the explosion had occurred. In the depths of the crater, there was a palace-like building. The building seemed to be quite ancient, and it was surrounded by a layer of black fog. It's about time. I should go. Just as Salty Meow was curiously looking at the new palace on the screen, Eve's voice suddenly sounded beside him. Salty Meow turned his head and saw that Eve had stood up. Sister Feng, where are you going? She asked curiously. Eve smiled. It's my turn. I should enter the dungeon. Salty Meow's eyes lit up, and he waved his fist. Sister Feng, go. Crush those devils. I hope you get the goddess's favor. Kill them all. I'll count on your blessings. Eve smiled and left the tavern. The light of magic and skills flickered in the chaotic battlefield. Thunderous gunshots mixed with the roars of the devils spread. The war in the sealed land became more and more tragic as the number of elves increased. The demon lords that appeared on the battlefield one after another were suppressed by the elven gods chosen. As time passed, they began to show signs of defeat. As for the most powerful demon lord, he had only appeared for a few minutes before he was destroyed by an elven girl who had obtained the favor of the gods. The casualties on the devil's side were rapidly increasing. As for the elven god's choice, the remaining ones were obviously much stronger. Not only that, as time passed, the dwarves found that the elven god's choice who had participated in the first summoning war had appeared again. Their appearance was like the last weight that tipped the scales. Although the number of devils was still terrifying, the elves and dwarves had gradually turned the situation around and started to counterattack. Seeing the situation on the battlefield becoming clearer and clearer, the dwarves were excited. The legendary warrior Bronze Furnace was the same. But at the same time, there was a trace of sadness on his face. Looking at the huge pit that was hundreds of meters wide on the battlefield, this righteous dwarf warrior sighed softly. A few minutes ago, he was still rejoicing over the sudden appearance of his acquaintance, Salty Meow, on the battlefield. He did not expect that in just a few moments, this beautiful and lovely elven girl would choose to perish together with the Devil Lord. The scene of the elven girl's smile and fanaticism as she charged at the Devil Lord seemed to be replaying in front of his eyes. Until the last moment of her life, this beautiful elven girl was still calm and fearless. Even though he had seen too many comrades die in battle with the devils, Sir Salty Meow's sacrifice still made Bronze Furnace sigh in his heart. The dwarves and their clansmen gathered the corpses, and the priests prayed for the souls of the dead. But this kind and lovely elven girl did not even leave behind a corpse. It was definitely not like the other chosen ones who died in battle, where their corpses were teleported away. Because that terrifying explosion spell was so shocking that even a demon overlord was blasted into ashes. It was easy to imagine what happened to the elven girl. Under such a terrifying spell, especially at the center of the explosion, even her soul might be annihilated. The elven girl's sweet smile seemed to still be in front of him. Bronze Furnace closed his eyes and drew the symbol of a warhammer on his chest. That was the symbol of the dwarf god of forging. Sir Salty Meow, I will always remember you. Although we didn't spend much time together, Bronze Furnace will always be your friend. Bronze Furnace said in a heavy voice. Bronze Furnace, who had dealt with devils for half his life, was very clear on how terrifying a devil lord with strength at the upper gold rank was. In the sealed land where the power of the abyss was constantly spreading, even he did not have the confidence to defeat a devil lord with such strength. If not for Salty Meow's sacrifice, the situation of the war would not have changed so quickly, and the number of elven chosen ones would have been even more exaggerated. It was because he knew this that Bronze Furnace was even more moved. This elven girl was a true warrior. A warrior who sacrificed everything in order to defeat evil. When the war is over, I must create a statue for her at the entrance of the underground world to commemorate her heroic deeds. Bronze Furnace thought in his heart. The fierce battle was still ongoing. As time passed, the smoke produced by the explosion gradually dissipated in the huge crater. An ancient building appeared in a corner of the huge crater. What's this? Bronze Furnace was slightly taken aback. However, the dwarf pope next to him opened his eyes wide, and his expression gradually became excited. He raised the scepter in his hand, which symbolized divine authority, and pointed at the huge crater left by the terrifying explosive spell. To be more precise, he pointed at the palace-like building that appeared in the huge crater after the explosion. He shouted excitedly, "That's the legendary palace that sealed the evil god Ballot. Everyone, charge into that palace." Sealed Ballot's palace, Bronze Furnace's pupils contracted. The palace that sealed the evil god? The elves' eyes lit up. Then, all the elves on the battlefield suddenly changed their direction of battle and began to charge toward the palace. That strict attitude and performance was enough to make the most disciplined army of any race in the Seeker's world feel ashamed. However, just as the elves changed their target and began to advance toward the palace, the entire ground suddenly shook slightly. An indescribable power spread from the depths of the huge crater, and every being that was affected felt a sense of irritation from the bottom of their hearts. All kinds of absurd and evil thoughts kept rising from the bottom of their hearts, and a sense of mania and brutality kept attacking their minds. The elves were better off, and they only frowned slightly before quickly returning to normal. However, the dwarf warriors' eyes were all red, and they were all sweating profusely with a conflicted expression. And the dwarf warrior furthest from the goddess statue suddenly roared, and black smoke appeared all over his body. That was a sign of depravity. "Not good, it's a soul attack." The dwarf pope cried out in alarm. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly chanted a divine spell, casting a soul purification spell. Holy light blossomed from the scepter, illuminating the battlefield. However, it did not have much effect. Seeing this, the dwarf pope's expression became more and more serious. As a pope, his strength was already at the legendary level. A soul attack that even he could not purify could only mean one thing. That was, the existence that cast it was far stronger than him. The dwarves, who had fought with the demons in the sealed land for many years, had already figured out the approximate strength of the demons. What was certain was that there was no demon lord with legendary strength here, and there was no demon king beyond legendary. Then, there was no doubt as to who cast the power. This is the power of a demigod. It's the evil god Ballot. He's awakened. The dwarf pope said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the trembling of the ground suddenly intensified. Immediately after, a steady stream of abyss aura emerged from the palace in the huge crater. Along with it, there were also countless big and small devils. From afar, it looked like a hornet's nest had been poked. Even the dark clouds in the sky began to churn like boiling water, and they kept pressing down. At the same time, the demons fighting with the elves on the battlefield all underwent changes, and many of them even began to evolve, especially the few demon lords who were still alive under the siege of the Elven Chosen One. The aura on their bodies continued to rise, and they were promoted on the spot. The three most powerful ones actually broke through to the upper gold level. Then, they grinned, waved the weapons in their hands, and smashed toward the Elven Chosen One besieging them. Seeing this scene, the elves let out a cry of surprise. Oh no! Copper Lou's heart skipped a beat. Although the Elven Chosen One was powerful, it was not enough to compete with the upper gold level demon lords. The previous instant kill was proof. Not everyone was salty meow. At least from the words of the Chosen One, Copper Lou understood that the elven girl was the strongest mage among the Chosen One. I have to save them, this thought flashed through his mind. The legendary dwarf warrior roared, raised his axe high, and threw it at the strongest demon lord. He still needed to protect the statue, so he could not do it himself. But throwing his axe to interfere with the other party and give the Elven Chosen One a chance to escape was still possible. The axe flew up and rushed toward the demon lord. But the demon lord did not care. With a ferocious grin, he flipped his hand and snatched the axe from Tong Lu's hand. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Copper Lou's eyes widened in shock. Then, his heart sank. Oh no! The thrown axe did not have any effect. The demon lords roared and waved their weapons at the Elven Chosen One. That terrifying power even scared some of the Elven God's Chosen Ones into a daze. The fate of the Elven Chosen One seemed to be decided. However, just as they were about to hit the elves, a dazzling light suddenly passed through the elves from behind. The light split into three, and it turned out to be 3 arrows burning with golden flames. They arrived in an instant and pierced into the chests of the 3 demon lords. Under Copper Lu's incredulous gaze, the two upper gold-level demon lords were wrapped in golden flames and turned into ashes amidst screams. As for the strongest one, although he barely managed to block the attack, half of his body was directly torn apart, so powerful. Who shot this arrow? Copper Lu was shocked. Then, he heard the cheers of the elves around him. It's Big Sister. Big Sister is here to help. It's Big Sister's arrow. Is the new plot about to begin? The elven chosen one's excited voices came from all directions. Big Sister, Copper Lu was slightly taken aback. The next moment, he suddenly sensed a powerful and unfamiliar aura appearing behind him along with a faint spatial fluctuation. Copper Lu's heart skipped a beat as he turned around and looked back. Not far away in the air, a valiant figure appeared. It was an elven girl wearing a black-skirted armor. She had long dark silver hair and a pair of purplish-red eyes that were like stars in the night sky. Like the other elves, this elven girl who looked like an 18 or 19-year-old human girl also had a beautiful face that made people want to take a few more glances at her. She was very beautiful and charming. But her eyes were sharper than the other elves, and there was a sense of majesty in her as if she was in a superior position. She was expressionless, and coupled with the stern black-skirted armor, she gave off a cold and noble aura like an ice beauty. This reminded Copper Lu of when he visited the human world when he was young. He saw the Empress of the Holy Mania Empire who had legendary strength and was known as the Wild Rose of the Empire. She was just as powerful, just as beautiful, and just as noble. No. This elven girl who was called Big Sister by the Chosen One was even more special. If he sensed carefully, he would find that her strength was only at the upper gold level, but she gave Copper Lu a faint sense of oppression. Not only that, Copper Lu even had a premonition that if he fought with this female elf, even if he was a legendary, he would be the one to lose in the end. This feeling was very strange and even a little confusing. But soon, Copper Lu realized why he had this strange feeling. It was because of the faint glow on the elven girl floating in the air. That was the glow of a chosen one. This was a chosen one of the goddess of life, and she was the most powerful chosen one to appear since the summoning of the elven chosen one. The elven chosen one seemed to know her. After she appeared, the entire battlefield was filled with excited cheers. At the same time, the battles everywhere became more intense. The elves seemed to want to show off, and as if they were eager to end the battle, they began to fight desperately with the demons. Of course, Bronze Furnace didn't know that the background music had changed the moment the elven girl appeared in the air. The BGM, The Glory of the Goddess, which was originally only triggered by players who were blessed by the goddess, was now playing in the game system of all players. This was the war song that the players of Elven Nation had been singing like crazy after the end of the first battlefield mission. At this moment, it aroused everyone's passion. Of course, this was not the only reason. This is bad. Zero is here. Is he going to forcefully trigger the plot again? F***CK. No. Hurry up and kill monsters. I won't be able to move. Again. Similar voices also sounded among the elven chosen ones. Copper Lu didn't quite understand. But from the conversation between the chosen one, he learned the name of this mysterious elven god's chosen one. Zero. God's chosen, Zero. For a moment, the conversation he had with the royal elf Celestial Sarandir during his visit to Sandstorm City flashed through his mind. Lady Zero is the supreme leader of our life church and the strongest elven god's chosen one. She can even directly communicate with Her Holiness the Goddess and pray for Her Holiness to cast God's descent. Copper Lu was energized. He looked excitedly at the dwarf pope and said joyfully, Your Holiness. It's the strongest elven god's chosen one, Zero. A god's chosen one who can cast God's descent. It's her. A hint of understanding flashed through the Pope's eyes. You know her? Copper Lu was a little surprised. The dwarf Pope nodded and said, It's said that when a city belonging to the Silent City-State Alliance was attacked by an army of shadow monsters 3 years ago, it was an elven girl who single-handedly activated the defensive divine barrier of the entire city and killed a legendary-level shadow dragon. That elf is called Zero. At that time, it is said that her strength was only at the lower gold level. The Pope's expression had a hint of emotion. When Copper Lu heard this, his eyes widened in surprise. Lower gold level? It's the power of a God's chosen one who can borrow the power of a true God. Never judge her strength by her strength on the surface. The dwarf pope explained. Then, he glanced at the elven girl floating in the air and sighed. I didn't expect that after only 3 years, she's already at the upper gold level. Such potential. Perhaps she already has the ability to cast the complete God's Descent. The complete God's Descent, Copper Lu couldn't help but gasp. God's Descent, as the name implied, was a forbidden divine spell that prayed for the true God to descend. Usually, it was cast by a God's chosen one who used themselves as a vessel to allow the true God's will to descend. However, God's descent was usually incomplete and limited by the God's chosen one's potential and strength. After the true God's will descended, its strength also varied, usually not exceeding that of a demigod. As for the complete God's descent, it was equivalent to a true God descending in the form of a true God. Although Celestial had told Copper Lu that the goddess of life would borrow the power of a God's chosen one, he had always thought that she would participate with the power of a demigod at most. After listening to His Holiness the Pope's analysis, Copper Lu suddenly felt that he might have underestimated the goddess of life's determination to eradicate evil, the complete God's descent. If it was really as His Holiness the Pope had speculated, then this sealing war could be said to have already been won. After all, according to the information Copper Lu had gathered, the goddess of life in the elven forest was an existence that could kill a true god in a situation where she was ambushed. In the face of such a powerful mythical existence, the evil god Ballot who couldn't even break through the seal was definitely not her match. At this point, Copper Lu once again looked at the elven girl in the air with a hint of hope in his eyes. At the same time, he couldn't help but grab the spare curved sword at his waist, somewhat eager to give it a try. At this moment, the Pope of Dwarfs' reminder rang in his ears. Copper Lu, don't get excited. You want to go up and kill the enemy again, right? Calm down, especially at times like this, we have to be more vigilant and protect the statue of Her Holiness the Goddess of Life. As long as the statue is there, victory will definitely be ours. Copper Lu's heart trembled. He nodded and leaned in the direction of the statue, raising his vigilance to 120%. The conversation between the legend warrior Copper Lu and the dwarf pope only lasted for a moment. During this period of time, changes occurred on the battlefield. The demon lord who had half of his body shot by Zero's arrow not only didn't retreat, but instead laughed sinisterly again. Waves of pitch-black abyssal power were drawn by him, constantly gathering around him and being slowly absorbed by him. As for his hideous wounds, they actually swelled up and wriggled like worms as they rapidly healed. In the blink of an eye, his body was as good as new. Not only that, but the aura on his body skyrocketed, breaking through a certain limit in the dark. Legend, the dwarf pope's expression turned solemn. This demon lord had unexpectedly increased his strength again, directly becoming a legend demon monarch. In the air, Zero frowned slightly, a trace of surprise flashing in her expression. Then she stretched out her left hand and slightly clenched it. Golden power condensed in her hand and turned into a gorgeous divine bow. It was a bow completely condensed from divine power. She raised her right hand and pulled the bowstring, aiming at the demon lord whose aura had skyrocketed. Resplendent divine power gathered on the bowstring and turned into a golden arrow with a terrifying aura. Elemental wind swirled around God's chosen, Zero, and blew her silver hair into the air. Dodge. The elven chosen ones near the demon lord all heard a cold voice in their minds. It's Big Sister. Damn. Big Sister is about to become bigger. The players' expressions changed slightly. Then they panicked, excited, and expectant as they turned and ran, scattering in all directions. In a moment, there were only a few demons left around the demon lord. The arrow in Zero's hand became brighter and brighter. Specks of light began to gather around her, and then were attracted by the arrow and poured into it. And with every photon that poured in, the arrow became brighter and its aura also became stronger. A divine and vast pressure began to rise, and gradually, even the bronze cauldron protecting the statue felt a trace of fatal fear. He was horrified. He could not believe that such a terrifying power could be condensed by an upper gold-ranked professional. The demon lord in the distance also sensed that something was wrong. He looked at the elven girl, a trace of fear flashing in his eyes. The demon lord raised his axe and poured dense abyssal power into it, then with a roar, he threw it at Zero. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, the axe flew out. At the same time, Zero's eyes flashed, and she let go of the bowstring in her hand. A dazzling arrow of light flew out, leaving a trail of light behind it, like a constantly rotating drill bit aimed at the demon lord. The arrow pierced through the air and hit the flying axe, and this axe that belonged to the bronze cauldron instantly burst like a bubble, making the legendary dwarven warrior widen his eyes in shock. There was heartache, and even more shock. Because that was a legendary substandard divine artifact, and after destroying the axe, the arrow of light didn't slow down at all. It swept through waves of heat like a meteor and continued to move forward, hitting the demon lord whose aura had soared to the legendary level. The next moment, a dazzling light lit up in the sealed area, and everyone on the battlefield felt that the world in front of them was covered by the light. It was a vast expanse of white. Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, everyone felt a stabbing pain in their eardrums, and they almost lost their hearing. The earth shook. Waves of heat swept out like a tide, and the elven chosen ones who were affected all staggered. And those who were closer to the explosion even spat out blood, clearly suffering from serious internal injuries. As for the demons, they were even more miserable. The radiant light was boundless, and the demons nearby were purified into ashes by the divine power, while those further away wailed in pain, faint smoke rising from their bodies. The dazzling light lasted for a few seconds before slowly dissipating. But everyone's ears were still ringing. When the elves and dwarves gradually regained their vision, there was a huge crater where the demon lord stood, even more exaggerated than the one after Salty Meow's self-destruction. Golden flames were still burning in the huge crater. It was burning godly power, and it was incomparably gorgeous. F***CK. Instant kill. Big sister is mighty. What's this skill called? It's too cool. Cheers came from the elven chosen ones. Copper Lou's eyes widened, and he was shocked. One arrow killed a demon lord who had evolved to the legendary level. Even if it borrowed the power of a true god, it was still terrifying. This was a legendary level, not to mention, the arrow of light just now only hit the target after destroying a divine artifact. So powerful. Is this the most powerful chosen one of the elven race? Copper Lou murmured. He subconsciously looked at Zero, who was in the air, and was surprised to find that she didn't look relieved at all. Instead, she frowned slightly and stared sharply at the place where the explosion occurred. Copper Lou's heart skipped a beat. Vaguely, he had an ominous premonition. The next moment, he saw this elven chosen one snort coldly. She gathered godly power in her hand again and turned it into a long sword burning with golden flames. Then, she flew up, flashed above the huge crater, and slashed down at the huge crater. The golden flames boiled up and smashed into the huge crater with unparalleled power. However, immediately after, a strong evil abyss power suddenly rose from the huge crater, and black smoke filled the air. A ferocious demon hand reached out and grabbed at the huge sword. With a loud bang, a dazzling light shot out again, and a violent explosion occurred. However, after the light faded, the demon hand covered in black armor was still intact. It had actually blocked the light sword that was slashing down. Zero, the chosen one, took a step back, and the black smoke slowly dissipated. The unscathed demon lord appeared in everyone's vision. His body was even more majestic than before, and it was also much larger. Seeing this scene, there was an uproar on the battlefield. This is impossible. Copper Lou couldn't help but exclaim. Even the Pope of the Dwarf Pontiff was slightly absent-minded. The demon lord reached out and brushed away the golden flames on his body before looking up at the elven girl. His eyes flashed with playfulness and fear. Who are you? His deep and majestic voice sounded on the battlefield. The chosen one narrowed her eyes slightly. Her clear and melodious voice rang out. Who are you? The Devil Lord did not answer the elven girl's question. He sneered, and the power of the abyss around him became thicker. It slowly wrapped around him, making it impossible to see his figure. The evil and strange fog continued to dissipate around him and spread further. When the fog touched the demons, they trembled and began to run away in fear. Those who ran fast quickly escaped, but those who were slow were quickly wrapped up by the black fog. Then, they collapsed in a series of screams and merged with the fog. For a moment, thousands of demons disappeared at the same time like melting candles. The scene was extremely horrifying. Damn. What the hell is this? Seeing this, the chosen ones on the elf side were all shocked. After devouring many demons, the fog condensed toward the Devil Lord's body again. The black power of the abyss surrounded his body, making it impossible to see his appearance. His body expanded again, and soon, he was more than 20 meters tall. That originally terrifying aura became more and more unfathomable. A heart-palpitating power spread, the chosen ones on the elven side who were affected gradually became restless. Everyone felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in their hearts. As for the dwarf warriors at the back, they felt it more deeply. Their eyes were red, and their breathing was heavy. There was an uncontrollable rage in their hearts that kept expanding. They began to have thoughts of destroying something and everything. The legendary warrior Bronze Furnace was the same. His expression was slightly distorted as he roared angrily. Ballot. It's the evil god Ballot. Previously, he controlled the will of the warriors like this and made them kill each other. The dwarf Pope Grey Shirt also had a pained expression. However, he was the chosen one of the dwarves and the god of forging, and he was the closest to the statue of the goddess of life, so he was relatively less affected. He raised his head and shouted to the elven girl in the distance. Miss Elf, that's probably Ballot's incarnation. Please be careful. Evil god Ballot's incarnation? Hearing the voices of the warrior Bronze Furnace and the dwarf Grey Shirt, the chosen ones were in an uproar. The various missions in the Elven Kingdom were closely related to the plot. Therefore, the players who participated in the battlefield mission naturally understood the plot behind the battlefield in advance. Almost everyone knew that the evil god Ballot was the final boss of the Dwarf Kingdom's battlefield quest. Moreover, it was a big boss that only a goddess could fight against. Soon, the elves became excited. But then, they made the same choice at the same time. That was, they all turned around and scrambled to escape in the direction of the statue of the goddess. What a joke. That was the power of a demigod at the very least. Dealing with players would be as easy as chopping vegetables. Anyone who didn't run would have to wait for death. At this time, the best thing to do was to hug the goddess's thighs tightly and watch her become unparalleled. This was the experience that the players had accumulated through numerous missions. Of course, the goddess had yet to descend. But Big Sister was here. With Big Sis in front, it was only a matter of time before the goddess appeared. At this time, it was better to just watch the drama unfold. The elves retreated like the tide. However, there wasn't the slightest bit of fear on his face. On the contrary, they would occasionally turn back to look at Ballot's avatar and the elven girl in the air with excitement. The elves who ran the fastest even rushed to occupy the high ground with a wide field of vision. They sat cross-legged and even took out nuts from their arms to eat. They began to cheer for the elven girl in the air from afar. They were just short of moving a small stool. This unexpected scene made the dwarves stare blankly. Evil god Ballot, Zero, who was in the air, showed a playful expression. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the ferocious demon lord in front of her. Then, she raised the golden flame sword in her hand again and slashed down. The surging divine power spread out and turned into a golden heat wave. However, evil god Ballot snorted coldly and leaped up. The ferocious demon claws rushed out of the black fog and blocked the flame sword again. Light flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared. There was a second of strange silence on the battlefield. The dwarf Pope, Grey Shirt, who was watching the battle from afar, suddenly changed his expression. Be careful. He shouted anxiously. The elven girl raised her eyebrows and looked behind her. She didn't know when, but the demon lord had already arrived behind her. A sinister laugh came from the boiling human-shaped fog, and then the demon's hand stretched out again. But this time a terrifying long spear appeared in the sinister hand that was covered with barbs and black scales. The spear suddenly stabbed out, and with pitch-black lightning, it pierced through the elven girl's body. Then, black abyssal power surged out and completely submerged the elven girl. All of this happened so quickly. In just a few seconds, the elven god's chosen by the name of Zero was dead. At the same time, evil god Ballot's aura reached a new peak. That shocking pressure made everyone who felt it couldn't help but tremble. That was the power of a myth. The elves who were cheering for Zero fell silent. Their eyes widened, and they were at a loss. It can't be. Big sister lost? Instant kill? What kind of plot is this? Shouldn't we be slipping away? An uproar began to spread among the elves. Under the illumination of the life statue, the dwarves who had gradually calmed down from their rage turned pale. Myth? This is a myth. In front of him, even the most powerful God's chosen one can't resist, Copper Furnace said with a trembling voice. A God's chosen one who could use God's descent was instantly killed. The dwarf kingdom's biggest trump card was destroyed. Only a myth could fight against a myth. If they couldn't borrow the power of the life goddess, Ballot, who had recovered his strength to the level of a demigod, would be unrestrained. Gradually, a feeling called despair began to spread among the dwarves. The dwarf pope had an ugly expression. He closed his eyes deeply, then slowly opened them. Copper Furnace. His voice had a hint of determination. Run, take the warriors and run, then quickly inform the king. Let's see how many people can escape. The dwarf pope aged a lot in an instant. Your Holiness the Pope, Copper Furnace's eyes widened. His expression was pained and difficult to accept. However, at this moment, a clear voice came from nearby. Don't, why do you all look like you're about to die? Her Holiness the Goddess hasn't appeared yet. Why are you in such a hurry to run? Hearing this voice, Copper Furnace subconsciously looked up and saw an elven girl wearing a priest robe. She was an exceptionally beautiful elf girl. She had a head of light golden hair, and her light blue eyes were like precious blue crystals. She wasn't talking to the dwarves, but rather looking at the other elves with disdain. Have more confidence in the goddess, everyone. Have you all forgotten who the main character of Elven Kingdom is? She crossed her arms and complained. Copper Furnace was slightly taken aback by the elven girl's words. He opened his mouth to say something, but he suddenly sensed a vast holy aura coming from behind him. The surrounding elves widened their eyes and became excited. Look! What's that? Copper Furnace's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around and subconsciously opened his mouth wide. He saw that the black fog in front of Ballot that had swallowed the God's chosen one, 0, suddenly blossomed with golden and green light. Then, it exploded, a golden pillar of light soared into the sky, and dense photons kept spinning around it. The pillar of light broke through the dark clouds in the sky, illuminating the entire sky as if it was daytime. The next moment, the green light scattered all over the sky, turning into flying photons that fell from the sky like snowflakes. When the photons fell on the ground, the soil eroded by the power of the abyss began to quickly fade and regain its vitality. There was even a bit of green coming out. It was actually green grass and flower buds. Ethereal hymns also faintly came from the horizon, and the golden pillar of light slowly disappeared. And in the air, a holy and noble figure appeared. It was a female elf with silver hair and purple eyes shrouded in holy light. She wore a white armor skirt dotted with flowers and green grass, a noble divine crown on her head, and a scepter entwined with vines in her hand. Even with the cover of the holy light, it couldn't hide her devastatingly beautiful appearance. Copper Furnace vaguely recognized her identity. She looked exactly the same as the statue protected by the dwarves. A vast and majestic holy aura descended on the battlefield, and everyone had an impulse to worship her. The goddess! The goddess has descended. Haha, I knew it, how could the plot collapse? Long live the goddess! Praise nature, praise life, praise the great goddess Eve. Around them, the elves cheered. The dwarves were also excited. Pope Greyshirt was excited, and his voice was trembling. The goddess of life. It's really the goddess of life. The goddess of life has descended. The cheers of the players sounded on the battlefield. Eve floated in the air, quietly looking at the enemy in front of her. She was still hidden in the black fog, and only a pair of dark purple vertical pupils could be seen. And her pupils were full of fear. The incarnation of the goddess of life, she said in a low voice. Then with a sneer, she waved her spear again. Black lightning wrapped around the spear, and a terrifying power gathered at the tip of the spear. The frightening energy waves even distorted the space. The long spear swept up a terrifying whirlwind, rushing towards Eve like a meteor from the end of the world. However, Eve's expression was calm. Her eyes flashed with a hint of mockery, and then she lightly waved the scepter of life in her hand. Golden green light burst out from the scepter, and then turned into chains, wrapping around the incoming spear. There was no extra movement. There was no extra power. Under the dark purple vertical pupils' incredulous gaze, the vine-like chains wrapped around the long spear, and the long spear was easily blocked. That kind of ease was as if she had caught a stone that was thrown at her. And when the demon's claw that was holding the spear tried to pull it back, it was shocked to find that the spear was motionless, and was tightly bound by the chains. The whole process was ordinary, and there wasn't even any magnificent battle effect. However, the existence in the black fog felt some kind of irresistible power from the chains. That wasn't a power that a normal god's descent could have. It was a power of law that only a true god's true body could possess. True body? A strange cry of fear came from the black fog. Then, the fog rolled, and suddenly retreated. It turned around and fled. Want to run? An ethereal voice resounded in the air. Then, Eve waved the scepter again, gently pointing at the black fog. Round ripples appeared behind her, condensing into golden arrows of light. Each arrow of light was far more powerful than a full shot by a god's chosen in zero state. Then, the arrows of light were shot out in unison, like a rain of arrows, flying toward the black fog. The light was boundless and extremely dazzling. A pair of huge bat wings flashed in the black fog, and it was quickly pierced into a hedgehog. Faintly, a painful groan came from the black fog. Under the shocked gazes of the elves and dwarves, the arrows pierced the black fog like a meteor shower, causing violent explosions. Rumble, the whole world began to tremble violently, and the ground cracked. It was a doomsday-like scene. When the light passed, the entire battlefield had completely changed the landscape. A gigantic canyon appeared in the field of vision of the players, causing them to be dumbfounded. Damn! So strong. So powerful. Damn, the power is comparable to a nuclear bomb, isn't it? At the back of the battlefield, the players' exclamations came. However, Eve did not show an expression that everything was fine. She was still looking down with a calm expression. In the canyon created by the battle of the gods below, an ancient palace complex was revealed. Above the palaces, the enormous black fog was still there. However, the other party had become much more dispirited, and there was a faint feeling that it was about to collapse. It was obvious that it had reached its limit. Then, without waiting for Eve to continue to attack, the other party fled to the underground palace in an even more panicked state. Eve did not stop it. Instead, she followed it unhurriedly. Her figure also disappeared from the palace. The palace was in the style of the dwarves, and it had been through the vicissitudes of time. The walls were carved with various legends of the dwarven god system. The black fog staggered and fled into the depths. However, it did not escape too far before it was blocked by Eve, who caught up. Eve waved her hand slightly, dispelling the black fog on the other party's body. Under the black fog, the figure of the evil god Ballot was also completely revealed. It was a demon with a snake head and a human body. There were 3 pairs of huge black bat wings behind him, and there was a long snake tail behind him. The black scales on his body were severely damaged, and purplish-black blood kept flowing. Even the bat wings behind him were already full of holes. He looked at Eve with a gloomy gaze, full of fear. As for Eve, she raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Should I call you the evil god Ballot or the demon god Samuel?" he said leisurely. There were 7 planes of hell in the endless abyss, and they were also the 7 most powerful planes of the abyss. Every plane of hell had an evil god that had fused their godhead core with the plane origin. They were also known as demon gods. Their strength and life were completely bound to the plane of hell, and they were the most powerful and terrifying existences in the abyss. As long as hell was not destroyed, the demon gods would not die. There were a total of 7 demon gods in the 7 levels of hell, and the 7 demon gods were the nominal leaders of the entire endless abyss. The 7 demon gods were ranked, and their order was the opposite of the levels of hell. Azazel, who was captured by Eve as a tool, was one of the 7 demon gods. He was also known as the demon god of lust. He was ranked 7th among the 7 demon gods and ruled the first level of hell. Samuel was the name of the demon god of wrath, who was ranked 2nd among the 7 demon gods. Samuel was a rather ancient demon god, much older than Azazel. He was in charge of wrath, bewitchment, and corruption. He was a demon god with great divine power. Legend had it that Samuel was the first six-winged seraph born in the angel race. He was famous in the Genesis era and also served the ruler of the Genesis era, the King of Gods, Neo. However, after the disappearance of the King of Gods, Neo, he betrayed the angel race and became an evil god in the process of promoting to the King of Angels. He eventually became the ruler of the sixth level of hell. In the myths of the Seeker's world, Samuel became a demon god by devouring a void serpent with mythical strength. Because of this, he underwent some changes in the process of promotion. He turned from a handsome angel into a monster with a snake head and a human body. The 3 pairs of wings on his back did not turn into 12 wings like the King of Angels. Instead, they turned into 3 pairs of hideous bat wings. Looking at the demon with cold eyes in front of her, information about the 7 demon gods flashed through Eve's mind. There was no doubt that this serpent-shaped angel emitting an evil aura was the second demon god, Samuel, who was disguised as evil god Baalat. When did you find out? Samuel looked coldly at Eve and asked slowly. Eve smiled. Probably, when cleaning up the demons. A dwarf true god is a fallen evil god. No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible for him to easily summon so many demons. That's right. Eve had long sensed that there was something wrong with Baalat. After the player's first arrival, he had unexpectedly discovered that there were too many demons in the underground mines through observing the battle. Not only that, but many of the demons did not seem to have fallen from the dwarves. Instead, they seemed to have been born from abyssal hives. Although Azazel had deliberately chosen many demons that were similar in size to dwarfs for the sake of disguise, Eve had already seen the various minions summoned by Azazel in the demon god's labyrinth. She quickly noticed the problem. These demons were too similar to the minions that Azazel had created in the demon god's labyrinth, so much so that the players could easily kill them by following the existing strategies. The only ones who could create abyssal hives and summon large numbers of demons were the 7 demon gods of the infernal plane. From then on, Eve began to suspect the identity of the evil god Baalat. Of course, only Eve would be able to detect the problem in this situation. The dwarfen god of forging, Dolph, was not a true god who was keen on fighting. In history, he did not have many dealings with evil gods. In addition, he could not personally descend to the world of seekers, so he could not personally sense the aura of Baalat. With all these factors added together, he probably still did not realize who was sealed underground in the dwarf kingdom. No. Perhaps it was Baalat in the beginning. But now, he was not. Looking at the demon with a chaotic aura in front of her, Eve's eyes flashed slightly. She raised the scepter of life in her hand, intending to kill and devour the other party completely. Eve did not intend to bring the other party back to the demon god's labyrinth to accompany Azazel. It was not that she did not want to, but if she was not wrong, this should not be the true body of the demon god Samuel. Otherwise, it would not be so weak. At most, it was at the level of a weak divine power, so much so that it was suppressed by Eve's true god incarnation. This should be an incomplete true god incarnation of the demon god Samuel. As for how this incarnation came to be, Eve had some guesses as to how it came to be. Sacred and vast power gathered behind Eve, and the demon god Samuel's expression changed slightly. Wait a minute. Eve, don't you want to take revenge on the gods? I know that you must hate the Pantheon Temple. After all, they betrayed the mother of gods, and they betrayed the elves. I know that your heart must be filled with anger. We can work together and take revenge on them, we have no conflict of interest. We can work together and pull down those high and mighty fellows from their pedestals. We can kill all the humans who harmed the elves one by one. Eve, you are the god of the elves and the main god of the elves. Have you never thought of revenge? Don't suppress the anger in your heart. Those hypocritical existences should be punished. I can feel your anger, I can feel your repressed emotions. Eve, work with me. Let the world feel our anger. Samuel looked at Eve sincerely, his tone sincere. However, Eve only glanced at him coldly. Don't try to bewitch me. It's useless. This was the lack of intelligence. Samuel did not know Eve's true identity. If he wanted to bewitch her from the perspective of an ascended elf, he was still lacking. But even so, Eve was still on her guard. She did not intend to continue communicating with this second demon god. For a demon god who had the divine title of bewitchment, the more he spoke, the more he would reveal. As for Eve, she had no lack of secrets. With this thought, the divine power on her body flickered and condensed into arrows of light again. The arrows of light flashed, and a terrifying pressure kept gathering in the palace. Even the walls began to tremble. Samuel's expression changed, and he hurriedly shouted, "Eve! As an elf, don't you want to know the truth about the mother of gods being besieged? Don't you want to know the true secret of that divine battle 1,000 years ago?" The trembling wall suddenly stopped. "Speak," Eve said calmly. A glint flashed in Samuel's eyes, then he laughed sinisterly. "Leave this place, and I'll tell you." Eve was silent for a moment. Then, under Samuel's stunned gaze, she controlled the arrow of divine power to pierce through his body. "Forget it, I don't want to know," he said. Holy light raged in Samuel's body. Accompanied by an angry roar, his will slowly dissipated. Without the control of the main consciousness, the fallen divine power in the demon god's avatar that had fused with the power of the abyss quickly boiled. Black divine power spread and began to corrode the surrounding environment. If no one controlled it, this fallen divine power would pollute the entire area and eventually evolve into a fallen area similar to the abyss. Of course, Eve would not sit and watch this happen. These fallen divine powers were the biggest goal of his trip. Eve used her scale and began to madly absorb the power in this demon god's avatar. The fallen divine power in the avatar turned into a vortex and surged toward Eve. This divine power was evil and twisted. The feeling of entering her body was not pleasant, and it made Eve frown slightly. As the divine power surged in, black spots began to appear on her body. That was a sign of being contaminated. However, Eve was not in a hurry. She gently patted the crown of nature on her head. The crown of nature emitted a gentle light and slowly suppressed this evil power. This was the effect of the crown of nature combing the energy. Although it could not completely purify it, it could temporarily suppress it. However, it could only be suppressed. Eve had only come here as a true god-level avatar. Although it had inherited part of the power of the main body, it did not have the powerful ability to absorb the power of the abyss like her main body. In other words, when relying on the avatar, a small amount of the power of the abyss could be absorbed and purified, but if it was too much, it would not work. Eve roughly sensed that this demon god's avatar had at least 2,500 points of fallen divine power. Even if the conversion efficiency was low, it could still provide her with nearly 2,000 points of divine power. This was already quite impressive. Of course, if she wanted to completely convert it, she would have to wait until she returned to her main body. Now, she could only store it temporarily. After Eve completely absorbed the fallen divine power of the demon god's avatar, this avatar that Samuel had painstakingly created suddenly changed. The serpentine angel's body rapidly shrank and degenerated. Finally, it turned into an old dwarf. Although the dwarf's body had been severely corroded by the power of the abyss, if one looked carefully, they could still see that it was very similar to a figure carved on the palace relief. Then, it suddenly collapsed and turned into ashes. As expected, Samuel corroded the body of the dwarf true god Ballot and transformed him into his true god avatar. Looking at the ashes, Eve murmured, "The truth of being besieged. I almost forgot that he has the clergy of bewitchment. If we continue talking, I might reveal a flaw." Thinking of Samuel's words before he disappeared, Eve shook her head again. When Samuel shouted that rhetorical question, she really hesitated. Although she already knew the reason why the gods were besieging the world tree, the true secret of the 1,000-year divine war that Samuel mentioned still piqued her interest. However, it was just interest. After waking up, Eve quickly realized that she did not have the power to threaten the other party. Samuel's main body was not here. He was entangled with her only because he wanted to preserve this avatar. In this situation, Eve could not be sure if the other party was telling the truth or not. It was possible that her mind would be disturbed because of this. Samuel had the clergy of bewitchment. In a sense, he was more dangerous than the other demon gods. Eve even suspected that the former true god of the dwarf god system, Ballot, had been lured into depravity by him. Instead of receiving information that she did not know if it was true or false, it was better to decisively kill the other party and absorb power according to the original plan. Of course, there was another reason why Eve decided to do this. That was, after communicating with Samuel, he suddenly realized that he had actually overlooked another character who might have been able to squeeze out some secret information. Speaking of which, I don't think I've ever interrogated Azazel. He's also a rather ancient demon god. The secrets in his head are definitely a huge treasure. Eve's heart skipped a beat. At the same time, a certain demon god who was playing with the players in the underground demon god palace in the elf forest suddenly shivered. F***ck, which mythical existence is talking about me again? He cursed in a blue star language, then scratched his head and continued to control the demons in the maze with a smile, finding trouble for the players. The seventh demon god, Lord Azazel, who had once dominated the abyss and fought the gods alone, was now completely in the shape of a maze boss. Demon god Samuel's avatar was destroyed, and the abyssal power in the sealed space began to dissipate. The rolling dark clouds in the sky gradually calmed down, and the big and small demons outside the palace fell into chaos and began to run around. The heavy feeling that had been weighing down on the players' hearts was also swept away. Hey, do you feel much more relaxed? A little, like my mood has calmed down. Strange, Look. Those demons are escaping. F***ck, it's true. The goddess must have won the battle. Don't let them escape, Chase. These are all contribution points. Praise the goddess. Bless me with a divine artifact repair point scroll. Similar conversations were heard among the players. They were refreshed, seized the opportunity, and began to follow behind the Divine Providence players to kill. In an instant, the situation on the entire battlefield was completely reversed, and it became a situation where the elves were suppressing the demons. The dwarves were also excited. They had been suppressed by Samuel's power the most, and at this moment, the disappearance of the demon gods was the most obvious to them. The violent anger in their hearts completely disappeared, and every dwarf's vision became clear again. Looking up at the gradually dissipating dark clouds, the dwarf Pope Greyshirt was overjoyed. The evil power is beginning to subside. Her Holiness the Goddess of Life must have defeated Baalat. With that, he raised the Pope's scepter high and ordered. Dwarf warriors, follow our elven friends and destroy the demons. Kill. Bronze Furnace, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, roared and rushed forward. Then, the other dwarves also moved, drew their weapons, and excitedly chased after them. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Kill. They also shouted angrily. Kill. The other players followed suit and yelled. Their voices rose and fell, intertwining together. Even Eve, who was in the depths of the palace, could hear the loud battle cries clearly. She smiled slightly, then turned around and continued to walk toward the depths of the palace. The underground palace complex was very large and as complicated as a maze. Eve felt that it was even larger than the demon god's maze that she had built for Azazel. The deeper they went, the denser the abyssal power accumulated. Of course, Samuel's avatar had already been destroyed by Eve, and the abyssal power was slowly dissipating. However, the deeper they went into the palace, the slower they became. There were traces of demon activity everywhere in the palace, and the deeper they went, the more traces there were. Eve even encountered a lot of panicked demons. After seeing her, they were so scared that they ran away in panic like headless flies. Eve glanced at them and ignored them. These guys should be left to the players to deal with. The core of the palace was located underground. When Eve arrived at the deepest part of the abyss, the surrounding abyssal power had already become solid. This place was no different from the abyss. This was under the premise that Samuel's incarnation had been destroyed. If that demon god was still here, it would probably be even more terrifying. It might even contaminate the demigods who entered. Of course, Eve wasn't worried. Although he was only a true god-level avatar, this body more or less had the characteristics of his main body and had a strong resistance to the power of the abyss. However, such dense abyssal power made Eve even more curious. What exactly is Samuel hiding in the depths of the palace? Why is there such a dense abyssal aura? Samuel was definitely plotting something here. From the moment Eve recognized the identity of this second demon god, she could tell. This demon god of Wrath's avatar obviously had the ability to escape long ago, but he didn't leave the sealed place. Instead, he relied on the demons to constantly deplete the power of the dwarves. No, or rather, his goal wasn't to deplete, but to collect the souls and flesh of the dwarves. In the past few days, Eve had carefully observed the demons that appeared on the battlefield. She found that there were very few dwarves who directly degenerated into demons, and it didn't match the number of casualties of the dwarves at all. Then, where did those degenerated dwarves go? With such doubts and some guesses, Eve came to the end of the palace. This place was at least 1,000 meters from the surface. At the end of the palace was a dilapidated arch. There were ancient and mysterious patterns carved on it, and at the same time, there were chains wrapped around it. However, those chains had long been broken, and some parts had even turned black. It's the seal lock, Eve raised her eyebrows. The seal lock was a common true god artifact that was specially used by true gods to suppress evil gods. If Eve's judgment was correct, this should be the true place where the evil god ballot was sealed. With a gentle wave of her hand, Eve put away the broken seal lock. Although this set of divine artifacts was severely damaged and almost impossible to repair, she could still bring it back to purify the abyssal power and repair it before selling it to the players. It was impossible to cultivate it into a true god artifact, and even the god of dwarves and smithing might not be able to do so. However, it was still possible to lower the level and modify it into a subdivine artifact. If nothing else, Eve could do it herself. The players would definitely like it. In a sense, this chain could completely become a weapon for them to seal bosses. After putting away the seal lock, Eve pushed open the dilapidated stone door. With a creaking sound, the stone door was slowly opened, and a far more intense abyssal power than before rushed out. Depravity, evil, and darkness. That strange energy made even Eve, who had a high resistance to the abyss, frown slightly. The depraved divine power absorbed by her avatar was almost unstable and almost went berserk. She stopped and took a few deep breaths before Eve managed to stabilize the depraved divine power in her body. She controlled the crown of nature to bless herself with a divine spell to resist evil, and then walked in. Behind the arch was a vicissitude temple. In the center of the temple, there was a huge black pool. There were several ferocious devil statues erected around the pool, placed at a strange angle, and a huge and complicated mysterious magic circle was engraved on the ground. The black pool was the center of the magic circle, and it was filled with viscous reddish-black liquid. A strong stench of blood rushed out. Looking at the viscous liquid, Eve frowned slightly. She already knew where those depraved dwarfs had gone. So they were really used for a blood sacrifice. Eve sighed slightly. Taking a few steps forward, Eve came to the front of the blood pool. She observed carefully for a moment, then suddenly reached out and gently tapped the black pool. Golden light gathered at Eve's fingertips, and a faint wave of divine power spread out. When the divine radiance came into contact with the black blood pool, the entire pool trembled slightly, and the space around it suddenly distorted. Under Eve's surprised gaze, an ancient stone door that looked like a triumphal arch of blue star appeared in the blood pool. There were gorgeous reliefs carved on the stone door, and they were mighty and majestic cyclops. Titan, Eve recognized the identity of the giant. Is all this for this stone door? She was slightly moved. Eve gently waved her hand, and a few thick vines grew from the ground. The vines wrapped around the triumphal stone door and pulled it out of the black pool. This triumphal stone door was about 9 meters tall, and it was black all over. Eve spread out her divine sense to sense it, but she was surprised to find that she could not see through the material and function of this triumphal stone door. Faintly, there seemed to be something blocking her senses. Eve's interest was piqued. However, just as she was about to use more divine power to explore, the whole stone door suddenly shook slightly and emitted a dim light. Under Eve's surprised gaze, a translucent ball of light slowly rose from the triumphal stone door. A ball of divine power? Eve was a little surprised. No, it's not just divine power, there seems to be a little bit of soul power. Eve's heart was slightly moved. This power was very similar to the ball of divine power she used to send messages to Hela. In other words, this seemed to be a message left by a mythical being. The divine power was very pure and was not contaminated by the power of the abyss. This was completely different from the evil aura emitted by the triumphal stone door. It was very strange. Eve pondered for a moment, then gently waved her hand, summoning the ball of divine power in front of her. Then, she stretched out her right hand and gently tapped. With Eve's action, the ball of divine power bloomed with a bright light, and an unfamiliar and vicissitude aura spread out. Immediately after, an old voice sounded in Eve's mind. "Latecomer, I am, the god of mechanics and construction, Barlot. Since you can decipher this message, you must also be a righteous god, and this reversal door is not completely controlled by demon god Samuel. My soul has been eroded by demon god Samuel. If you see me appear in the world of seekers, please don't hesitate. That must be demon god Samuel's disguise. Samuel is ambitious. He wants to forcefully activate the reversal door through blood sacrifice, completely connecting the world of seekers and the hell plane, and pulling the world of seekers into the abyss. If you sneak in here, please destroy the reversal door to prevent the people of the world of seekers from being plunged into misery and suffering. The method of destruction is very simple. Activate the power I left here and inject it into the reversal door. Of course, if you've already destroyed Samuel's incarnation, please accept my gratitude. Also, I have a request. If you've already defeated Samuel's incarnation, please give my divinity to His Holiness Dolph and tell him that I've let him down and shouldn't have gone to the land of origin. All of this is the price I reaped for myself. In order to express my gratitude to you, this reversal gate will be my payment. Through it, you can go anywhere you want to go. I will tell you everything about the reversal door, including its origin and how to use it. This is a secret that even Samuel doesn't know. Of course, this will have to be done after you make a true god oath. Can you accept my request?" The old voice ended there. Immediately after, the light outlined a written true god contract in front of Eve. As for the contents of the contract, it was exactly what the old voice had said. Looking at the contract in front of her, Eve was shocked. "I didn't expect this to be a message left behind by the true god of the dwarves, Balat. To be able to hide in this stone door all this time, he must have used the power of the divine domain of trickery. Reversal door? This is the first time I've heard of this name. There are no records of it in the inheritance of the world tree. The land of origin. Where is that? No wonder Samuel couldn't use Balat's divine domain even though he corroded his body. It turns out that the divinity was long gone. But, where is the divinity? Why can't I see it?" Eve was filled with curiosity. However, Eve was not surprised at all by Samuel's scheme. For the evil gods and demon gods in the abyss, their greatest goal was to pull all the dimensions of the universe into the abyss, especially the world of seekers, which was the core dimension. Eve was already used to this. Looking at the true god contract in front of her, Eve thought for a moment. Once again, she spread out her divine sense and sensed it carefully. After sensing it carefully, her expression changed slightly. So that's how it is. He hid the divinity inside. He must have used the law of space. I'm afraid there's also the power of trickery. If I don't sign this contract, the divinity will self-destruct, and I won't be able to get any information after that. There's no solution. I'm afraid even a great divine power won't be able to solve the mechanism set up by him unless I sign a true god contract. There's a time limit? If there's no response within an hour, it'll self-destruct. As expected of the god of trickery. He can do this just by using his divine power. Eve exclaimed in admiration. She thought for a moment and decided to accept the request. I, the goddess of life, Mother Nature, the ruler of the elves, Eve here, accept your request. Eve used her divine power to activate the contract and answered in the elven language. As soon as her voice fell, the illusory true god contract in front of her lit up instantly, and then suddenly burned. In the dark, Eve also noticed that there was something more on her soul. That was the power of the law of the true god contract. If Eve couldn't do it, she would suffer a backlash from the law. The contract burned out quickly, and a faint spatial fluctuation appeared in the air. 2 sparkling crystals and a new ball of divine light appeared in front of Eve. The crystals had a sacred aura and exuded a strange brilliance. That was the materialization of the divinity. If Eve's judgment was not wrong, it was probably the 2 priesthoods of trickery and construction. As for the remaining ball of divine power, it should be related to the reversal gate. Eve put away the divinity floating in the air, and then activated the ball of divine light left by Ballot again. Immediately after, the old voice sounded in her soul again. Friend, if you can see this, it means that you have accepted Ballot's request. For this, Ballot is deeply grateful. Next, I will tell you the secret of the Gate of Reversal. The title of the chapter was wrong and couldn't be changed. It should be the God of Trickery and Construction. The brilliance of divine power kept flashing as Ballot, the god of construction and mechanics, began to explain the secrets of the triumphant stone door. The reversal door is a true god artifact that I brought back from the Titan mausoleum. This true god artifact has a magical ability. When it's activated, it can allow the controller to connect to any place, whether it's the heavens or the abyss, the world of seekers or the underworld. In theory, as long as the controller has the coordinates, they can come and go as they please. Of course, the premise is that you have enough divine power to operate it. I suspect that this artifact is the manifestation of the door's law. Don't be fooled by the Titan giant's carvings. That was only added by the Titan giants later. It was once controlled by the Titan king and used to fight against the dragons. As for its true history, it's even older than the Titan giants. After I used the law of construction to trace its origin, I found that it had existed for at least 300 million years. Its age might even exceed the age of the world of seekers after it was born. It's very likely that it was created by the creator of the world of seekers. That's right, creator. After obtaining the reversal door, I once entered the land of origin and was able to confirm that our universe does have a creator. He did not originate from the imagination of the ancient gods but truly existed. Therefore, I'm more willing to call the reversal door a creation artifact. Ballot's voice rang in Eve's soul, and Eve gradually widened her eyes. There was no other reason. It was just that some of the secrets that Ballot mentioned were beyond Eve's understanding. So, the world of seekers was really created by a certain existence. I thought that the Genesis era only represented the birth of the universe of seekers. I didn't expect that creation was actually literal. The age of the universe of seekers is less than 300 million years? I originally thought that the Genesis era would be quite long, but I didn't expect it to be so short. It's even younger than the age of Blue Star. It seems that the universe of seekers still has many secrets. Eve sighed slightly. But where is the land of origin? I know that the world of seekers is the oldest plane in the universe. It's also called the plane of origin. Could this place be related to the world of seekers? Also, the name of every true god weapon in the universe of seekers isn't randomly chosen, but the name of the reversal gate doesn't seem to match its ability. Eve's heart was filled with curiosity as she recalled the information she had just heard. He glanced at the gate of reversal and touched the light cluster of divine power again to listen to the following information. Friend, next. I will tell you how to open the reversal door. Hearing this, Eve's expression turned solemn, and she hurriedly listened attentively. Then, the aged voice came again. It chanted a difficult-to-pronounce incantation. It was a language that Eve had never heard before, but it felt strangely familiar to her. No, perhaps it was not the language that was familiar, but some of the words in the language were familiar. They seemed to be words of the same origin as the Elvish language, but more obscure. At the same time, Eve was also surprised to find that she could find some similar pronunciations in the dragon language and Titan language that she had learned through the inheritance of the World Tree. There was no doubt that this language was also a language that could resonate with magic. Its power seemed to be even stronger. Just by listening, Eve could sense the restlessness of the magic around her. Not only that, but Eve reckoned that only semi-gods and above would be able to successfully recite it out. What language is this? Created by the god of creation? Or, was it used by the god of creation? Similar syllables can be found in the three major magic languages, Elvish, Dragon, and Titan. Could it be the origin of all magic languages in the world of seekers? Recalling the incantation she heard, Eve was surprised. Let's memorize the incantation first. We can slowly find the answers to our doubts. After pondering for a moment, Eve suppressed her doubts and curiosity and then memorized the method to open the reversal door. The ball of divine light was still flickering, and the old voice continued to sound in Eve's soul. Friend, opening the reversal door not only requires a specific incantation, but it also requires a large amount of energy. This energy can be divine power, life force, or even the soul. If you want to reach different places, the energy consumed is different. The more difficult and distant the places, the more energy is consumed. If there is not enough energy, the reversal door cannot be opened. Balot's voice kept reminding her about the things to take note of when controlling the reversal door. After he finished talking about the relevant content, the old voice suddenly became serious. Friend, if you hear strange sounds when using the reversal door, please do not use your divine sense to investigate. Especially if you hear some kind of existence calling the land of origin in your ears and telling you how to go there. No matter how curious you are, no matter what temptation you receive, do not recite the incantation. Do not cross the reversal door to go to the land of origin. The land of origin. Hearing the true God's message mention this word again, Eve instantly focused and listened carefully. However, Balot's voice began to be intermittent, and there were all kinds of noises as if he was disturbed by something. There hides the secret of the Seeker's universe. It is a place more dangerous than the abyss. It will pollute your divine sense. Remember, you must not go, at least, before you become a great divine power. Don't, please tell, the Mother of Gods, be careful, the human God system, please, tell His Holiness Dolph, you must help the World Tree. He is not only the end, he is also the future. The true God has no future. He is our hope. At this point, the voice completely ended, and the ball of divine light slowly dissipated. Eve, on the other hand, fell into silence. Waves were set off in her heart. The land of origin? The secret of the Seeker's universe? A place more dangerous than the abyss? What exactly is that place? What is its use? What is the secret of the Seeker's universe? Also, what does it mean that the world tree is both the end and the future? What does it mean that the true God has no future? Balot seems to know some of the secrets of the world tree, and it is very likely to be the core secrets. If I understand correctly, he should have learned it in the so-called land of origin. Don't go to the land of origin rashly before becoming a great divine power. According to the message, if my judgment is correct, I am afraid that the secret of the Seeker's universe is also related to the world tree. Recalling the voice she had just heard, Eve was deep in thought. She thought about it and planned to activate the reversal gate first to observe the problem. With this thought in mind, Eve reached out to touch the reversal gate and injected her own power. At the same time, she marked the seat as somewhere outside the palace and began to chant an obscure spell. As she moved, the reversal gate emitted a bright light, and the scene inside the gate suddenly changed. It was no longer the scene inside the palace, but outside the palace. The activation was successful. Eve nodded secretly. And at this moment, Eve suddenly heard a faint voice ringing in her ears. The voice seemed to be everywhere, ethereal, and she could not identify the source. Eve could not understand what the voice was saying, but she vaguely felt that some of its pronunciations were somewhat similar to the incantation to open the reversal gate. Not only that, the voice kept repeating, as if it had been conveying the same message. Unfortunately, Eve could not understand. And with Balot's warning, she did not dare to rashly use her spiritual power to search for the source of the voice. True gods were sensitive to danger. With Balot's warning and her own perception, Eve could vaguely foresee danger. If she used her spiritual power, even if she was not afraid of the erosion of the abyss, she was afraid that she would encounter something difficult to resist. However, just after this strange voice rang in Eve's ears several times, another faint voice rang in Eve's ears. This time, she understood. It was a repeated passage in the Titan language and the Dragon language, and there was only one meaning, the land of origin. At the same time, there was a new incantation attached to it on how to go to the land of origin. Is this the way to go to the land of origin that Balot mentioned? Incomparably curious, Eve subconsciously wanted to recite the incantation. However, she held back. It's good to know that this incantation is the way to open the land of origin. If I really recite it, I might not be able to resist the urge to explore. Balot must have a reason for saying not to recite it. Before I reach the level of great divine power, I still have to be vigilant. Eve reminded herself in her heart. After calming down slightly, Eve recalled the conversation she had with the ancestral dragon. The ancestral dragon Yelinos told me that as long as I become a great divine power, I will be able to sense some things. Could this be referring to the land of origin? It seems that in the future, I will have to go to the so-called land of origin. Great divine power. Closing her eyes to sense the level of divine power in her own body, Eve sighed secretly. Even if she converted all the fallen divine power and the life force of the demons obtained from this operation into her own power, her divine power value would reach a maximum of 20,000 points. There was still a considerable gap from the minimum requirement of 30,000 points for a great divine power. I have to level up as soon as possible. After I become a great divine power, I have to go to the so-called land of origin. I have a premonition that all the doubts I have since I woke up may be resolved there. 10,000 divine power value. I have to combine this battlefield mission with further spreading the players around the world of seekers to help me kill demons and collect energy. I also need to prepare well for the battle between gods and demons in a year. The number of players can be appropriately expanded. More people will increase efficiency. In addition, the number of silver job change slots can be further relaxed. But it's just relaxing. Raising hundreds of thousands of silver players at the same time will consume a lot of energy, especially those guys who like to wander around. When I truly become a great divine power, then I will completely open up the silver ranks. The battlefield of gods and demons is definitely a great opportunity to increase my divine power. Now that I have the reversal gate, perhaps I can take the opportunity to extend part of my body and use my divine domain on the battlefield of gods and demons. If that's the case, I can easily attack the evil gods and demon gods. It's a pity that my body is too deeply involved with the world of seekers. Before I completely separate myself from the world of seekers, I can't force my way out of this world. Otherwise, I could use the reversal gate to directly shift the position of my body. Looks like the next step is not only to strengthen myself, but also to attempt to separate myself from the world of seekers. Although attaching myself to the world of seekers allows me to borrow the gravity of the world of seekers to absorb more void energy, in the end, safety is still the most important. As for energy, it's enough to let the players help me collect it. After exposing my true self, I still have to have a backup plan. Dragging the plane down with me is only a last resort. So, next, there are 3 things to conclude. First, I have to increase the number of players and increase my strength as soon as possible. Second, I have to separate myself from the world of seekers and leave a backup plan for myself to use the reversal gate to escape. Third, I have to head to the land of origin to investigate after I become a great divine power. Of course, before doing these things, I have to complete Ballet's request and ask Dolph to help me repair the withering heart. After deciding on her next steps, Eve cut off the supply of divine power to the reversal gate. As the supply of divine power was cut off, the scene within the reversal gate slowly disappeared and became an ordinary triumphant stone gate once again. At this moment, faint sounds of killing and fighting could be heard from outside the palace. Eve sensed for a moment and was a little surprised. The players are quite fast. I didn't expect them to reach here so quickly. It was indeed a pursuit. Eve sensed that the insufferably arrogant demons a few days ago were now being chased like ducks by the excited players. The once huge demon army had long collapsed. As for the few surviving demon lords, they had been turned into cute contribution points by the divine favored players. As expected, the thing they like to do the most is to beat the dog while it's down. Looking at the players who were getting more and more excited, Eve had a strange expression. She used divine power again and put away the reversal gate completely. Then, before the players arrived, she left the dwarf palace. After the reversal gate was put away, the blood sacrifice magic circle was also completely destroyed. The abyssal power accumulated in the entire palace suddenly began to dissipate slowly. The demon god avatar was destroyed, the blood sacrifice magic circle collapsed, and the demon army was defeated. At this point, the victory of the Sealing War was a foregone conclusion. End of chapter 616. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.